Chapter 1. The Blade Skills of Whirling Sand and Flying Stones. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you would like to eat? A voice, tinged with both reverence and surprise, broke the slumber of Wu Youliang, startling him awake. What I want to eat in class? Professor, don't toy with me. Your tricks are too elaborate. How can I possibly endure them? This was an open lecture primarily discussing the behavioral patterns of ferocious beasts from various regions in Jiangnan, reflecting the new hierarchy of the food chain post-catastrophe. The instructor was a highly paid visiting professor at the Federal Hunting Academy's Zhejiang branch, also serving as an active hunter in the Federal Hunting Council. The presence of esteemed leaders from various academies in the front row attested to the significance of the occasion. Yet, in such a professor's class, Wu Youliang had fallen asleep. Students doze off in university lectures just as teachers tend to extend class time in high school, quite common and nothing to fuss over. However, should the instructor choose to take it seriously and pursue the matter, there are numerous methods available to him, especially with the backing of an active hunter from the Hunting Council, as retribution could extend beyond mere failing grades or makeup exams. These individuals possess the strength of tigers and leopards. Having emerged from battles drenched in blood, a single blow could leave you coughing blood and bedridden for days. If one were to face retaliation, raising a complaint with the Federal Hunting Arbitration Committee or the Federal Hunting Supervision Committee would likely yield no solace. After all, you were in the wrong from the start. Furthermore, the distinguished leaders seated in the VIP section would not come to your aid during such a situation, and they would be all the more rigorous afterwards to maintain the Academy's standards and discipline, treating any violations as mere anomalies. Wu Youliang hastily rose to his feet, silently lamenting his predicament, hoping the impending storm would be mild. Esteemed guest, the voice echoed again, now laced with heightened humility. If I must perish, then perish. Wu Youliang opened his eyes, expecting to find the professor. Instead, he beheld a young man clad in coarse linen garments, a white towel in hand, slightly bowing as he gazed at him. The setting was not the lecture hall he anticipated, but rather a bustling tavern. A waiter? In a tavern? Hangzhou boasts several taverns adorned in the antique style of the Tang and Ming dynasties. But those establishments only sported vintage decor. It was unlikely each customer was required to wear long robes, don long hair, and affix false beards. Was it? He himself was dressed in luxurious robes of exquisite craftsmanship, with flowing hair and a long beard, and a gentle tug at it caused him a pang of discomfort. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, Wu Youliang felt a dull ache in his head. Esteemed guest, are you unwell? I'm fine, just give me. What a stunning little nun. As Wu Youliang glanced down, his gaze fixed intensely upon a figure at the adjacent table. She appeared to be at the tender age of 16, her beauty untouched and ethereal, her form graceful and supple. Though shrouded in a loose pale, yellow monk's robe, it did little to conceal her delicate allure. Additionally, a faint air of frailty seemed to emanate from her, evoking a profound sense of admiration that could soften even the hardest of hearts. Sensing his fervent gaze, the little nun lowered her head even further, her slight body trembling slightly. This aura could be deadly. As Wu Youliang admired her beauty, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A glance around revealed odd stares from other patrons, their expressions unsettling him. Finally, Wu Youliang's eyes sharpened, observing two tables near the street corner that didn't quite blend in with the rest of the clientele. Their attire and demeanor set them distinctly apart. At one table sat an elderly gentleman and a girl. The old man was clad in black, his presence serene and profound, reminiscent of an unfathomable bottomless pool, while the girl, dressed in soft yellow, turned her back, obscuring her features. The other table featured a burly monk, unabashedly consuming wine, accompanied by dishes not of greens and tofu, but rather a platter of drunken chicken and one of soy sauce duck. For a monk to so blatantly indulge in meat and drink, breaking two of his vows, was quite audacious. After enjoying his fill of liquor, one could only hope for fortune in matters of the heart. As Wu Youliang turned back to sit, a sudden spark lit up his mind. The exquisite little nun, the drunken, meat-eating monk, the elderly gentleman, the girl. This must be the Huayan Tower. It must be. So, who am I in this tale? Wandering alone over vast distances. Wu Youliang staggered, feeling the world spin around him. This is it. I'm really done for now. Please don't let me be saddled with the notorious reputation of one who wanders alone. Will the formidable Ling who Xiao turn me into paste? In the realm of the martial arts, where danger lurks at every corner, murder is often trivialized, yet there lies a heavy moral weight against targeting the innocent. However, schemes to deceive the gentle and delicate are far more severe. Should I run instead? After much deliberation, Wu Youliang resignedly took a seat. Even if I escape this time, what about the next? Or the one after that? Additionally, I have already revealed my presence with my speed. Fleeing the city more than 10 miles is unlikely before being pursued by aspiring kung fu heroes seeking to carve a name for themselves, leading to a gruesome fate. Just as Wu Youliang mourned his perilous path and the astonishing nature of his circumstances, his mind suddenly pulsed with a cacophony of images. A figure brandished a single blade, its light shimmering and leaving traces in the air, slashing, thrusting, sweeping, amplified by the power of hip and body, enhanced by agile, evasive steps. Over and over, from initial clumsiness to refined skill, every movement bore a strange resonance of mastery. In that mere span of breaths, he felt as if he had immersed himself in this blade technique for decades. Could this be real? Wu Youliang felt his head clear anew. Waiter, bring me 3 pounds of daughter's red, a whole white-cut chicken, beef with seasonal greens, and a few elegant vegetarian dishes and desserts for this little master. The little nun lifted her head, casting a timid glance at Wu Youliang before quickly lowering it again, clearly unaccustomed to his sudden politeness. Wu Youliang paid no heed to the little nun, instead using his right hand to gently caress his left arm through the fabric of his luxurious attire, repeating the motion as if treasures were hidden within the sleeve. In the next moment, with a flick of his left sleeve, he revealed a sheathed single blade, which vanished just as swiftly back into his sleeve, leaving him with a complex expression of anticipation and disbelief. Yet, while he possessed a formidable blade technique, he lacked internal strength, lightness skills, or the combat experience of a seasoned traveler. Thus, the situation felt somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, reflecting on the powerless self he had been just moments earlier filled him with joy. If he could bring such a remarkable blade technique back to the 21st century, it would certainly enrich his life immeasurably. Soon, dishes began to arrive, 6 in total: 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, a delicate pastry, and a jug of wine. Wu Youliang poured himself a cup, inhaled the aroma, and downed it in one go, revealing a hint of regret on his face. Daughter's Red is a renowned wine from Yueqing in Zhejiang, praised for its infusion of the waters from the Mirror Lake, brewing fragrant Shaoxing wine. If only a Yueqing girl, shy yet tender, could invite him to sample her family's 20-year-old daughter's red, how enchanting that would be. Yet, alas, he had yet to experience such fortune. After another drink, he set down his cup, took up a bowl of rice, and reached for a piece of chicken. In the years since the great catastrophe struck, he had not tasted fresh food. It was either compressed biscuits or energy gels. Thus, presented with fine wines and sumptuous dishes, he succumbed to a ravenous appetite. Before long, 3 empty bowls stacked upon the table. At that moment, a man in blue attire ascended to the second floor, a long sword hanging from his waist, his pale face smeared with blood. He took a seat directly opposite Wu Youliang and poured himself a cup, draining it in one gulp. Wu Youliang sensed that the main event had begun. Though nerves simmered within, he maintained his composure, setting down his bowl and recalling the narrative of the Huayan Tower before speaking. "So it's you." "It is I," the man in blue replied. Wu Youliang scrutinized him closely. "You bear no resemblance to Lord Delano. What gives you that impression?" the man in blue asked. Wu Youliang replied, "Delano could never compare to your striking handsomeness. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Ling Huchong, the foremost disciple of the Huashan school." "You flatter me," Ling Huchong said. "As the saying goes, one must engage to understand. Let us become friends," Wu Youliang suggested with a smile. "Become friends with you?" Ling Huchong scoffed, his lip curling in disdain. "Indeed, if we are to be friends, then allow this little master to accompany you." Ling Huchong's voice dripped with concealed contempt, causing Wu Youliang to furrow his brows before regaining his composure. "Are you not putting me in peril?" "Am I?" "You see, I've been a slave to gambling my entire life. When in the throes of it, I could forget my own family name. Yet once confronted with a shaven-headed nun, I lose no matter how I wager. It said, upon encountering a nun, one gambles and loses. Ling Huchong continued with fervor. As martial practitioners, we live on the edge of a blade while skill is paramount. Luck is equally vital. Hearing this, the words Wu Youliang had prepared to say were swallowed back, his expression growing somewhat vacant. Since the Great Catastrophe, when millions of creatures either devolved or mutated and mankind lost access to firearms, the landscape of the world had turned into a purgatory overnight. From the original 6 of Team 303, only 2 remained. Surviving truly felt like the favor of destiny. In the next moment, clarity returned as he realized that while luck was indeed salient, one must still strive for what is rightfully theirs. Ling Huchong added, in any case, the 3 great poisons of the world are best avoided. The 3 great poisons? Wu Youliang inquired. Ling Huchong explained, the 3 great poisons are nuns, arsenic, and green bamboo silk, with nuns taking precedence. Should you encounter her, no matter how adept your lightness skills, escaping misfortune would prove difficult. At that instant, 2 Taoist priests ascended to the 2nd floor. They glanced disapprovingly at Wu Youliang and the others, then took their seats at a nearby table. Such wisdom, truly it makes sense. In that case, I shall abide by your counsel. The father of the lady is right there. How could I dare approach her? Since you provided a neutral option, how could I not comply? Are you serious? Ling Huchong asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Releasing the little master isn't difficult, however. I have a condition. With a deft flick of his left hand, Wu Youliang produced a single blade. Your school's swordsmanship is renowned across the martial realm and has been celebrated for over 2 to 3 decades. I have long admired it, but have yet to witness it firsthand. Why don't we have a competition to see whose technique prevails? Only a contest of blades? Indeed, simply a contest of blades. I shall not rely on internal strength to win. Well, engage in 3 rounds. Regardless of the outcome, the little master will accompany you. If we meet again, it will be without ill will. A gentleman's word, on the swift horse's promise. Chapter 2. The Sword Manual of Exorcism, First Round. With a swift motion, Ling Huchong kicked a table aside with his left leg, then lunged forward with his sword, its tip vibrating with a low hum, weaving an unpredictable pattern that threatened to engulf Wu Youliang's vital points. Excellent swordsmanship, Wu Youliang praised, feeling a fleeting mix of joy and fear within him. Yet, in the next moment, he suppressed his emotions and countered with a powerful slash, the blade tearing through the air towards the tip of Ling Huchong's sword. Clang! The strike landed. Wu Youliang felt a jolt of unease, suddenly aware of a pressing urgency. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Ling Huchong's sword trembled anew, transforming into multiple glimmers of cold light. Wu Youliang quickly retreated, but felt a chill as a piece of his garment was sliced open. Cursing under his breath, Wu Youliang flicked his wrist, bringing his blade down upon the sword's tip, momentarily halting the onslaught. Ling Huchong stepped back only to surge forward again, his sword tracing a half-arc from below, thrusting towards Wu Youliang's brow with astonishing speed. This thrust was executed with such swiftness that the sword neither quivered nor emitted a sound, leaving behind a barely perceptible white line in the air, while a faint yet fierce aura enveloped him. Hit! Wu Youliang struck out with his blade once more, maintaining his relentless assault, delivering a heavy, precise blow that met the sword tip, then swiftly rotating his blade to counter Ling Huchong's next move. Hit! 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 With each exclamation, Wu Youliang's blade pivoted, landing 3 successive blows on the sword tip. Ling Huchong felt the force of the sword rebounding stronger with each strike, akin to 5 colossal waves crashing upon him. His palms burning as if scorched by fire, forcing him to retract his sword. After the 7th strike, Wu Youliang felt no fatigue in his arm. Rather, a warmth surged within him, a subtle heat coursing through to his shoulders and descending towards his abdomen. Before he could ponder further, Ling Huchong lunged again, and within a mere 10 breaths, they exchanged over 20 moves. Each move from Ling Huchong was unique, shifting from heavy to light, quick to slow, sometimes resembling scattered stars. Other times simple and archaic, embodying the intricate perils of the Huashan sword technique, in contrast. Wu Youliang relied solely on the cleaving technique of his blade, which concealed within it the forces of turbulence and shockwave techniques. In yet another clash of blades, Ling Hu Chong faltered, revealing a slight opening, which Wu Youliang exploited, pressing his blade against Ling Hu Chong's heart. Ling Hu brother, I concede. Wu Youliang stepped back with a smile. Second round. Swish, swish, swish. Ling Hu Chong immediately launched 3 strikes in quick succession, each more ferocious than the last, compelling Wu Youliang to retreat 3 steps while parrying. Ling Hu brother, I concede. Humph. Ling Hu brother, I concede again. Humph. Ling Hu Chong's expression darkened. Brother Tian possesses remarkable sword skills. I am outmatched and accept my defeat. Indeed. The Huashan sword technique is exquisite, but your timing leaves much to be desired, which is regrettable. As they spoke, Wu Youliang suddenly felt a warmth in his lower abdomen, followed by a tremor throughout his body, as if an immense force surged within him, causing his breathing to quicken. Upon closer inspection, he realized the heat emanated from his right arm, traveling to his chest and settling in his abdomen. Are you the infamous flower thief? Tian Buoguang, who roams the world alone? Suddenly, a figure darted before Wu Youliang, demanding loudly, and who might you be? Wu Youliang glanced at the figure, a young Taoist priest. I am Qi Baiqing, a disciple of Tian Minjinren from the Taishan sect. I ask you, are you Tian Buoguang? The young priest inquired again. And if I am? Wu Youliang's single blade emitted a faint hum. A man of capability naturally exudes confidence, and if that capability lies in martial prowess, the confidence is even greater. After the 3 exchanges of blade and sword, Wu Youliang understood the power of this blade technique, which was both fierce and orderly, and though he lacked the battlefield experience of a lone wanderer, he was not necessarily intimidated by second-rate masters. Coupled with the rising internal energy settling in his dantian, his blade technique gained even more might. If the young priest sought death, he would naturally show no mercy. If so, I shall rid the martial world of your menace, the young priest declared, drawing his sword. Wu Youliang retaliated with a swift blade, the glimmer of his knife flashing as he struck preemptively. The young priest barely raised his sword before feeling a sharp pain in his chest, his vision darkening, and then he fell unconscious. Tian Buoguang, do you dare slay a disciple of the Taishan sect? As the young priest collapsed, a middle-aged Taoist leaped forward. What? Is killing forbidden? Just as the middle-aged Taoist drew his sword in anger, Wu Youliang unleashed a flurry of strikes with his single blade, executing 5 or 6 cuts in an instant, each faster and heavier than the last. Initially, one could hear the sharp slicing of air, but after several breaths, the strikes merged into a continuous, eerie wind. The 13th form of the blade technique, akin to a sandstorm sweeping across a desert, was unleashed with full force. However, the heat circulating around Wu Youliang's body began to rapidly cool. Swish, 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 the sound of tearing fabric echoed as streams of blood splattered from the blade curtain, only to be drawn back as if absorbed by the blade's light, swirling chaotically, the blood increasing in volume and staining the silver blade red. The middle-aged Taoist wielded his long sword, continuously retreating, evading and leaping, yet he could not escape the blade's lethal arc, perilously close to being dismembered. Suddenly, Wu Youliang shifted his body, making a swift dash, only to feel a fierce sword light approaching from behind. Ling Hu brother. Attacking from behind lacks honor. Wu Youliang felt a chill down his back, clearly aware that his garment had been sliced open. Had he delayed, he might have bled. This moment, a murderous glint sparked in his eyes, and he truly contemplated killing. The 5 Mountain Sword Sect is united by blood. I cannot stand idly by. Please forgive me, Brother Tian. Ling Hu Chong pointed his sword, establishing a stance. Ling Hu brother, should you show mercy with this strike? I shall spare you, however, should we meet again. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wu Youliang's previously darkened expression suddenly regained its composure as he realized Ling Hu Chong's attack, though a sneak attack, was indeed restrained. Had it been a fraction faster or aimed higher, it could have claimed his life, indicating that Ling Hu had shown mercy. The return of Yin Tower was perilously close to Lu Mansion, a place of conflict. If he continued to rely solely on the skills of a lone wanderer, he would undoubtedly face danger, for he was but a mere novice, and lingering too long could seal his fate. Thus, Wu Youliang descended the second floor step by step, each movement deliberate, his mind focused, wary of the gluttonous monk who might strike unexpectedly. Fortunately, he exited the Yin Tower unscathed. A month later, in a certain inn in Fuzhou City, room number 1, Wu Youliang was seated in meditation, practicing his breathing techniques. In recent days, he had dedicated himself to studying his blade technique, even deriving a form of internal cultivation from it, repeating the techniques of Tian Buoguang's blade method over a dozen times. He found not only no fatigue but rather a sense of relaxation throughout his muscles and bones. After dozens of repetitions, warmth coursed through his body, particularly in his shoulders and waist, while his breathing became long and steady, devoid of any haste. This was indeed a form of internal cultivation derived from his blade techniques. Unfortunately, this was a form of unorthodox martial arts. Such martial arts, when practiced deeply, could cultivate both the external and internal aspects. Yet they possessed a fatal flaw. Upon reaching a certain level, one would encounter stagnation, rendering further progress nearly impossible. In contrast, the orthodox internal cultivation methods theoretically had no limits in the world of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The reason why Zhong Shentong did not practice the Nine Manual, nor allowed his disciples to, was not only to protect them but also because the martial arts of the Chuanjian sect shared a lineage with the Nine Manual, stemming from the same source. The latter was simply more intricate and profound. If one could not master their own sect's martial arts, what face would they have to practice the Nine Manual? Yet, should they master their own, one fundamental technique would suffice to last a lifetime. After another hour, Wu Youliang felt a slight swelling in his lower abdomen and paused his breathing exercises, settling his internal energy. Throughout this month, he diligently practiced his blade techniques and the breathing methods derived from them. Not only had his muscles and bones strengthened significantly, but his internal energy had also surged, with warm currents swirling within his dantian, sometimes rising to his chest and arms, at other times coursing through his waist and legs. Wu Youliang sat in silence for a while longer, retrieving a robe from within his garments. Gazing at the first layer of essential techniques inscribed within, a look of yearning crossed his face, mingled with hesitation and complex emotions. To master profound skills, one must sacrifice oneself should he proceed, even if he could not attain the flawless exorcism sword technique. Surely there would be benefits in learning a fragment? If his blade technique could hasten, then so too could his movements, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. In the original narrative, Lin Pingji practiced the exorcism sword technique, becoming as elusive as a ghost, his swordplay as swift as lightning. Even with mediocre internal power, he still vanquished Yu Songhai. However, the exorcism sword technique required a male body for cultivation. Practicing it repeatedly would cause one's blood to surge uncontrollably, leading to dire consequences, and should one forcefully exert it, they would be consumed by their own desires. Thus, for Wu Youliang to cultivate it, he would need at least a superior internal cultivation method to nourish his energy and promote circulation. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer harm in the future. Chapter 3. The internal cultivation method of Huashan. In the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, there are numerous superior internal cultivation methods, the most intricate of which is the I Jin Jing. To learn the I Jin Jing, one must first enter the Shaolin sect of Songshan. Wu Youliang, inheriting the legacy of the lone wanderer, knew that if he proclaimed his intent to lay down his blade and attain enlightenment, the likelihood of being accepted by Master Fangzheng of Shaolin was considerable. However, joining the Shaolin sect would require adherence to their strict rules and regulations, followed by an assessment of whether he had truly reformed. As for the transmission of martial arts, who knows how many years that would take? Most importantly, it seems that even the esteemed monks of this temple have never practiced the I Jin Jing, let alone a wayward individual who has entered the temple halfway. The Shaolin temple is inadequate, and Wudong is not much better. Furthermore, Wudong's teachings differ from those of Shaolin, leaving the question of whether they would even accept him. Following Shaolin and Wudong, there are the Five Mountains Sword Sect and the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Each faction within the Five Mountains Sword Sect possesses superior internal martial arts, yet those esteemed leaders, upon encountering him, would inevitably seek to eradicate him swiftly. As for the elders and leaders of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, their skills can rival the masters of the Five Mountains Sword Sect, and their martial arts lineage is undoubtedly more profound than that of the unorthodox schools. For instance, The star absorption technique practiced by the cult leader originates from the mystical school of Xiaoyao. However, despite their ruthless nature and propensity for violence, they disdain those who indulge in petty thievery. Only a few, like the likes of Xiang Wentian, conduct themselves with a sense of integrity that surpasses that of the righteous sects, making it unlikely for them to impart their internal cultivation methods, much less associate with such individuals. As for the second-generation disciples of both the righteous and the wicked, those who can obtain true teachings are likely to be those who would rather die than submit. Moreover, any scriptures they are coerced into reciting may be unverifiable, and rashly cultivating could lead to dire consequences. Upon reflection, it seems that there are indeed many superior mental techniques available, yet acquiring them proves to be a daunting task. With a sigh, Wu Youliang lowered his gaze to the cassock, suddenly feeling a spark of realization. How could he have forgotten about it? The overnight massacre of the Fuwei escort agency, the tragic demise of his parents. The profound hatred within Lin Pingji's heart is likely insatiable. No matter how far he travels, it appears that the breakthrough lies within him. It has been a month since Wu Youliang departed from Hengyang City. The people of the Huashan sect should have returned to Yunu Peak by now, and Lin Pingji should have begun practicing the introductory techniques of the Huashan sect. Currently, the Huashan sect is dominated by the Qi school, whose martial philosophy emphasizes the mastery of Qi. Once one's Qi cultivation is established, skills in fist, foot, blade, and sword become second nature. Thus, the introductory techniques focus on breathing and energy regulation. Another month passed, and Wu Youliang arrived in Chang'an City, taking up residence in a tavern called Zhixin Building. He felt somewhat indecisive about whether to first lure away Yu Buchuan and his wife before ascending Huashan. The leader of the Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan, nicknamed the Gentleman's Sword, treats others with grace and elegance. Appearing serious and upright, yet he is, in reality, a deeply scheming and treacherous hypocrite. Procure the Huashan sect's internal cultivation methods, right under his nose places considerable pressure on Wu Youliang. However, with Yu Buchuan and his wife absent, his life is merely at ease. Conversely, Lin Pingji perceives his life as being in his grasp, and any internal cultivation methods offered would inevitably be diluted or altered. Unable to make a firm decision, the next day, Wu Youliang opted to leave Chang'an City, seeking refuge in a dense forest on the mountainside of Huashan, where he diligently studied the scriptures on his cassock. A month later, he found that his muscles had grown stronger, and his internal energy had become more refined, allowing him to begin cultivating the evil-repelling sword technique. Lin Pingji had been a disciple of the Huashan sect for nearly 2 months. During this time, aside from tirelessly practicing the breathing techniques imparted by Yu Buchuan day and night, he did not neglect the family's inherited 72 paths of evil-repelling sword technique. On one particularly cold evening, with the faint promise of snow in the air, his fellow disciples had all retired early, and he ventured alone to a small grove on the back mountain to practice. After standing in horse stance for half an hour and practicing sword techniques to strengthen his muscles and invigorate his blood flow, he sat cross-legged to cultivate his breathing. After another half hour, as Lin Pingji gradually concluded his practice, he suddenly sensed something unusual in the dappled shadows of the trees. A dark figure seemed to linger, though it remained somewhat indistinct. "Who goes there?" Lin Pingji called out, gripping his sword firmly. However, the shadow remained motionless and silent. "Who are you?" he called again. Suddenly, the shadow appeared to twist and then vanished without a trace. Lin Pingji was taken aback, stepping back in fright. After standing still for a moment and surveying his surroundings, he concluded it was merely the wind rustling the branches and departed the grove. The following night, Lin Pingji returned to the small grove to practice again. After concluding his practice, he instinctively scanned his surroundings, silently mocking himself for being paranoid. Yet, after only a few steps, he halted abruptly, noticing yet another shadow among the dappled tree shapes. "Who are you?" Lin Pingji demanded, fixing his gaze on the shadow. However, the shadow flickered and then disappeared again. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I wish to propose a transaction with you." The next moment, a chill ran down Lin Pingji's spine, and he turned abruptly to find the shadow standing quietly behind him. "I, Lin Pingji, possess little martial skill, merely a nameless pawn. How could I possibly qualify to engage in a transaction with you?" Lin Pingji replied. "Lin Xiaozong is being overly modest. I wish to learn about the scriptures of Huashan's internal cultivation methods, and additionally, I seek to know where your master usually resides and practices. The shadow, revealing itself as Wu Youliang, continued. He had been practicing the evil-repelling sword technique for some time, and his agility had improved significantly, yet each time he employed the essential techniques, his internal energy would surge violently. If he continued to cultivate for too long, his internal energy would stagnate, causing a burning sensation in his kidneys and a heaviness in his chest. You underestimate me. As a disciple of Huashan, how could I engage in actions that would tarnish my sect? If you possess the strength to kill, then do so, Lin Pingji retorted, his expression darkening. Wu Youliang abruptly shifted his tone. I have heard that the Fuwei escort agency possesses a sword technique that once dominated the martial world. Is there any truth to this? Could it be that you covet my Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual? Lin Pingji's expression darkened further. Wu Youliang remarked, those who covet your Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual are not limited to just one or two. What do you mean by that? Lin Pingji inquired. Wu Youliang replied, while many harbor intentions of seizing the sword manual, Yu Songhai of the Qingqing sect holds the thickest skin. He was the first to take action. Unfortunately, he is too foolish to compare with the gentleman's sword. Now that you have entered the Huashan sect, it is only a matter of time before the sword manual falls into his hands. You speak nonsense. The Huashan sword techniques are profound and intricate, and my master is a swordsmanship prodigy, far superior to my father. How could he possibly covet my Lin family's evil-repelling sword technique? Lin Pingji exclaimed in anger. Wu Youliang responded, your father learned the evil-repelling sword technique, but lacked the essential principles. Hence the sword techniques appear formidable yet lack substance. Though the moves are fierce, they remain unremarkable. How do you know this? Lin Pingji asked, momentarily taken aback, his tone softening. Wu Youliang produced a cassock from his bosom, saying, I have already stated that Yu Songhai is foolish. He only knows to search the various rooms of your Fuwei escort agency, yet he is unaware of searching other residences belonging to the Lin family. This is Lin Pingji's expression turned excited. This is the cassock of your ancestor, Yuan Tu Gong, which contains the true evil-repelling sword technique. If you tell me what I wish to know, I can provide you with the sword manual, enabling you to avenge the blood feud of the Lin family. Is that true? Lin Pingji stepped forward, his excitement palpable. Wu Youliang affirmed, though I may be greedy for beautiful women, I am a man of my word, never breaking my promises. If you trust me, I will give you the sword manual. If you do not, you may seek me again once you have achieved your goals. Are you Tian Buoguang, the wanderer of the 10,000 miles? Upon hearing the other party mention his greed for beautiful women, Lin Pingji exclaimed in surprise. Hee, Wu Youliang chuckled, not denying it. Lin Pingji's expression shifted dramatically. He realized this was his final opportunity. The lightness of the wanderer of the 10,000-mile skill was second to none, and few could match him. Even the leaders of the 5 Mountain Sword sect likely lacked such agility. Or else he would not have roamed freely for so long. After tonight, he might never have the chance to see his family's sword manual again. Your intentions are sincere. If the Lin family does not agree, it would be rather ungrateful. Lin Pingji gritted his teeth and replied, I know where my master's chambers are. As for where he practices, I am still new to the mountain and cannot say. An hour later, Wu Youliang departed, having memorized several hundred to 1,000 characters of the Huashan internal cultivation scriptures, while Lin Pingji held a somewhat tattered cassock, trembling with excitement. One of the damaged areas of the cassock contained the 8-character mantra of the first essential principle. Chapter 4. On the Cliff of Regret, Part 1. On a mountainside of Huashan, Wu Youliang sat upon a blue stone, holding a book in hand, meticulously reciting each word, understanding it as he went along. Whenever he comprehended a passage, he would set the book aside and attempt to cultivate, testing whether he could draw upon his internal energy. If he could not, he would continue perusing the text. After 3 days, Wu Youliang closed the book and began his cultivation, sitting cross-legged, lowering his eyelids, calming his mind, and commencing his breathing exercises, his breaths alternating between length and shortness, urgency and calmness. Half an hour passed, and his internal energy remained dormant. An hour passed, and still, the energy did not move. 2 hours passed. Just as Wu Youliang was about to give up, his qi suddenly stirred, and a faint warmth began to rise. However, his excitement caused his internal energy to settle once more. Wu Youliang immediately focused his mind, controlling his breath, and the energy rose again from his dantian, moving inward towards his organs rather than wandering through his shoulders, arms, waist, and legs. Exhaling, Wu Youliang opened his eyes and expelled a breath of stale air. Truly, this was the authentic internal cultivation method of the Xinmen. Even as merely an introductory technique, it allowed the internal energy to penetrate deeply into the five viscera. Working from the outside in, as the internal energy penetrated deeper over time, it would gradually enhance the functionality of the organs, ultimately achieving an ageless existence and prolonging life. Just imagine, aging a mere decade while maintaining the vigor of youth. Living to 100 years. What an extraordinary realm that would be. Even if one were to inadvertently fall ill or sustain internal injuries, one could still employ their cultivation to heal themselves. 10 days later, Wu Youliang initially concentrated his internal energy through the swift techniques of his martial arts, subsequently harnessing the foundational inner skills of Mount Hua to guide this energy. He practiced tirelessly, day and night, and his internal energy began to meander through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, no longer merely skimming the surface of his body. His breathing grew deep and resonant, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and a profound transformation overtook his entire being. He could leap into the air, soaring over 2 meters high, and with a swift dive, cover a distance of 6 or 7 meters. When he struck down with his palm, he left a distinct imprint on the weathered bluestone, as if a magnificent tiger resided within him. Such power was sufficient to rival the primary hunters capable of unlocking the first layer of their genetic locks in the real world. Should he further apply the myriad wonders of his internal power and master the art of the swift blade, it might be enough to subdue masters of the same realm. The internal skills of the Hua Mountain sect possessed an extraordinary quality. In the original narrative, Yu Buchuan chastised Ling Hu Chong on the Cliff of Regret, stating that the sect's internal techniques differed from others. With diligent practice, one could progress even in sleep on the 11th day. In anticipation of impending snow, Wu Youliang shed his cotton clothing, donning only a thin long robe, relying on his internal energy to withstand the cold, hoping to grasp this profound essence on the first night. He could hardly endure the freezing chill within an hour. Drawing his saber, he practiced his swordsmanship, the blade's brilliance enveloping him like an impenetrable storm. The second night, he managed to endure a little longer. By the third night, he could barely last until midnight. On the 7th night, he persevered until dawn. Though he was frozen and nearly paralyzed by the 9th night, he could fall asleep amidst the biting wind. But he awoke within the hour from the cold on the 10th day at noon. Having finished his meal, Wu Youliang practiced his swift blade techniques to accumulate internal energy. Suddenly, a chill swept over his neck, akin to melting droplets of water. Looking up, he saw snow cascading from the sky. Snow had fallen. Wu Youliang sheathed his blade and stood, a glint of determination in his eyes. His plan could commence. A mere foundational internal skill was insufficient for him to confidently employ the secrets of the evil-repelling sword technique. Only superior internal power could grant him that assurance. Within the Hua Mountain sect, 2 techniques met these criteria, Zixia and Hunyuan Gong. Both were esteemed internal arts, with Zixia holding the distinguished reputation of being the foremost among the 9 arts of Hua Mountain. Attaining either would suffice. However, given the circumstances, he sought the very best. On the day of the first snowfall, Yu Buchuan and his wife journeyed to Songshan, for only Feng Qingyang atop Hua Mountain could pose a threat to Wu Youliang. Yet, having lived in seclusion for many years, Mr. Feng no longer concerned himself with worldly affairs. As long as Wu did not court disaster, the likelihood of his demise was minimal. Hua Mountain, one of the 5 great mountains, boasted picturesque landscapes and serene vistas, yet the Cliff of Regret was barren and desolate, a tranquil place for reflection. Wu Youliang treaded upon the snow, leaving prints as he ascended to the summit of the Jade Maiden Peak. Facing the cave, he called out, "Ling Hu brother, an old friend pays a visit. I hope you are well." 2 shadows emerged from the cave, and the first, upon recognizing Wu Youliang, exclaimed in astonishment, "Tian Buoguang? Brother Ling Hu, do you seem unwelcoming? Have I disturbed you?" Wu Youliang remarked with an enigmatic smile. "Tian brother, what brings you here so late?" Ling Hu Chang's expression shifted to one of complexity, fear, guilt, and more filled his heart. He recalled Wu Youliang's infamous reputation for solitary journeys and Yu Shan's exquisite beauty, yet he realized he was no match for Wu Youliang in this moment. His heart ached. What if something were to happen to his junior sister behind him, brother Linghu? You truly are fortunate in love. At the returning Wild Goose Tower, you share drinks with the charming Master Yilin, and now at the Cliff of Regret, you enjoy the snowfall with your fellow sect sister. However, the hour is late, and it seems rather improper for a lone man and woman to be together, Wu Youliang said with a beaming smile. Linghu Chong retorted, Tian Buoguang, I treat my junior sister with utmost respect and have not overstepped any boundaries. Should you speak such foul words again, do not blame me for being rude. How could you be rude? Can you defeat me? Wu Youliang waved his left sleeve, drawing his saber into his hand. Tian Buoguang, what is your true intention? Linghu Chong pressed, suppressing his inner fear. I seek to borrow your master's precious disciple for a moment, to ask him for something. Wu Youliang gestured towards Yu Shan. Tian Buoguang, if you dare harm my junior sister, I, Linghu Chong, will ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces during my lifetime. Linghu Chong's face paled. A dark thought crossed his mind. Would it be better to kill Yu Shan with one strike? I fear you lack the capability to do so, Wu Youliang scoffed. Seeing no way out, Linghu Chong, in a fit of rage, swung his sword, unleashing 5 or 6 strikes aimed at Wu Youliang's vital points, his brow, throat, and heart. The blades clashed violently against the air, dispersing the wind and snow. Yet, during the previous skirmish at the returning Wild Goose Tower, Wu Youliang had already discerned the foundations of Linghu Chong's swordsmanship. Now, after months of rigorous training, his internal power had reached a commendable level. Leaving him undaunted, Wu Youliang wielded his saber, each strike meeting the sword's tip, thwarting Linghu Chong's assault. He then pivoted, evading 3 of Yu Shan's strikes by stepping back in the next moment. The saber's light surged forth like a tempest, enveloping both Linghu Chong and Yu Shan in an instant. The blade's presence was both real and illusory, with each stroke pressing them further into retreat until they collided with the mountainside. Clang, clang. Wu Youliang's saber pressed down upon their 2 long swords, and with a sweeping motion, he snapped their blades asunder. With his left hand transforming into a palm, he struck towards Linghu Chong's heart, who hastily tried to counter. Bang! Upon contact, Linghu Chong tasted blood in his throat as Wu Youliang pushed his palm back, forcing it against Linghu Chong's chest. Wu Youliang's palm power surged again, the force penetrating Linghu Chong's chest, causing him to cough up blood and collapse weakly. Master brother! Yu Shan cried out in alarm, rushing to strike. But Wu Youliang swiftly placed his saber against her neck, then sealed her acupoints, lifting her away as he leapt down the cliff of regret. Brother Linghu, please convey to your master that if he cares for his beloved daughter, he should lend me the Zixia secret manual for a glimpse. Junior sister! Linghu Chong cried out in despair, gasping for breath as he stumbled down the cliff in pursuit. Yet, after their duel, his internal energy was turbulent, compounded by Wu Youliang's earlier strike, rendering him incapable of catching up an hour later. Wu Youliang returned to the Cliff of Regret, carrying Yu Shan once more. Miss you, I beg your pardon. If you intend to kill me, then do so. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, I would rather bite my tongue and die than allow you to succeed, Yu Shan retorted, attempting to maintain her composure. Miss you, you overstate the matter. How could I dare be disrespectful? At that moment, Wu Youliang sealed several of her acupoints, draping a cotton garment over her shoulders. He then turned to sit down, beginning to practice his breathing techniques. However, some of the acupoints he had sealed were in rather private locations, causing the young lady's face to flush with embarrassment and anger. The next morning, Wu Youliang had a bit of dry rations before continuing his training. But by noon, trouble arose. Yu Shan had caught a cold. It appeared severe. The young lady's consciousness grew foggy, her complexion pale, and her breathing weak, as if she were on the brink of calamity. If she were to perish, how would he obtain the secret manual from Yu Buchuan? I have been foolish, Wu Youliang cursed inwardly. The snow made the cold unbearable, and the Cliff of Regret sat atop Mount Hua, where the temperature dropped 6 degrees for every 1,000 meters in altitude. The Cliff of Regret was at least 10 degrees colder than the mountainside of Hua Mountain. Moreover, Yu Shan had been sealed in numerous vital acupoints. hindering her circulation and internal energy. Compounded by the fright she had endured last night, how could she not succumb to the cold? This is troublesome. Indeed, Wu Youliang had returned to the Cliff of Regret to study the 5 great mountain sword techniques inscribed upon the cave stone walls. To become a top-tier martial artist in the Jianghu, mastery of a swift blade technique alone would be insufficient. One must possess several superior weapon techniques. The Cliff of Regret, in a sense, was the sacred ground for the martial arts of the 5 great mountains, containing exquisite sword techniques that even the sect masters had not practiced. Thus, his plan encompassed both capturing Yuling Shan and luring away Ling Hucheng. The Cliff of Regret lacked medical supplies. He had only brought some dry rations and jerky. However, if he neglected Yuling Shan, given her condition, she might not survive the night. Perhaps he could only employ his internal energy to treat her and hope for effectiveness. With that, Wu Youliang placed his left hand against Yuling Shan's right, guiding his internal energy through his breath, gradually sending it into her body, through the Shaoshang, Like, and various acupoints, slowly clearing the stagnation in her hand's tying lung meridian. Then, he directed it into her lung meridian, his internal energy gently stirring, gradually dissolving the cold that had accumulated in her lungs. After a quarter of an hour, Wu Youliang withdrew his hand, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and looked at Yuling Shan's complexion, which seemed to have lost some pallor and gained a hint of color. He promptly exited the cave and practiced his sword techniques amidst the wind and snow. The swift blade technique could be practiced in 2 states, the usual training method and the combat approach. The same moves would yield entirely different outcomes. Training accumulated internal energy, while combat consumed it. During regular practice, though rapid, the technique was performed with a calm heart, exuding a sense of tranquility amidst the surrounding tempest. Whereas in combat, the techniques were swifter, driven by urgency, and the differing mental states affected the results. Having honed the wandering alone blade technique for over a decade, Wu Youliang had mastered the efficiency of internal energy accumulation, rivaling that of ordinary superior internal arts. However, to delve from the surface to the essence, one must gradually accumulate internal energy. Only when this internal energy has reached a substantial depth can it overflow, permeating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This aspect is not as profound as the authentic inner cultivation of the mystical sect. Nevertheless, this sword technique is a form of dynamic skill, complementing the static cultivation of meditation. Without achieving a certain level of internal mastery, it is impossible to remain in a meditative state for a full 12 hours. Therefore, through the dual cultivation of both internal and external practices, combining movement and stillness, one can devote sufficient time to internal training, potentially reaching 7 or 8 hours or more in the evening. Wu Youliang again utilized his internal energy to assist Yuling Shan in healing her ailment. But an unexpected situation arose. As Yuling Shan regained her clarity of mind and saw Wu Youliang's palms pressed against hers, she was taken aback, fearing that he harbored ulterior motives. She attempted to retract her left hand, but their internal energies were interconnected, making it impossible to withdraw solely through brute force. Thus, this sudden movement led to a loss of control over their internal energies, resulting in a violent backlash, causing both to cough up blood. If you wish to perish, then move recklessly, Wu Youliang warned, gripping his saber tightly. Should Yuling Shan continue to struggle, he would strike her down. Yuling Shan's eyes reddened. Yet she ceased her movements. Wu Youliang focused on his breathing, striving to calm the chaotic internal energies within them. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale from the surging blood. "You've caught a chill. I am merely treating you," he remarked brusquely before stepping out of the cave, leaving Yuling Shan with a complex expression. This wicked rogue saved me only to use me as leverage against my parents, intending to jeopardize the Huashan sect. I need not be grateful to him. The young lady muttered to herself. "Feng Qingyang, what a remarkably profound stroke, miss you. Do you know which senior of the Huashan sect this Feng Qingyang is?" Wu Youliang remarked seemingly casually as he gazed at the 3 characters etched into the stone wall. To carve a mark an inch deep into the hard stone is one level of mastery. To write complete characters in one breath is another. Yet to inscribe these characters with such vigor and depth, as if they were written on paper, is yet another realm altogether. Humph! Yuling Shan turned her back, disdainful of his words. Wu Youliang continued, "It appears you are unaware, while I possess knowledge." Humph! Yuling Shan shifted slightly. Letting out another huff, Wu Youliang explained, "This Feng Qingyang is a senior of the Feng lineage within your Huashan sect and a peerless master of the sword sect." "What sword sect of Huashan?" Yu Lingshan retorted. Wu Youliang elaborated, "In those days, the Huashan sect was divided into the Qi sect and the sword sect. Huashan sect is simply Huashan sect. There is no distinction between Qi and sword sects," Yu Lingshan countered. Turning to inquire further, Wu Youliang clarified, "The distinction between Qi and sword primarily lies in their respective focuses during training. The Qi sect emphasizes internal cultivation, advocating that once internal mastery is achieved, one can excel in all martial arts, be it fist, foot, blade, or sword. The sword sect, however, prioritizes swordsmanship, believing that mastery of the sword can triumph even with mediocre internal skills." But Yu Lingshan was beginning to believe. Recalling how her father often emphasized the importance of internal mastery, wielding the sword through internal energy, and not to lose sight of the fundamental principles. Whether it be internal mastery or swordsmanship, both are the martial arts of the Huashan sect. Must they truly be so distinctly separated? She pondered. Wu Youliang replied, "That is a question best directed to the seniors of your Huashan sect. Which do you believe holds greater importance?" Yu Lingshan inquired. Wu Youliang pondered for a moment. "In the first decade, swordsmanship is paramount. In the second decade, both are equally vital. In the final decade, internal mastery takes precedence. The world is perilous, and human hearts are even more treacherous. In the first decade, with rudimentary swordsmanship, how can one navigate the martial world? By the second decade, one has reached the age of understanding fate, and if one's internal mastery is inadequate, one's energy will have already diminished, leading to frailty and decline, making it impossible to wield intricate sword techniques. Thus, you covet the Zixia divine art of my Huashan sect, using it to coerce my father. You are despicable, lowly, unworthy of being called a man," Yu Lingshan exclaimed. Wu Youliang chuckled coldly. "The victor is a sovereign. The vanquished is a rogue. If the elders of your Huashan Qi sect had not resorted to underhanded tactics during the bloody battle at Yunu Peak, your father would not be the current leader of the Huashan sect." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Lingshan was taken aback, her tone softening. "If you wish to know, ask your father," Wu Youliang retorted dismissively. "Enough of this idle chatter. I need to complete your treatment before I can resume my training." "Training maniac," Yu Lingshan muttered under her breath. Wu Youliang feigned ignorance, extending his left hand and, before she could react, pressed it against her right hand. Upon their palms meeting, her face involuntarily displayed a mix of shyness and anger. "You've truly taken advantage of me. My hand has yet to clear the Yin Lung meridian." After a quarter of an hour, Wu Youliang settled his internal energy in his dantian. "Who said you took advantage of me? I declare that you are the one who benefited." Yu Lingshan retracted her hand, angrily wiping it against her trousers. "What have you benefited me with?" Wu Youliang smiled, a knowing glint in his expression. "You shameless." "Ha." Wu Youliang gathered his energy and leaped out of the cave. The next day, Yu Lingshan's complexion had improved significantly, her fever subsided somewhat, yet she remained quite weak. Wu Youliang stood with his saber, concentrating, as internal energy slowly surged from his energy sea. The blade flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vibrating as it struck the stone wall. Clash! The blade embedded itself in the stone. Wu Youliang exerted force, dragging the blade downward for 2 to 3 feet before it came to a halt. Within the span of an hour, he had etched over 1,000 marks into the cave's stone wall. As Wu Youliang struck down, a faint echo reverberated from behind the stone wall. He focused again, thrusting the saber into the wall, the tip piercing through until the hilt was reached. "Ah!" Yu Lingshan gasped, clearly startled by the sight. Piercing through the stone wall to the hilt required an extraordinary depth and purity of internal power, perhaps beyond what even her parents possessed. In that moment, she felt both fear and awe. Then Wu Youliang withdrew his saber and delivered a powerful palm strike against the wall, causing it to crack with a resounding boom. After several more strikes, the fissures multiplied until a section of the wall collapsed. Moments later, Wu Youliang executed a few more strikes, creating a 2-foot square hole. "Miss you, please." Wu Youliang lit a torch and gestured with his hand. Yu Lingshan huffed but followed him inside. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt a sense of relief, realizing it was not the villain's formidable power, but but rather the wall's mere thickness of 2 to 3 inches. Inside the hole lay a narrow passage, marked with numerous gashes, and looking down, she gasped again. There lay a skeletal figure, sprawled on the ground, its clothing long decayed, yet the axe beside it still glimmered faintly as they continued. They encountered 2 more skeletons, one propped against the wall, the other curled up. After a while, their vision widened. Illuminated by the torchlight was a cavern spacious enough to accommodate thousands, and upon closer inspection, 7 more skeletons littered the ground, some sitting, some lying down, each with their unique weapons beside them. Are these the weapons of the Hongshan sect, the Taishan sect, the Hongshan sect of the south, the Songshan sect? Do we have any from the Huashan sect as well? What is this place? Yulingshan gazed at the scattered sword blades across the ground, bewildered. Wu Youliang snorted. If you ask me, I ask who. This is a place belonging to your Huashan sect. The 5 Sacred Mountains Sword Sect. Despicable and shameless, resorting to treachery when defeated. These 16 characters were etched prominently into the stone wall, each character a foot square and several inches deep. Wu Youliang waved the torch, illuminating countless images on the wall. Zhang Chengyan. Zhang Chengfeng utterly dismantled the Huashan sword technique. Wu Youliang read each word aloud, the clarity resonating within the vast cavern. Upon hearing this, Yulingshan immediately stepped forward. Our Huashan sword technique is profound and renowned. Who dares to speak of dismantling it? Let alone utterly dismantling it? Yulingshan focused intently, and by the flickering torchlight, she noticed a figure drawn beside the text, a small person wielding a sword. The figure was sketched with minimal strokes, its lines rudimentary. Yet it was unmistakably a move from her sect's sword techniques, the Phoenix Descends. Opposite this figure stood another small figure, brandishing a weapon that resembled a club, clumsily pointing the end towards the sword's tip. Though the posture appeared awkward, upon closer inspection, it subtly contained a continuous intent, hinting at 6 or 7 follow-up moves capable of countering the 5 variations of the Phoenix Descends. Yulingshan's face paled with fear as she continued to observe. Noting that the move Cypress welcomes guests from another figure had also been countered, as she continued, she found that the wall was inscribed with the absolute techniques of her sect, many of which she had never encountered. Yet all were countered by the opponent's seemingly clumsy but profoundly effective techniques that utilized stillness to overcome movement. Ruthless in their nature. The more she looked, the more her heart sank, until finally, her face turned ashen, and she staggered, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing Yulingshan's despondent state, Wu Youliang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Years of dedication shattered in an instant. Who could bear such a fate? Especially upon seeing the concluding image on the wall, where the small figure discarded its sword and knelt before the wielder of the club. How could her spirit not crumble? However, these countering techniques still held limitations, capable only of dismantling individual moves. Should the swordsmen integrate their techniques into a seamless execution, dozens of moves flowing as one, how could they be countered? Or if the moves were to change endlessly, transitioning from the 3rd variation of White Rainbow pierces the sun to the 2nd variation of Phoenix Descends, how could they be countered? While these countering methods effectively dismantled each sword technique of the Huashan sect, the distinct nature of each move made their execution feel rushed and disjointed, at the very least, akin to the martial arts tenets of the Huashan school. The essence lies not merely in internal strength. Identical techniques executed with different inner energies yield disparate swordsmanship prowess. For instance, Yu Buchuan, with his concentrated internal breath, can shatter a sword forged from the finest steel with a mere flick of his sleeve. While Wu Youliang, despite months of arduous practice, can only twist the sword into a helix, unable to even break it apart, let alone employ such delicate techniques as plucking leaves or flying flowers. In summary, one must either master the swordplay or cultivate profound internal power. Incapable of withstanding a single strike, all are incapable, Yulingshan murmured, her expression dazed. Suddenly, she picked up a long sword from the ground and swung it towards the stone wall. What are you doing? Wu Youliang swiftly deflected her sword with his saber. Doesn't the Huashan sect pride itself on being a righteous school? How is it that you cannot bear to lose? Wu Youliang continued, I never expected that the daughter of the esteemed Huashan sect's leader would not only possess feeble martial skills, but also such a shallow understanding. Yulingshan's eyes reddened as she fought back tears. Wu Youliang changed his tone. On that day in the cave outside Hengyang City, Ling Hucheng boasted shamelessly that my Sandstorm 13 styles were the sword techniques of your Huashan sect. Thus, I demonstrated each move for him, and I presume upon his return to Huashan, he sought guidance from your father and mother. So what if he did? Yu Lingshan retorted. Then, it stands to reason that Yu Buchuan and his wife imparted to him the means to counter my swift blade. However, just a few days ago, he dueled with me. What was the outcome? Indeed, the same moves executed by different individuals naturally yield varying degrees of power. If those techniques were employed by my father or mother, they would certainly have overcome your swift blade. Yu Lingshan's eyes sparkled. I'm glad you understand, Wu Youliang remarked, raising his finger to press on a few of her acupoints, subsequently lifting her onto a nearby blue stone. Why are you pressing my acupoints again? Yu Lingshan said, her expression slightly angry. Sit quietly. If you continue to prattle, I shall seal your voice. Wu Youliang explained this to Yu Lingshan due to her fragile state. If she were to succumb to anxiety, it could lead to a depletion of her vitality, and he feared that no remedy would suffice, especially with the Zixia secret manual still unattained. You have been secretly learning the sword techniques of my Huashan sect? After a brief silence, Yu Lingshan exclaimed, noticing Wu Youliang picking up a long sword from the ground and clumsily practicing the sword techniques depicted on the stone wall, which were the introductory moves of Huashan swordplay. Wu Youliang ignored her and continued his practice. You despicable rogue! A man of standing stooping to such shameless acts. Yu Lingshan scolded again. Suddenly, Wu Youliang's form flickered bizarrely, appearing before Yu Lingshan, bending down so closely that their faces nearly touched. A beautiful maiden deprived of her voice. Wouldn't that be quite a pity? Practice all you want. Your skills will eventually be surpassed by my father, Yu Lingshan retorted softly. Secretly scoffing. Seeing her compliance, Wu Youliang resumed his sword practice in the days that followed. Wu Youliang practiced with his saber for 3 hours daily, followed by 6 hours of sword training, and then another 3 hours meditating outside the cave. Hoping to advance his internal power even in his sleep, on one particular day, he finally grasped the last of the sword techniques from the 5 Mountain Sword School, although he still appeared somewhat clumsy. Meanwhile, Yu Lingshan's cold had nearly subsided, prompting Wu Youliang to reflect on the distinct resilience of those with a foundation in internal power. Such a severe ailment could be recovered from in just over 10 days. One evening, after Yu Lingshan finished her rations, she suddenly stiffened, unable to move, prompting Wu Youliang to carry her out of the secret cave. Did you press my acupoints again? Yu Lingshan glared at Wu Youliang. The cave is dark and damp. I brought you out to bask in the sunlight and warm your body. Wu Youliang then returned to the cave, retrieving pen and ink to meticulously document the methods of deciphering the stone wall's illustrations, compiling them into a booklet. The reason for practicing the sword techniques, according to the imagery on the stone wall, was that the individual who inscribed those techniques possessed a realm far superior to his own, allowing a more primal expression of the sword's essence, thus making the practice far more effective. Now, having trained sufficiently in the sword techniques of all 5 sects, Wu Youliang had reached a level where he could practice independently. While the methods of deciphering could be optional, he then picked up an iron axe, channeling his Zhenshan power, and struck the stone wall fiercely. Within a quarter of an hour, the illustrations on the wall were completely obliterated. Discarding the axe, he exited the cave and sealed the entrance with stones. Who are you? One morning, Yu Lingshan was startled to see a figure clad in green enter the cave, possessing a refined appearance. Though the dim light obscured some details of his features, the handsome young man paused momentarily, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, masking his expression with feigned surprise. Are you Sister Yu? I am a new disciple taken in by the master. May I inquire how Sister Yu came to be trapped here? First, help me release my acupoints. We can discuss the rest once I have descended the cliff and returned to the mountain gate, Yu Lingshan replied. Of course, sister. The handsome young man stepped forward and bent down to ask, Sister, which of your acupoints have been pressed? Well, Yu Lingshan hesitated, as some of the acupoints pressed were in discrete areas. Despite being a disciple of Huashan, she could not allow him to touch her. Sister? The young man called out twice, and Yu Lingshan's face flushed as she weighed her options. Is it the Tianshu, Qihai, and Yuye points? The young man suddenly grinned mischievously, naming each of Yu Lingshan's pressed acupoints. You are Tian Buoguang, you lecherous rogue. How dare you mock me? Yu Lingshan's eyes widened in realization, her expression shifting to one of indignation and embarrassment. Miss Yu, I cannot concur with your accusation. You repeatedly call me a lecher. Yet I have never behaved inappropriately towards you. Furthermore, I have saved your life and provided you with clarity. Either of these debts could be remembered by a person of honor throughout their life. Do you mean to suggest that you are one who cannot distinguish between gratitude and grievance? Then how do you account for your trespass into the sacred grounds of Huashan, injuring my senior brother and abducting me? As the daughter of the Huashan sect's leader, I surmise that your senior brothers and sisters have spoiled you to the point where you are unaware of the rules of the martial world. What rules of the martial world? Yu Lingshan inquired. I did indeed injure Ling Huchong and capture you, yet I have never taken your life. How do you intend to repay me for this mercy? In the martial world, there exists an unwritten law. The so-called mercy of not killing signifies that, whether in a simple duel or a conflict of interest, or even enmities of sectarian righteousness, the victor does not slay the vanquished, thus granting a life spared. Although this mercy carries a hint of humiliation, it is not something to be taken lightly. I, Yu Lingshan, am clear on my debts and grievances. What do you wish for me to repay you? Yet, let me make it clear, I will not harm my parents or endanger the Huashan sect. I seek no repayment. I merely wish for you to refrain from calling me a lecherous rogue. Wu Youliang's thoughts turned to his deep-seated frustration. A person who had never been enlightened had inexplicably inherited a notorious reputation, which left him in despair. To rid himself of this notoriety, he saw but two paths: either renouncing the secular world to cleanse his past and dedicate himself to Buddhism, or achieving great feats to silence the gossip. He could not endure a life of fasting and prayer, and to pursue the latter path required not only exceptional martial prowess, but also a cadre of valiant soldiers. If you won't call me that, then I shan't, Yu Lingshan huffed. Why have you shaved your beard? Have you really joined the Huashan sect in secret? Some things are not for you to know. Refrain from prying, lest I press your mute acupoint again. If you won't say, then you won't say. What is so remarkable about it? Wu Youliang surmised that Yu Buchuan would not be so straightforward as to willingly hand over the Zixia secret manual, hence acquiring it would require a different strategy. Clad in green and with his beard shorn, he aimed to disguise himself, gathering intelligence and discerning the true state of affairs within Huashan. After all, the Huashan sect was one of the 5 mountain sword schools. With a significant number of disciples, and monitoring a single mountain gate was more than feasible. His lightness skills were not particularly advanced, and the intricacies of the evil-repelling swordplay could not be sustained for long. He could only employ a peculiar method of stealth as assistance. Yet, Wu Youliang could not foresee that by shaving his once curly beard, he appeared much more vibrant and youthful. The famed figure of the wandering hero was depicted as being in his 30s, whereas Wu Youliang was merely a university student, a difference of over a decade in age. However, through months of rigorous training and internal power, he had unwittingly regained some of his former charisma. In the Huashan Justice Hall, Yu Buchuan sat solemnly in a grand chair, his expression dark as he regarded Ling Huchong, who knelt before him in silence. Chonger, has Lingshan truly fallen into the hands of that lecherous rogue? Tian Buoguang? Ning Zhongzi's voice quivered, her heart filled with anxiety. Disciple is incompetent and deserves to face the master's and mistress's harsh punishment, Ling Huchong replied. What punishment can absolve the fact that Lingshan is in peril? Yu Buchuan rose, his face suddenly suffused with a purple hue, an indication of his barely contained rage. Disciple deserves death. Ling Huchong abruptly struck his palm against his own forehead, wishing to atone with his life. Only to be stopped by Ning Zhongzi. Yu Buchuan inquired again, Chonger, do the other disciples know of Lingshan's abduction? Ling Huchong shook his head. Disciple merely informed the younger apprentices that the junior sister had caught a chill and must not be disturbed. Yu Buchuan's expression softened slightly. Did Tian Buoguang leave any message? He said, Ling Huchong stammered. Speak plainly, Yu Buchuan commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Huchong finally stated, he said that if the master is concerned for his beloved daughter, he should lend him a glance at the Zixia secret manual. How outrageous! To dare covet the Zixia divine skill of the Huashan sect is truly to court death. Ning Zhongzi could not help but exclaim in anger. Yu Buchuan pondered, this matter is unlikely to be as simple as it appears. There must be a more significant conspiracy at play. Chapter 8. The Zixia Secret Manual, Part 1, Master. Someone has delivered a letter. A disciple knocked on the door of the Zhengqi Hall, presenting the letter to Yu Buchuan. The letter bore the words to the Huashan sect leader, personally opened, sealed with red lacquer. Yu Buchuan tore open the envelope and took out the letter. Master, what does it say? Ling Huchong inquired eagerly. Yu Buchuan cast a glance at Ling Huchong. He instructs me to conceal the Zixia secret manual in a sealed iron box and to cast it into the Weishui River at noon tomorrow, near a fishing boat with black sails. Senior brother, are you truly going to follow his instructions? Ning Zhongzi asked. Yu Buchuan replied, the Zixia divine skill is the ultimate art of our Huashan sect. How can it fall into the hands of others? If Tian Buoguang were to master it and wreak havoc in the Jianghu, would that not tarnish the reputation of our Huashan sect? How could I face our ancestors thereafter? But what about Ling Shan? What if something were to happen to her? Ning Zhongzi's eyes turned red, her voice choking with emotion. Yu Buchuan contemplated deeply. Tian Buoguang hails from the unorthodox paths. How could he possibly grasp the profound essence of our inner cultivation technique? The following morning, Yu Buchuan led Ling Huchong down the Huashan mountain, making their way directly to Chang'an City. An hour later, they arrived at the banks of the Weishui River. Yu Buchuan's eyes, sharp as daggers, scanned the river's surroundings where a few boats lazily bobbed about, some exquisite pleasure boats and some humble fishing vessels, with literati strumming lutes and fishermen casting nets, in the center of the river. A fishing boat with black sails drifted gently, a burly fisherman occasionally casting his net. Judging the time to be right, Yu Buchuan hurled an iron box toward the fishing boat, just as the fisherman cast his net. Deftly ensnaring the box, the fisherman retrieved the net, casting a puzzled glance at Yu Buchuan on the shore, muttering a few curses under his breath. He examined the iron box, momentarily at a loss, when suddenly a man clad in a splendid robe and sporting a long, twisted beard emerged from the cabin. Tian Buoguang. Ling Huchong gasped. Yu Buchuan silently summoned his inner strength. From a distance, he watched as the robed man casually undid the small lock, pulling out a secret manual and flipping through its pages. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he struck the fisherman into the water, the latter sinking to the river's depths, unaware of his fate. Master? Yu Buchuan propelled himself forward, soaring several feet into the air, and as his momentum waned, he descended with a palm strike upon the river's surface, creating a violent surge that rippled outward. Using the rebound force, he soared again and landed on the fishing boat. You? The robed man was momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, causing the secret manual to slip from his grasp. Yu Buchuan's sword, as ethereal as mist, flashed through the air and pressed against the man's throat. Hero, please spare my life. I know nothing. The robed man, feeling the icy tip of the sword, was instantly roused, his expression fraught with terror. Yu Buchuan furrowed his brow, employing a capturing technique with his left hand to seize the man's wrist. Discovering that he possessed no foundation in internal martial arts, only a modicum of superficial external skills. Not Tian Buoguang. Enraged, Yu Buchuan flung the man into the river, before swiftly returning to the shore. The two stood by the riverbank for a few moments, and upon seeing the calm waters, were about to return to Huashan when a small beggar approached. Excuse me, are you the Huashan sect leader? Indeed. That is I. May I ask who you are? Someone gave me a silver ingot to deliver a letter to you. The small beggar handed over the letter and promptly scampered away. Another letter? Yu Buchuan's brow twitched, his expression darkening with evident anger. As the esteemed leader of a sect, he found himself manipulated by a lecherous rogue. Leader your sincerity seems somewhat lacking. Should you attempt to deceive me again with a counterfeit manual, beware of my wrath. The vast heavens and earth will have ample space for the lady's 7 feet of yellow earth. How outrageous! Yu Buchuan's expression darkened further, but he ultimately calmed his spirit and continued to recite silently. In Chang'an City, there is an establishment called Jushin Tower. I have reserved an elegant table by the window on the 2nd floor for you. You may send your eldest disciple to place the Zixia secret manual there, and I shall send someone to retrieve it. Remember, only your eldest disciple is permitted upstairs. I hope you do not miscalculate. To Zhixin Tower. Yu Buchuan crumpled the letter into a ball, channeling his strength to reduce it to powder. Yet, he suddenly paused, a wave of doubt washing over him. How could Tian Buoguang be so certain that the manual I provided was a counterfeit? Was it mere speculation, or did he have some basis for his assertion? Furthermore, he sensed something was amiss, as though he had overlooked a crucial detail. However, the urgency of the situation had left no time for contemplation, and now he could not recall, after a short while. Ling Hucheng entered Zhixin Tower. As soon as he stepped through the main door, a waiter approached him. May I ask if you are Ling Hu Gongzi? That is indeed me. Please, come upstairs. The waiter escorted Ling Hucheng to the second floor. Stopping at a table by the window. Ling Hu Gongzi, this table has been reserved by a guest specifically for you. Is there anything you would like? Nothing for now. You may leave. Ling Hucheng surveyed the surroundings. Noting that the second floor was filled with numerous tables. Although the diners were dressed in finery and exuded an air of elegance, their heavy breathing and glazed expressions revealed their mundane nature. Even the attendants surrounding them were merely brawny men practicing rudimentary external techniques. Ling Hucheng took out a secret manual from his robe, placing it on the table before sitting at a nearby one. An hour passed without anyone coming for the manual. 2 hours passed, and still, there was no movement. Ling Hucheng, clearly impatient and lacking mastery over his qi cultivation, anxiously scanned the room. Guest, would you like something to eat? Another waiter approached, bowing deeply as if overly respectful. Bring me a pot of wine. Certainly, guest. Before long, the wine arrived, and Ling Hucheng poured himself a cup, downing it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed 5 or 6 cups. Another half-hour passed, yet still, no one approached. Ling Hucheng grew increasingly agitated, having drained the first pot of wine and calling for another, which he quickly finished. Why has no one come? What trick is Tian Buoguang playing? Another half-hour elapsed, and the sky darkened. The tavern filled with patrons, creating a bustling atmosphere on the second floor, rife with chatter and clamor. Several waiters rushed about serving tea and water, and Ling Hucheng's restlessness intensified. Guest, could you please take a seat at the table in front? The second floor is now full, and it would be inappropriate to leave a table empty while others stand. The establishment cannot afford such losses. A waiter cautiously suggested. That table is of use to me. It is not empty. I am not. Ling Hucheng's gaze instinctively darted over, and he was struck with alarm. The table was entirely bare. The secret manual had vanished. His eyes reddened, and he scanned the second floor, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, exuding an air of predatory menace. Yet, no matter how he looked, he could not discern which patron had taken the manual without him noticing. He was certain that no diners had approached within 2 feet of that table. Who on earth took the Zixia secret manual? And when did they do it? Chapter 9. The Zixia Secret Manual, Part 2. Among martial arts, the cultivation of qi is paramount. The afflictions of a martial artist stem from violence, arrogance, cruelty, and treachery. Violence disturbs the spirit and disrupts the qi. Arrogance detaches the true self and causes the qi to float. Cruelty deprives one of compassion and leads to a loss of qi. Treachery hardens the heart and hastens the qi. Wu Youliang exited the tavern and turned a corner, immediately perusing the secret manual. The more he read, the more he felt that the scriptures contained within the manual were both a continuation and a profound refinement of the Huashan foundational internal cultivation techniques he had obtained from Lin Pingji. It is genuine. Abandon the 4 natures, return to gentleness and kindness, beat the heavenly drum, drink the jade nectar, stir the huaqi, knock the golden beam, and act upon it. There will surely be a difference. Wait. Wu Youliang froze, staring at the last page of the manual. His heart suddenly clawed at as if by a cat's paw. You did not explain how to beat the heavenly drum, how to drink the jade nectar, or how to stir the huaqi and knock the golden beam. Why is that missing? Wu Youliang's mind briefly wandered, but he quickly suppressed his agitation, preparing to leave when suddenly a whisper of wind caught his attention. A shadow in green flickered before him. Moving gracefully like a breeze, Wu Youliang was taken aback, stuffing the secret manual into his bosom and gripping his dagger tightly, adopting a defensive posture. Your skills are remarkable. To toy with you in such a manner. Such cunning truly impresses me. Yu Buchuan fixed his gaze on Wu Youliang, an aura of lethal intent binding him firmly in place. The oppressive killing intent sent a shiver down Wu Youliang's spine, leaving his back feeling chilled. For a renowned figure in the martial world, the techniques employed by him struck with considerable force, leaving even Yu Buchuan, with his cultivated skills, wearing a grim expression. Tio illustrate this vividly. Imagine you are on the street, delivering several resounding slaps to an adult man. One would wonder if he would not retaliate fiercely. I possess merely a modicum of martial prowess, unworthy of such accolades from Master Yu. Regardless of my myriad transformations, I cannot escape your discerning eye. Wu Youliang remarked. You nearly deceived me, yet you overlooked two critical points, Yu Buchuan replied, his demeanor suddenly calm, a trace of amusement flickering across his face. What are those 2 points? The gentleman in the embroidered robe aboard the fishing boat lacked any foundational internal energy. How could he possibly submerge a robust fisherman, seasoned in the craft, beneath the river's depths, leaving him unknown to the fates? Of course, you might argue that the fisherman, fearing trouble, submerged himself by holding his breath. However, your second letter asserted unequivocally that you had utilized a counterfeit scripture, which raises my suspicions. What gives you such confidence unless you were present on the boat? I distinctly recall that the gentleman in the embroidered robe perused the scripture before plunging the fisherman into the river. The fisherman, merely an arm's length away, would naturally have glimpsed some verses. Your sleight of hand was indeed clever. As for your disguise as a humble innkeeper, although your steps were heavy and your face artfully masked, did you not find that a mere innkeeper's physique seemed excessively robust? Surely, Chonger's keen eyes would discern some flaws. He must have focused intently on the diners, neglecting your proximity, I must say. While darkness under the lamp is a perilous gambit, it is also a clever stratagem. Alas, as he concluded, Yu Buchuan sighed and glanced at the approaching Ling Huchong, who bore an expression of trepidation before glaring at Wu Youliang. Alas, no matter how cunning the prey, it cannot evade the hunter's gaze. Wu Youliang's mind had settled into tranquility. Do you wish for me to strike, or will you disarm yourself? Yu Buchuan inquired. Wu Youliang responded, Master Yu overestimates himself. You are neither the leader of the martial world nor the emperor, incapable of uttering a decree that would render me powerless. Then allow me to experience your swift blade. Forgive my impudence. Wu Youliang's countenance hardened as he unleashed his single-edged knife with all his might. Employing techniques such as the slashing force, the mountain-shaking force, and the wave-turning force, allowing his inner energy to surge from his dantian, coursing through his chest, back, waist, and legs. The blade cleaved through the air, producing a fierce wind that howled like a ghostly lament under the moonlight. Upon this initiation, pedestrians fled in panic. 2 constables patrolling the street, upon witnessing the scene, also turned to flee in the face of this strike. Yu Buchuan merely thrust his sword toward Wu Youliang's wrist with a motion both unhurried and light. In that moment, Wu Youliang's blade diverted, evading Yu Buchuan's long sword, and he struck at his left shoulder, to which the latter responded by aiming once more for his wrist. Within mere breaths, the two exchanged over 20 moves, yet neither had landed a blow. Swords and blades continually altered their trajectories mid-flight. The blade's speed and weight tore through the air, while the sword's momentum danced gracefully, devoid of any hint of malice typical of a life-and-death struggle. Wu Youliang, invigorated by the clash, shifted his form fluidly, yet Yu Buchuan remained steadfast. Even as Wu Youliang circled behind him, merely turning his long sword to counter and repel the incoming blade. After a time, Wu Youliang had executed over 40 techniques from his 13 forms, culminating in a collision with Yu Buchuan's long sword. The impact resounded like 2 iron rods striking together, causing a jolt of pain in Wu Youliang's hands, blood staining the hilt of his knife. His arm growing weak with discomfort. In the next instant, Yu Buchuan's sword flashed unexpectedly, its tip transforming from ethereal elegance to lightning speed, closing in with alarming swiftness, startling Wu Youliang, whose eyes widened in alarm as he summoned the principles of the evil-repelling sword technique. Retreating a step, Yu Buchuan's sword flickered again, twice, thrice, while Wu Youliang retreated, then retreated again, the two of them advancing and retreating in a straight line. covering considerable distance in mere blinks of an eye. Yet, Wu Youliang felt a surge of energy boiling within his dantian, a wave of heat radiating outward. Yu Buchuan once more wielded his sword like smoke and mist, the light of his blade appearing both real and illusory. Wu Youliang ceased to employ the principles of the evil-repelling sword technique, instead crafting a luminous circle with his single knife, yet it swiftly diminished in size, each clash of blade and sword sending sharp pain through Wu Youliang's hands. Maintaining his composure, Wu Youliang's inner energy swelled within his organs, his technique transforming into a sealed barrier, defending against the increasingly oppressive sword strikes. However, Yu Buchuan's internal power was profound. After some time, Wu Youliang, besides enduring greater pain in his arm, felt an inexplicable heaviness seep into his chest, clouding the flow of his energy. Eventually, the tumultuous energy within his dantian subsided, and Wu Youliang once again shifted his form, retreating to escape the enveloping light of Yu Buchuan's sword, then advancing once more, channeling all his essence into the tip of his knife, piercing straight ahead without any subsequent maneuvers. Yu Buchuan immediately stepped back. Retracting his sword into a guarded stance, Wu Youliang closed the distance again, launching another direct thrust. Yu Buchuan retreated once more, white rainbow piercing the sun. Yu Buchuan gasped in astonishment. How do you know the Huashan sword technique? Is this move called white rainbow piercing the sun? Then what about this one? Wu Youliang's blade shimmered, seemingly descending from above, then from below. Heavenly silk upside down. Yu Buchuan retreated 2 steps, his expression shifting between shades of purple. And this one? Wu Youliang's single knife vibrated ominously, launching fierce attacks at 5 critical points on Yu Buchuan's upper body, executing the 5 variations of this move in an instant, each appearing as a singular strike. A phoenix descends. Yu Buchuan staggered back 5 steps, his purple aura flickering weakly, before surging forth again. What about this one? Wu Youliang's knife flashed, twice, thrice, unleashing 12 strikes in rapid succession, replicating the previous technique that had forced Yu Buchuan to retreat. Boundless falling leaves. Yu Buchuan followed suit, retreating 12 steps. With each strike, Wu Youliang let out a shout, while Yu Buchuan retreated with each incoming attack, soon returning to the initial battleground. As the confrontation intensified, Yu Buchuan's purple aura swelled, the gloom upon his brow deepening. Although Wu Youliang executed the Huashan sword technique with some clumsiness, it was undoubtedly more refined than what he had previously mastered. Coupled with his strange and swift movements, the power of his sword techniques surged exponentially, leaving Yu Buchuan in a defensive posture, unable to counterattack. Should there be even the slightest lapse in his defense, he risked being struck, and were he to be injured by his own school's sword techniques. Even a mere tear in his clothing would tarnish his reputation. Just as Yu Buchuan felt the weight of frustration mounting, Wu Youliang suddenly displayed a hue of red and blue on his face. Brows slightly furrowed, as if in pain, then, with a swift motion, he darted 6 or 7 paces away, and again, another 6 or 7 paces, his movements astonishingly swift, vanishing around a street corner. Yu Buchuan immediately activated his technique to pursue. Chapter 10. The Purple Cloud Secret Manual, Part 3. A night had passed. Wu Youliang panted heavily, feeling as if molten lava churned within his chest and abdomen. Each exhalation seemed to release a wave of fiery heat. The potency of the principles behind the evil-repelling sword technique had exceeded his expectations. Who was Yu Buchuan? The esteemed leader of the Huashan sect, renowned throughout the martial realm as the gentleman's sword. And who was Wu Youliang? Merely months ago, he was a student devoid of any martial prowess. Even though he had inherited the swift blade of the Wandering One and trained in internal energy for several months. Even with the dual cultivation of internal and external techniques, equating to several days of practice for an ordinary person, he could at most claim 10 years of training, far inferior to Yu Buchuan's century of mastery. Yet, with the empowerment of the principles, his rudimentary Huashan sword technique had managed to keep Yu Buchuan on the defensive, unable to mount an offense. Even if the latter had sustained no injuries nor torn a single thread of his clothing. It was a source of pride for Wu Youliang. This was still amidst his male form's training, without fully integrating the evil-repelling sword technique, merely scratching the surface. If this was its incomplete manifestation, one could only imagine the terror of its perfected form. Surely, It could have dispatched Wu Youliang in an instant, rendering any flight unnecessary. Should he adhere to the first tenet of the secret manual? Perhaps within a year, a new master would emerge in the martial world, and in a few years, another invincible figure would rise. Yet, recalling the words of the Eastern master before his demise, "If only I were truly a woman," a shiver coursed through Wu Youliang. And he dared not entertain such thoughts again. What kind of martial art is this? Wu Youliang caught up. Might I entice Master Yu to venture a guess? Wu Youliang replied, feeling his internal energy gradually stabilize. I am not particularly adept at guessing, Wu Youliang responded. Master Yu pursues me without inquiring about the whereabouts of your daughter, nor the origins of my Huashan sword technique, solely fixated on my martial arts. That seems somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, I have acted rashly, Wu Youliang smiled, though his eyes remained icy, devoid of mirth. Master Yu, your daughter remains unaccounted for. Are you truly unconcerned? Perhaps you might hand over the remaining scriptures of the Purple Cloud secret manual, and I will reveal her hiding place. Wu Youliang continued, as you have observed, it seems you cannot apprehend me at this moment. Should night fall and unforeseen circumstances arise, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Concerning your reputation, there is no need for me to go to such lengths, Wu Youliang replied, the implications of his words clear. Your name is sullied, and I cannot ascertain whether you have harmed my daughter. Regardless, I intend to take your life, so there is no need for complications. The reason for previously granting half of the truly authentic Zixia secret manual was merely to lure the serpent from its lair. Intending to capture him alive, as for what would follow his capture, it would undoubtedly involve severe punishment, compelling him to divulge the whereabouts of Yuling Shan. Should she be unharmed, a swift end would be granted. If harm befell her, he would face a fate of 1,000 cuts. In a feudal society, where rituals and morals were strictly enforced, women were subject to various commands and prohibitions, as if bound by countless iron chains. Though the children of the rivers and lakes were bold and daring, they too had to adhere to certain moral codes, particularly concerning a woman's chastity, whether willingly or under duress. Yet, there is no absolute despair. By eliminating the lecherous scoundrel who offended her, one could, in a sense, restore her honor, though the whispers and rumors would inevitably persist. Since Master Yu possesses such a heart of stone, indifferent to the life and death of his beloved daughter, I have nothing more to say. Let us rely on our own methods. As the confrontation commenced, Wu Youliang swiftly employed the esoteric techniques of the evil-repelling sword art, his form shifting like a specter. The blade flashing with the speed of lightning. In contrast, Wu Youliang wielded his long sword with a grace that appeared as ethereal smoke, untouched by any taint. One was in motion while the other stood resolute, the clash of blades resonating like the sound of metal striking metal. Strangely, although the sounds became increasingly dense, they grew fainter. Whenever Wu Youliang's saber approached Wu Youliang's sword, he would deftly alter the direction and force of his strike, creating an unpredictable rhythm that bewildered Wu Youliang, compelling him to adapt his own techniques in response. After several exchanges, both men found themselves laboring. Wu Youliang's internal energy was boiling, akin to raging fire, while Wu Youliang's blood surged, leaving him feeling heavy in the chest. As the fight progressed, hues of blue and red began to mar Wu Youliang's previously resplendent visage. Seizing an opportunity, Wu Youliang retreated with an agile grace. Vanishing like a wraith, Wu Youliang sheathed his sword and pursued him. At Huashan, in the Hall of Righteousness, Ning Zhongzi intermittently rose and sat, glancing anxiously towards the door. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, prompting her to rush out. Chong'er, why have you returned alone? Where is your master? She inquired. Ling Huchong responded, Master pursued Tianboguang. I am useless and couldn't keep up with them. I waited at the foot of the mountain all night. But seeing no sign of him, I had no choice but to come back and await your instructions. In the Zixia secret manual, has it fallen into Tianboguang's hands? Ning Zhongzi pressed further. Ling Huchong recounted the events in detail. Who would have thought Tianboguang so cunning? Had it not been for your master's keen insight to see through his ruse, the consequences would have been dire, Ning Zhongzi lamented. The two continued their wait, having only nibbled at their lunch. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wu Youliang still had not returned. Just as their anxiety became almost unbearable, a light, somewhat ethereal footfall approached from afar. Father, mother, I am back. Ling Shan, little junior sister. Ning Zhongzi and Ling Hucheng hurried out to see a young woman of delicate beauty and graceful stature entering the courtyard, seemingly running yet walking at once. Upon witnessing her haggard expression, Ning Zhongzi's heart shattered. Ling Shan, are you unharmed? How did you manage to escape? She asked. Mother, I am fine, merely a bit hungry and rather dirty. I used my internal energy to break the acupoints on my body and snap the ropes to flee, Ling Shan replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, recalling how it took her an entire day and night to unblock her acupoints and another day to break free from the ropes. An utterly humiliating experience. Ling Shan, did Tian Buoguang mistreat you? Ning Zhongzi inquired suddenly. Wu, that detestable scoundrel, of course, he bullied me. Ling Shan recalled, quickly correcting herself to avoid using a profane term. Ning Zhongzi felt a wave of dizziness, while Ling Hucheng's eyes blazed with fury. Did he truly mistreat you? Ning Zhongzi's voice trembled with intensity. He only gave me hard, dry rations, frequently sealed my acupoints, forbidding me from doing this or that. Mother, you must seek vengeance for me, Ling Shan pouted. Rest assured, your father is already pursuing him. You must not act impulsively and do something foolish, Ning Zhongzi cautioned, fearing her daughter might return to the mountains solely to bid farewell to her parents before taking her own life, declaring that although her body bore taint, her heart remained pure. When father captures him, I will certainly seal his acupoints too, rendering him utterly immobile, able only to speak and blink, Ling Shan declared. Raising her fingers defiantly, Ning Zhongzi suddenly detected a hint of peculiarity in her tone and, observing her countenance, noted a sorrow devoid of any intent to perish, without a trace of seductive allure. Determined, Ning Zhongzi checked Ling Shan's internal energy, then lifted her left sleeve, revealing a small, crimson birthmark situated precisely there. In that instant, both Ning Zhongzi and Ling Hucheng felt as if their hearts had soared from the depths of despair to the heavens above. Mother, Ling Shan hastily pulled down her sleeve, as if fearing exposure. Ling Shan, he did not mistreat you. Ning Zhongzi's voice was a mix of surprise and suspicion. Mother. Ling Shan quickly grasped the true meaning behind Ning Zhongzi's words. Realizing it diverged from her previous understanding, her cheeks blooming with a deeper flush. He truly did not mistreat you? Ning Zhongzi pressed again. No, Ling Shan shook her head. Though he captured me, he treated me with courtesy, never overstepping boundaries. In fact, he saved my life and alleviated my inner demons. She then recounted her ordeal at the Cliff of Reflection, leaving Ning Zhongzi and Ling Hucheng in a state of astonishment. To treat her with such respect, without the slightest infringement, and to cure her from the chill of the wind, while resolving her martial doubts, could this truly be Tian Buoguang? However, upon hearing of the secret cave at the Cliff of Reflection, inscribed with the long-lost sword techniques of the Five Mountain Sword Sect, which he practiced and subsequently destroyed, thoughts of concern bloomed in their minds. Ling Hucheng felt a mix of regret and resentment, while Ning Zhongzi was consumed by worry, fearing turmoil in the martial world. In today's realm, only Wu Youliang possessed the exquisite sword techniques lost to the Five Mountain Sword Sect, along with the means to decipher them. This was precisely why Wu Youliang allowed Ling Shan to witness the scene within the secret cave. He aimed to convey this news through her to Huashan Sect, to the Five Mountain Sword Sect, and ultimately to the entire martial world. For those in the martial community, the value of martial arts manuals far exceeds that of gold and silver. For instance, Dan Qingshang of the Four Friends of Jiangnan could exchange 3 ordinary sword techniques for 10 barrels of fine grape wine from the western regions, along with the method of brewing. Yet, the hundreds of techniques Wu Youliang possessed from the Five Mountain Sword Sect were of an unparalleled rarity, treasures that even the leaders of the 5 sects had never glimpsed, far too precious to be measured against gold and silver. Thus, as long as Wu Youliang remained elusive, he held an enticing bargaining chip that even the Five Mountain Sword Sect, the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, and various heroes would find hard to resist. After days and nights of flight, Wu Youliang lost track of how many times he had dueled with Yu Buchuan, perhaps 300 times, perhaps 500. All he knew was that his once clumsy techniques had become remarkably adept. He vividly recalled the first time he transformed his style to mimic the myriad forms of the Nanyue Hengshan sword techniques, penetrating Wu Buchuan's tightly knit sword circle and slicing through the fabric on his shoulder, causing a faint hint of purple energy to emanate from Wu Buchuan's blade. Subsequently, employing the Beiwei Hengshan technique, Wu Youliang found himself capable of blocking Wu Buchuan's formidable strikes even without the esoteric techniques of the evil-repelling sword art. His defensive stance grew increasingly impenetrable, while sporadic counterattacks managed to disrupt Wu Buchuan's momentum. With each display of the five mountain sword techniques, Wu Buchuan's resolve to capture Wu Youliang grew stronger. After Wu Youliang unveiled all the techniques, Wu Buchuan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must seize him alive, no matter the cost. The previous day, Wu Buchuan's assaults intensified. He ceased to restore his own energy, nor would he allow Wu Youliang respite, relentlessly pursuing him in an attempt to exhaust him completely through sheer force of will. Undeterred by the risks, Wu Buchuan vowed to capture Wu Youliang alive. Wu Youliang felt a crushing pain in his chest and abdomen, his internal energy murky like sludge. He could no longer summon the techniques of the evil-repelling sword art. To force it would mean inviting calamity. Tearing his flesh apart, he glanced back at the approaching Wu Buchuan and then at the surging waters of the Yellow River below. Resolutely, he leaped, roar. A sudden tiger-like roar echoed through the quiet classroom, sending tremors through the hearts of all teachers and students, forcing them to suppress their urges, nearly losing control. Wu Buchuan! Another furious shout rang out as a figure sprang up, delivering a mighty strike that sent a row of desks crashing down with a resounding boom. Eliciting a chorus of startled cries, it was a close call. Someone almost lost control. Chapter 11. The Name of Wu Urge, Part 1. This unexpected turn of events captured everyone's attention. Who is this person? Incredible. He can demolish a row of desks with a single strike. Has he awakened? Even if awakened, can he truly contend with a seasoned hunter who has seen combat? How many blows could he withstand from Professor Luo? I wager 2. By the second, he would certainly be knocked down. What kind of punishment will the Academy impose? I predict at least a warning. If he continues to disrupt, a serious reprimand may follow. Whispers filled the grand classroom. As onlookers reveled in the chaos, many relishing the opportunity to witness a spectacle. Student, if you have grievances towards me or the material I am teaching, please address them after class. There is no need to disrupt the discipline of the classroom and disturb all your classmates. The professor waved the iron ruler in his hand and spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. Wu Buchuan, cease your incessant prattle. If you wish to fight, then fight. Do not expect me to stand by idly. Wu Youliang vaguely perceived a figure brandishing a weapon resembling a sword standing not far away. Yet, no matter how he strained his gaze, he could not discern the person's features. Surrounding him were several shadowy figures. His instincts suggested that, apart from the individual before him, the rest posed no threat. Likely mere onlookers among the common populace. His mind was somewhat muddled. His inner energy was murky, and his blood surged chaotically, rising from his chest and abdomen, a wave of intense pain relentlessly assaulting his consciousness, causing his head to throb painfully, his complexion shifting from crimson to ashen in a continuous, disconcerting cycle. This student, I must warn you one last time. Desist from your foolishness and refrain from disturbing your classmates during the lecture. Professor Luo's expression darkened. Liang, sit down and cease this ruckus. Yang Feng, has your elder brother lost his mind? Hurry, restrain him. Elder brother, calm down. Do not act recklessly. However, to Yang Feng's astonishment, the moment his hand brushed against Wu Youliang's sleeve, it felt as though he had been scorched by a spark, prompting him to withdraw immediately. This student, please take your seat and stop this nonsense, a leader from the guest seats admonished. What is this? Wu Buchuan, you have even found an accomplice? You dare summon this worthless, heavy-breathing, feeble man? Wu Youliang noticed another figure standing in his line of sight, cast a glance, and disdainfully remarked. A few people snickered, but upon witnessing the leader's face darken to the hue of charcoal, they quickly stifled their laughter. He is finished. Insulting a leader warrants at least a reprimand. Sit down. Report to my office after class, a vice dean interjected. Yet, Wu Youliang paid him no heed, his gaze fixed solely on Professor Luo. Ignoring the two academy leaders, Many finally sensed that something was amiss, and the great classroom fell silent once more. With a swift motion, Wu Youliang's left hand revealed a single knife, and an aura of chilling cold emanated from him, causing some students nearby to retreat in trepidation. What are you planning to do? Quick! Alert the duty instructor from the hunting academy downstairs. Several leaders shouted in a panic. Kill! In an instant, Wu Youliang leaped forward, soaring 7 or 8 meters, astonishing his fellow students who could scarcely believe their eyes, landing before the professor. Is he truly Liang? Good heavens, elder brother, what has happened? Have spirits taken possession of you? Yang Feng stared in bewilderment at Wu Youliang's silhouette, recalling the previous night when they had been frantically chased by mutated wasps in their dormitory. Now, witnessing his elder brother's extraordinary leap, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The knife hummed and vibrated, creating tangible ripples in the air, an indescribable grandeur suffusing the gaze of all present. Clang! The knife collided with the ruler, causing Professor Luo to freeze momentarily in that instant. Wu Youliang's blade shifted from a mighty force to a nimble, elusive movement, embodying an unpredictable essence. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blow targeted his vital points, yet as soon as it tore through fabric and grazed skin, it retracted. You are not Yubuchuan. Who are you? Wu Youliang retreated and shouted, finding the man's martial prowess woefully inadequate. Coughing, Professor Luo, clad in formal attire, had transformed into a beggar's garb, leaning on the iron ruler, staring at Wu Youliang's complexion, which fluctuated between shades of blue and red. His heart raced violently, leaving him momentarily speechless. Elder brother, he is Professor Luo. Are you all right? Yang Feng mustered his courage and stepped forward, while the rest of the faculty and students were utterly astonished by Wu Youliang's display of skill. Retreating to the back of the classroom. He is Professor Luo? Then where is Yubuchuan? Did he not pursue us? Wu Youliang paused, his inner energy gradually stabilizing, the chaotic blood flow subsiding, and the scene before him becoming clearer. His mind awakening to lucidity. Elder brother, who is Yubuchuan? Yang Feng felt the name was familiar, yet he could not recall. The leader of the Huashan sect, the gentleman's sword, Yubuchuan. Elder brother, do not frighten me. Yubuchuan is a character from a novel. How could he possibly chase us here? A character from a novel? Upon hearing this, Wu Youliang regained some clarity. Who is causing this commotion? The door to the great classroom was forcefully flung open and collided with the wall. Several robust men bursting in. Wu Youliang glanced back, suddenly lunging forward, his form like a fleeting shadow, swiftly encircling the men before returning to his original position, continuing to regain his composure. The intruders stood frozen, terror etched on their faces, as if confronted by a ghost. And why goodness! The faculty and students witnessing this were left dumbfounded. What has happened to Liang? Has the ancestral master manifested? The students from the adjacent dormitory, attending the same class, were equally astounded. In the vast classroom, everyone seemed immobilized, as if their meridians had been sealed. Time passed slowly. The hues of blue and red on Wu Youliang's face gradually receded, the chilling aura around him dissipating bit by bit. This is the great classroom. I have returned? Wu Youliang gazed at the familiar yet somewhat strange environment, as if caught in a dream. Xiao Wu, why do you stare at me so? What has happened to them? Turning around, he noticed his dormitory brothers gazing at him in astonishment, all appearing as though they had encountered a ghost. Elder brother, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Wu Youliang naturally sheathed the knife, and with a flick of his left hand, the blade vanished from sight. The swift concealment of the weapon dazzled many onlookers, leaving Wu Youliang himself astonished. Did I do that? Have I truly acquired martial prowess? Observing the chaos in the classroom, Wu Youliang vaguely recalled the events that had just transpired, though his blood had surged to his brain, causing him to lose focus and rendering his memories hazy. As for the months spent in the realm of laughing proudly in the world, it felt surreal and absurd. Was it all real? Wu Youliang instinctively raised his right hand, striking several times. The sharp sounds echoed, revealing astonishing speed and power, along with pinpoint accuracy, enveloped in a unique aura. In the next moment, Wu Youliang suddenly felt the gazes of his classmates upon him, piercingly bright. Theo draw an illustrative comparison. It resembled the eyes of super-rich second-generation heirs clutching luxury car keys and concealing bundles of red bills before a cataclysm, yet even more intense. Chapter 12. The Name of Wu Urge, Part 2, P.S. Here is the update for May Day. After reading, do not rush to play. Remember to cast your monthly votes first. Starting now, during the 515 Fan Festival at the starting point, enjoy double monthly votes, and other activities offering red envelopes are worth checking out. A student with a muddled mind yet extraordinary abilities is undoubtedly a source of fear for everyone, for one never knows when he might strike with fatal intent. Conversely, a lucid-minded student with remarkable skills presents an entirely different scenario. The most primal and powerful instinct in humanity is survival. In the face of survival, many matters become trivial. With someone who outmatches even a formally recognized junior hunter like Professor Luo, who would not welcome him, perhaps for him, a mere gesture could save one's life. Professor Luo, are you unscathed? Wu Youliang felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling the chaos he had caused earlier. Professor Luo had issued 2 warnings regarding his disruption, a display of remarkable patience and tolerance, as a person of considerable power and prestige. One's words in formal settings often carry weight. Otherwise, it results in a loss of face. Professor Luo's warnings were clearly not intended to be taken lightly, yet Wu Youliang had nearly cost him his life. I am fine. Professor Luo, still shaken, regarded Wu Youliang with a complex expression. Had the latter not shown mercy, he would have met a grim fate. Aside from barely parrying the first strike, he could not withstand the subsequent blows, which were entirely at Wu Youliang's discretion. This student, could you perhaps spare them? Professor Luo gestured toward the immobilized instructors from the hunting academy, addressing Wu Youliang. My apologies for the offense. Esteemed teachers. Wu Youliang stepped forward, using his internal energy to release the sealed pressure points of the instructors, who glanced at him in silence, their previous wild demeanor transformed. Esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am unsure how I lost control earlier. I sincerely apologize for any fright I may have caused. As for the damaged desks and chairs, I will compensate for them. Wu Youliang turned to address the entire class. This was an unforeseen incident. As long as no one was harmed, it is of little consequence. A few desks and chairs are trivial. The academy will handle the matter, a vice dean from Wu Youliang's own academy declared. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed leaders. This student. May we have a private conversation? Following the incident, the lecture was rendered impossible. Professor Luo beckoned Wu Youliang and led the way outside the classroom. Wu Youliang followed. The two paused at a corner. This student. May I ask your name? Professor Luo inquired. Wu Youliang, from Wu Mountain, possessing the virtue of moral conscience. Wu Youliang replied. Wu, have you previously injected gene serum? To be frank, Professor, I could not possibly afford such an expensive item. With all due respect, it appears highly probable that you have achieved a natural awakening. In comparison to an artificial awakening, a natural one is far more wondrous and formidable. However, it is ultimately a sudden occurrence, lacking the gradual progression of an artificial awakening, which entails significantly greater risks and may lead to the emergence of peculiar ailments. The professor implies that what you just described resembles symptoms akin to a type of delusional disorder. Although, following the Great Calamity, it is not uncommon for individuals to experience varying degrees of psychological disturbances. Each person is unique. You are well aware of your abilities. Should they spiral out of control, the consequences could be dire. Coincidentally, I have a colleague who specializes in psychiatry. If you do not mind, I could provide you with her contact information. Thank you, Professor. Additionally, I sincerely hope you will consider participating in this year's Hunter assessment. Here is my business card. Please take some time to deliberate. I shall consider it. Brother, what exactly happened just now? As soon as Professor Luo departed, Yang Feng approached with a questioning demeanor. I am not certain. It just happened all of a sudden. Wu Youliang shrugged. Feigning innocence, as the Wu clan's performance principles took center stage, I cannot possibly divulge to you that I have inherited a legacy from a martial arts realm, mastering a swift blade honed through over a decade of solitary practice. Along with the internal cultivation techniques of the Huashan sect, diligently training day and night for several months, accumulating internal energy equivalent to that of an ordinary person over a span of nearly a decade. Should I utter such words, you would undoubtedly deem me mentally unstable. Brother, Have you truly awakened? Yang Feng inquired again. Perhaps, Wu Youliang replied. Suddenly, Yang Feng grasped Wu Youliang's left arm, but the moment his hand brushed against the sleeve, he felt a muscle beneath the fabric twitch violently, sending a shock through his 5 fingers, rendering his entire hand numb. What are you doing? Wu Youliang seized his palm, channeling energy to circulate the obstructed blood and qi. I want to see your blade, Yang Feng said with a look of awe. Brother, why is it that I cannot even touch it? It is as if you possess a dazzling garment like the colorful robe of the king of the Purple Kingdom in Journey to the West. This is called a protective skill. Wu Youliang's internal cultivation had reached a certain level, allowing his internal energy to traverse his body at will, occasionally ascending and descending. When faced with external threats, his internal energy would respond autonomously, rendering minor disturbances inconsequential. This was also one of the reasons he preferred the esoteric internal cultivation techniques over the star absorption technique from the dungeons of Meizhuang in Westlake. While the latter could amass power at an astonishing rate and was formidable in combat, it came with considerable drawbacks, including backlash. To effectively fend off enemies, one must rely on self-directed cultivation, a feat that even the most unorthodox internal techniques could not surpass. Wu Youliang sighed. If only I had been like this a year earlier, perhaps the elder brothers would not have had to leave. Brother, there are no ifs in this matter. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. You may protect for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Regardless, living one more day is a blessing. Indeed, I have been somewhat obstinate. The more splendid our future, the more vibrant we shall live. Let us see when the King of Hell sends us an invitation for tea. The two laughed as they exited the lecture hall. Making their way toward the dormitory, Liangren, wait. 3 figures hurried from behind. Brother Liangren, you are indeed a master of extraordinary skills. Might we request your escort back to our dormitory? One of the smaller classmates jested. Monkey, hiring a junior-level hunter for protection. What price would the hunting council demand? Double that, and it would suffice, Wu Youliang replied, feigning seriousness. Brother Liangren, having shared the same floor for more than a year, discussing money is quite disheartening. Another classmate, his face covered in small pimples, remarked. Yang Feng, what price does your brother demand from you? The last classmate, sporting a scar on his right cheek, asked Yang Feng. You just referred to him as my brother, Yang Feng chuckled. The 3 exchanged glances before simultaneously exclaiming, Brother! Let us go. A smile crept across Wu Youliang's lips as he led the way, the others closely following. The fierce beasts surrounding the school had long been eradicated, with the only oversight being from the skies above, such as small flying creatures and insects. Compared to small avian creatures, insects were easier to deal with, yet still posed challenges. Easier to handle meant they could be repelled with potent insecticides or specialized agents, while the difficulty arose when one was bitten. Should the venom be severe or rare, the consequences could be dire. Insects inherently possess some degree of toxicity, albeit mild, inflicting only symptoms like numbness, pain, and itching. However, post-calamity, many creatures either reverted to ancestral forms or mutated, with numerous insects now posing a lethal threat to humanity. For instance, a swarm of mutated wasps, individually venomous, could certainly prove fatal if they attacked en masse. Thank you all for your unwavering support. During this Cheetian 515 Fan Festival, I hope to receive your support for the Writer's Honor Hall and the overall selection of works. Additionally, there are some red envelope gifts to be claimed. So let us keep the subscriptions going. Chapter 13, Hunter Assessment, Part 1. Wu Youliang still vividly remembers the day before he was set to return home after completing his final exams in his first year of college. A peculiar wave swept across the globe, instantaneously crippling all electrical power and electromagnetic devices, thrusting human civilization back into the Stone Age. Without electrical and communication devices, countless industries faced severe disruption, and countless individuals confronted bankruptcy or unemployment. As societal chaos loomed, fortunately, new electrical devices were quickly developed, alleviating the immediate crisis. Just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, society descended into chaos without warning. Countless animals underwent transformations, either reverting to ancestral forms or mutating. The revertants exhibited physical changes, becoming larger and more ferocious, accompanied by significant enhancements in strength, speed, and vitality. The mutants, while perhaps not visibly altered, experienced profound changes in certain abilities, resulting in effects akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Confronting these transformed beasts felt reminiscent of a real-life Pokémon adventure. Regardless of whether they reverted or mutated, all beasts exhibited unprecedented ferocity. One moment, a previously docile cat or dog could turn on its owner, red-eyed and baring its teeth, viciously biting at their throat. Just imagining such a scene sends chills down the spine. Compounding the situation, the peculiar wave also gradually altered the global magnetic field. Months later, when the federal military expelled most of the beasts from urban areas, preparing to eradicate them all in one fell swoop, firearms and ammunition inexplicably malfunctioned. Humanity found itself thrust back into an era of cold weapons. At this point, high-level beasts began to occupy territories, claiming mountains, rivers, and seas, rallying both kin and foreign beasts to stand against humanity, frequently launching waves of beast incursions that brought catastrophic casualties and staggering economic losses. Fortunately, many humans, through desperate battles against the beasts, awakened unique powers, allowing them to fight even barehanded against many of the ferocious creatures. Subsequently, the Federal Hunting Council was established, a military department nominally under the jurisdiction of the federal military, but directly overseen by the highest administrative council of the federal government. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Youliang gazed at the familiar room, feeling a surge of emotions. Everything has truly changed. The dormitory remains the same, yet the people are not. Today, in the grand lecture hall, faced with so many individuals, he felt no trace of fear or insecurity. In the past, under such scrutiny, he might have struggled to articulate a single sentence, let alone boldly discuss compensation matters with the college authorities while knowing he had little money in his pocket. He understood that those leaders would not genuinely require him to compensate them. Relative to other areas in the city, the school was considerably safer, yet incursions by beasts still occurred intermittently, having witnessed his martial prowess. Whether at the urban construction college he attended or other institutions, many places would seek his assistance. Should they truly accept his money, he would be hard-pressed to return and make requests later. "Brother, what did Professor Luo discuss with you?" "He introduced me to a psychiatrist and encouraged me to participate in this year's hunter assessment." As Wu Youliang casually spoke, he began to undress, preparing for a shower, when he suddenly felt an unusual silence in the dormitory. Turning around, he noticed Yang Feng staring at him, his gaze intense and fervent. "What are you staring at?" Wu Youliang playfully slapped Yang Feng on the head, eliciting a yelp from the latter. "Though, you do look quite impressive." Wu Youliang struck a few poses in front of the mirror, his muscles rippling like tightly coiled steel cables, embodying a captivating beauty of strength. After months of practicing his blade techniques and nourishing his internal energy, Wu Youliang's physique had become significantly more robust. When he exerted force, his muscles would swell and contract, reminiscent of someone who had practiced external martial arts for many years. While not very noticeable in clothing, once he stripped bare, it was blindingly evident to Yang Feng. However, Wu Youliang was surprised to find that his single blade and secret manuals were not in his clothing but seemed to exist in another spatial dimension. Yet he could distinctly sense the blade resting just above his left arm and the 3 scrolls of manuals near his right chest, mere fractions of an inch beneath the skin. Then, he entered the dormitory's washroom, towel and shower gel in hand, contemplating the bizarre experiences he had encountered even in a world reminiscent of martial arts. If more peculiar events were to unfold, he would accept them without hesitation. "Second brother, are you truly going to participate in the hunter assessment?" In the evening, Yang Feng lay on his bed, observing Wu Youliang peruse the brochure detailing the functions of various departments within the hunting council, as well as the corresponding benefits for hunters of different ranks. "Are you considering going?" Wu Youliang continued to flip through the booklet, responding without lifting his head. The active hunters of the hunting council bore the grave responsibility of confronting death, engaging in fierce battles with ferocious beasts on the front lines, alongside rights that were unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Firstly, the remuneration system is famously known for its 3 high standards: high salaries, high welfare, and high bonuses. The salaries speak for themselves, while one notable welfare benefit allows recipients to pick up a variety of natural foodstuffs, rice, fruits, vegetables, and meat products, every Monday from the local hunting council. It is worth noting that in the harsh conditions following the Great Cataclysm, Global agriculture nearly collapsed entirely, making it difficult to obtain fresh meat even with wealth. Additionally, agriculture suffered significant setbacks, with only small-scale cultivation permitted in designated safe zones within cities, leading to skyrocketing prices for fruits and vegetables. A mere glance at the prices would leave one questioning whether a decimal point had been omitted. Before the Great Cataclysm, fruits were sold by the piece in some countries. Afterward, they were sold by weight across all nations. Consequently, this particular welfare benefit has been dubbed ironclad crops by those outside the profession. As for bonuses, completing a mission assigned by the council not only garners merit but also substantial monetary rewards, enough to purchase a house or a car with just one or two tasks. Secondly, there is a compensation system, which provides not only substantial payouts for the deceased but also support for their surviving relatives. Lastly, there is a merit system, a remnant of feudal dynasties, allowing individuals to mitigate punishment through demonstrated achievement. Of course, serious criminal offenses cannot be absolved in this manner. One cannot simply save lives and then turn around to take others. Even with a significant record of merit, what is due to you will not be withheld. These achievements cannot serve as a license for wrongdoing. In addition, there are various other minor privileges. Furthermore, as the Hunting Council operates as a military department, hunters also possess ranks similar to those in the military. Among these various privileges, Wu Youliang values the merit and ranking systems above all else. I'm as weak as a kitten. Killing a chicken would be a challenge. Let alone participating in the hunter assessment, Yang Feng sighed, referring to the chickens that had dramatically increased in size post-cataclysm, resembling eagles in stature, capable of kicking up clouds of dust and knocking out an adult man with a single flap of their wings. If second brother says you can do it, then you can. I plan to head out of the city to hunt some ferocious beasts and exchange them for genetic agents at the council. Not only will I get some for you, but I'll also send some back home. Genetic agents are not without their risks. The artificial alteration and recombination of genes involve uncertainties, and success is not guaranteed. Overall, one might say that the flaws do not overshadow the merits. However, sheer strength alone is insufficient. I intend to teach you some combat and grappling techniques. You should have no problem passing the assessment. Internal cultivation cannot be taught, but imparting some foundational martial skills and grappling methods would suffice for this lad. Yang Feng nodded in agreement, appearing to find his words most reasonable, acquiescing to his guidance. By around 9 in the evening, as most dormitories in Qingliuan sealed their doors and extinguished their lights for the night, the third floor of building 1 suddenly erupted with light and noise. What is this? Am I seeing things? I can't be mistaken, can I? Monkey, why are you pinching me? Just checking if I'm dreaming. This commotion was sparked by a rich, savory aroma wafting from dormitory 303-3 just moments prior, seeping through the cracks of the door and captivating the attention of those in the surrounding dormitories. One student knocked on the door, which promptly swung open, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Inside the dormitory, a table was set with a pot simmering with an assortment of mysterious meat chunks and leafy vegetables, while beside it, a grill sizzled with 2 lamb legs, their tender flesh exhibiting a unique and intricate pattern, unmistakably of high quality. Liang Ren, what have you done? I had some free time and ventured out of the city to hunt a bit. Free time? And then off to hunt. Liang Ren, are you flaunting your wealth? Flaunting it. If you guys don't mind, why not sit down and enjoy some food together? In an instant, a throng of students converged upon the table. 3 days later, in the dormitory, Wu Youliang meticulously studied a half-unrolled volume of the Zixia secret manual. When he first acquired the manual, he had merely skimmed it without delving into its profound meanings. Thus, in the past few nights, he had focused solely on the foundational internal cultivation of the Huashan school. Over the course of 3 days, he administered genetic agents to Yang Feng 3 times, 2 injections each time. The latter had succumbed to deep slumber just an hour prior, his skin flushed as if steamed, with the muscles beneath the surface visibly twitching. During these 3 days, Wu Youliang dedicated his days to studying the manual and his nights to practicing internal cultivation. Occasionally, when inspiration struck, he would attend a few classes, leading to a rather pleasant routine. During this time, he also encountered several ferocious beast attacks. Once, while reading on the balcony, he was beset by 7 or 8 sparrows, each the size of a hawk, with sharp beaks and claws. They bore little resemblance to the small sparrows of the pre-cataclysm era. Wu Youliang swiftly dispatched them with a few strokes of his blade. later enjoying a meal of braised wings on another occasion. While en route to class, a black cat leapt down from a large, unidentified tree, creeping toward him silently like a ghost. He captured its head with a swift grip, crushing it to the ground. The final encounter involved a horde of mutated carrion crows, whose beaks and claws had developed a venom akin to corpse poison. A single scratch could infect the bloodstream, resulting in a gray-black mottling that foretold death once fully darkened. At that moment, Wu Youliang realized the martial techniques he had honed under the pressure of Yubuchuan had found a practical application. Carrion crows typically relied on numbers to overwhelm. While one alone poses little threat, a swarm of hundreds or thousands would send even seasoned hunters fleeing. Yet, with his formidable technique, he could slay one and, by extension, many. Before the instructors from the hunting academy could arrive with flamethrowers, he had already dispatched the 2 or 3 dozen crows. This scene left his classmates, who had fled in fright, utterly astonished. A day later, Yang Feng awoke, his strength having increased by approximately 50% and his speed by 30%, barely qualifying as a successful awakening. The following day, Wu Youliang and Yang Feng, recommended by the leadership of the Urban Construction Academy and subsequently approved by instructors from the Hunting Academy, submitted an application to the Hunting Council of Zhe Province to participate in this year's hunter assessment. Each undergraduate institution has a hunting academy established by the council, where the leadership and faculty are comprised of active and retired hunters. Their primary roles include recruiting and training new talent while ensuring the safety of the school's faculty and students. Typically, students must pass the entrance examination of their respective hunting academy and undergo 2 years of knowledge and physical training before attempting an artificial awakening in their 3rd year. Those who successfully awaken gain eligibility to participate in the official hunter assessment. If they meet the standards after 8 weeks of specialized training provided by the Hunting Council, they can become official hunters. Attaining their own titles and corresponding military ranks, the headquarters of the Hunting Council in Zhe Province is situated adjacent to both the provincial and municipal government offices, merely separated by a street. With a year's worth of architectural knowledge under his belt, Wu Youliang could only remark on the sturdiness of the building. After waiting for a while in the lobby, a staff member escorted them to a conference room on the 2nd floor, where a diverse group of over a dozen individuals, both men and women, had already gathered. A few more people arrived subsequently, and after approximately half an hour, a robust man dressed as an instructor entered the meeting room. Gesturing for everyone to follow, over 20 individuals took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, boarding a bus that slowly departed the city, heading toward the suburbs. An hour later, the bus arrived at a training camp. Stopping in a spacious yard after passing through several checkpoints. 2 instructors, 1 male and 1 female, were awaiting them. The male was burly, while the female exuded a sense of vigor. Once everyone was assembled, the burly man addressed them. "My surname is Zhang, and I will be your instructor. For the next 8 weeks, I, along with Sir Liu and Sir Yao, will be responsible for your training. Let us begin with self-introductions. I'm Huang Yongyue, nicknamed Dayue, from the Zhe Province branch." The first to introduce himself was no ordinary individual. The Zhe Province branch is affiliated with the Federal Hunting Academy, where Professor Luo holds an official position. "I'm Han Jiadong, from Zhe Province University of Technology." "I'm Cheng Yang, I'm Wang Hanyue, from Zhe Province University." As Wang Huanxue removed her sunglasses, the crowd was instantly captivated by her bright eyes and radiant smile. She exuded an air of elegance and aloofness, her tall and curvaceous figure embodying the quintessential beauty of a campus goddess. "My name is Fan Yu, and I am also from Zhejiang University." "Another beauty," someone remarked, noting that while her features were more refined than Wang Huanxue's, her height and figure were not quite as impressive. "I am Yang Feng, from Wu Youliang." After the self-introductions, Instructor Zhang continued, "I do not care what rigorous training you may have undergone in the past. Do not be mistaken into thinking that you can easily endure these 8 weeks of intensive training. You must prepare yourselves mentally, for all the training will be unlike anything you have ever experienced, designed to challenge your physical limits. The initial awakening may grant a slight increase in strength and speed, but its greater purpose is to unlock the shackles that bind human potential, raising the threshold of what one can achieve. Following a regimen of scientific yet grueling training, one can significantly enhance their physical abilities to possess the power of a tiger or leopard. However, Wu Youliang felt somewhat disillusioned, as the so-called special training turned out to be rather mundane. merely involving heavier and more strenuous tasks. 16 boys were assigned to a dormitory, each with a bed and a wardrobe. After a day of training, everyone was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto their beds upon returning to the dormitory. With just that little food, how will we survive the long night? Want to bet on what we will eat for breakfast tomorrow? I wager a bowl of porridge. Is there any chance of getting something meaty? I haven't had meat in a month. You wish. I bet on a pack of compressed biscuits. Seriously? I'm on the verge of throwing up from those. I predict it will be a combined breakfast and lunch. Wu Youliang said with a hint of melancholy. What do you mean? Everyone paused in confusion. It means there will be no breakfast. Wu Youliang chuckled. Starving is a form of training too. No way. Attention. Deputy Instructor Liu burst through the door. Everyone instinctively lined up. You have 3 minutes to shower. After 3 minutes, all the lights will turn off automatically, and everyone must get into bed. We will assemble at 5 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. The timer starts now. Sir. 3 minutes isn't even enough time to wash my hair, a boy weakly protested. 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. Deputy Instructor Liu shot him a sidelong glance. In an instant, everyone rushed out of the dormitory with their clothes and towels in hand. Xiao Wu. Dante rush. As Yang Feng grabbed his clothes to dash out, a hand rested on his shoulder, gently holding him back. Second brother, we don't have time. Missing one shower, one tea kill you. But going without food might. Second brother, you said it yourself, starving is a form of training. Xiao Wu, are you so daft as to overlook the discipline code? When people lack food, they instinctively tap into their survival instincts. There's no need for training. What do you mean? Follow me. Second brother, according to Chapter 4, Article 7 of the Discipline Code, leaving the camp without the instructor's permission has serious consequences. Gazing at the towering walls of the camp, Yang Feng's expression betrayed his concern. Clearly aware of Wu Youliang's intentions, if someone finds out, it would indeed be serious. But if no one knows, then what's the harm? True, but before Yang Feng could elaborate, Wu Youliang seized his shoulder, leaped into the air, and with a couple of deft movements against the stone wall, vaulted over the 6-meter-high barrier. Carrying someone, Wu Youliang maintained his speed, darting forward with a swiftness of 7 or 8 meters, the wind howling past them, making it difficult for Yang Feng to keep his eyes open, as if they were riding on clouds. After crossing several hills, Wu Youliang halted before a thicket, instructing Yang Feng to gather some firewood while he himself leaped into the woods. Soon, he returned dragging his catch, 2 chickens the size of peacocks. Greedily gnawing on the chicken legs, the two were left with greasy faces. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Wu Youliang suddenly furrowed his brow, perked up his ears, and turned to the dense forest where flickering green phosphorescence was visible. Second brother, what is that? Will-o'-the-wisps. Yang Feng followed Wu Youliang's gaze and spotted the erratic green lights. Wolves. Wu Youliang replied in a low voice. How could there be wolves near the camp? Yang Feng questioned. Bewildered. It is indeed strange. As the two conversed, the green lights drew nearer, accompanied by deep, guttural growls echoing through the moonlit night, gradually revealing the silhouettes of 8 formidable gray wolves, each as robust as a lion. Wu Youliang's figure flickered, and he plunged into the pack of wolves, executing a series of deadly moves, dispatching one with a strike known as White Rainbow piercing the sun, and another with Phoenix descending, while appearing to retreat only to strike forward with the prodigal sun returns, taking down 3 in the blink of an eye. Before the remaining 5 wolves could encircle him, Wu Youliang leapt onto the side of the largest wolf, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left the beast in pieces, its jaws agape as it attempted to bite. With the alpha wolf dead, the remaining 4 howled in despair and fled, but Wu Youliang swiftly pursued, dispatching them one by one. A quarter of an hour later, the two returned to the camp. Who goes there? Upon landing, Wu Youliang caught sight of a shadow lurking in the bushes. It's her. In the moonlight, he recognized the figure as Wang Huanxue, the coldest among the 6 girls, leaving him puzzled about her late-night escapade. In this precarious situation, he deemed it inappropriate to greet her and swiftly vanished from sight. The following morning, Wu Youliang's unfortunate prediction came true. There was indeed no breakfast, and more than 20 individuals endured hunger while training for the entire morning. At lunchtime, As Wu Youliang savored a biscuit alongside a spoonful of porridge, a figure sat down across from him. Wang Huanxue, the cold beauty. Is there something you need? Wu Youliang glanced at her before continuing his meal. You were the one who left last night. What do you mean? You left the camp without permission. Do you realize the consequences? I don't understand what you're saying. If there's nothing else, could you please return to your seat? I prefer not to be stared at while I eat. Wang Huanxue gave him a lingering look before departing. After the afternoon training, Deputy Instructor Yao, responsible for the 6 girls, called him over, her first words being, "Do you realize the consequences of leaving the camp without permission?" Wu Youliang was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Chapter 15. The skillful scholar Wu Youliang doubted that Wang Huanxue would dare to report him. The fate of a whistleblower would be to sever ties with their peers. No matter how beautiful or alluring she might be, she would inevitably face ostracism from the other trainees. Moreover, Wu Youliang would ensure she experienced the true meaning of retribution. If there were indeed a whistleblower, how would Deputy Yao know he had left the camp last night? Could it be that someone checked the rooms during the time he was gone? Haven't you memorized the discipline code? Deputy Instructor Yao inquired. Yao, sir, do you have any evidence to prove I left the camp? Wu Youliang retorted defiantly, not admitting it. Deputy Instructor Yao chuckled. This isn't about admitting or denying. It's, Wu Youliang faltered, as she pulled out her phone and opened a video showing someone carrying another person over the wall. That very spot was under my surveillance last night. Quite impressive, I must say. No ropes, no climbing, just a single leap and a couple of boosts to clear a wall of 5 meters and 8 centimeters. She continued, although the face isn't visible in the footage. A skeletal skin reveals a 98 similarity to your bone structure. What do you have to say for yourself? I have nothing to say. Let us negotiate terms. How could he have forgotten? Although the camp had numerous guards, necessary surveillance was certainly in place. Otherwise, if a beast were to attack their doorstep, they would be caught off guard. What audacity! What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me? Deputy Instructor Yao glared at him fiercely. Think carefully about your terms, and come find me. With that, Wu Youliang turned and walked away, ignoring the darkening expression on her face. If she didn't report him and chose to speak privately, she must be looking to negotiate. In the evening, at the dining hall, Brother Liang, you always remain composed and unruffled after training sessions. I can never fathom your limits. Han Jiadong, who had struck up a rapport with Wu Youliang, expressed with admiration. Oh, it's nothing much. These physical training sessions couldn't even compare to the external martial arts of the wuxia world. Exhausting his inner strength would require non-stop training for 3 days and nights, which was simply impossible. Several girls nearby overheard and turned their gazes toward Wu Youliang, observing him as he appeared to have merely taken a pleasant stroll, while they themselves were drenched and dry. Then red-faced and pale, a pitiful sight. Truly, comparison brings despair. Second brother, what's wrong? You seem distracted, Yang Feng whispered. About last night, the one named Yao caught me, Wu Youliang confessed. How did she find out? Yang Feng scanned their 14 roommates, his eyes flickering as if trying to pinpoint the potential informant. It's the cameras, Wu Youliang sighed, suddenly recalling the cold beauty's strange gaze at noon. It seemed she too had contemplated escaping over the wall for a late-night feast. But her caution led her to identify the location of the surveillance cameras atop the wall, leaving her uncertain and hesitant to act. The carnivorous beasts near the camp have undoubtedly been eradicated. What remains are merely a few small herbivorous predators. As long as one exercises a modicum of caution, hunting a couple of them should pose no problem. Although they are all fierce creatures, their combat instincts are not on the same level. A wolf can certainly overpower a sheep. As he pondered this, Wu Youliang felt a sudden jolt of conscience. No, what about the wolves in that forest? This situation could escalate. What he had seen were only a few wolves. Unseen, there could be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. Surrounding the provincial capital, there are surely tens of thousands of wolves, some of which are genuinely wild, having escaped from various zoos, while others are feral dogs returned to their ancestral instincts. That night, everyone fell asleep as a shadow darted out from the dormitory building, moving with ghostly grace, silently making its way to the northeast corner beneath the tower. Its eyes glinted like lightning as it surveyed the surroundings. Then it vaulted over the high wall from a blind spot. The shadow was, of course, Wu Youliang. A few minutes later, he arrived at the forest where he had hunted the day before. Upon seeing the scene, his expression changed slightly. The spot where he had buried the 8 wolf carcasses was dug up, and all that remained were a pile of gnawed bones, swarming with flies that buzzed incessantly. Something is definitely amiss. Judging by the tracks, it was evident that numerous predatory beasts had visited, with footprints of varying sizes indicating not only quantity but also different species of beasts. Infuriating. Wu Youliang, with keen senses, brandished his weapon, swiftly slashing the buzzing flies. With this incident, the hunter's assessment would undoubtedly have to be postponed. It was not the identity of a hunter that concerned Wu Youliang, but rather that this identity could allow him to return home and provide protection for his family. Since the cataclysm, civilian transportation had nearly collapsed, and he had not returned home or seen his family for over a year. Despite Wu Youliang's recent hunting of beasts resembling the slaughter of chickens, he had yet to encounter higher-tier predators. If he did, he would likely be reduced to fleeing for his life. In Zhejiang province, there lurked a high-level beast that had undergone 3 transformations. A giant tiger with white fur and golden stripes, comparable to a small hill. Its territory extended for miles around, known as the Misty Mountain Gorge. Unfortunately, a substantial portion of the highway from Hangzhou to Yueqing lay within its domain. This giant tiger was no longer just a ferocious beast, but had transformed into an abomination. The military and the council had attempted to encircle and kill it multiple times, but to no avail. The reason for their failure was not due to its immense strength or speed, but rather the difficulty in approaching it. Its roar was terrifying, akin to a solid sound wave that could stun anyone within miles. If one were within 100 meters of its roar, they could very well be killed on the spot. Furthermore, without a military or hunter's identity, one could not purchase a residence in the designated safe zones of the inner city. Regardless of wealth, after the cataclysm, too many things could no longer be acquired with money. Minutes later, Wu Youliang returned to the camp, feeling somewhat anxious. Second brother, even if we face punishment, it's no matter. We can always take the exam again next year. If we can't pass, we can just enlist. Yang Feng had not slept, and as soon as Wu Youliang returned to the dormitory, he stood up to speak. Although both the military and the council were under the jurisdiction of the Federal Military Department, there were distinctions between them. The military emphasized collective combat, while the council favored decisive strikes. In brief, the military prioritized discipline, while the council prioritized brute force. In the former, no matter how strong one's combat abilities, one must obey orders from superiors, regardless of their prowess, especially in frontline combat. Even if one believed the situation warranted disobeying rear commands in favor of one's own strategy, proving oneself right upon return would not earn any merit. Instead, they would face military punishment. Defying orders in the heat of battle could lead to severe consequences, not merely threats. In contrast, in the council, as long as one demonstrated strength, no one would dare to disrespect them. Not even the council chairman, who would treat them with utmost courtesy. Moreover, as long as one accomplished their mission, no one would restrict their methods, possessing the authority to act independently, provided they did not violate federal law. In the military, Wu Youliang's strength would only ensure his subordinates followed orders, but he would still have to heed commands from the higher-ups. In the council, he could command respect through strength, and superiors might choose to listen or not. Xiao Wu, I am not concerned about that. The forest truly poses a problem. Those wolf carcasses were dug up by some beasts, completely devoured. So, does that mean predatory beasts are gathering near the camp? It's possible that another beast tide is imminent. Should we report this to the instructor? Reporting it would mean their escapade from the camp could no longer be concealed. I have already reported it. Before returning to the dormitory, Wu Youliang sent a photo to Vice Instructor Yao, who replied with a simple, understood. In the dead of night, a chilling alarm echoed throughout the camp. By the time everyone reached the high walls, a fully armed contingent awaited them. It seemed this camp served not only to train newcomers, but also bore the greater responsibility of being a frontline outpost for gathering intelligence and monitoring the movements of predatory beasts. Hurry, faster! 2 figures sprinted, pursued by dozens of majestic gray wolves. Even facing dozens of actual lions, the 2 would not have been overly alarmed. This was because those wolves, under the leadership of their alpha, moved with order and coordination, making them more formidable than a pack of lions. If they were encircled, survival would be impossible. As they approached within 10 meters of the camp's wall, Guards on the wall readied their divine arm crossbows and juga continuous crossbows, while those on the corner towers prepared the 8 ox crossbows, all aiming at the wolf pack. Thwack, 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 thwack. Arrows streaked through the air like shooting stars, the powerful force piercing the swiftly running gray wolves, with the 8 ox crossbow bolts pinning the hit wolves firmly to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 ropes were thrown down from the city tower. The 2 quickly grabbed hold, leaping off the ground to scale the wall, their movements swift and seamless. Just as they were about to reach the top, a shadowy figure suddenly lunged from an unseen corner. Targeting one of them, it was Vice Instructor Yao. "Watch out!" Everyone shouted in alarm that it was a beast resembling a leopard, a shadow leopard capable of moving through shadows, an assassin among beasts. The shadow leopard's speed was astonishing. Those on the wall could only catch fleeting glimpses of its presence. Even the person beside Vice Instructor Yao could only watch helplessly, unable to lend assistance in time. The creature's claws gripped her shoulder, its fangs brushing against her throat, when suddenly, a gust of wind accompanied a fleeting figure, followed by a flash of silver-white blade light that tore through the night sky. In the next instant, Vice Instructor Yao found herself atop the city wall, while the shadow leopard vanished without a trace. "You owe me one," Wu Youliang whispered, a strange red light gleaming in his eyes, close to her ear. For the horde of wolves, facing a group armed with superior weaponry was trivial. Soon, the wolf pack left behind 20 or 30 carcasses, retreating in an orderly fashion under the howls of their leader. Yet, no joy could be seen on anyone's face, only deep-seated concern. Wu Youliang suddenly snapped out of his daze, startled. His vision was dim, shrouded in darkness, making it hard to see. The sky was laden with dark clouds, layered and heavy, while the wind howled in fits and starts. An air of desolation pressed upon him, as if he were amidst the vast expanse of the northwest. What scene was this? It seemed there were people lying in ambush nearby, and he was crouched behind a slope, next to a sword-wielding woman. The 7 oddities of Jiangnan? He looked around, spotting 5 men and 1 woman. 6 individuals, all distinct in appearance and demeanor. Alongside him, they formed a total of 7. Then who am I? Instinctively, his fingers moved, and a folding fan suddenly appeared, twirling gracefully between his fingers, executing a series of complex maneuvers. Oh, is that the second oddity, the masterful hand scholar Zhu Tsong? The masterful hand scholar, renowned for his empty-handed skills, was also adept at using a folding fan for acupoint strikes, so the plot was to encircle and eliminate the Black Wind Twin Killers. Upon mentioning the Black Wind Twin Killers, Wu Youliang immediately thought of the latter chapters of the 9 manual. However, he was uncertain whether his skills would be sufficient to contend with the Copper Corpse and Iron Corpse. It would be unfortunate if he failed to seize the manual and ended up losing his life instead. Second brother, who are the Black Wind Twin Killers? The sword-wielding woman, one of the 7 oddities. Han Xiaoying moved a bit closer and whispered. Wu Youliang paused, the folding fan in his hand coming to a halt, and replied, "The Black Wind Twin Killers are the Copper Corpse and Iron Corpse. They wreaked havoc in the north years ago. Both are exceptionally skilled and ruthless, and their cunning ways made them elusive. After some years, they vanished from the martial world, presumed to have met their comeuppance for their misdeeds. Little did anyone know they were hiding in this northwest region, honing their skills. What are their names?" Han Xiaoying inquired further. Wu Youliang responded, "The Copper Corpse is named Chan Xianfeng. His complexion is sallow, resembling bronze, and he never displays any emotions, hence he is called the Copper Corpse. As for the Iron Corpse, her name is Mei Chaofeng. Her complexion is a dark hue, resembling iron. Both are renegades from the Peach Blossom Island in the east. Eldest brother mentioned their martial arts are called the 9 White Bone Claw. What kind of martial art is that? If he were truly the masterful hand scholar, this question would be difficult to answer, as the martial skills and scope of the Jiangnan 7 oddities were too limited, only managing to carve out a small reputation in Jiangnan in the past. Those worthy of contending for the 9 manual were figures of significant stature, able to easily overpower the 7 oddities. Wu Youliang explained, the 9 White Bone Claw is a technique from the 9 manual. Over a decade ago, the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, and the Central Divine, 5 of the contemporary martial arts masters, agreed to meet at Mount Hua for a duel. They stipulated beforehand that whoever was the strongest would claim the 9 manual as their own. who ultimately emerged victorious. Han Xiaoying listened with rapt attention. It was Zhong Shuntong, Wang Chongyang, the master of the renowned Qiu Chuji. Han Xiaoying fell silent upon hearing this. Qiu Chuji alone could rival their 7 siblings combined, so one could only imagine the extraordinary prowess of his master. Truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost martial artist. Yet, if this martial skill is indeed the most coveted, why must the 9-in white bone claw be cultivated using the skulls of the living? Such practices seem utterly immoral. Han Xiaoying voiced her confusion once more. As I previously mentioned, the Black Wind twin evildoers are traders from the Peach Blossom Island of the East Sea. The martial arts of Peach Blossom Island are unique, derived from unorthodox teachings, and it is solely due to the exceptional talent of the island master, Huang Yaoshi, that he has elevated his knowledge to an unparalleled level. However, these two betrayed the sect too early, only grasping the superficial aspects of the martial arts, lacking the profound understanding of the true essence, thus rendering an exceptional skill into something grotesque and uncanny. But Han Xiaoying was about to continue when Wu Youliang suddenly placed a hand over her mouth and pointed down the mountain. Beneath the moonlight, a corpulent shadow was rushing towards them, swiftly ascending the hillside. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 2 figures. One stood motionless, garbed in attire resembling that of a Mongolian, while the other, a woman with flowing hair, circled around the man, her bones creaking softly. As time passed, her movements quickened. The sound of her bones rattling grew louder and more frenetic, until it resembled a cacophony of drums. The 6 freaks were undoubtedly alarmed, yet Wu Youliang was internally astonished to witness the internal strength of the iron corpse reaching such extraordinary heights. He observed her hands stretching and retracting incessantly. Suddenly, one hand struck the man's chest, and before he could stagger back, she delivered another blow to his back in the blink of an eye. She unleashed 8 strikes, each faster and heavier than the last. Upon completing the 9th strike, she leapt into the air, performing a handstand, and with a claw-like gesture, plunged her fingers into the man's crown, penetrating deep within. Such power could pierce even the hardest of bones. With a single claw, she could shred through layers of iron and stone. As she landed, she gazed at her blood-soaked hand and let out a prolonged, eerie laugh. The scene was truly terrifying, enough to send children into fits of weeping. This woman was none other than the iron corpse, Mei Chaofeng. Once her laughter subsided, she tore apart the man's cotton coat, ripping open his chest and abdomen, extracting his internal organs piece by piece. Under the moonlight, one could clearly see the mangled heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, all shattered. Ugh! Wu Youliang could hardly bear it, covering his mouth as he dry-heaved. Having previously witnessed the iron corpse's gruesome handiwork, he was already on the verge of losing his stomach. And now, seeing the dismembered organs, he felt he could not endure any longer. Who goes there? At the sound of his retching, Mei Chaofeng turned to regard the source of the voice, her tone heavy with menace. You vile woman. Using the living for your nefarious practices, such actions are intolerable. You shall not escape justice. Wu Youliang leaped down the slope. Prepare to die. Mei Chaofeng lunged forward. Wu Youliang swiftly produced a dagger with his left hand, while his right hand flicked, concealing the folding fani in the clutch of battle. With life hanging by a thread, he instinctively favored the dagger for defense. Moreover, he had inherited only the exquisite skills of the masterful scholar. Lacking the techniques of acupoint sealing as Mei Chaofeng lunged, she resembled a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, a foul wind sweeping toward him. Wu Youliang retreated a step, then surged forward with ferocity. This retreat and advance was far more nuanced than the reversed horse strike of spear techniques. The blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at the heart of the iron corpse. Mei Chaofeng did not flinch, her left hand curling into a claw, reaching for the blade's edge, while her right hand aimed for Wu Youliang's crown with the deadly 9-in white bone claw. Should her claws find purchase, they would leave 5 gaping wounds. Wu Youliang sidestepped just in time, his wrist flicking as the dagger danced unpredictably, always targeting the iron corpse's heart. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of movements, their speed so swift that the 6 freaks, though eager to intervene, found themselves unable to join the fray, leaving only the flying bat lurking beneath the stone slab. Clang! In a moment of tempestuous fury, Wu Youliang unleashed 5 consecutive strikes, Mei Chaofeng evading 4. Yet one found its mark, the blade penetrating a few inches into her flesh, halted only by her sinew. Though the blade was blocked, the force behind it was not easily resisted. Mei Chaofeng spat blood as Wu Youliang felt the impact of her heart-piercing palm strike his shoulder, leaving a dull ache in his chest. The two continued their dance of combat, trading blows for over 20 exchanges, still unable to gain the upper hand. Then, while fighting, Wu Youliang gradually retreated towards the hiding place of Cauldron. 6 steps ahead, Wu Youliang struck back at Mei Chaofeng, then shouted loudly, prompting Cauldron to leap into action, unleashing 6 poison darts aimed at her direction. Mei Chaofeng screamed as 2 darts struck her eyes, rendering her instantly blind. In a moment of desperation, she executed her movements, both hands activating the 9-in white bone claw, her years of rigorous training granting her claws an almost indomitable force. Trees and stones crumbled at her touch, forcing the 7 to retreat in disarray. After a few rounds, Mei Chaofeng paused, panting heavily, and shouted, "Who was the scoundrel that ambushed me?" "Mei Chaofeng, do you remember the flying heavenly dragon, Kubaisia, the flying bat?" "Cauldron," came the reply from Cauldron. "You are the flying bat?" Mei Chaofeng fell silent, suddenly letting out a high-pitched howl, her voice rolling forth. "Be careful, she is calling for the copper corpse." A distant howl responded, and moments later, a second howl echoed, much closer now. Looking down the mountain, they saw a shadow racing up with the speed of a galloping steed. Chapter 17. The Black Wind Twin Evildoers, Part 2, From Afar. The movements of the copper corpse revealed a power surpassing that of the iron corpse. Wu Youliang gestured towards the brush and thickets on the slope, and the 5 freaks understood, retreating to conceal themselves. However, before the copper corpse arrived, a small figure was struggling up the mountain, none other than Guojing, as expected. The 7 freaks, especially Han Xiaoying, could not bear the thought of Guojing, still so young, falling victim to the copper corpse's wickedness, and immediately dashed down. Soon, Han Xiaoying reached Guojing, grasped his small hand, and turned to flee. However, after only a few steps, her grip loosened as Guojing was seized by Chen Xianyun. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoying propelled herself forward, executing a phoenix dives down maneuver, aiming her sword at the copper corpse's side. In a flash, the copper corpse extended her right hand, seizing the blade, twisting it with brute strength until it was contorted beyond recognition. With a swift motion, she countered with a palm strike. Han Xiaoying attempted to retreat, but was caught off guard as Chen Xuanyun's arm stretched out, striking her shoulder with a resounding thud, sending her crashing to the ground, followed by a deadly claw aimed at her crown. The 5 freaks, having previously worried for Han Xiaoying's safety, had secretly followed her, now just a few steps away. They leapt forward to shield her. "Be careful." Seeing the 2 in peril, the 4 freaks, including Nan Shiren, rushed in, but the distance was too great, forcing them to resort to throwing mud and stone projectiles. Yet, Chen Xianyun barely flinched, absorbing the blows with his formidable internal strength. As the situation grew dire, Xiao Mita's life hung by a thread, when suddenly a dagger appeared from nowhere, striking the copper corpse's iron claws. Clang! The impact produced a sound of metal clashing, sending sparks flying. "You wretched woman, how are you faring?" Chen Xianyun retreated a step, calling out to Mei Chaofeng, only to find that Guojing had been seized by Wu Youliang. "I am not dead yet. Merely blinded. Scoundrel, kill them." Mei Chaofeng leaned against a tree, her voice sharp and commanding. With a swift motion, Wu Youliang transformed into a specter, his dagger slicing through the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes that resembled a silver thread weaving through the night, leaving trails of light that lingered. This form of combat, known for its swiftness, now combined with an ethereal grace, multiplied its effectiveness geometrically, forcing the copper corpse to defend desperately, her garments torn and bloodied by the relentless onslaught. Another strike landed on Chen Xuanyun's back. Despite his training rendering him impervious to blades, he still staggered, spitting blood. After exchanging a dozen blows, Wu Youliang's face flushed with determination. He had landed at least 10 strikes on the copper corpse. Yet none had found a vital spot. Each time he aimed for a critical area, she either blocked it with her iron claws or repelled him with a counterattack. Suddenly, Wu Youliang noticed that Chen Xuanyun's left hand hung low, never straying far from his abdomen. Cursing his own foolishness, He realized that all martial artists with external training possess a weak point, a vulnerability that, if struck, could prove fatal. The Copper Corpse's weak point was her navel. In a swift maneuver, Wu Youliang ghosted behind Chen Xianyun, unleashing a torrent of 7 strikes in the chaos. Chen Xianyun evaded 3 and blocked 2, but 2 more struck his back, sending him reeling. Chen Xianyun immediately summoned his inner strength, stabilizing himself, but Wu Youliang vanished to his right, launching another 7 strikes, each aimed at the vital acupoints of his right arm. Chen Xianyun remained steadfast, his right hand forming a claw, lunging toward Wu Youliang's heart. In a desperate exchange, while Wu Youliang could shatter the Copper Corpse's arm, he too would risk losing his own heart. Unexpectedly, Wu Youliang feigned a strike, vanishing from sight and appearing to Chen Xianyun's left. Unleashing a strike that connected with the back of his left hand in an instant, he flipped the dagger and struck down again, delivering 3 consecutive blows, each infused with power, ultimately severing the Copper Corpse's left hand. Leaving it dangling by her waist, away from her abdomen, as the last of the 4 strikes fell. A plume of white mist suddenly erupted from Wu Youliang's head, swirling upward into the heavens. Undeterred by the wind, meanwhile, Chen Xianfeng had already completed a full rotation with his right arm, transforming his claw into a palm, delivering a devastating heart-crushing palm strike aimed at Wu Youliang's chest. Unflinching, Wu Youliang raised 2 fingers, converting them into a sword-like form, executing a white rainbow piercing the sun that pierced into Chen Xuanfeng's navel. With a furious roar, Chen Xuanfeng's palm struck Wu Youliang's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Upon landing, Wu Youliang spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Chen Xuanfeng's lifeless body, then leaped back among the 5 eccentrics, shouting, "Protect me," before settling into a cross-legged position to heal his wounds. Among the 6 eccentrics, the flying bat was now blind, and of the remaining 5, the second brother's face shimmered with an alluring red glow, interspersed with a flickering green aura, only to suddenly turn as pale as gold paper. His breathing erratic, now fast, now slow, now heavy, now light, truly peculiar. A thunderous clap erupted in the sky, followed by torrential rain that poured down like a deluge, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. Devoid of light, with only the shifting hues of Wu Youliang's face, green and red, visible. An hour later, Wu Youliang's breathing steadied, the colors on his face fading away, as the storm abated. A hint of golden crimson appeared on the horizon. "Second brother, are you all right?" The 5 eccentrics inquired in unison, their faces reflecting not only concern but also confusion over the second brother's formidable yet enigmatic skills. They reasoned that martial artists, accustomed to the edge of blades, often possessed 1 or 2 secret techniques for self-defense, which would only manifest in dire circumstances, thus suppressing their doubts. "I am fine," Wu Youliang replied, then asked, "What of the Iron Corpse?" "She has fled," replied the 4th eccentric. "Nan Shiren, second brother, do you seek the corpse of the Copper Corpse for the 9 scriptures?" inquired the 7th eccentric, Han Xiaoying. "Indeed," Wu Youliang acknowledged candidly. "Second brother, such sinister skills ought not to be practiced," cautioned the elder of the Jiangnan 7 eccentrics. For the flying bat, having lost his sight, was no longer the strongest. That title now belonged to the clever hand scholar in recent fierce battles atop the desolate mountain. He single-handedly defeated one of the Black Wind twins while injuring the other, showcasing skills that surpassed everyone's expectations. Only Kuzhani, as the eldest, felt entitled to impart a few words of wisdom, but ultimately, whether Wu Youliang heeded them was his choice. "Elder brother, I have already explained to 7th sister. It is not the 9 scriptures that are sinister, but rather the Black Wind twins who have strayed onto a wicked path, practicing their craft like demons." Following this, the plot unfolds with Shi Feng Bao biting Tuolei, Guijing sacrificing himself to save Huazhang, and the flying bat wielding iron darts to slay the Black Panther in the aftermath. The 7 of them accepted the warm invitation of Temujin to settle in the northern desert. That night, Wu Youliang transcribed the scriptures from Chen Xuanfeng's chest and bound them into a book, subsequently cremating him. The 9 scriptures are divided into 2 volumes. The first contains the inner power techniques, while the second details martial arts moves, each complementing the other, with an additional section of Sanskrit from India serving as the overarching summary. Therefore, to practice the second volume, one must first master the first. Otherwise, To achieve a certain level of inner power and grasp the essence of the orthodox teachings, one risks going astray if attempting to forcefully cultivate it. Wu Youliang had no choice but to set the scriptures aside and focus on cultivating his inner power. With the gentle spring rains and the rustling autumn winds, 3 years swiftly passed. Throughout these 3 years, Wu Youliang diligently practiced his inner power day and night, dedicating 12 hours daily, 5 hours to blade techniques, 5 hours to the zixia skill, and the last 2 hours to sleep. Even in slumber, he remained mindful of his breathing. This harmonious blend of movement and stillness, coupled with internal and external cultivation, deepened his inner strength remarkably, achieving new heights almost daily. Meanwhile, the 6 eccentrics devoted themselves to teaching Guojing martial arts, yet often he could only remember 1 or 2 techniques out of 10. If he remembered the earlier ones, he would forget the latter, and vice versa. Fortunately, his determination was steadfast. If 10 repetitions proved insufficient, he would practice 100 or even 1,000 times. Aside from Wu Youliang, each eccentric imparted their signature skills to Guojing. In the original narrative, Mayu remarked that the teachings of the 6 eccentrics were unsuitable for Guojing, but in truth, they were well aware of his limited aptitude and the principle that one should not be greedy but rather focus on mastery. They understood the formidable nature of the Chuanjian sect's martial arts, and if they were to teach only 1 or 2 techniques, Guojing would surely be no match for the meticulously trained disciple of Cheng Chunzi. Thus, they poured forth their knowledge, hoping this foolish student might achieve enlightenment and integrate the 6 arts into a singular mastery, thus presenting a slim chance of victory. Furthermore, Guojing, being sincere and filial, had fostered a familial bond with the eccentrics over the years, making it impossible for them to withhold their teachings. From Wu Youliang's perspective, given Guojing's aptitude, practicing external martial arts would yield minimal results, while cultivating internal energy would allow him to excel due to his simple and honest disposition. However, the Jiangnan 7 eccentrics, having originated from external martial arts, employed techniques akin to the wandering blade. With internal arts derived from external practices, the subtle nuances of these arts could only be comprehended intuitively and not conveyed verbally, making it impossible to teach directly. Guojing would have to reach a certain level of understanding independently, which, given his aptitude, would likely take another 20 or 30 years. Wu Youliang possessed the foundational internal power techniques of the Huashan sect, but he had further plans. Chapter 18. The Golden Barrier and the Jade Lock, 24 Techniques, Part 1, P.S. Here's today's update. By the way, I kindly ask for your support in the Qidian 515 Fans Festival. Each person has 8 votes, and voting also rewards Qidian coins. I humbly request everyone's support and appreciation. On one particular day, within the yurt, Wu Youliang sat cross-legged, a purple aura enveloping him as he guided his inner breath throughout his body, resonating through his bones. His breathing gradually slowed and lightened, while the vibrations in his bones quickened and intensified, eventually resonating like the thunderous beating of drums, causing the felt walls and blankets to tremble. That night on the desolate mountain, the Iron Corpse exhibited similar prowess, though her formidable copper-skinned, iron-boned body accounted for at least 50% of her prowess. In contrast, Wu Youliang remained utterly still, solely driven by the internal energy cultivated through his techniques. Should the two engage once more, Wu Youliang would not need to resort to the intricate techniques of the Wandering Blade. He could easily defeat the Iron Corpse using the well-honed 5 Mountain swordplay. A testament to the incredible growth he had achieved in 3 years in this martial arts realm, his accumulated power rivaled that of a person who had trained for nearly 40 years. In short, should he don the mantle of the Wandering Blade again, he would be more than worthy of the title, even surpassing it slightly, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the elder sect leaders from both the righteous and demonic factions of the martial world. Capable of defeating most adversaries single-handedly, however, the only one who could potentially slay him would be the enigmatic Oriental Master, hidden within the confines of a delicate chambered it. Is worth noting that the clever hand scholar made his appearance at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in his 30s. Having spent a decade seeking Guojing, while Wu Youliang's entrance marked him as being over 40, thus he had effectively bridged over 20 years of time. 3 years prior, upon gazing into the mirror for the first time, he reflected on how mature he had become, remaining silent for a long while. Mirror, tell me, with this countenance, can I win the heart of a beauty in the martial world? Then, without a word, he shattered the mirror. 3 years later, With nearly 40 years of internal power amassed, Wu Youliang had remarkably rejuvenated, restoring his original youthful visage, possibly due to his true essence being that of a man in his 20s, thus achieving such a stunning effect. Yet, the rejuvenation was not entirely complete. He still radiated the aura unique to a man of middle age. In simpler terms, his appearance was that of a youthful man, yet lacking the vitality of youth, instead exuding the steady gravitas of a mature individual. This juxtaposition felt somewhat peculiar. As the sun waxes and wanes, and the moon waxes and wanes, all things inevitably bear their imperfections. Several months prior, the speed at which the 13 styles of flying sand and moving stones accumulated inner breath had begun to slow, and just days ago, it had completely lost its efficacy, now only serving to invigorate blood flow and strengthen the sinews. Unless Wu Youliang could elevate this blade technique to a new realm, from subtle to transformative, further cultivation of inner power through this method would yield no progress. As for the cultivation of the Zixia divine skill, it too had been interrupted due to the absence of subsequent scriptures. Now, he could only accumulate inner breath gradually, akin to water dripping through stone. With his inner power reaching a bottleneck, Wu Youliang resolved to begin practicing the martial arts detailed in the second volume of the Nine Scriptures. However, due to the notoriety of the techniques stemming from the Black Wind twins, they had become well known in the martial world. His martial prowess was indeed sufficient to dominate a region and remain unafraid of many opponents, yet it still paled in comparison to the four absolutes. Should the East Evil and West Poison become aware that the scriptures were in his possession, they would undoubtedly seek to seize them, one out of a desire for revenge, the other purely out of greed. Wu Youliang could not ascertain whether his current level of internal power would allow him to utilize the techniques of the evil-repelling swordplay without being pursued by the Toad. His previous experiences with being hunted by Yubuchuan had made him acutely aware of the tracking abilities of top-tier experts. There were times when he believed he had eluded his pursuer, only to find them back on his trail mere hours later. In the aftermath, Wu Youliang realized that with Yubuchuan's cultivation level, once he channeled his inner power, his eyes would become sharp as an eagle's, keenly perceptive, while his ears would be attuned to even the faintest sounds from miles away. Tracking a person would be exceedingly easy. If Yubuchuan possessed such capabilities, the East Evil and West Poison would be even more formidable. Thus, for the time being, he could not practice the 9-in White Bone Claw or the Heart-Crushing Palm, leaving him with the remaining techniques, including the White Python Whip, Serpent-like Leaping, Soul-Shifting Art, Northern Dipper Art, and the Flying Fluff technique. Among these techniques, the most profound was undoubtedly the Northern Dipper Grand Art, which the legendary Wang Chongyang painstakingly developed, closely mirroring the Heavenly Gang Northern Dipper formation, wherein the 7 disciples of Chuanjin set up formations capable of battling Huang Yaoshi for an entire night. If the 7 were dispersed, the East Evil could easily dispatch them, revealing the intricate and profound nature of the art. The most practical technique was the Serpent-like Leaping, a superior lightness skill, ideal for pursuit or retreat, embodying the true essence of the martial world. If you can defeat them, pursue. If you cannot, flee. The most peculiar of all was the soul-shifting grand art, a method for cultivating the spirit and consciousness, where inner energy danced on the cusp of reality and illusion, and the mind and spirit were even more ethereal. What wonders could be derived from mastering such a technique? For instance, the Song of the Rising Tide, composed by the Eastern heretic Huang Yaoshi, can evoke profound and fanciful thoughts through the melodious sound of the shao, leaving one utterly captivated. Even with sufficient inner strength, if one's resolve falters, it is equally impossible to resist its allure. The old mischief maker possesses formidable internal skills, yet his lack of steadfastness renders him incapable of enduring it. The essence of resolve is derived from the power of the heart and spirit. To put it plainly, as Wu Ergu would say, to laugh in the face of the world is to master the techniques to an extraordinary degree, with his magnum opus being the 9 Swords of Dugu, where mere swordplay alone can easily overpower top-tier masters. In the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, the mastery of internal strength is elevated to an art form, with many notable works, among which Song of the Rising Tide undoubtedly holds a significant place. It is fortunate that Huang Yaoshi harbored no ambitions of conquering the world, or perhaps it was the early demise of his beloved wife. Otherwise, had she whimsically declared her desire to be empress, this divine melody would become a series of terrifying nuclear bombs, Imagine the intoxicating scene of playing a tune towards the enemy during battle. If Wu Youliang could cultivate the soul-transferring technique to a certain realm and harness the power of the heart and spirit through his inner breath, given time, he would surely create a martial art akin to the Song of the Rising Tide. At that moment, should he desire to stake his claim over the 9 provinces, he might very well find himself seated upon the throne in the Golden Hall. With the summer grass lush and the winter snow pristine, 3 years have swiftly passed. During these 3 years, Wu Youliang focused intently on 3 martial arts from the scriptures: the serpent style, the soul-transferring technique, and the flying cotton technique. As for the Big Dipper technique, after some study, he set it aside. The Big Dipper technique involves both the formation of 7 practitioners and the practice of individual cultivation, employing the stepping of the stars to activate 7 distinct inner breaths, revealing the mysteries of the Big Dipper. After practicing for a few days, he unleashed 3 strikes, shattering a stone the size of a grinding stone into a dozen pieces, cleaving a tree thick enough to embrace with both arms into 2 segments, and dispersing a pile of fodder 5 steps away into a cloud of fragments. Upon completing the 3 strikes, his complexion suddenly changed, as several hidden acupoints in his chest and abdomen pulsated, and an indescribable heaviness surged in his chest. Subsequently, he required a full month of recuperation to eradicate all hidden dangers. Wu Youliang felt that the Big Dipper technique bore some resemblance to the 7 Injuries Fist of the Cauldron sect. Its power is formidable, yet to delve deeply into its practice, one must at least reach the realm where inner strength flows through the ACU points. To this day, his internal cultivation still lacks a certain degree of refinement. Over the past 3 years, Wu Youliang has opened the 12 regular meridians and 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Unlike the regular meridians, the acupoints on the extraordinary meridians are indeed peculiar, requiring the inner breath to move naturally to be unlocked one by one. In his first year, he opened the 12 regular meridians. Yet it took him a full 2 years to open the 6 extraordinary meridians. It is noteworthy that his progress in the 2nd and 3rd years far surpassed that of the 1st year. Yet it still took him 2 years, illustrating the difficulty of unlocking the 8 extraordinary meridians. Now, in the 6th year, once Wu Youliang directs his inner breath along the governing vessel to the base of the spine, or along the conception vessel to the Chonglu, he encounters a blockage, and any forced attempt to drive it forward risks collapse. He has yet to open the governing and conception vessels. As the date of May 15th approaches, he hopes to continue his efforts to ascend the rankings for the 515 red envelope list, aiming for a bountiful return for readers and to promote his work on that day. Love is indeed a unifying force, and he is determined to write diligently. Chapter 19. The 24 Techniques of the Golden Barrier and Jade Lock, Part 2, unable to cultivate the Big Dipper technique. Wu Youliang then added the Flying Cotton technique to his repertoire. It is a technique that dissipates force, transforming the enemy's lethal intent into drifting cotton, carried away by the wind. In the original tale, Guijing once used this skill to neutralize a lethal strike from the Western poison, Ouyang Feng, aimed at his side. When mastered and applied correctly, this technique is not necessarily inferior to other profound arts. As for the serpent style, it does not genuinely mimic the slithering of a snake or the agility of a weasel. Rather, it draws upon the philosophical essence of form and intention. Embodying the Taoist principles of capturing forms, comprehending meanings, and grasping spirits, it amalgamates the serpent's fluidity with the weasel's cleverness, ultimately cultivating an elusive and agile method of evasion and lightness, until one has elevated a martial art to its pinnacle. The true measure of a master lies not in their greatest strength, but in their weakest link. Wu Youliang's swordsmanship is commendable, a product of over a decade of solitary endeavor. His internal cultivation is robust, the result of 3 years of relentless training. Yet, his lightness skill lacks refinement, and he has not fully mastered the evil-breaking sword technique, leading to difficulties whenever he exerts himself for prolonged periods, as his inner breath becomes turbulent and his vital energy surges uncontrollably. Thus, acquiring a superior lightness skill serves to remedy this shortcoming. Over the past 3 years, he has spent his days in meditation and breath refinement, contemplating the soul-transferring technique, while at night he has emerged from his tent to practice the serpent style. From chasing after herds of horses to being pursued by them, from sprinting dozens of miles in a single night to galloping hundreds, he has ultimately come to traverse sheer cliffs with the ease of walking on flat ground and to navigate vast rivers as if they were gentle streams. The first half of the night was spent frolicking by the banks of the Wannan River, while the latter half was devoted to watching the sunrise atop the Altai Mountains. He truly embodies the ethereal essence of a mythic being, wandering the northern sea at dawn and the Kangwu at dusk. At 16, Guo Jing has grown into a sturdy young man. Whenever he has a moment to spare, he diligently practices the martial arts taught by his 6 masters. The master teaches the demon-subduing staff technique. The 3rd master instructs him in the golden dragon whip technique. The 4th master imparts the mountain-splitting palm. The 5th master teaches the hard qigong. The 6th master instructs in the iron scale technique. And the 7th master teaches the maiden sword technique. He devoted 2 full years to mastering the forms and variations of these 6 martial arts, yet they still feel somewhat rigid. What perplexes him, however, is that his 2nd master has not taught him any martial arts. According to the 7th master, the 2nd master was once renowned for using a folding fan to locate and strike acupoints. Yet, if his memory serves him correctly, 6 years ago, during a confrontation on a desolate mountain, the 2nd master employed a formidable sword technique. If only his 2nd master could impart his wisdom to him. As Guo Jing pondered this, he was suddenly struck on the back of his head by a small stone. "Huazhang, are you disturbing my training again?" Guo Jing did not need to turn around to know who it was. "I need not disturb you. You have already lost focus. Or else how could I hit you?" A young Mongolian girl dressed in splendid attire leaped out from the bushes. Ignoring her, Guo Jing resumed his practice. "Guo Jing, may I ask you a question?" Huazhang's playful demeanor vanished. "What question?" Noticing Huazhang's serious expression, Guo Jing halted his movements. "Is your 2nd master a celestial being?" "How could my 2nd master possibly be a celestial being? If he is not a celestial being, then is he a monster?" "Huazhang, if you continue to spout nonsense, I will become angry. He is neither a celestial being nor a monster. How can it be that as he ages, he appears younger? Just look at his appearance. He looks far younger than your 7th master. And even you appear to be of similar age." Suddenly, Guo Jing recalled the words of his 7th master and replied, "The 7th master once told me that if one cultivates their internal strength to a profound level, they can maintain eternal youth. If they delve even deeper, they may even regain their youthful vigor. Is it true that mastering martial arts allows one to remain ageless?" Huazhang inquired. "The 7th master told me so," Guo Jing affirmed with a nod. Huazhang hesitated, then shyly asked, "Guo Jing, could you speak to your 2nd master about teaching me the martial art that prevents aging?" Guo Jing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and could only continue his training. In the deep of night, as Guo Jing slept soundly, he suddenly heard 3 claps outside the tent, followed by a soft call of his name. He rose and stepped out, only to see a figure standing not far away, hair tied in a bun, clad in a Taoist robe, a small Taoist priest. "Are you Guo Jing?" the little priest inquired. "I am. Who are you?" Guo Jing responded. "Where is your dagger that can slice through iron like mud?" Without warning, the little priest lunged toward Guo Jing's chest. Guo Jing sidestepped to evade, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "Just testing your martial arts." The little priest struck again with a gentle palm, as soft as a gentle breeze. Among the 6 martial arts Guo Jing practiced, the mountain-splitting palm taught by the 4th master and the hard qigong taught by the 5th master resonated most with his temperament. Thus he had mastered them most thoroughly. In a moment of haste, he unleashed the mountain-splitting palm, which was heavy and clumsy, akin to a giant axe cleaving downwards. In contrast, the palm techniques of the Chuanjian sect are often agile and ethereal, embodying the transcendent essence of Taoist immortals. Guo Jing's cultivation was insufficient. He had not yet reached the level of using clumsiness to overcome agility. After exchanging over a dozen blows, the little priest seized upon his openings, delivering a strike to his shoulder. In a rush, Guo Jing's defenses became even more vulnerable, resulting in 2 more strikes landing on him, causing him to stagger back and nearly fall. "Who are you?" he demanded as 6 figures emerged sequentially. "I pay my respects to the 6 esteemed elders. I am Ingenious, a disciple of the Chuanjian sect, sent by my master, the true man of Changchun, to deliver a message to the 7 heroes of Jiang'an." The little priest was taken aback, immediately bowing in respect, and produced a letter from his bosom, handing it to the 2nd figure, Ma Wangshan Han Baojiu. The letter states that Taoist Qiu has located the descendants of the Yang family and reminds us of the martial arts contest at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Jiaxing 2 years hence. Han Baoju read the letter and remarked, "What of the second brother?" "Only he can recognize Qiu Chuji's handwriting," Ku Zhenyi interjected. "Elder, what do you mean by this?" Yin Jiping's countenance shifted immediately. The Chuanjin sect is renowned throughout the world, and the 7 disciples of Chuanjin are even more famous in the martial world. Who would dare impersonate a disciple of the Chuanjin sect, or forge a letter from the true man of Changchun? Qiu Chuji dares to send a little priest here to flaunt his might before us. Indeed, the 7 disciples of Chuanjin are well known in the martial world. One figure approached from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, stood before the group. "Elder, I did not mean it that way, Who are you?" Yin Jiping stared blankly at Wu Erge's youthful visage, somewhat at a loss. "Second brother, second go," the 6 peculiar figures exclaimed. "Who am I?" "I am your second master," Wu Youliang huffed. "You are the skilled healer." "Scholar Zhu Yi?" the little priest questioned. "You are Yin Jiping?" Wu Youliang appraised the little priest with an intense gaze, suddenly displaying a fierce expression. "Indeed, that is me," Yin Jiping replied, bracing himself. "Little Taoist, return and inform Qiu Chuji that the appointment at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion will certainly be attended by the 7 oddities of Jiangnan." With that, Wu Youliang spoke. "The younger generation takes their leave," Yin Jiping replied. "Wait a moment." Wu Youliang's figure flickered, swiftly appearing before Yin Jiping, delivering a powerful strike that sent the young Taoist soaring through the clouds. The disciples of the 7 oddities of Jiangnan are not to be trifled with. "Little Taoist, you struck my disciple 3 times. I shall return the favor with one. If you are unsatisfied, have Qiu Chuji come find me." After a short while, Yin Jiping struggled to rise, casting a glance back at Wu Youliang before limping away. The force behind Wu Youliang's strike drew upon the essence of the Big Dipper, with 7 streams of internal energy penetrating Yin Jiping's renal veins, perpetuating like the 7 stars of the Dipper, endlessly circulating. Difficult to expel. Once the young Taoist returned to Chongyang Palace, he could renounce worldly desires, devote himself to cultivation, and strive to inherit the teachings of the Chuanjin sect as soon as possible. "Jinger, tomorrow, your second master will personally teach you martial arts." Wu Youliang had been hesitant to teach Guojing for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was not a true master of martial arts and did not possess empty-handed skills. Wu Youliang had a wealth of martial arts knowledge, both internal and external, far surpassing that of the 6 oddities. The intricacies of his skills were such that, though the 7 oddities techniques were simpler, each had its own distinctiveness, recognizable to those within the martial world. This bout was between the 7 oddities of Jiangnan and Qiu Chuji. If Guojing were to win against Yang Kong using other techniques, the martial community would merely attribute it to his fortune, rather than acknowledging the prowess of the 7 oddities. That would render 18 years of their efforts futile, a notion he found intolerable. Secondly, Wu Youliang intended to wait for Denyangzi Ma Yu to arrive in the desert, to receive the internal cultivation methods he would pass on to Guojing in the original tale. Upon hearing Yin Jiping's report, Ma Yu learned that Guojing lacked a foundation in internal energy, prompting him to journey north to secretly impart his internal techniques. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that Guojing happened upon him in the vast desert, with no reason to spend 2 years on his behalf? Once he acquired the internal methods of the Chuanjin sect, Wu Youliang would undoubtedly break through his bottleneck, opening the Ran and Du meridians, allowing his internal cultivation to advance once more. However, plans often falter in the face of change. Upon seeing the 3 palm prints on Guojing's clothing, a surge of anger welled within him. When he recognized the perpetrator who had desecrated the little dragon maiden, he had initially thought to endure, waiting until he received the Chuanjin internal methods before taking action, but he had overestimated his own restraint. He could no longer contain himself. The internal methods could wait, but this matter could not be delayed for a moment. Were it not for his mastery of this particular technique, he felt as though he would become like a butcher in the royal palace, swiftly severing the young Taoist's disputes. His skills undoubtedly surpassed those of mere butchers. After finishing his breakfast, Wu Youliang stepped out of the tent, where the 6 oddities and Guojing had already been waiting for some time. Eager to see how Wu Youliang intended to instruct Guojing, "Jinger, demonstrate the martial arts the 6 masters have taught you." Upon first meeting Guojing, who was merely a 10-year-old child, The address of Jinger came naturally to Wu Youliang, having grown accustomed to it over 6 years. Yes, second master. Guo Jing began to showcase techniques from Ku Jinyi's demon-subduing staff to Han Xiaoying's Yu Maiden swordplay. As he progressed, Wu Youliang's brow furrowed deeper. The moves were stiff and overly simplistic, some lacking vigor, while others were sluggish and imprecise, utterly unpleasing to the eye. Jinger, from today onward, focus on practicing the mountain opening palm from the 4th master and the hard qigong from the 5th master. Do not practice the techniques from the other masters for the time being. Second brother, is it our teaching that is lacking, or are our martial arts too rudimentary? Ku Zhenyi said with displeasure. After 6 years, this dead bat still had such a fiery temperament. Wu Youliang silently criticized him in his heart, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Eldest brother, Jinger has a pure heart and a simple nature. He is most suited to practice the techniques of the 4th and 5th brothers. Jinger, pay close attention." With that, Wu Youliang raised both palms, muscles coiling, blood and energy surging, his hands swelling as though forged from iron. Resembling 2 colossal axes, he struck forth with a powerful palm, the initial movement of the mountain opening palm, producing a resounding boom, akin to the tolling of a bronze bell echoing through a valley. The might of this strike was worlds apart from Guo Jing's attempts. Although Wu Youliang had not mastered the mountain opening palm, he had observed Guo Jing perform it once, thus, his execution was somewhat awkward. However, bolstered by his profound internal strength, the rigidity of his technique did not undermine the ferocity and vigor of his strike, which only intensified. Guo Jing watched, entranced, while the 4 oddities, Nan Shiren included, remained transfixed. Each strike transformed the invisible air into tangible ripples, continually vibrating. Suddenly, Nan Shiren leaped into the fray, delivering a palm strike toward Wu Youliang, who countered with a palm of his own. Yet, this strike was ferocious and incredibly swift, forcing Nan Shiren to retract his attack midway, retreating frantically from the 2nd strike and scrambling to evade the 3rd. After completing a set of mountain opening palms, aside from the 1st move, Nan Shiren was unable to land any attacks, merely retreating in disarray. Wu Youliang stood with his palms collected, stating, "The mountain opening palm emphasizes raw power, sacrificing many variations. Therefore, each strike must be both fierce and swift, leaving the opponent no opportunity for counteraction, ultimately forcing them to retreat until there is no escape." As for how to achieve this raw power and swiftness, it is not something that can be explained in a few words. The subtleties within must be grasped gradually. Understood, Guo Jing replied. Observing Guo Jing's response, yet noting his still bewildered expression, Wu Youliang pondered for a moment before recalling the scene of Hong Qigong instructing this foolish boy in the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Thus, practice the mountain opening palm on a tree. When you strike, ensure that the tree becomes utterly still, with branches no longer swaying and leaves ceasing to fall. Only then will your 2nd master teach you the subsequent techniques. Second brother, there are additional techniques? Nan Shiren had initially believed his 2 to 3 decades of arduous practice had perfected the mountain opening palm, only to discover there was yet a further path. The mountain opening palm may have reached its limits, yet the journey of martial arts is boundless. Your cultivation is merely at the threshold. If you cannot harmonize hardness and softness, using clumsiness to overcome dexterity, you will still be no match for a true master, Wu Youliang explained. But how does one achieve this harmony and clumsiness overcoming dexterity? Nan Shiren could not help but inquire. Firstly, you must master the art of release and restraint. When you deliver a strike with full force, you should reserve some energy within. This way, you can wield weight as if it were light. Secondly, have you ever observed a venomous snake hunting? Whenever a snake prepares to strike its prey, its head will sway gently a few times. As he spoke, Wu Youliang executed a palm strike, demonstrating the technique of breaking stones with the mountain opening palm. However, with each strike, his palm would subtly tremble a few times, imparting an indescribable aura to the originally straightforward technique. Although Wu Youliang had only accumulated this knowledge over a few years, it was sufficient to guide Nan Shiren and Guo Jing. Addressing the construction of dozens of high-rise buildings and the challenges faced in erecting several small cottages was no trivial matter. Fourth brother, do you understand? Thank you, second brother, for imparting this superior technique. Nan Shiren immediately knelt down to bow to Wu Youliang. prompting Wu Jing to hurriedly follow suit upon seeing the fourth master do the same. There is truth in the adage that genuine teachings surpass countless tomes. Wu Youliang's few words were indeed worth their weight in gold. Each sect possesses its own secret manuals, yet the most precious knowledge lies in the oral transmission of key principles. These principles are not recorded in texts, nor shared with ears of six, but are bestowed solely upon direct disciples. Furthermore, even when imparted, it often requires decades of dedicated service and rigorous testing. No need for excessive courtesy. Wu Youliang allowed Nan Shiren to rise after he had bowed once, helping both him and Guo Jing to their feet. The 7 oddities of Jiangnan were all men of steadfast character. Had Wu Youliang not permitted Nan Shiren to express his gratitude, it would have stifled his spirit. However, being a man of modern sensibilities, he could not endure the bowing of those close to him, thus permitting only a single bow, as otherwise, Nan Shiren would have had to bow at least 9 times. This scene evoked varied expressions among the other 5 oddities. Some envied Nan Shiren, knowing that with such insights, his prowess would surely ascend to new heights in due time. Moreover, Second Brother remained just that, Second Brother. Even with martial skills far surpassing their own, he still cherished their bond, selflessly sharing such vital principles. Days passed as Wu Youliang continued to reside in seclusion, diligently honing his internal and external martial arts. At Zhongnan Mountain, Chongyang Palace, 3 days prior, Master Ma Yu, upon hearing the report from the young Taoist Yin Jiping, suddenly declared his intention to travel the world, delegating the affairs of the sect to his 3rd disciple, Tan Chuduan, with several junior disciples assisting. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the main hall grew solemn. Qiu Chuji, with a grim expression, observed as his junior disciples took turns diagnosing Yin Jiping's condition. 7 streams of true energy circulate endlessly, persistently. There must be some essence of the Big Dipper's true meaning from our Chuanjian sect. In the realm of the mysterious, who possesses such profound and pure internal power? Could it be Master Zhou? Master Zhou is an elder of our sect. If he were to discipline a disciple, he would not resort to such ruthless means. The 6 disciples of Chuanjian were filled with confusion, their expressions grave. Master, esteemed seniors, it is ultimately my failure to recognize etiquette that has offended that elder. Initially, Yin Jiping was consumed by anger, outraged that Wu Youliang had taken advantage of his youth. However, after relaying the events to Ma Yu, he received a stern reprimand and immediately refrained from further trouble. Yet, he was unaware that during these days of cultivating, channeling his true energy, and settling his internal breath, his kidneys felt as if they were being scorched by fierce flames, while the flow of blood in his lower abdomen was enveloped by a chilling aura. Alternating between heat and cold, in just a few days, his complexion had turned pale and gaunt. Jiping, speak your mind. The elders of the sect will surely resolve this for you, Tan Chuduan remarked. Yin Jiping could not help but glance at his master. Who is it? Qiu Chujia coldly inquired. It is the skilled scholar, Master Zhu. Yin Jiping replied. Zhu? Qiu Chujia was taken aback. How could he possess such power? And how could he comprehend the profound teachings of my Shinmen? It was Master Zhu who struck me with a palm, Yin Jiping explained. How could Brother Zhu strike you? Pray, tell me the whole story, Wang Chui asked. Indeed? I arrived in the northern desert on that day, Yin Jiping recounted. It was merely a contest among juniors, yet they shamelessly bullied the weak, Qiu Chujia said with disdain. Wang Chui and the others fell into silence, their expressions subtly shifting. With just a word, they had exerted effort for 16 years, yet one did not know how to appreciate their toil, sending troublemakers instead. That Jiping could return alive was already a stroke of luck. Wang Shidi. Come with me to the northern desert, he said. As you wish. Chapter 21. The 24 Techniques of the Golden Pass and Jade Lock, Part 4. On this day, Guo Jing was tirelessly practicing the mountain-splitting palm, causing the great tree to tremble incessantly, its branches swaying and leaves fluttering to the ground. Suddenly, he heard Hua Jing calling from afar, inviting him to the mountain peak to witness a fierce battle between eagles. However, the youth remained unmoved, focused solely on his training, hoping to grasp the essence of strength and precision his second master had imparted. Ultimately, it was Han Xiaoying of the 7 freaks who made the final decision. During Wu Youliang's 6 years of diligent martial arts practice, Temujin led his elite soldiers across the vast desert, conquering dozens of tribes, and had become one of the three most powerful overlords of the Mongolian steppe. Guojing, having gained Temujin's favor, was bestowed with a golden dagger for protection. However, since that day of reward, Guojing's mind had been restless. He hesitated, uncertain whether to honor the invitation to the cliff. Yet, he thought of how he could never meet the standards set by his second master, where a single palm strike would leave the branches still and the leaves undisturbed, and he recalled the Taoist's martial prowess. Finally, gritting his teeth, he dashed out of the tent, unwilling to disappoint his 7 masters, especially his second master. After imparting some essentials of the mountain-splitting palm to Guojing, Wu Youliang once again entered seclusion. Concerned about the palm strike he had delivered to Ingenious, he cultivated the essence of the Big Dipper, needing to focus on his recovery to avoid hidden dangers. After a full month, he emerged from the tent, but when he saw Guojing again, he was taken aback. Compared to a month prior, the latter's breathing was more relaxed and prolonged, his gaze brighter and deeper, and his steps lighter, all signs indicating he had cultivated superior inner power. Was it Mayu? Wu Youliang had initially thought that striking Ingenious would incapacitate the young Taoist's vital channels, leading to inevitable repercussions from the 7 sons of Chuanjin. Even if Danyangzi had a broad mind, not seeking an explanation was already generous. How could he possibly travel to the northern desert as in the original tale to impart inner power techniques to Guojing? Was it not Mayu? That evening, Guojing stealthily left the tent, rushing towards a cliff. Upon reaching the cliff's base, he began to climb up through a crevice. After climbing several feet, exhausted, a rope was suddenly thrown down from above, whisking him away into the layers of mist. Shortly after, a figure appeared at the cliff's base, then floated up the steep wall like a specter. Was it truly Mayu? Upon reaching the cliff's summit, Wu Youliang saw not far ahead a middle-aged Taoist instructing Guojing in the art of breath control, the latter reclining on a piece of green stone, following the Taoist's prescribed methods of inhalation and exhalation. Lost in contemplation, dare I inquire who the Taoist is? A voice suddenly broke the tranquil night sky, startling Mayu into sitting upright, while Guojing nearly gasped for breath. After a month of secluded cultivation, Wu Youliang had contemplated many matters in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes. He inherited the legacy of the skilled scholar 16 years ago. Although the 7 freaks of Jiangnan had modest martial skills, they had gained a modicum of notoriety in the lower Jiang region, unlike the notorious figure of the lone wanderer, whose infamous reputation had spread far and wide, making it difficult for him to turn back. Now, the 7 freaks of Jiangnan had, due to a single word from the true man of Long Chun of Chuanjin, ventured to the northern desert for 16 years, their gallant spirits making their names resound throughout the martial world. A tree lives by its bark, and a person lives by their reputation. Wu Youliang, being a worldly man, also desired a commendable name. With his abilities, he could eavesdrop undetected, or, under the guise of his master's name, seek a reason for Guojing to recount the inner power techniques taught by Mayu. However, as the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must avoid doing anything that would reveal it. In future confrontations, once true power was unleashed, it would be impossible to conceal one's roots. At that time, a reputation for secretly learning another sect's martial arts would be inescapable. If his name became tarnished, the 6 freaks would also suffer. The best outcome would be to sever ties, while the worst could lead to swords being drawn and a cleansing of the ranks at times. Wu Youliang genuinely felt that the values of the martial world were quite peculiar. For instance, the spirit of contracts. In the real world, even with a signed agreement, there are no guarantees and breaches are possible. Yet in the martial world, words are as firm as mountains. He recalled a plot from the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where Zhang Tsuishan and his wife returned from the Ice and Fire Island to the Central Plains, only to be surrounded by several sect masters demanding the whereabouts of the golden-haired Lion King. Xie Sun. Just as disputes escalated toward violence, the Wudong disciple Song Yuanqiao stated, "On the day of my master's birthday banquet, I shall provide an explanation for all matters, right and wrong." The several sect masters immediately responded, "Song Daxia's word is as solid as a mountain. We shall take our leave." Wu Youliang was filled with admiration. To reach such a level, one must first possess exceptional martial skills and secondly, have a reputation for integrity. Without martial prowess, some matters are beyond one's capability, for others will not heed you, while without integrity. No one will trust you. Thus, when both are united, and everyone respects and trusts you, it creates a remarkable effect akin to a promise of unbreakable credibility. Now, he possessed martial skills and integrity. In short, he had no choice but to laugh off the world. Yet in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, he had options. Furthermore, with his current abilities, even when facing the four absolutes, he might very well retreat unscathed. Since life and death were no longer a concern, why should he act with the same urgency and baseness as in the world of laughing proudly, allowing others to look down upon him? Moreover, Wu Youliang was his disciple. Having learned the inner power of Chuanjin, what could be said? I am Wu of the Chuanjin sect. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged Taoist bowed. Second master, Wu Youliang exclaimed, his expression somewhat anxious, while Wu Youliang pressed his hand, signaling him to calm down. It is the leader of the Chuanjin sect. I apologize for my rudeness. I am the second of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Known as the skilled scholar, Wu Youliang returned the bow, now clad in a clean blue robe, no longer resembling the disheveled Zhu Tsong, and appearing youthful with a dignified demeanor. It was no wonder that upon seeing him, others found it difficult to associate him with the previous image of the skilled scholar. I have long admired the renown of the 7 heroes of Jiangnan. Today, to have the fortune of meeting Brother Zhu, I am truly grateful, Ma Yu said, bowing again. May I ask, what brings you to the northern desert, Taoist master? Wu Youliang inquired. Brother Zhu speaks too highly. A month ago, I fortuitously encountered Wu Youliang and, seeing his pure heart, I took the liberty of teaching him some techniques for strengthening his body. I had not sought the permission of the 7 heroes beforehand, so please do not take offense, Ma Yu explained. Your kind intentions have benefited Wu Youliang. How could I dare to lay blame? Wu Youliang replied. There is one matter I do not understand. Might Brother Zhu enlighten me? You are too polite. Taoist master. After some deliberation, Ma Yu finally asked, I observe that Brother Zhu's breathing resembles that of our Taoist school's teachings. May I ask why Wu Youliang possesses no foundation in inner power? Implicit in his words was the notion that if they had indeed devoted 16 years of effort for Wu Youliang, and he was such a pure-hearted individual, there would be no reason to withhold teachings. Although it was a blunt question, it was within reason. Wu Youliang pondered, then activated the Zixia skill, his aura immediately enveloped in purple mist. Though it fluctuated, at times strong and at times weak. To speak truthfully, Taoist master, I obtained a secret manual in my early years. However, the text is obscure and incomplete. For 6 years, I have cautiously contemplated it. Yet I still cannot fully comprehend it. Therefore I dare not rashly pass it on to my young disciple. I have been too presumptuous. Ma Yu suddenly said, if Brother Zhu does not mind my crude martial skills, why don't we sit down and discuss the way? Happiness arrived too suddenly. Wu Youliang felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky. He had originally given up hope. But now, the tides had turned, and he was genuinely elated. When Ma Yu suggested sitting down to discuss the way, it was a courteous invitation, meaning that if there were aspects he did not understand, he would guide him. Wu Youliang certainly would not be foolish. Although Ma Yu's martial skills were inferior to his, when it came to understanding the profound teachings of the Taoist school, he was no match for the latter. Ma Yu's words also carried an element of testing. Although he was unaware of the extent of Ingenious injuries, seeing Wu Youliang disregard his status to strike a junior indicated that he harbored some resentment. If Wu Youliang were willing to accept his kindness, there might still be room for reconciliation. Otherwise, the Chuanjin sect would have yet another enemy. Chapter 22. The 24 Techniques of the Golden Pass and Jade Lock, Part 5. Latest broadcast. Tomorrow marks the 515th anniversary celebration of Qidian. The day with the most generous benefits die in addition to gift bags. This time is 515 Red Packet Frenzy is a must-watch. Why would one not seize a red packet? Set your alarms high as a sect leader. Ma Yu's perspective was certainly different from that of Qiu Chujia. Ingenious had been struck, damaging the reputation of the Chuanjin sect. Qiu Chujia was concerned with how to seek an explanation and restore face, while Ma Yu focused on turning enemies into friends, not only preserving the strength of the Chuanjin sect but also gaining a friend and enhancing their foundation. Thus, not only face but also inner strength would be regained. Of course, this premise held only if the so-called enemies were not of the ilk of the Western Poison and other evil factions, and merely involved minor grievances. Otherwise, Even the 7 sons of Chuanjin would unite with thunderous might to vanquish evil. Wu Youliang was, after all, self-taught and had some shortcomings. Were it not for the unparalleled swordsmanship of Wanli Duxing, he would have been unable to gather the first breath of inner energy from the outside in, thus laying the foundation for his practice. Relying solely on a secret manual and his own comprehension, without anyone to guide him, it is likely he would have taken years to even gain entry into the realm of cultivation. Even upon entering, without the prior years of training of Wu Youliang, he would still proceed with utmost caution. Certain thresholds must be pondered repeatedly, and only when one is utterly convinced does one dare to break through with care. Even the 12 main meridians could not be forcefully opened. One could only wait until their power reached a certain level, allowing the inner energy to flow naturally, akin to how water spills over when full, to gradually connect the various acupoints. Otherwise, should a mistake occur, he would be at a loss for remedy. Furthermore, some important acupoints, if damaged and lacking the requisite realm, would be exceedingly difficult to heal completely. A moment's carelessness could lead to deep-rooted ailments. In the pursuit of inner power, while the secret manual is undoubtedly significant, the guidance of senior members of the sect is equally crucial. For instance, should one err in cultivation, knowing how to correct it, and if the correction is improper, how to amend it further, especially since the elders, with their experience, can discern whether one has made a mistake. The greatest fear is not the error itself, but rather, committing an error and remaining oblivious to it, straying ever further down the wrong path until it becomes a dead end, making it impossible to turn back. In this regard, Ma Yu is more than capable of being Wu Youliang's teacher. May I inquire? Dao Zheng, what is dancing the flower pool? Wu Youliang posed his first question. He had unwittingly made progress on the 4 essential precepts from the Zixia secret manual. The knocking of the golden beam refers to the teeth, and knocking the golden beam equates to rattling the bones, causing every sinew and bone to resonate like the thunderous sound of a drum. Yet, he had yet to grasp the literal meanings of the remaining 3 precepts. The land beneath the tongue is called the flower pool. When the initial yang stirs, drawing its essence back to the flower pool, that is dancing the flower pool, Ma Yu replied. And what, then, is the initial stir of the yang? Wu Youliang inquired further. In still contemplation, one generates the initial breath of yang. Ma Yu responded once more. Then, Dao Zheng, what is the sounding of the heavenly drum drinking the jade nectar? Wu Youliang continued to ask. Ma Yu suddenly fell silent, his expression shifting, revealing a complex array of emotions. I did not expect that Zhu Erd's cultivation has reached such a level. I am truly impressed. The heavenly drum refers to the Yuzhen acupoint. The vital energy travels through the Du meridian, breaking through the 3 major acupoints, tailbone, spine, and Yuzhen, entering the Ren meridian, then descending slowly through the Yintang, Chonglu, and Danzhong, eventually returning to the Dantian, which is drinking the jade nectar. When the heavenly drum sounds and the jade nectar is drunk, it is akin to transcending and ascending to the ranks of immortals. With the Ren and Du meridians unobstructed and the entire cycle of energy unimpeded, for an ordinary person, it is no different from being a true immortal on land. Upon hearing this, Wu Youliang fell silent as well. He suddenly recalled a scene from the legend of the Condor Heroes, where Guojing was injured in the imperial palace of Linen by Ouyang Feng and then stabbed in the abdomen by Yang Kong. Following the breathing methods outlined in the first volume of the Ninein Manual, he opened the Ren and Du meridians in just 7 days and nights, not only healing his injuries but also significantly enhancing his power. One fears not the lack of knowledge, but rather the comparison with others. The Zixia secret manual stipulates sounding the heavenly drum, drinking the jade nectar, dancing the flower pool, knocking the golden beam, and practicing accordingly. One shall surely witness extraordinary results, yet it would take years of effort. While the Ninein Manual achieves this in merely 7 days and nights, of course, Guojing already possessed a solid foundation, allowing for such effortless progress. Even so, it still reveals the profound nature of the Ninein Manual. At this juncture, Wu Youliang knew he could not inquire further. After all, it had been previously agreed that their discourse would be limited to philosophical matters, having already crossed the line by asking how to dance the flower pool. To inquire about how to sound the heavenly drum or drink the jade nectar would delve into the realm of superior techniques, which are likely secrets not to be shared within the Chuanjin sect. To acquire such heart techniques is not merely a matter of owing a favor, but rather a matter of deep ties. Thus he could not simply overlook the incident involving Ingenious. Having reached the limit of inquiries regarding the Zixia technique, Wu Youliang resolved to ask about some perplexities concerning the true scriptures. For example, how to interpret certain Taoist terminologies. By the time Wu Youliang had comprehended all the intricate phrases, 3 days had passed. Upon rereading the true scriptures, he found them increasingly profound and inscrutable. Some previously understood essences revealed new insights. In the early morning, Wu Youliang awoke from his meditation. After 3 days and nights, he had utilized the method of dancing the flower pool to invigorate his inner energy, which boldly broke through the tailbone and spine acupoints, reaching the Yuzhen acupoint. He had also experienced what it meant to sound the heavenly drum. The moment the inner energy reached the Yuzhen acupoint, a resounding explosion echoed in his mind, as if encased in a copper bell and struck violently with an iron hammer. The inner energy immediately dissipated, transforming into dozens of heat currents that flowed through various meridians and sank into the dantian. A quarter of an hour later, the rope beside his feet stirred. Wu Youliang recognized it was Guojing returning to bring them breakfast. He then channeled his inner energy to lift him up from the cliff. However, Guojing bore no food box, his expression fraught with urgency. Second Master, some villains have come to our door. Several masters have been injured. Daozhong. Since there are those who have come to seek guidance today, let us wait until the next hour. Once I have dealt with this matter, we can further discuss martial arts. Over the past few days, while Ma Yu had resolved many of Wu Youliang's doubts, he too had received much guidance in return. Although Wu Youliang's understanding of the mysteries of the sect was not as profound, his martial prowess far surpassed Ma Yu's. They had sparred over a dozen times, and he had imparted to Wu Youliang several methods of channeling energy. In truth, both had gained from their exchanges, with neither owing the other anything. Since I have encountered this situation, it would be best to proceed together. The Chuanjian sect does hold some renown in the martial world, which should be able to deter some nefarious characters, Ma Yu stated. Let it be as you say. Daozhong. Wu Youliang grasped Guojing by the shoulder and leapt down the cliff. Guojing was startled. In that moment, he thought his second master had lost his mind. However, he soon witnessed his second master deftly touch the cliff with his feet as they descended, slowing their fall until they landed safely on the ground. Looking back, he saw a figure resembling a monkey skillfully climbing down the cliff. Though nimble, it paled in comparison to his second master's graceful descent. Akin to a bird. Daozhong, I shall take my leave first. Wu Youliang, carrying Guojing, employed a serpentine, agile movement towards their dwelling. After a short while, he caught sight of an open space in front of the tent, where two groups were facing each other with blades drawn. One group consisted of 3 Taoists, 2 middle-aged men and a young Taoist. The middle-aged men appeared ruddy, while the young Taoist looked pale and sickly. The other group was the 6 unorthodox heroes of Jiangnan. Though a few appeared injured, their breathing uneven. Kuzhini, I shall ask you once more, where is Zhu Cong? Qiu Chuji shouted sternly. My second brother has been missing for several days. Perhaps he has gone to seek solace. In this vast grassland, how would I know where he is? Moreover, even if I did know, I would not disclose it to you, Kuzhani retorted harshly. Daozhong Qiu, your disciple lacks manners. On my Jiangnan 7 heroes' turf, he flaunts his prowess and injures my Jinger. My second brother merely struck him once as a warning. Jean Fa of the 6 heroes interjected. When juniors spar to exchange techniques, the elders should not disregard their status and resort to bullying. It is utterly shameless, Qiu Chuji scoffed. Qiu Chuji, you have repeatedly spoken disrespectfully. Do not blame us for being impolite. Nan Shiren, one of the 4 heroes, declared sternly. Pointing to Ingenious, Qiu Chuji stated, look at my disciple's complexion. The severity of his injuries is evident. How could this merely be a warning? Zhu Urge's methods are excessively ruthless. Though my martial skills are modest, I must demand an explanation. What explanation do you seek? Wu Youliang's voice echoed from a distance, resonating in everyone's ears. Turning around, they saw him approaching slowly while carrying Guojing, his movements seemingly slow yet swift, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Zhiping, do not forget to apologize to Zhu Urge. Before Qiu Chuji could respond, the previously silent Wang Chuyi suddenly interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak first. Disciple has been rude. I apologize to Zhu Urge. Zhiping took a few steps forward, about to kneel, but Wu Youliang waved his sleeve. conjuring a gust of wind that repelled the young Taoist. Wang Daozhong is being overly courteous. Now that Daozhong Ma is present, it would be best to wait for him to arrive before discussing matters of right and wrong. The master is here? Qiu Chuji and the others were taken aback, while the young Taoist's face displayed a look of panic. After a moment, a figure clad in a flowing Dao robe, Dan Yangzi, arrived. PS.5.15-inch Qidian has initiated a red envelope rain. Starting from noon, every hour there will be a round of grabs. A wave of 515 red envelopes awaits your fortune. Go and seize them, and the Qidian coins you acquire can be used to subscribe to my chapters. Chapter 23. The Golden Barrier and the Jade Lock. 24 Techniques. 6. I pay my respects to Master Uncle. Qiu Chuji and the others immediately bowed to Ma Yu. Ma Yu merely gazed at the three, remaining silent. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. May I inquire, Master, why you have come to the northern desert? Wang Chuyi cautiously broke the silence. Ma Yu snorted softly, addressing Wu Youliang. I have failed to manage my disciples. I ask for Zhu Urge's forgiveness. Not at all. Your words are too grave. Daozhong, Wu Youliang replied. Master, how can you be so weak, thus losing the dignity of the sect leader and damaging our sect's reputation? Qiu Chuji spoke in a low tone. Bold. Ma Yu suddenly shifted his gentle demeanor. Rebuking, I have not blamed you for being an ineffective teacher, raising a disciple who speaks recklessly. How dare you be disrespectful and challenge authority? According to the sect's rules, what punishment do you deserve? I was momentarily flustered and lost my composure. I ask Master to dispense punishment, Qiu Chuji. Regaining clarity, immediately knelt to plead for mercy. I in private, perhaps as brothers, they could speak freely. But in formal settings, especially with outsiders present, one must exercise caution in speech. This is not only related to the elder's authority and the sect's reputation, but also to one's own standing in life. If you have embarrassed the master in front of outsiders, it could be seen, at best, as a rift between brothers, and at worst, as discord within the sect. Is that not pushing the ladder to eliminate you? Daozhong, your junior brother has spoken disrespectfully and has acted in defiance. How should this be addressed? This matter pertains to your sect, and I do not dare to intrude, however. His repeated rudeness, treating my Jiangnan 7 freaks with utter disdain, compels me to seek an explanation. Wu Youliang responded. This? Ma Yu hesitated. Over the past few days, he had sparred with Wu Youliang numerous times and was acutely aware of the latter's prowess. Not to mention Qiu Chui alone, even if all 3 senior brothers joined forces, they might not be able to contend with him. What does Brother Zhu wish to discuss with this humble Taoist? Qiu Chui rose, his tone frigid. Wu Youliang declared, 16 years ago, during the battle in Linen, you, Daozhong, single-handedly defeated my 7 siblings, leaving us in disarray. Should we not settle this score? 16 years later, you send a disciple to deliver a message. Yet he injures my disciple without cause. I merely offered a small reprimand, yet you respond with hostility. Should we not settle this score as well? Preposterous. We had long established an agreement that our disciples would duel to determine the victor and resolve this grudge. Do you mean to suggest that the Jiangnan 7 freaks are a band of untrustworthy scoundrels? We, the Jiangnan 7 freaks, have always honored our word. We have never been deceitful. Chill. Winning is winning. Losing is losing. We are willing to accept defeat. If your disciple can defeat my Jinger, we shall declare to the martial world that the Jiangnan 7 freaks are inferior to the true man of Changchun. Utterly vanquished. With Qiu Chui's remark, the 6 freaks immediately erupted in anger. Everyone, please calm down. My senior brother did not mean it that way, Wang Chui interjected. Wu Youliang quelled the uprising among the 6 freaks, coldly stating, disciples are disciples and masters are masters. If my disciple cannot best your disciple, it simply proves my teaching is inferior to yours. However, following the duel at Zuaxian Lu, I shall emulate your true man of Changchun and take on all 7 of your disciples alone, to experience the pinnacle of the Chuanjian 7's martial arts. Upon hearing this, although the Jiangnan 6 freaks felt that Wu Youliang was somewhat arrogant, their spirits remained high. You intend to take on all 7 of us alone? Qiu Chui seemed to have heard the greatest of jokes, a smirk breaking across his face, yet his gaze grew colder. Wang Chui was about to scold him, but upon noticing the complex expression of his senior brother, he restrained himself. After the duel at Zue Xianlu, my 7 companions will certainly await your arrival, Qiu Chui said. When did the affairs of the Chuanjian sect come to be dictated by you? Ma Yu suddenly shouted. Senior brother, you? Qiu Chui was taken aback. But when he observed Ma Yu's increasingly grim countenance, he dared not speak further. When it comes to matters of justice and righteousness, or the survival of their sect, Ma Yu would undoubtedly defend Qiu Chui. But for a trivial matter that could jeopardize their sect's foundations, he could not allow it. Dao Zhang, how did we establish our agreement 16 years ago? Wu Youliang abruptly shifted the topic, not waiting for Qiu Chui's response. He continued, you mentioned 2 close friends who were conspired against by the Jin soldiers and met their demise, leaving behind a pair of widows. We, the 7 of us, sought your brother Guo's family, while you sought your brother Yang's. After locating them, we would each teach the children martial arts, and 18 years hence, at the Zue Xianlu in Jiaxing, we would duel again. Whose disciple possesses superior martial skills shall be deemed the true hero. Is that not so? Indeed, Qiu Chui affirmed. Then allow me to inquire, where is your brother Yang's child now? What is his name? Wu Youliang pressed. He is in the Zhao Wangfu in Dadu, surname Yang, given name Kong, Qiu Chui stammered. Yang Kong. I have heard he is called Wanyan Kong, Wu Youliang remarked. Qiu Chui staggered, at a loss for words. Jinger, please tell Dao Zhang, what is your surname? Wu Youliang turned to ask. I am surnamed Guo, Guo Jing replied. A son of a traitor. How dare he compete with my disciple? Wu Youliang scoffed. You? Qiu Chui's face flushed with anger, rendered speechless. When did your disciple revert to his original surname? When shall he compete with my Jinger? Now, I must seek restitution for the debts of 16 years past from Dao Zhang. Since Brother Zhu has stated it thus, this humble Taoist shall gladly accept your challenge. Qiu Chui composed himself and moved to the open ground. Recently, I received the benefit of enlightenment from Dao Zhang Ma, therefore, I owe him a favor. Today's duel is merely between the 2 of us. Should I be fortunate enough to win, I shall not spread word of it throughout the martial world. Then I shall first thank Brother Zhu for his consideration. Qiu Chui smiled. Please. Wu Youliang stepped forward. What weapon shall Brother Zhu employ? Qiu Chui inquired. I shall use my bare hands, Wu Youliang replied. Shaking his hands, Qiu Chui took a deep breath, refraining from further words, and drew his long sword, its cold glimmer akin to stars, thrusting it toward Wu Youliang's chest and abdomen. Wu Youliang raised his right hand. Slicing through the air with a palm strike, the force was palpable, solidifying in the air, causing Qiu Chui's sword to bend and falter. This exchange left the spectators astounded, particularly Wang Chuyi and Yin Jiping. Dao Zhang. How does my 4th brother's opening palm technique fare? Wu Youliang inquired. Qiu Chui huffed, offering no response, as his sword danced like a dragon, circling Wu Youliang rapidly. With each revolution, he unleashed a dozen strikes. The sword resembling a venomous serpent, each thrust accompanied by a hissing sound. Wu Youliang stood firm, unyielding. Every time Qiu Chui's sword approached, he would counter with a distant palm strike, forcing the latter back. Unable to breach a 3-foot distance. Even when Qiu Chui circled behind him, he did not turn to follow but instead countered with a reverse palm to guard his vital points. Qiu Chui's strikes grew increasingly fierce. Unleashing true energy, what should have been an ethereal swordplay now bristled with lethal intent, relentlessly targeting Wu Youliang's throat and vital areas. His movements accelerated, dragging a long shadow behind him. The sound of his sword slicing through the air transformed from sporadic hisses into a continuous roar. Akin to the howling of a tempest, the least skilled among them, Guo Jing and Yin Jiping, were left bewildered, suddenly calling out as they swayed, nearly tumbling. Jinger, focus. No matter how the opponent's techniques shift, you must deliver a true opening palm strike, Wu Youliang urged, intensifying his palm strike. With each powerful blow, Qiu Chui staggered, his movement slowing, until after 3 strikes, the elusive shadow behind him vanished entirely. Wu Youliang then unleashed 3 more strikes with his left hand and 3 with his right, causing Qiu Chui's movements to grow sluggish, his swordplay increasingly obscure, until he finally came to a halt, standing 6 feet away. In the next moment, Wu Youliang retracted his palms and thrust them forward with tremendous force. Akin to a mountain collapsing or a river surging, causing Qiu Chuyi's sword to snap before he could complete his thrust, and he staggered back, spitting blood. "Brother Zhu, please show mercy," Ma Yu exclaimed in alarm. Wu Youliang, however, twisted his hands, the residual force transforming into a gentle breeze that rustled Qiu Chuyi's robe. "Are you all right, Brother Qiu?" Wang Chui rushed forward to support him. "I am fine." Qiu Chui shook his head, gazing at Wu Youliang, his mouth opening several times as if to speak, yet no words escaped his lips. "P.S. This week, I wish to make a push on the rankings. Of course, I understand the rules. I shall request support again once the update is made tomorrow. Additionally, I would like to thank Feng Yun Tu Bian for the 110 reward and Sha Meng for the 20 reward." Chapter 24, The Golden Barrier and the Jade Lock, 24 Techniques, 7. The atmosphere turned somewhat eerie. While Wang Chuyi and Yin Jiping were astonished, the 6 freaks were even more bewildered. They could surmise that Wu Youliang would emerge victorious, yet they could not fathom it would be such an effortless victory. Without relying on unique martial skills, merely deploying his fourth brother's seemingly rudimentary opening palm strikes, he triumphed over the renowned Qiu Chuyi through sheer internal strength. If he were to utilize that thunderous knife technique and that ghostly agile movement. Brother Zhu's martial prowess is exceptional. This humble Taoist concedes defeat, Qiu Chuyi said, his expression dejected, clearly shaken. "Qiu Chuyi, do not allow yourself to be belittled. Victory and defeat are common in martial arts. What is this demeanor of yours, claiming to be a hero? I lost to you back in the day, yet I can rise again, and so can you." Wu Youliang, well aware of the temperament of those from the righteous path, understood that unless there was a life-and-death enmity, one should never gloat over victory. It could easily lead to trouble. This moment, he should offer him a step down that was neither too high nor too low. If he was willing to accept, all the better. If not, they would see how it unfolded. For those with high aptitude, it would eliminate future troubles, and for those with lower aptitude, it would be inconsequential. Clearly, the Chuanjian 7 did not possess the capability for a comeback. So giving them a slightly higher step would be harmless. Their master was the greatest in the world. The insights he shared in casual conversation were the fruits of many years of contemplation by skilled practitioners. Some profound truths might never be fully comprehended in a lifetime, and the secret manuals were not much simpler than the 9-yin manual, with innate skills being top-tier internal cultivation methods. In short, their aptitude truly was lacking. "Thank you, Brother Zhu, for your guidance. This humble Taoist has learned much," Qiu Chui said, bowing deeply to Wu Youliang. As for the matter of Wu Youliang injuring Yin Jiping, he no longer had the face to mention it. "I am grateful once more for Brother Zhu's magnanimity." Qiu Chui bowed again. "What do you mean by that, Daozhong?" Wu Youliang inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Had he shown any magnanimity? Had he not vented all his grievances? Did he not see the 6 freaks smiling with satisfaction? Even Kujani, that dead bat, had laughter lines at the corners of his eyes. With Zhu Urge's prowess, he has long been capable of ascending to Chongyang Palace to redeem his past disgrace and bring ruin upon this humble Taoist. Today's events are entirely due to my lax discipline and my own arrogance. It is truly a case of reaping what I have sown. And I bear no grudge against others. Qiu Chuji ultimately understands why his esteemed senior brother continues to defend Wu Youliang and why he repeatedly admonishes him. Ever since the disappearance of the old fool following the journey of the Central Divine, the Chuanjian sect has been in a state of decline, and should they invite further conflict, a single individual with a sword could easily dismantle the 7 disciples of Chuanjian. While the 7 disciples may become a source of laughter in the rivers and lakes, the reputation of the Chuanjian sect would face instant ruin. When comparing the fame of the 7 disciples to the reputation of the Chuanjian sect, the injury of a single disciple and the subsequent loss of a modicum of face are truly inconsequential. In the martial arts world, steeped in feudal traditions, certain perspectives are indeed peculiar. For instance, the affairs of significant figures, no matter how trivial, are still deemed of great importance, while the matters of lesser individuals, no matter how grave, are regarded as insignificant. These affairs encompass not only life and death, but also personal reputation. Poor Yin Jiping. Fortunately, the young Taoist is not truly doomed. With the profound internal arts of the Chuanjian sect, decades of diligent cultivation may offer him hope to resolve the 7 distinct types of true energy. As for Ling Hu Chong, who suffered from the 6 distinct energies of the Peach Valley 6 immortals, Wu Youliang had stated that as long as he practiced the sect's Zixia divine skill, he would be able to dispel them one by one. The Chuanjian sect is indeed the ancestral home of the Huashan school, while the latter merely follows the teachings of the ancient figure Hao Dadong. Although it has thrived for several centuries, its martial arts may stand as a separate lineage, yet it still possesses profound roots. Qiu Chuji departed at last night's banquet. Although his demeanor remained somewhat stiff, the fact that he could share a table and drink with Wu Youliang clearly indicated the absence of any lingering resentment. Ma Yu also took his leave, but not before leaving behind a token of gratitude, a half-scroll of a secret manual to express his appreciation for Wu Youliang's kindness. Wu Youliang genuinely felt that Ma Yu owed no such gratitude to the Chuanjian sect. Rather, he had injured Qiu Chuji and rendered Ingenious incapacitated, leaving behind a plethora of grievances without any debts of gratitude. In the end, Wu Youliang could only sigh, "You and I possess differing worldviews." The secret manual bore the inscription of Golden Barrier, Jade Lock, 24 Techniques, a phrase that, as its name suggests, signifies the locking of vital energies at various key points, preventing any leakage of one's essence. Furthermore, although Ma Yu did not explicitly state it, Wu Youliang intuitively understood that this internal skill could only be cultivated by him alone. Without the permission of Dan Yangzi, it must not be imparted to others. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for that individual, and according to the rules of the martial world, the Chuanjian sect could reclaim that person's internal energy entirely. How can one retrieve the internal energy from a person? By delivering a devastating blow to their chi high point and employing a unique technique to seal their meridians, thereby rendering them incapacitated. This is one of the reasons Wu Youliang refrains from teaching anyone internal skills in the real world. What if that person were to divulge their skills? In the real world, few possess the integrity to remain steadfast in their convictions to the end. Moreover, what if a definitive fact were established? Those who could receive such teachings would inevitably be close acquaintances of that person. Would he truly adhere to the martial world's rules and punish the latter? Despite having acquired Ma Yu's secret manual, Guijing has lost the opportunity for 2 years of careful instruction from the latter. Reluctantly, Wu Urge must personally teach and impart the foundational internal skills of the young Huashan disciple. As days pass, Wu Youliang once again retreats into seclusion. Beyond contemplating the various martial arts from the 9 manual, he dedicates more of his efforts to thoroughly understanding the Golden Barrier. Jade Lock technique, he aims to break through the Ren and Du meridians as soon as possible, allowing him to practice more martial arts from the true scripture. The manual opens with a precept: when thoughts are settled, emotions are forgotten. When the body is weak, energy is cultivated. When the heart is dead, the spirit lives. When yang is abundant, yin dissipates. It signifies that before entering a meditative state, one must cultivate a tranquil mind, free from any distractions, ensuring the soul remains undisturbed and the spirit does not wander externally. Yes, for the intricate details of the techniques, they are elaborated upon in a lengthy discourse of over 1,000 words. Regrettably, it is merely a half-scroll. While it contains essential methods for accumulating internal energy, it lacks the techniques for transporting true power. Nevertheless, with this technique in hand, Wu Youliang is confident he can compensate for some shortcomings in the Zixia skill and elevate it to another level, as both share a common origin, with many profound principles aligning seamlessly. Over the course of 2 years, Wu Youliang not only taught Guijing the art of breath control and energy cultivation, but also imparted some skills with weapons, specifically the swordsmanship of the Songhan sect. Within Wu Youliang's external arts, there exists the solitary blade technique of wandering for 1,000 miles, sword techniques from the 5 mountain sects, and several martial arts from the latter part of the 9 manual. While the martial arts from the scripture are commendable, his blade technique has reached a remarkable level of subtlety. However, due to a previous lack of internal power, he was unable to fully manifest the essence of flying sand and moving stones. Now, with sufficient internal energy, its power has increased by 1/3, and when unleashed, it possesses the might akin to the forces of wind and thunder. As for the 5 mountain sword techniques, although he has mastered them, they do not compare in depth to his blade techniques, nor do they possess the exquisite finesse of the martial arts from the scripture, leading him to feel a sense of ambivalence, too bland to savor, yet too precious to discard. Thus, he set them aside for 6 years, only to find unexpected joy in the 7th year during his practice in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes. Wu Youliang inherits the dexterous skills of the masterful scholar. He initially believed that these nimble hands could merely perform tricks or steal valuables, but as he wielded his long sword and executed the Huashan sword techniques, he suddenly experienced an extraordinary sensation, where his mind and hands harmonized, amplifying the power of his swordsmanship, especially when he practiced the 13 styles of ever-changing clouds and mists of the south. The long sword in his hand trembled, exuding an indescribable aura. Wu Youliang was momentarily taken aback. This aura was clearly the manifestation of external martial arts reaching an exquisite level. The once neglected Hangshan sword techniques had unexpectedly advanced from mastery to subtlety. In the next moment, he slapped himself in disbelief, scolding his own foolishness. The 13 styles of ever-changing clouds and mists from Hangshan were originally a blend of trickery and swordsmanship in the entire martial world, whose dexterous hands could rival those of the masterful scholar. The fusion of the two produced a powerful chemical reaction. Mastering external arts strengthens the muscles and bones and invigorates the blood flow. Once it reaches subtlety, it can accumulate internal energy from the outside in. With this sword technique, Wu Youliang has once again gained the ability to accumulate internal energy externally, and combined with the golden barrier, jade lock technique, and the Zixia skill, he could cultivate both internal and external simultaneously, achieving a harmonious balance between movement and stillness. This method of cultivation has unconsciously aligned with the supreme principles of roundness and clarity from the first volume of the 9-in manual, embodying the dual cultivation of body and purpose and the balance of motion and tranquility. As his internal power grows increasingly profound, each day brings new advancements. Chapter 25. The completion of divine skills outside the Mongolian yurt. The 6 freaks stand at their respective positions, weapons in hand, their expressions grave, resembling 6 guardian deities, vigilantly observing the movements within hundreds of meters around them. Inside the yurt, Wu Youliang sits cross-legged, his mind tranquil, immersed in the deepest state of meditation, a state that oscillates between sleep and wakefulness, his face radiating a purple aura, no longer fluctuating, akin to clouds and mist that seem to move yet remain still. Staring for too long gives a sensation of something both near and far, an illusion that dances at the edge of perception. His lower dantian occasionally vibrates, a torrent of hot internal energy surging down to the dantian, traversing the meridians, ascending to the tailbone, through the various acupoints, reaching the Baihui point, where a sudden resounding boom echoes in his mind, like the sound of drums reverberating, as sparks seem to flicker before his eyes. Wu Youliang silently cultivates the method of maintaining a still spirit and an undistracted mind, firmly anchoring his consciousness. Each contact with the Baihui point amplifies the resonance, striking at his spirit. The Baihui point alone has consumed 2 years of his time, akin to an impregnable dam, staunchly resisting the surging tides of spring and summer. In the 7th year, he dedicates 12 hours a day to practice, splitting his time evenly between meditation and sword training. In the 8th year, the 13 styles of ever-changing clouds and mists lose their efficacy, yet his cultivation deepens. A single session of meditation can last anywhere from 1 day and night to 2 days and nights. In short, he is now capable of meditating on internal arts for an entire day, accumulating internal energy. 2 years of arduous cultivation equate to the accomplishments of an average expert over 2 decades. Wu Youliang also uses the half-scroll of the golden barrier, jade lock technique to complete the 4 essential methods of the Zixia skill, further illuminating each one's merits, utilizing his profound internal energy as a foundation to elevate the Zixia skill's energy cultivation methods to a new level. Has Urge been in meditation for 3 days and 2 nights? Han Xiaoying counts her fingers in astonishment. Urge usually meditates for a day and night. I truly wonder to what realm his internal power has reached, Han Baoji remarks with emotion. Incomprehensible. Nan Shiren expresses admiration. We must be vigilant and ensure no one disturbs the second brother. Kuzhuni admonishes the others. Wu Youliang is at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Should he be interrupted, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The 6 freaks are concerned that their second brother might erupt in fury, bringing darkness to the vast Mongolian grasslands and rivers of blood. Thus, when Mei Chaofeng invaded last night, the 6 freaks dared not awaken him, instead repelling her with the combined strength of 3. As for Temujin's journey to the Wang Han tribe, which may have led him into danger, they only sent Guojing to investigate. Buzz, 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 buzz. The roaring sound in his mind grows louder and more complex. compelling Wu Youliang to exert all his effort to maintain his focus. Suddenly, he feels a stirring at the Baihui point. Just as he rejoices, an inexplicable surge of heat rises within him, and a vision of a woman's figure begins to dance before his eyes. His mind is involuntarily entranced, urging him to leap forward. Suddenly, the last flicker of clarity in his consciousness jolts him awake. He immediately calms his mind and silently cultivates, causing the woman's figure to blur and ultimately dissipate. Uncertain how much time passes, Wu Youliang suddenly feels a jolt in his spirit, the illusions fading, and his true energy forcefully breaks through the Baihui point, surging upward to the crown, descending to the brow and nasal passages, then flowing through the Chong and Du meridians, gradually sinking into the Dantian. The purple aura on Wu Youliang's face suddenly swells, then wanes until it disappears, with the Ren and Du meridians unobstructed, and the circulation of energy unimpeded. All 84,000 pores on his body seem to expel streams of turbid energy. His Dantian quakes, the abundant internal energy resembling a vast ocean, surging with each breath, at times swelling into tumultuous waves, as if an iceberg were drifting by or a fiery sea boiling. At other times, it remains smooth as a mirror, yet beneath the surface, treacherous currents lurk, concealing peril and silence. Having broken through the Ren and Du meridians, his internal mastery was on par with the four absolutes, perhaps even surpassing them. However, his depth of internal energy and its application fell short of theirs. And furthermore, his external prowess was at least a realm behind. Should a confrontation arise, he might not withstand 100 moves. While the internal arts of the Shinmen are indeed limitless, each breakthrough is exceedingly arduous, and many may spend their entire lives without achieving one. Wu Youliang, having awakened from his meditative state, secretly rejoiced that he had not opened his meridians, thus enjoying the pleasures of intimacy. Otherwise, he would have been unable to awaken, inevitably lost in illusions, unable to break through the Shin gate, and suffering severe depletion of his vital energy. The reason why Taoist martial arts are cultivated in the bodies of youth is to prevent insufficient composure at critical moments, rendering one susceptible to illusions and thus unable to extricate oneself. Among the myriad inner demons, the red-skinned skeleton is the hardest to shatter, embodying the duality of yin and yang, a riddle even sages find challenging to unravel. Aptly summarized in the saying, "Desire is the nature of man." The other illusions are merely the pursuit of fame, fortune, and power. He dreamt of wielding unparalleled martial prowess, intimidating the Shaolin and Wudong sects, earning the allegiance of various factions, and becoming the leader of the martial world, standing atop the pinnacle and surveying the lesser peaks. He also envisioned himself donning the yellow robe, diligently governing, establishing political clarity, strengthening the military, and ushering in a prosperous era, beloved by the masses and receiving tributes from all nations. After a night, Wu Youliang solidified his foundation and exited the tent. "Brother, has someone intruded?" Wu Youliang inquired, having faintly heard shouts and the sounds of combat outside the tent. "It is Mei Chaofeng," Kuzhini replied. "Where are the others?" Wu Youliang asked again. "They have been driven off by the fourth brother, fifth brother, and seventh sister working together," Han Baoju stated. Wu Youliang was taken aback, feeling a surge of emotion. In the original story, the 6 monsters of Jiangnan returned from the northern desert and encountered Ouyang's 8 concubines, pursuing them upon discovering their kidnapping of virtuous women, and promptly intervened, breaking a few fingers of the little western poison. The unity of the 6 monsters was capable of overpowering the formidable foes. Now, after 18 years of cultivating and receiving numerous insights from Wu Youliang, they had transmitted some breathing techniques and several harmonious swordplay techniques from the 5 mountains. Their prowess had markedly advanced. Although Mei Chaofeng lacked the lower volume of the true scripture and could not practice the white python whip technique, her stealthy cultivation of the 9-yin white bone claw and the heart-crushing palm made her formidable. Her combat strength not significantly diminished from the original tale. With only 3 of the 6 monsters, they managed to repel her, demonstrating their refined skills. Upon their return to Jiangnan, they would undoubtedly achieve renown. "Second brother Jinger has gone alone to rescue the Khan. There may be danger," Han Xiaoying remarked, her face filled with concern, echoed by the other 5 monsters. "Then let us go together." Although Wu Youliang wished for Temujin's early demise, He could not ignore the need to rescue him. The Jin dynasty had been overthrown by the Mongols and the Southern Song, and if Temujin were to perish now, with Wang Hanjiamu's capabilities, he would be unable to contend with the Jin, potentially leading to the Southern Song's fall to both the Jin and Mongols. Moreover, the Southern Song had already collapsed. The absence of formidable enemies did not guarantee a prolonged existence. From the king to the common people, their spines had been bent by the iron cavalry of the Jin, with rulers and subjects content to remain in their corner, neglecting the recovery of their lands. Reveling only in peace and revelry, he recalled the scene from Laughing Proudly in the World, where Zhu Qianqiu and Ling Hucheng savored fine wine in vessels in Luoyang, stating that the daughter's red should be served in ancient porcelain cups, preferably from the Northern Song, as those from the Southern Song already bore signs of decline. In summary, it is a decayed nation, having lost its spirit, that can only be rebuilt after its fall. Chapter 26. The Completion of Divine Skill, Part 2. On the hillside, hundreds of soldiers stood guard, armed with swords and arrows, maintaining strict vigilance. At the foot of the hill, layers of cavalry surrounded from all directions. Dense as clouds on the horizon, on the slope, a robust youth was wrestling barehanded against 4 opponents, each wielding weapons such as swords, spears, whips, and axes. The youth recalled the essence of his second master's teachings, delivering each palm strike with fierce intensity. No matter how the 4 employed their weapons, they could not close the distance, as he repeatedly unleashed the mountain-cleaving palm. After hundreds of exchanges, the 4 could not approach him within 3 feet. Both the soldiers of Temujin and those of Sangkuan Jamu watched, previously deriding the 4 ghosts for their numbers, but now cheering for Guo Jing's courage in facing overwhelming odds. After several more exchanges, Guo Jing seized an opening from the swordsman, striking his shoulder and sending him tumbling down the slope. He then activated the iron cloth shirt hard qigong taught by Xiaomi Tuo, bracing his back against the whip-wielding man's strike, countering with a palm to his wrist, disarming him, and delivering a kick that sent him down the hill. With 3 successive palm strikes, he repelled the spear and axe wielders. The soldiers watched in awe, their cheers echoing across the mountains. If the 4 could not suppress Guo Jing, the remaining 2 stood no chance. After a few more exchanges, they too were dispatched down the slope. "Child, your skills are truly remarkable," Temujin exclaimed, patting Guo Jing's shoulder with vigor upon his return to the summit. The various kings and generals expressed their admiration, particularly those who had previously clashed with the 4 ghosts, namely Woka Tai, Boru, and others. Guo Jing chuckled modestly. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the troops below as 6 figures darted through the crowd, swiftly breaching layers of defenses and ascending the slope. "Jinger, your 6 masters have arrived." The sharp-eyed archer Zibi discerned their identities from a distance. "It is 7 masters," a smoky silhouette solidified. "Second master," Guo Jing joyfully exclaimed upon seeing them. However, Temujin and the others were taken aback. At this dawn, as spirits lingered momentarily, could this person be? Temujin was merely one of the 3 strongest princes among the Mongolian tribes, and the Qian tribe had yet to become the Mongolian empire that would dominate the seas and instill fear in all nations. Therefore, he had no formidable protectors by his side, and only upon reaching the world of the divine sculpture would he encounter experts from the esoteric school assisting the Yuan royal family. How could he have witnessed the prowess of peak masters? Wu Youliang, having diligently practiced the snake walking technique for 3 years, excelled in pursuit and evasion, though slightly inferior in mobility to the Chuanjin school's golden goose technique and Wudong's cloud ladder. However, his profound internal energy compensated for these shortcomings, even elevating him beyond them. Those without any foundation in internal power could not even glimpse his fleeting shadow. Even Zibi, a master archer, could only catch glimpses of his faint azure silhouette. In modern terms, it was impossible to discern his trajectory, let alone form an image on the retina. To see his afterimage indicates an opportunity to strike, as in moments of life and death. Thoughts often falter, leading to spontaneous actions. Yet, unable to perceive even an afterimage was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Protect the Khan." Borzu and the other generals immediately surrounded Temujin, their curved blades pointed at Wu Youliang. "Who are you?" Temujin found the person before him somewhat familiar. As if seen before, yet he could not recall where. "Khan, he is my second master," Guo Jing urgently replied. "Jinger, your second master was over 30 years old 8 years ago. He can only be in his 20s at most. How could he be your second master? Zibi questioned, bewildered. Master Zibi, he truly is my second master. As they spoke, the 6 monsters ascended the hill. Second brother, what is happening? Seeing Temujin's soldiers aiming their curved blades at Wu Youliang, the 6 monsters' expressions shifted, and Nan Shiren raised his palm, prepared to strike down the foremost Muhuwali. Halt! Do not be disrespectful, Temujin commanded, gazing at Wu Youliang with astonishment. Is it true you are Guojing's second master? Absolutely, Wu Youliang affirmed. I humbly request your assistance. Temujin bowed deeply. No need for such courtesy. Torai has already brought reinforcements. As Wu Youliang's words fell, clouds of dust surged from the distance, obscuring the sky, and judging by the momentum, it seemed as if tens of thousands of troops were charging forth. The kings and generals, seeing that help had truly arrived, displayed expressions of joy. Temujin's mind raced with the resolution. He knew Jamu's troops were well-disciplined, composed entirely of elite warriors, while Sang Kuan relied solely on the residual favor of Wang Han. Making him truly incompetent, he immediately pointed his curved blade toward the left-wing troops, commanding, "Charge here." Shuqi, Chahatai, and Wokutai led the charge, while Zibi, Borzu, and other generals protected Temujin, following closely behind. Wu Youliang ordered the 6 monsters to shield Guojing, while he distanced himself from the hundreds of soldiers, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, plunging directly into the fray of thousands of cavalry. He sought to test the fruits of 8 years of labor, to see if he could regard the onrushing thousands as merely a mundane affair. As hundreds of riders charged, dust clouds billowed, and as 1,000 riders surged, the ground shook, with winds and sands swirling. When 10,000 riders charged, it would surely terrify any heart, inducing panic and death. Nevertheless, Wu Youliang, skilled and audacious, charged straight into the elite troops of Jamu's right flank. Upon entering the fray, the sound of hoofbeats thundered, soldiers roared, and figures surrounded him. Layers upon layers, shadows enveloping him from all directions. Instilling despair in those of weaker resolve, as Wu Youliang ceased his movement, revealing his presence, he activated the 1,000-gene drop, rooting himself to the ground. He vibrated his dantian, internal energy surging like a roaring tide. Filling every limb and bone, threads of substantial energy coiling around him like a whirlpool, stirring his azure robe to flutter violently, his 3,000 strands of hair dancing chaotically, some cascading down to obscure his visage. Yu Buchuan, with his internal strength, could shatter a steel sword with his sleeve. However, having married Ning Zhongza early on and enjoyed the pleasures of intimacy, Wu Youliang could ascertain that the latter could not break through the Xin gate using the Zixia skill. Thus, in terms of internal mastery, he was not his equal. As for the depth of internal energy, they were likely on par. Who was superior would only be revealed in another contest. While Yu Buchuan could exhibit techniques of plucking leaves and flying flowers, Wu Youliang believed he could surpass him. In an instant, 7 or 8 curved sabers descended upon him from all directions, slicing through the air with lethal intent. Upon making contact with his garments and hair, the formidable energy emanating from him trembled violently, shattering all the sabers in an instant. A throng of cavalrymen surged past, left with naught but the bare hilts of their weapons. The force of the energy quivered, seeming to fluctuate in both speed and slowness. Even Wu Youliang could not remain unscathed. It was only through the impetus of external force that his internal energy stirred, resulting in such extraordinary phenomena. However, he was not entirely unscathed. A heaviness settled in his chest, and his blood surged violently, nearly overwhelming him with its intensity. While curved sabers are difficult to break through his protective energy, the ferocity of the charge from 7 or 8 galloping steeds was staggering. Had he not employed a technique to dissipate some of the force, he would have certainly coughed up blood. In the next moment, another 5 or 6 horsemen charged forth. Yet, his internal energy felt somewhat muddled, and his aura was tinged with obscurity. Suddenly, a single curved saber pierced through his protective energy, slicing through his garment. But when it struck his body, it met with a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal. After 8 years of rigorous training, not only had he cultivated profound internal strength, but he had also tempered his muscles, forging a body of iron and bronze. Thus, ordinary blades could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Wu Youliang soared like a wisp of cotton, gracefully evading the onslaught. In midair, he twirled, slipping through the intersecting arcs of the sabers. As his long sword transformed into wisps of mist, dispersing elegantly. Within a 10-foot radius, the cavalrymen suddenly found their vision darkened and fell from their mounts. Ha ha ha! Wu Youliang threw his head back in laughter, his voice resonating like the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger, drowning out the cacophony of soldiers' battle cries, the clash of swords, and the thunderous hoofbeats. He leaped forth, swift as light and shadow, wielding his long sword like smoke and mist, unleashing the myriad forms of the cloud and mist 13 styles from Mount Hong, each flicker of sword light intertwining, with each ray of light striking down at least one cavalryman. Once Wu Youliang unleashed his movements, no one could capture his silhouette, and as he danced with his sword, none could withstand his ferocity. Occasionally, he would be grazed by a stray arrow, yet thanks to his protective energy and his iron-like physique, he remained utterly unharmed. Like dark clouds obscuring the sun, a vicious wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, in the blink of an eye, he carved a path through the chaos. On another front, Temujin and his men surged into the left flank of the enemy forces. Zibi shot down Sankuin with an arrow, causing the commander to fall, which in turn unsettled the morale of his troops, leading them to break through the encirclement. Zibi, Borshu, and other generals continued to fire arrows while retreating. As Tourai led his troops forward, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, obscuring the number of soldiers approaching. The allied forces of Sankuin and Zamuka halted, wary of recklessly charging into battle. Wu Youliang observed as Guojing and his companions broke free from the encirclement, and with a swift motion, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, slipping through the layers of the oncoming army. Just as Temujin was organizing Tourai's troops, he caught sight of a blue shadow solidifying beside the 6 heroes of Jiangnan. "You are truly a remarkable individual. My utmost respect to you," Temujin said upon seeing Wu Youliang. As all the kings and generals bore solemn expressions, their eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. "You flatter me," Wu Youliang replied modestly. The group returned to the Qian tribe, while Wu Youliang and his 8 companions took their leaves separately. As for Temujin, he feigned weakness towards the doucher, presenting them with 2 carts of sable fur, 1,000 fat sheep, and 100 fine steeds, accompanied by 50 soldiers for protection. 8 days later, he summoned his generals, dividing them into 3 routes to defeat Wang Khan and Zamuka, ultimately unifying the vast desert and earning the title of Genghis Khan, symbolizing a strength as vast as the ocean itself. In the days that followed, Wu Youliang encountered some difficulties, as an inexplicable sense of agitation brewed within him, lingering without respite. Whenever he attempted to meditate, his mind remained restless, and his internal energy felt muddied. As if on the verge of collapse, practicing swordplay became increasingly awkward and strained. After a few rounds, his muscles ached, and his energy felt depleted. It was the consequence of having crossed the line of killing. After a night of deep contemplation, Wu Youliang identified the root of his affliction. That day, amidst the throngs of soldiers, within the span of incense burning, he had taken at least several hundred lives. With each sword strike, he could fell a man in the blink of an eye, delivering 7 or 8 strikes effortlessly, and with his energy, he could continue this for days on end. However, he realized that should he continue down this path, he would ultimately destroy himself. The ancients spoke of the boundless karma of killing, and in modern terms, this was akin to suffering from combat-related stress disorder and a series of complex psychological afflictions that are difficult to cure. Furthermore, as he cultivated the esoteric internal arts, should he encounter a bottleneck in the future, the manifestations of inner demons would be exponentially more ferocious, capable of depleting his spirit and reducing him to a living corpse. Fortunately, his profound skills had only led to a mild irritation. The symptoms were still shallow. Thus, Wu Youliang began to practice the soul transference technique to eradicate his affliction. Days later, Temujin convened a celebration banquet by the Onan River, establishing the military-political system of the 1,000 household unit, regulating the grazing lands of various tribes, and bestowing rewards based on merit. Guojing was appointed as a 1,000 household leader, and Jin Dao, the prince consort, was also honored. In Wu Youliang's eyes, Guojing's beauty was that of a true goddess. Guojing had already achieved the rank of 1,000 household leader, and once he formally wed, he would undoubtedly be granted 10,000 households. The 1,000 household leaders possessed the authority to allocate pastures within their territories, collect taxes, command troops, and lead incursions, making them high-ranking officials in charge of military and administrative affairs. 10,000 households would be even more prestigious. Tens of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of thousands of subjects, along with vast territories and countless livestock, far surpassed the extravagant dowries of wealthy families before the Great Upheaval. However, it was the appointment of Wu Youliang as national teacher that took him by surprise. Clearly, Temujin was awed by the prowess Wu Youliang had displayed previously, maneuvering effortlessly amidst the throngs of soldiers. Such a master, if not courted, would not be the Temujin he was known to be. Wu Youliang initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized that once the Mongols conquered the Jin dynasty and set their sights on the southern Song, he could resign from the position of national teacher, thereby gaining a reputation that eclipsed power and status, allowing him to rally countless heroes and ambitious individuals under his banner for grand endeavors. A man cannot be without power even for a day. Wu Youliang, of course, coveted power, status, and wealth, yet to obtain these would require bearing the infamy of betraying his country and his people, a burden he could not shoulder. That evening, Wu Youliang and his 7 companions packed their belongings. Preparing to return to Jiangnan, they informed Guijing about the martial arts competition at the Zuixianlu in Jiaxing. Although the young man was astonished, he remembered the profound teachings of his 7 masters and vowed to win the competition, not to disappoint their expectations. Thanks to Wu Youliang, the next morning, Temujin dispatched 4 princes to send them off, presenting Wu Youliang with 100 taels of gold, various rare treasures, a pearl the size of an egg, an exquisitely carved jade cup made of top-quality emerald, and a luxurious purple sable coat. Wu Youliang graciously accepted these gifts as payment for his earlier assistance. After Guijing bid farewell to Huajing and Torai, the 8 of them set off at a gallop. Days later, the group of 8 emerged from the vast grasslands. As Guijing entered the central plains for the first time, he was captivated by the sights he had never seen before. His spirits lifted, he tightened his legs around the belly of his steed, and the little red horse sprang forward, galloping with all its might, the wind howling past his ears, while the scenery blurred into a swift retreat. They reached the banks of the Black Water River before stopping to rest. However, as he wiped the sweat from the horse, he was startled to find the sweat towel soaked in blood. Regretting the injury to such a fine steed, truly a blood-sweating steed, a rare gem in this world, he mused. A wisp of blue smoke solidified as Wu Youliang caught up. Second master, why is the little red horse bleeding? Is it injured? Guijing, already accustomed to Wu Youliang's agility, anxiously inquired about the horse's condition. That is sweat, not blood. Wu Youliang assessed the little red horse, expressing his admiration. Swift beyond compare. A divine steed unparalleled. Having seen Guijing skillfully control the little red horse earlier, Wu Youliang leapt from his mount to chase after him. In the original story, the Western poison's speed was comparable to that of the little red horse, yet despite his relentless pursuit, he remained slightly behind. Perhaps due to insufficient practice with the serpentine movements. Second master, why not ride the little red horse? Guijing suggested without hesitation upon hearing Wu Youliang praise the steed. Your filial piety is commendable. But my speed suffices. The world is perilous. Keep it as protection, Wu Youliang replied with a smile. Suddenly, a melodious jingle echoed, and 4 snow-white camels raced towards them, each carrying a young man clad in white. All 4 were in their early 20s, handsome and striking, rare beauties from the northern frontier. Ouyang certainly has an abundance of romantic entanglements, Wu Youliang thought to himself, yet he knew that no amount of such companions could compare to Huang Rong. The 4 men entered the tavern, and soon after, the 6 heroes arrived on horseback. They chose a table to sit down, and Wu Youliang, taking on the role of the skilled storyteller, recounted the tale of the blood-sweating steed as narrated by Zhu Tsong in the original story. During this time, 4 more young men in white arrived. After listening to Wu Youliang's tale, the 8 young men in white couldn't help but gaze longingly at the little red horse outside. Whispering amongst themselves with expressions of envy, Kei Zhani, with his keen ears, caught every word of their hushed conversation. Were they plotting to kill for the horse? Furious, he was about to act when a heavy hand pressed down on his shoulder. Elder brother, do not startle the snake. The 8 men continued their discussion, revealing plans of gathering with the likes of Lingji, the immortal, and the thousand-handed man-killer, before finishing their meal and hastily riding off on their white camels. Second brother, do you know of White Camel Mountain? Kujini asked. White Camel Mountain is located in the western regions, the dwelling place of Ouyang Feng, a master of unparalleled martial arts and poison, hence the title of Western Poison, Wu Youliang explained. Despicable. Kujini recounted the words of the 8 maidens. And aside from Wu Youliang, the 5 others were filled with indignation, secretly cursing their ignorance and presuming that several renowned masters from distant lands had gathered together, which could only mean something unusual was afoot. They promptly resolved to investigate the situation in secrecy, sending Guojing on his solitary journey. Elder brother, Jing is of a simple heart, and now he travels alone. The martial world is fraught with peril, and he is bound to encounter unforeseen dangers. Wu Youliang suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. He yearned to experience the thrill of traversing the martial world clad in fine garments and wielding a sword. Ultimately, he merely inherited the identity of a skilled scholar without the latter's experiences and insights, and he could not claim to have more knowledge than Guojing. Second brother, what do you suggest? Kujini inquired. Why not let me follow him in secret? If anyone dares to act recklessly, I shall teach them a lesson, Wu Youliang replied. Though it is said that jade cannot be shaped without being carved, Jinger is still a novice in the martial world, unaware of its depths. With your protection, second brother, he is undoubtedly safe, Han Baoju interjected. Jinger is indeed fortunate, Nan Shiren remarked. Kujini decisively proclaimed, on March 24th, we shall reconvene at the Zuasian Lu in Jiaxing, and we shall ensure that the heroes of the world witness who among us is the true hero. Chapter 28. The Martial Arts Competition for Marriage, Part 2. Upon exiting the tavern, Wu Youliang inhaled a breath of the liberating air. Being in the company of the 6 freaks, he felt as though he were bound by invisible shackles, akin to playing a role in a game of make-believe. By day, he had to hypnotize himself into believing he was the skilled scholar. Not Wu Youliang by night, he reminded himself, I am Wu Youliang, not the skilled scholar. It felt akin to living as an undercover agent, teetering on the edge of a potential split personality. The reason he did not depart alone was simply that his internal mastery was not yet complete. Where else could he find such tranquility as in the vast northern wilderness? The central plains were ostentatious, and human hearts were treacherous. Should news of his possession of the latter volume of the 9-in manual leak, he would be forced to flee for his life. Moreover, with the 6 freaks protecting him, he could delve deeply into meditation and practice in peace. Most importantly, he had been contemplating the internal cultivation methods of the Chuanjian sect, awaiting Ma Yu to come to the desert to instruct Guojing in internal techniques. When he made a decisive choice upon meeting the real person, In Jiping. Now, alone in the world, he felt as if a bird had escaped its cage. He could traverse the martial world under the name of Wu Youliang, no longer needing to don a disguise. Wu Youliang gathered his energy and leaped onto the rooftops lining the street, his internal breath coursing through his ears and meridians, listening intently to the sounds within a 10-mile radius. Afterward, he unfurled his movements and soared southeastward in an instant. He covered over 10 miles, the terrain suddenly rising, flanked by towering mountains. Crossing a mountain pass, he encountered 4 individuals clad in white, who were cursing loudly. Clearly, they had failed to intercept Guojing and had seized the little red horse. It is you. One of the white-clad figures recognized Wu Youliang and cried out, unleashing 2 gleaming hidden weapons, 2 silver darts. Sharp and deadly, that would surely pierce through anything. Wu Youliang flicked his sleeve, and the silver darts vanished from sight. To strike upon our first meeting, what a cruel heart you possess, young lady. Is killing forbidden? Another white-clad figure scoffed. The 4 hailed from the western region's White Camel Mountain, and they often leveraged their connection to Ouyang's concubine to bully others. Any disagreement could lead to violence. Ignorant of your own mortality, Wu Youliang swiftly evaded, becoming a mere shadow before them, leaving them bewildered, unsure of his location. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced their foreheads, and darkness enveloped them as they lost consciousness. Wu Youliang gazed down at the 4 fallen figures, silently employing the techniques of the soul transfer, suppressing the murderous intent stirring within him. His previous agitation lingered. He could not afford to unleash a killing spree, lest he cultivate a penchant for bloodshed that could lead to divine retribution. However, he could not easily let the 4 off the hook. They had aided Ouyang Ku in abducting Han family maidens, a crime most heinous. While they could escape the death penalty, the punishment for their living transgressions was inescapable. Wu Youliang's fingers danced like the wind, deftly sealing the acupoints of the four with dozens of strikes, several of which were fatal. He then unleashed 4 palm strikes from a distance, channeling his internal force into their energy seas. Despite their unconscious state, they groaned in pain, their faces contorted in agony. He employed the acupoint sealing techniques recorded in the latter volume of the manual, techniques that, in this world, no one else could decipher. Unless someone were to acquire the latter volume of the manual and possess his level of skill, even the Western poison would find it impossible to unravel this sealing technique. Should anyone attempt to forcefully break the seal with overwhelming power, they would sustain irreversible injuries, rendering them incapacitated regardless. On the third evening, Wu Youliang arrived leisurely at Zhangjiagou. He had no intention of concerning himself with Guojing any longer. The latter should now be acquainted with Huang Rong, under the secret protection of the mischievous girl, and thus he would hardly require his assistance. Zhangjiagou was a bustling hub for trade in cattle, sheep, and horses between the desert and the central plains, bustling with merchants from the north and south. Consequently, the population was dense, and the streets were lively, imbued with both the charm of the frontier and the culture of the central plains. Wu Youliang entered a tavern, ordering a plate of white-cut chicken, a portion of stir-fried beef with vegetables, and a serving of stir-fried 3 delicacies, along with 3 jin of daughter red wine. These were the very 3 dishes he had ordered upon his initial foray into the world of martial arts. This was his sentimental connection. Years ago, when he first watched a martial arts film, the 3 male protagonists had ordered these 3 dishes, consuming them with boundless enthusiasm, leaving 20 empty bowls stacked upon the table, which filled him with yearning. Unfortunately, upon entering the martial arts realm, he had inherited a path of solitary journeying, with life and death hanging in the balance, and an uncertain future, which left him lacking in the spirit of enjoyment. Soon, the dishes were served. Wu Youliang raised a cup of daughter red wine, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Once, he had hoped to meet a beloved woman and savor the daughter red that she had aged for over a decade. Yet now, even if a woman truly admired him, he dared not cross the threshold of propriety. Should he indulge in an intimate encounter, it would be exceedingly difficult to refine his internal skills thereafter. Suppressing his myriad emotions, Wu Youliang picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of chicken. In a short while, 5 empty bowls piled up on the table. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, but Wu Youliang paid it no mind. With many merchants in Zhangjiagou, there were likewise many from the escort agencies, and those who transported goods came from all walks of life, often resulting in rough language and disputes, which was quite common. However, unexpectedly, he caught a glimpse of something that immediately captured his attention. At the entrance, 2 waiters were loudly berating a ragged, emaciated youth. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, wearing a dark, worn leather hat, his face smeared with dirt, obscuring his features. He held a white steamed bun in his hand, laughing cheerfully and revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Was it Huang Rong? One of the waiters suddenly swung a fist at the boy, who nimbly ducked, his footwork light and agile. It truly was Huang Rong. Wu Youliang was momentarily stunned. The waiter, seeing the youth dare to evade, threw another punch. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed between the waiter and the boy, embedding itself into the pillar at the tavern's entrance. "This bun is on my tab," the waiter called out. Looking up, the boy saw a piece of silver lodged in the pillar. His dark eyes twinkled as he tossed the bun to a small dog at the entrance and entered the tavern. Coming to Wu Youliang's side, glancing at him sideways, "Waiter, bring another set of chopsticks," Wu Youliang said. The boy chuckled and took a seat without reservation. The waiter brought over a pair of chopsticks, casting a glance at the boy with a hint of disdain, as if fearing the boy would dirty his tavern. "What are you staring at? Do you think this young master is unworthy to dine in your establishment?" the boy retorted. "I wouldn't dare," the waiter replied. "Brother, may I order a few dishes?" the boy inquired, still unable to swallow his anger, looking towards Wu Youliang. Of course, Wu Youliang smiled, feeling an unexpected amusement. He recalled a post he had seen in the real world, which conveyed that the most extravagant efforts in courting women in the martial world were undoubtedly that of Guojing. A table laden with delicacies, 2 ingots of gold, a black mink fur coat, and a swift blood horse, If the dowry for Huajing could easily overshadow the wealth of many in the real world, then Guojing's gifts would surely intimidate all second-generation wealthy heirs. The dishes and gold were commonplace, not remarkable. However, the fur coat and the horse were extraordinary. The fur coat was a treasured possession of Wang Han, gifted to him by Tu Lei before his departure. And the blood horse was something even Emperor Wu of Han had sought, but could not obtain. In other words, the items had intrinsic value, yet due to their owners or their rarity, they transcended mere monetary worth. An inappropriate analogy would be that the fur coat was akin to a gift from the Deputy Chief of Military Affairs of the Federation, while the blood horse was like the coveted chariot of a Federation president. Such items, one must ask, which second-generation wealthy heir could possibly produce them? Chapter 29. The Martial Arts Competition for Marriage, Part 3, 4 types of dried fruits. Lychee, longan, 4 types of fresh fruits. Rose gold tangerines, fragrant medicinal grapes. 8 types of food and drink. Stir-fried squab liver, steamed osmanthus fish lips. Seeing Wu Youliang nod, the boy continued to rattle off dish names. Are you really going to order all of these? The waiter asked. What? Do you not have them in your establishment? The boy retorted. We do have them, but the price. Wu Youliang produced an ingot of gold. Is this sufficient? Sufficient, sufficient. The waiter took the gold and retreated, instructing the kitchen to expedite the preparation of the dishes. Truly a case of lowly eyes judging others, the boy grumbled. As the saying goes, one must first respect the attire before respecting the person. Little brother, you cannot hold it against them, Wu Youliang remarked. Am I dressed inappropriately? The boy asked. Wu Youliang chuckled silently, then suddenly inquired, Little brother, are you a disciple of the dirty clothes sect of the beggars' gang? I am not. The boy shook his head, looking at Wu Youliang in confusion, unsure why he asked. Then when you wear it, no one will look down on you anymore. Wu Youliang retrieved an item from his bag and draped it over the boy. It was the purple mink fur coat that Temujin had gifted him, entirely deep purple, devoid of any blemishes, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility. Among all the Mongolian tribes, no other such mink coat could be found. Wu Youliang, with his profound inner strength cultivated over the years, had long since become impervious to the harshness of seasons. He no longer required the luxurious mink coat, and thus he decided to bestow it as a gift upon his future disciple's wife. The young man was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Are you truly giving it to me? Wu Youliang nodded. It is merely a case of a man being innocent yet burdened by the treasures he possesses. Young brother, wearing this coat is akin to a child brandishing gold in the marketplace, inevitably inviting covetous glances. Your recent evasion of the shopkeeper, while nimble, may not suffice against a skilled adversary. Instead, let me impart to you some martial techniques. Suddenly, Wu Youliang recalled that the renowned techniques learned by Guojing in the future, such as the 18 dragon subduing palms, the technique of mutual combat, and the 9-yin manual, all directly or indirectly derived from Huangrong. Perhaps it would be wise to provide some assistance today, ensuring greater returns in the future. Call me an angel investor, he mused inwardly. You wish to teach me martial arts? The young man was again taken aback, his gaze toward Wu Youliang shifting in perception. Little did Wu Youliang realize, as he contemplated mastering the dragon-subduing palms, the technique of mutual combat, and completing the 9-yin manual to rival the 4 greats atop Mount Hua, that this moment was significant. If one were to inquire which martial art in the world of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was the most lethal, Wu Youliang believed it was neither the Eastern heretic's finger-flicking technique, nor the Western poison's toad technique, nor the Southern emperor's one-yang finger, nor the Northern beggar's dragon-subduing palms. Instead, it was the old mischief-maker's technique of mutual combat. An old rascal may not necessarily defeat the 4 greats, but 2 of them would surely prevail. Thus, if hands could engage in mutual combat, then feet could as well. For old mischief-makers would be destined to be invincible in the world in the original story. The old mischief-maker, upon receiving guidance from Guojing, realized that his method of relieving boredom through mutual combat was indeed a martial technique. Guojing also contemplated that if hands can engage in mutual combat, feet naturally can as well. However, upon considering revealing this secret, he feared it might upheave the martial world, thus he chose to conceal it. I see that you are rather frail. It would not be wise to cultivate a forceful martial art. I possess a few agile acupoint striking techniques. Would you like to see? Wu Youliang picked up a pair of chopsticks and demonstrated, striking the air with precision and unpredictability. The pointing gold principle. Jade liquid. Should the enemy sidestep, strike the shoulder and arm, targeting the heavenly grand acupoint. If retreating, strike the chest and abdomen, targeting the great deficiency acupoint. If advancing, then strike. This acupoint striking method was a temporary adaptation of Wu Youliang's own sealing technique. He elaborated on the external radiance and internal flow of these techniques, and the young man listened attentively, nodding at intervals. Undoubtedly, she was Huang Yaoshi's daughter, intelligent and quick-witted. After just one demonstration, she had retained most of it. And after 2 or 3 repetitions, she was already practicing with the chopsticks, appearing quite proficient. The young man's eyes sparkled with realization. She understood. She had always felt a certain familiarity in the aura emanating from the person before her. And now she finally recalled that her father possessed a similar presence, albeit more intense, which had drawn her to him earlier. Yet she was puzzled. Her father was one of the foremost masters of the age, while the man before her was merely in his youth. How could he exude such an aura? Wu Youliang had misjudged. The deep aura he had earlier sensed was not merely the gravitas of a middle-aged man, but rather the demeanor of a master. Upon first arriving in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, his profound skills were not yet fully realized, and thus he had felt vulnerable to the threats posed by masters, leading to a somewhat superficial aura. Now, having attained mastery of his techniques, he believed himself impervious and unafraid, allowing his aura to manifest outwardly. However, his limited experience in duels with masters meant he could not compare to the invincible mindset established by Dongxia over decades of conflict, leaving him slightly inferior. At that moment, an array of exquisite delicacies was served. "Brother, what is your name?" "I am Zhu, cough cough. I am Wu Youliang of Wushan, with you representing abundance, Anliang embodying moral conscience. And you, young brother?" "I am Huang Rong, with Huang from Huangliang Yiming and Rong from Chishui Furong." The young girl, Huang Rong, playfully smiled as she introduced herself in a manner akin to Wu Youliang. After sampling a few dishes, Huang Rong engaged in conversation with Wu Youliang, as the daughter of Huang Yaoshi. Her knowledge encompassed medicine, astrology, music, chess, literature, painting, and even agriculture, governance, and military affairs, all to a certain extent. Wu Youliang, hailing from the modern world, was less versed in ancient knowledge than the young girl, yet he possessed insights from the contemporary realm that she had never encountered. Their dialogue flourished, and they found joy in their exchange. An hour later, their conversation turned to the realm of numerology. Huang Yaoshi's knowledge was profound, while Huang Rong demonstrated remarkable depth during a quiz with Inggu. "Brother Huang, allow me to pose a question. In the first room resides 1 person, in the second 2, in the third 3, and so on, until the 3000th room contains 3000 people. How many individuals are there in total across all rooms?" Huang Rong paused, mentally calculating, realizing that simply adding 1, 2, and 3 was not the correct method. If there were 3000, there could also be 30,000, 300,000, or 3 million. Surely there was a trick. However, after pondering for a while, she still could not grasp the answer. Wu Youliang, observing her furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, chuckled to himself. "Little girl, do you now comprehend your elder brother's prowess?" After a while, when Huang Rong remained lost in thought, she suddenly caught sight of Wu Youliang's amused smile and exclaimed, "Brother Wu You, you are teasing me." Clearly, she thought he had posed an unsolvable riddle to play with her, though her face bore smudges. Her eyes sparkled with life, her teeth as white as snow. Truly, a case of bright eyes and white teeth. That playful frown nearly caused Wu Youliang to falter in his resolve. If her skin were as fair as snow, she would surely eclipse all others, rendering 3000 insignificant compared to 1. How fortunate for that fellow Jinger. "I am not teasing you. This question is rather simple. Just add the first and last numbers. The second and the second to last numbers. They are equal. Thus, multiply this sum by the corresponding quantity, and you will arrive at the answer." "Indeed, brother Wu You, you are remarkably clever." Huang Rong, upon a moment's reflection, grasped the essence of the question and smiled brightly once more. "Just a bit of luck," Wu Youliang thought to himself, suppressing his rising excitement. The beauty of her smile surpassed that of before, rivaling the enchanting figure he had encountered when breaking through his own barriers, if he continued to neglect his cultivation. He would surely embarrass himself. After conversing for a while longer, Wu Youliang suddenly felt a peculiar unease, causing him to furrow his brows. "Brother Wu You, what troubles you?" Huang Rong inquired, noticing his distraction. "I have an unsettling feeling that I have forgotten something," he admitted. "Is it important?" "I cannot recall at the moment. It is likely something trivial." They continued their conversation for over an hour. With the dishes on the table replenished 3 times, each sampling merely a taste, as dusk approached, Wu Youliang picked up a piece of pigeon liver, and suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. If Guojing had not encountered Huang Rong, then there would be no one to protect him in secret. Should he cross paths with the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River and the 3-headed flood dragon seeking revenge, disaster would surely ensue. "Brother Huang, I must take my leave," Wu Youliang declared. Rising abruptly, he gathered his belongings and handed her several gold ingots. "You are not a disciple of the Beggars Sect. Do not demean yourself any further. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Brother Wu You will certainly take care of you." As he spoke, Wu Youliang channeled his energy, leaving behind a few inches deep footprint before leaping away like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the vast night. Only after Wu Youliang was out of sight did Huang Rong return her gaze, only to suddenly notice the footprint on the ground. Her expression shifted from surprise to joy, and a smile blossomed on her lips. Wu Youliang, moving with the swiftness of the wind, darted like a shadow, his ears alert to the sounds from miles around. After racing over 100 miles, he suddenly paused, having detected the unique breathing of Guojing practicing the Huashan Qigong. The sound emanated from a guest room within an inn, accompanied by another heavy breathing from above the room's roof. On that day, Guojing had parted ways with Wu Youliang and the others. Setting out alone, in Mountain Gully, he was accosted by 4 men in white seeking to rob him of his horse, prompting him to flee on the swift little red horse. Upon reaching Zhangjiago, he initially intended to rest at an inn, only to spot the Duanhuan knife and Sangmin axe among the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River. He hastily purchased some flatbread and supplies before departing. The little red horse's speed had alerted 2 of the ghosts, who pursued him relentlessly. It wasn't until deep into the night, when Guojing finally rested at the inn, that he was confronted by the 3-headed flood dragon, Ho Tonghai. Since the young man was unharmed, Wu Youliang resolved to observe the unfolding events. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon the following day. Guojing accompanied the Sangmin axe, Qian Qingjian, as they ventured toward the city's outskirts. After walking 10 miles west, they entered a pine forest, where the leaves obscured the sun, casting a gloomy shadow. Within the forest, they encountered a man in his 40s with a green face seated upon a tree stump, flanked by 3 men fanning him with long banana leaves, exuding an air of superiority. The green-faced man had 3 grotesque horns protruding from his forehead. He was none other than Ho Tonghai, who called himself the 3-headed flood dragon. "Where is your master?" he demanded. "My 7 masters are not here," Guojing replied. "How dare you? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" Ho Tonghai roared, rising furiously. "You disrupted my 4th apprentice's grand plans in Mongolia. I had no intention of bullying you, but since you refuse to know your place, do not blame me, Ho Er Yi." With that, Ho Tonghai lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Guojing's face, the force of which made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Guojing squinted and retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Ho Tonghai's palm strength surged like the mighty waters of the Yellow River, relentless and unyielding, with wave after wave crashing forth. In contrast, Guojing's strikes were fierce and rapid, akin to a colossal axe cleaving through the air. Under the tutelage of Wu Youliang, he executed the mountain opening palm with a disciplined balance of offense and defense. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, the young man surprisingly held his ground. Infuriated, Ho Tonghai bellowed, questioning how he could possibly defeat his master when he couldn't even best his disciple. In a fit of rage, he drew a weapon from his waist, a 3-pronged steel fork adorned with 3 copper rings. The moment he wielded this weapon, his offensive power intensified threefold, forcing Guojing into a defensive position. After a few more exchanges, Guojing found himself unable to gain even 3 feet of ground. As the steel fork danced menacingly before him, the copper rings clanging ominously, striking towards his shoulder, his waist, and his abdomen in swift succession. Guojing, weary from the onslaught, felt the peril mounting, when suddenly a faint sound, reminiscent of the fluttering wings of insects, whispered in his ear, "Step back and use the 7th move of the mountain opening palm." Startled at first, Guojing followed the voice's guidance, stepping back just in time to evade Ho Tonghai's lethal thrust aimed at his heart. He then unleashed the 7th move of the mountain opening palm, shaking the ground beneath him and forcing Ho Tonghai to retreat, momentarily alleviating his disadvantage. Take 2 steps forward and employ the 9th move of the mountain opening palm. Use your fingers as a sword, executing the 6th move of the Songshan sword technique. Shift your body and encircle. Employing the 4th move of the mountain opening palm, leap forward, utilizing the 13th move of the Songshan sword technique. Following the instructions, Guojing executed each move with unwavering focus, his techniques becoming increasingly fluid, his energy more potent. After a flurry of 2 or 3 dozen exchanges, he transitioned from a defensive position to a state of equilibrium, ultimately gaining the upper hand. Witnessing his master uncle being forced to retreat repeatedly by Guojing, the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River were astonished. Shun Qinggang, with a flash of malice in his eyes, suddenly lunged forward, aiming a knife at Guojing's lower back. Guojing sidestepped to avoid the attack, but Ho Tonghai immediately launched a fierce counterattack, with Shun Qinggang following suit, and the young man soon found himself in dire straits once again. In that instant, the 3 ghosts joined the fray, their weapons, a spear, a whip, and an axe, targeting Guojing's vulnerable neck, shoulder, and lower ribs. Surrounded by foes, Guojing felt he had nowhere to retreat. Just when he believed disaster was imminent, a rush of warm energy surged from the crown of his head, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. His face flushed crimson, smoke billowing from his mouth and nose, and his entire body burned with an intense heat. As if filled with boundless strength, he struck out with one hand, instantly manifesting 4 shadowy palm strikes that shattered the weapons of the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River, sending them careening away. With another strike, he seized Ho Tonghai's steel fork with lightning speed, the energy in his palm vibrating violently. Unfazed by the fork's sharpness, his fingers thickened and twisted with force, reducing the weapon to a crumpled mass of scrap metal. "You!" Ho Tonghai stumbled back several steps, terror etched across his face as he gazed at Guojing, bewildered by how the young man's martial prowess had suddenly reached such an extraordinary level. "Jinger pays respect to my second master." Guojing knelt, bowing towards a pine tree 5 steps away. The 3-headed serpent raised their eyes to see a figure in a green robe standing gracefully among the pine branches. At such close proximity, the figure had gone unnoticed until now, swaying effortlessly with the tree branches in the gentle breeze, appearing as if one with the tree itself. Ho Tonghai, unable to see the figure's movements, watched in dread as the man descended to the ground. His piercing eyes locking onto Ho Tonghai's, sending a chill of unease through him as he instinctively retreated a few more steps. "He is my disciple. If I do not punish him, no one shall harm him," declared the figure, who was none other than Wu Youliang. "Senior, I was unaware he was your disciple." Ho Tonghai stammered, at a loss for words, while the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River lay prostrate, too fearful to rise. Wu Youliang gestured toward Ho Tonghai, and the 3-headed serpent felt an invisible force tighten around them, as if bound by unbreakable chains, pulling them towards the figure 10 steps away. Despite their struggles, the binding pressure diminished only slightly, yet before they could muster their strength again, the binding would tighten once more, as if for every 10 chains they broke, 11 more would appear. Gradually, they were drawn to Wu Youliang's side. "Please, spare me," Ho Tonghai gasped, forcing out a few words amid his frantic breathing. Wu Youliang suddenly delivered a palm strike, and Ho Tonghai had no means to evade it. The force struck his chest, propelling him as if riding the clouds, crashing into a pine tree, which snapped with a loud crack, while he fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented. "This is the first and last time. If anyone from the Yellow River Gang dares to harm my disciple again, I shall ensure that the name Yellow River Gang disappears from the martial world." Wu Youliang's voice was cold, imbued with a chilling finality. "I dare not. Thank you for your mercy, senior. Spare my life." Ho Tonghai shuddered, hastily kneeling in supplication. "Jinger, let's go." "Yes, second master." The 2 exited the grove of pines and returned to the inn, where Guojing mounted his little red horse and rode off swiftly, while Wu Youliang pursued. Hoping to catch up with him, Should they fall too far behind, he would invoke the secrets of the evil repelling sword technique, his form becoming ghostly and elusive, allowing him to swiftly close the distance to the little red horse. Then employing the snake-like leaping technique to soar and bound effortlessly. That day, they arrived in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, the most prosperous place in the realm, surpassing even Bianliang of the northern song and Linen of the southern song. As they strolled, they beheld red towers and painted pavilions, embroidered doors and vermilion gates, ornate carriages bustling about, and spirited steeds racing past. After a while, they heard a commotion ahead, punctuated by cheers and applause. Wu Youliang thought to himself, better late than never. 20 paces away, a vacant space was marked by a brocade flag, white with red borders, inscribed with the words, Martial Arts Competition for Marriage, in golden characters. Beneath the flag, two figures were engaged in a lively bout. One was a girl clad in red, and the other a burly man. Wu Youliang recognized at a glance that the burly man was merely flaunting flashy moves, lacking real skill, while the red-clad girl demonstrated a solid foundation in both offense and defense. After exchanging a few more blows, the red-clad girl delivered a sweeping punch that sent the burly man flying, landing him in a heap, covered in dirt and disheveled. This girl was none other than Mu Nianzi, and Wu Youliang observed her closely. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, tall and graceful. Despite a hint of hardship reflected in her features, her bright eyes and white teeth revealed her beauty. Having won the contest, Mu Nianzi brushed her hair aside and stepped back beneath the flagpole. The northern winds whipped around her, causing the brocade flag to flutter erratically, casting shifting shadows across her face, enhancing her allure. Beneath the flagpole stood a middle-aged man, stout and robust, yet slightly hunched, with graying hair and a troubled expression. He bowed to the crowd and proclaimed, I am Wu Youliang, passing through this esteemed place. Boldly, I have set up this arena for my daughter to compete for a marriage partner. Any unmarried man under 30 who can best my daughter in a move or two shall have her hand in marriage. He paused for a moment, then added, The capital is a land of hidden talents, and I act rashly. I ask for your understanding. Mu Nianzi's life of sorrow stemmed precisely from this martial contest for marriage. Who could have imagined that the girl before them would live to see no more than 30 years? Jinger, how old do you think your second master is? Wu Youliang suddenly inquired of Guojing. Guojing fell silent, realizing the delicate nature of his second master's age and appearance, and dared not speak recklessly. Observing the young man's respectful demeanor, Wu Youliang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation and pressed further. Then tell me, does your second master appear to be over 30? A simple nod or shake of the head will not be deemed disrespectful. Guojing glanced over, hesitated, then subtly shook his head. The middle-aged man, Yang Tiexin, noticing no one had stepped forward, glanced at the ominous sky, where clouds hung low and the northern winds howled, signaling an impending snowstorm. He began to withdraw the flagpole when suddenly voices from the crowd called out, Wait! In the next moment, two figures leaped into the arena simultaneously. One was a rotund old man with a long beard, and the other was an even stranger sight, a tall, thin monk. As the crowd recognized the two, laughter erupted all around. What are you laughing at? She is competing for marriage, and I am not yet wed. Am I not worthy? The old man shouted at the crowd. Old man, if you win, won't you be dooming her to a life of solitude? The monk retorted. And you? As a monk, how can you approach a woman? The old man shot back. If I win, I shall renounce my vows immediately. The monk chuckled, rubbing his bald head, eliciting even more laughter from the crowd. Mu Nianzi's eyebrows furrowed in irritation, and just as she was about to step forward to confront them, Yang Tiexin dissuaded her, firmly replanting the flagpole in the ground and casting a cold gaze at the two. Old man, why don't we compete first? The winner may proceed, proposed the monk. Let it be so, the old man agreed. They took their stances, preparing to engage, when suddenly, a wisp of smoke-like shadow glided into the arena, causing both the monk and the old man to soar off the ground and crash far away. The smoke dissipated to reveal a handsome young man in a green robe, emanating a heavy aura that drew the crowd's attention. Mu Nianzi glanced at him, her cheeks flushing. Young hero, your martial prowess is impressive. May I ask your sect and lineage? Yang Tiexin inquired. I have no sect or lineage, the young man replied. Wu Youliang turned to Mu Nianzi. Miss, I shall remain stationary and will neither attack nor evade. If you can push me back a step, I will concede." As he spoke, Wu Youliang concentrated his energy, causing his boots to sink slowly into the solid bricks beneath him as if they were mere sand. The spectators watched in stunned silence, the once boisterous atmosphere falling eerily quiet. Before Yang Tianxin could interject, Mu Niancy stepped forward. "Please, young sir." At present, she concealed her palm within her sleeve, gracefully sweeping it towards Wu Youliang's shoulder. However, as soon as her hand made contact with his garment, a surge of energy pulsed forth and retracted, leaving her palm abuzz with warmth, causing her to slide away. "My lady, worry not about injuring me. Unleash your full strength," Wu Youliang chuckled. Mu Niancy swept her sleeve once more, her palm brushing against Wu Youliang's attire, only to encounter another barrier of energy, slightly jolting her and neutralizing her assault. The red-clad maiden prepared to strike a third time. She gracefully maneuvered around Wu Youliang, her sleeves fluttering like crimson clouds, targeting vital points on his chest and back. Yet, despite her relentless barrage, she failed to inflict a single injury upon him. Once more, Mu Niancy extended her sleeve, and suddenly, a purple aura enveloped Wu Youliang's visage, inciting a renewed commotion among the onlookers, clearly astonished by his prowess. Just as Wu Youliang was about to channel his internal energy to send the girl flying, a melodious voice rang out, "Brother Wu, cease." Startled, Wu Youliang turned to see a young maiden leaping down from an ornate pavilion beside the street. Clad in white, her flowing hair, bound by a golden ribbon, cascaded like a waterfall, her movements as ethereal as a celestial being gliding over azure waves. The white-clad maiden, in her youthful bloom, possessed a complexion fairer than snow, her beauty unparalleled, truly captivating. With a few graceful leaps, she reached Wu Youliang's side, her palm raised, striking out like a long sword, the sound of slicing air resonating as she swiftly repelled Mu Niancy. Who are you?" Wu Youliang gazed at the white-clad maiden. Momentarily dazed, she was none other than Huang Rong. Although he had previously held her beauty in high regard, seeing her now, adorned in simple attire, her face unblemished, she surpassed his expectations. When she was not smiling, she diminished the allure of the most beautiful women in the imperial harem, but when she smiled, "Brother Wu, I do not permit you to win," she said, half playfully, half seriously. "What? Am I not allowed to win?" Wu Youliang asked. Perplexed. "Brother Wu, you are utterly foolish," she replied, stamping her foot before gracefully drifting away from the crowd. The purple aura dissipated from Wu Youliang's face. A look of bewilderment replaced it. "Hero, your wife has come to find you. A man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Hero, you truly embody the essence of manhood," the crowd jested. "While we dare only to stroll through brothels, you boldly bring home a second wife. Truly a man of valor." Initially, the crowd had been awed by Wu Youliang's martial prowess. But this scene elicited uproarious laughter. "Young hero, since you already have a wife, please forgive my impudence. Though my daughter is of humble stature, she cannot be promised to you." Yang Tianxin stepped forward. "She is not." Wu Youliang attempted to clarify. Yang Tianxin interrupted. "Young hero, my daughter and I are merely common folk from the mountains. We cannot aspire to your heights. Please take care." With no alternative, Wu Youliang turned to leave the stage. "Jinger, do you know that white-clad maiden?" "I do not." Guo Jing shook his head. Then, Wu Youliang hesitated, suddenly reaching out with his fingers to grasp a man from the crowd, a man in his 30s who had previously boisterously taunted him. The man felt a dizzying sensation as he was yanked towards Wu Youliang, ready to struggle, but suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him, sapping him of strength. "Hero, spare me!" the man exclaimed in horror. "How do you know that white-clad maiden is my wife?" "Hero, if you win the contest, you must marry this maiden. If she were not your wife, why would she intervene?" the man stammered. "That makes sense, quite a valid point indeed." Wu Youliang released the man, handing him a gold ingot. "Here is a reward for you." "Thank you, hero, thank you." The man took the gold and vanished into the crowd. "Jinger, my second master has urgent matters and has left." With a swift leap, Wu Youliang transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and soared away in the arena. The red-clad maiden gazed despondently, yet her eyes remained fixed upon his retreating figure. Chapter 32. The Contest for Marriage. 6. After Wu Youliang departed. The sound of chimes echoed, and dozens of vigorous servants surrounded a young nobleman riding a horse. The young man, around 16 years of age, was strikingly handsome and donned luxurious attire, clearly hailing from a noble lineage. This young man was Yang Kong. Upon seeing the banner proclaiming the contest for marriage, he dismounted and entered the arena. Could it be that this maiden is participating in the contest? Noble sir, please excuse me. I have already lost to someone else and cannot compete further, Yang Tiexin replied. Seeing the throng of servants surrounding Yang Kong, all bearing an air of arrogance, he feared that they were from a powerful family of the Jin, and that winning could lead to trouble, while losing would plunge his daughter into peril. Where is that man? Yang Kong inquired. He has left, Yang Tiexin replied. Are you speaking falsely to me? Yang Kong challenged. I would not dare. If you do not believe me, you may inquire among those present. Yang Tiexin gestured to the crowd, which immediately erupted into lively chatter. The maiden has long since lost to that heroic figure. Once that heroic figure has settled his first wife, he will certainly come to claim this second wife. Pretty boy, best to leave quickly. If you linger until that heroic figure returns, beware for your life. The spectators thrived on the chaos, a timeless truth of humanity. Yang Kang's expression darkened. What if I insist on competing? He abruptly struck out with his right hand, a fierce gust of wind rushing towards Yang Tiexin. Then forgive my rudeness. Yang Tiexin sidestepped and countered with a move called Wei Tuo offers the pestle, pressing down on Yang Kong's wrist with his elbow, while sweeping his left palm towards the younger man's back. Yang Kong pivoted, his left hand emerging from below to counterattack. Pretty boy, angering the future father-in-law of that heroic figure may cost you your life tonight. Hurry away, go learn for a few more years with your teacher. Perhaps the crowd's incessant taunting incited Yang Kong's ire. He suddenly unleashed his right hand, swift as lightning, his 5 fingers piercing through Yang Tiexin's palm aimed at his abdomen, forcefully throwing him aside. Gasps arose from the onlookers as they beheld Yang Tiexin's hand bleeding profusely. The maiden, both furious and anxious, rushed forward to support her father and tend to his wounds. Yang Kong scoffed, wiping the blood from his fingers on his clothing before turning to leave. Stop! Guojing stepped forward to confront him. Who are you? Yang Kong asked. The maiden has stated she will not compete with you. Why do you insist on injuring her? Nonsense, Yang Kong retorted, striking out at Guojing, who met him with a counterstrike. Yang Kang's martial arts were agile and unpredictable, while Guojing's were straightforward and powerful. After exchanging a flurry of blows, Yang Kong found himself at a disadvantage, his palm retreating a couple of feet. Suddenly, for unusual figures appeared in the crowd. One was a robust Tibetan monk draped in a crimson robe, wearing a resplendent golden hat. Another had a youthful visage despite his white hair, dressed in a long robe that bore no affiliation. The third was short in stature, his eyes bloodshot yet piercing, and the last was a gaunt figure with 3 fleshy horns sprouting from his head. Among them, only the gaunt figure remained composed, while the others prepared various hidden weapons or cultivated their inner strength, poised to rescue the young prince. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the west as several sturdy servants wielding vine whips began to strike about, dispersing the crowd, while behind them, 6 robust men carried a lavish sedan chair draped in gold fabric. Bang! Yang Kong was struck by a powerful blow and sent flying. It was Guojing who, seizing the opportunity, concealed a sword within his palm and executed a technique taught by Wu Youliang in the pine forest, defeating him in the blink of an eye. Scoundrel! The short man roared, leaping into the arena, striking out at Guojing, who reciprocated with a blow of his own, but his power was no match for the former. After a few exchanges, Guojing felt a heaviness in his chest. The short man trembled slightly, gathering his strength for a decisive strike aimed at Guojing's crown. Wait! 2 voices echoed from the crowd. 2 weapons interposed between Peng Lianhu and his attack, one a whisk and the other a trident. The short man glared at the wielder of the trident, his eyes flashing with malice, then shifted his gaze to the one wielding the whisk, a middle-aged Taoist priest. The Taoist bowed. You must be the renowned Peng Lianhu, known as the killer with 1,000 hands. It is an honor. And you are? The short man, Peng Lianhu, inquired. Just as the Taoist extended his left foot, he caught sight of the deep footprints beneath the banner and immediately retracted. Bowing again, I am Wang Chuyi of the Chuanjian sect, known as Yu Yangzi. You are the famed iron-footed immortal, Wang Zhenren? Peng Lianhu asked in surprise. Wang Chuyi replied, I have some connections with this young brother. I dare to ask Peng Zhaizhu to show mercy and spare him. Peng Lianhu replied, It is not that I do not respect Wang Zhenren, but this young man has harmed the young prince. If I let him go, I fear I will not be able to answer for it. I must speak boldly. Should anything happen to this young brother, the capital will surely be turned upside down today. Then I must ask Wang Zhenren for guidance. May I ask which esteemed master taught this young brother? He is a disciple of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Peng Lianhu's expression darkened, as if a layer of frost had settled upon him, and he scoffed coldly. Wang Zhenren, are you jesting with me? Peng Zhaizhu, this young man truly cannot be killed, the gaunt figure, Ho Tonghai, interjected. Ho Er Yi. Then please enlighten me, Peng Lianhu sneered again. He had deep ties with Sha Tongtian, the leader of the Yellow River Gang, and they frequently collaborated in dubious dealings. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dragon King of the Ghost Gate, he would have already sought an explanation for the earlier incident involving the 3-headed flood dragon. Yet, his words were tinged with a hint of hostility. Ho Tonghai's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and whispered a few words into Peng Lianhu's ear. Upon hearing this, the latter's gaze turned ominous as he stared at him for a while, ultimately darkening his countenance and retracting his hand in frustration. The subsequent events unfolded with Wang Chuyi reprimanding Yang Kong in his capacity as a senior uncle. Yet the young prince merely laughed, diverting the conversation and inviting Wang Chuyi to accompany him and Guojing to a banquet at the Wang residence. Wu Youliang, adept at discerning sounds and locations, pursued the figure clad in white and soon caught up with her. Why are you chasing me? You might as well go and participate in the martial arts competition for marriage, the girl scoffed. Continuing her walk and ignoring him, Wu Youliang fell silent, unsure of how he had ended up trailing her. Was it due to her unparalleled beauty? Had his resolve truly weakened to such an extent after 8 years in the desolate north? Or was it because of the dragon's subduing palm and the few divine skills of mutual combat? His thoughts surged wildly. The girl silently cursed him as a fool, choosing not to speak further. The two of them walked out of the city, covering nearly 10 miles, until they reached a lake. Despite the cold weather, the lake had not frozen over. The girl climbed onto a small boat, began to row, and the boat drifted away from the shore. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, for the boat had gained weight. Someone had boarded. Are you angry? After a long pause, Wu Youliang finally managed to utter a sentence. With your martial prowess, how could I dare to be angry with you? Wouldn't I fear being struck dead by your palm? The girl shot him a disdainful glance. Wu Youliang fell silent. I will heed your advice and no longer demean myself, but what of your intention to participate in a martial arts competition for marriage? The girl's tone was filled with grievance, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Wu Youliang stammered. How was he to know that she would not follow the expected conventions? By heaven's grace, Wu Youliang had presented the mink fur as a gift and taught martial arts as an investment. Moreover, before the great calamity, it was merely commonplace to spend a day out with a girl. He had no inkling that things would culminate in the current predicament. Yet, with a stunning beauty captivated, to claim that his heart did not secretly rejoice would indeed be disingenuous. Brother Wu, please do not call me Huang Shtong. Instead, call me Ronger, will you? The girl gazed intently at Wu Youliang, her face displaying a hint of shyness, yet her expression was resolutely firm. Wu Youliang understood the significance of those 2 words, akin to a modern couple obtaining a marriage certificate. He opened his mouth several times, but could not bring himself to utter them, feeling as though something was lacking. Perhaps it was due to the girl's extraordinary beauty, or perhaps there was a deficiency of a naturally developed foundation between them. Observing Wu Youliang's prolonged silence, the girl's complexion drained of color, turning pale and her exquisite features dimmed. Suddenly, she dove headfirst into the icy lake. Wu Youliang was taken aback and immediately leaped into the water, moving like a fish through the layers of lake water. Swiftly catching up to the girl and grasping her boot, pulling her back onto the small boat. If you no longer want me, why save me? The girl exclaimed petulantly. However, the weather remained frigid, the lake water even colder, and snow began to fall from the sky in no time. The girl's lips turned blue from the cold, and she began to shiver uncontrollably. What kind of nonsense is it to jump into a lake on such a cold day? Wu Youliang took the girl's hand. Channeling his inner energy, soon, wisps of mist began to rise from their bodies, and in an instant, their damp clothes dried. The girl glanced at Wu Youliang's hand holding hers, and suddenly, a radiant smile broke forth. Whether crying or laughing, "It's all you. Brother Wu, do you find me unappealing?" "No, you are quite lovely." "Is it because I previously pretended to be a little beggar to deceive you?" "No, I merely—" "Brother Wu, would you let me accompany you?" "Please." Wu Youliang fell silent, unable to voice a refusal. The girl smiled again, her beauty rivaling that of a mesmerizing fish or a falling goose. "P.S. My state has not been great these past few days, and I am not entirely satisfied with my writing. Hence, I can only write a bit more to make up for it. There will be another chapter tonight." Chapter 33. The Blood of the Viper. An hour later, the snow fell even more heavily as Wu Youliang and the girl returned to the city, arriving at the original site of the martial arts competition for marriage, only to find that the crowd had long dispersed. Wu Youliang recalled that in the original story, Yang Tiexin and his daughter resided at the Gaoxing Inn on West Street, so he inquired about the inn's location and walked there. Unexpectedly, he encountered a group of 2 or 3 dozen Jin soldiers escorting 2 individuals toward him. It was none other than Yang Tiexin and Mu Nianzi. "The Zhao Wangfu is conducting an investigation. Bystanders, be gone." The captain of the Jin soldiers shouted as he swung his wolf-toothed club upon seeing someone obstructing the way. In response, Wu Youliang executed a technique from a distance, striking him unconscious. Then, like a wisp of green smoke, he swiftly dispatched all the Jin soldiers within mere breaths. Had he not feared causing a massacre and disturbing his own mind, none would have survived. "Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives." Wu Youliang broke the handcuffs binding Yang Tiexin and his daughter, who bowed in gratitude. "No need for such formality. I merely cannot tolerate the Jin's barbarity and oppression of the Han people." Wu Youliang continued, "By the way, have you seen my disciple? Is he the honest young man with the little red horse who was following you? He has gone to the Wang residence for a banquet with Wang Zhenren." Yang Tiexin recounted the events that transpired after Wu Youliang had left. "Brother Wu, that person is your disciple. Who is he?" "His name is Guojing. He grew up in Mongolia and is the son-in-law of the Mongolian leader, Temujin." "Guojing? You say his name is Guojing?" Yang Tiexin exclaimed excitedly, grasping Wu Youliang's arm, only to be repelled by Wu Youliang's internal energy. "Indeed." Wu Youliang nodded. Upon learning that Guojing was the son of his long-searched, Yang Tiexin immediately revealed his identity. "Your disciple is the son-in-law of the Mongolian leader. Then what about you? Are you also the son-in-law of the Mongolian leader?" Huang Rong tugged at Wu Youliang's sleeve. "I am not. I once went by the name Zhucong, known in the martial world as the Mysterious Hand Scholar." You are the Mysterious Hand Scholar? How come you are so young?" Yang Tiexin, having heard of the name of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan in his youth, could not help but inquire. When internal energy reaches a profound level, one can naturally remain youthful and even rejuvenate, Wu Youliang replied. In an instant, Huang Rong and Mu Nianzi's eyes lit up. No woman could resist the allure of eternal youth. "Brother Wu, could you teach me this martial art?" the girl asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu Youliang replied, "To reach such a state with profound skills requires at least 2 to 3 decades of effort. If you accompany me to the Zhao Wangfu, there is a miraculous herb that can help preserve your beauty." A bright smile blossomed on the girl's exquisite face, her joy stemming not from the possibility of eternal youth, but from Wu Youliang's heartfelt intention. "Young hero, may I accompany you?" Yang Tiexin inquired. "Let us go." After a brief moment, the 4 of them paused at a corner about 100 meters from the Zhao Wangfu, gazing ahead at the imposing sight of the Wang residence. Tall flagpoles flanked the entrance, with 2 fierce-looking stone lions seated majestically. A row of white jade steps led directly to the front hall. Exuding grandeur, 2 rows of guards stood watch at the entrance, while several squads of Jin soldiers patrolled the perimeter of the Wang residence. Seizing the moment, Wu Youliang grasped Huang Rong with one hand and Yang Tiexin with the other. instructing the latter to hold on to Mu Nianzi. And with a leap, the four of them soared over the towering red wall. Once inside, Wu Youliang relied on his keen sense of hearing to navigate past the patrolling Jin soldiers, eventually arriving at a secluded garden. Suddenly, the Wang residence stirred with activity as figures moved about in the distance. Two individuals approached, engaged in light-hearted conversation. One said, "I heard that Chief Heir led a team of guards to capture the Mu father and daughter. But they were severely injured and the entire team fell unconscious. The young prince flew into a rage and locked him in a stone prison." The other responded, "Earlier, the young prince was injured by someone, and now he is venting his frustration. Chief Heir's failure to do his job has put him in a precarious position. The young prince has ordered us to buy medicine from the pharmacy. We must be diligent, or we risk a severe punishment." Wu Youliang pondered briefly and deduced that it must have been Wang Chuyi who had clashed with Lingji Shangren and was afflicted by the latter's poisonous palm. Yang Kong had likely dispatched people to various pharmacies overnight to buy out all the remedies for the internal injuries caused by the poisonous palm. What puzzled him was that Ho Tonghai had already witnessed his capabilities. Sandong Tian should not dare to trouble Wujing again. Could it be that Yang Kong had given the orders? Wu Youliang darted forward, swiftly gripping the throats of the two men. As they struggled, a surge of heat enveloped them, rendering them unable to move. "Where is the residence of the princess?" "I know," replied one servant. "Take them there," Wu Youliang instructed. Gesturing to Yang Tiexin and the others, before addressing the two men, "We shall part ways here. Do you know where the old monster of the immortal reference resides?" Wu Youliang asked another servant. "I know. Lead the way. But if you make a mistake, I will chop off one of your fingers." Liang Ziwen, known as the old monster of the immortal reference, was a formidable expert from beyond the borders. Following ancient methods, he had painstakingly captured an extraordinarily poisonous viper in the depths of the mountains and forests, nurturing it with various precious herbs. The viper, originally gray-black in color, gradually turned red over the years of consuming the herbs, reaching near total crimson after 20 years. Consuming the blood of this viper is said to enhance beauty and longevity, strengthen bones, and significantly boost martial prowess, while also providing immunity to all venomous creatures. Among these effects, Wu Youliang sought the benefits of enhanced strength and immunity to poison. Although his martial arts had progressed tremendously over the past 8 years, his foundation remained somewhat shallow. His relentless pursuit of strength could have inadvertently damaged his essence and undermined his foundation without his knowledge. With the blood of this viper, he could remedy these deficiencies. Furthermore, he might soon have to confront the Western poison, and possessing the ability to resist venom would alleviate some of his concerns. Before long, the three of them arrived at the pharmacy of the old monster of the immortal reference, pushed the door open, and were met with a pungent aroma of medicinal herbs. Wu Youliang unleashed his internal energy, stunning the servant, and then, with a flick of his fingers, summoned a young boy clad in blue, who was also swiftly incapacitated with a palm strike. Wu Youliang, adept at discerning the whispers of the wind, swiftly located the bamboo basket containing the captive viper. He lifted the lid of the basket, and suddenly, a substantial serpent sprang forth. Its body as thick as a small bowl, with half of it concealed within the bamboo confines, leaving its full length a mystery. The creature's entire form was a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood, as if it had been scorched by fire. With a swift motion, Wu Youliang pinched a claw-like grip, his fingers curling like hooks, and in a flash, he seized the serpent's vital point, applying his internal energy to instantly deliver a fatal blow. He then procured several large bowls, and after a considerable interval, 3 bowls brimmed with the serpent's blood, while a 4th was filled to the brim with a small portion. The blood exuded a medicinal aroma, devoid of any foul scent. He raised one bowl to his lips and drank deeply, followed by another, only to feel an intense heat surging within him, akin to a raging fire. In the original narrative, Wujing mistakenly consumed serpent blood, believing himself poisoned, unaware that he needed to refine it through his internal cultivation, thus suffering from unbearable heat. Fortunately, he encountered Yang Kong, and after a fierce confrontation, he managed to balance his internal energies. Wu Youliang circulated his internal energy, yet the burning sensation did not diminish. Instead, it intensified, surging violently from his lower abdomen. In an instant, the heat coursed throughout his body, leaving him with a tingling, prickling sensation, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. Reluctantly, he repeatedly activated the Zixia skill, channeling his internal breath through the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Huang Rong observed as Wu Youliang drank a bowl of serpent blood and then sat cross-legged to cultivate. His exposed neck and face suddenly flushed as if aflame, muscles rippling, with veins bulging like a coiling dragon. Abruptly, a purplish aura enveloped his visage. After a full quarter of an hour, Wu Youliang finally achieved a state of completion in his cultivation. "You should drink a bowl as well. It will preserve your beauty," he suggested, indicating the third bowl of serpent blood, and he carefully sealed the remaining half in a medicinal vial. Huang Rong, pinching her nose, drank the serpent blood. Liang Ziwang, who cherished tranquility, found solace in the secluded location of the medicinal abode. And for a while, they remained undisturbed. However, the young maiden, possessing insufficient martial prowess, took 2/4 of an hour to refine the potency of a bowl of serpent blood. Once she concluded her cultivation, her complexion remained rosy, imbued with an added charm. Chapter 34. Making a name for oneself, Part 1. The two left the royal residence, having engaged in the cultivation of the serpent blood for over an hour. Wu Youliang's entire body felt warm, his internal energy bubbling and fluctuating, sometimes circulating through his organs, at other times traversing his meridians. It also subtly surrounded the 7 vital points. Unimpeded, his internal energy had already learned to navigate through the various orifices, whether flowing smoothly or surging against the current, and rather than causing chaotic energy surges, it brought a sense of relief. Thus, in the days following his return from the northern desert to the central plains, he not only continued to practice the soul-shifting technique, but also embarked upon the study of the Big Dipper technique. Years prior, due to insufficient mastery, he had to set it aside. But now, his proficiency was sufficient for him to delve deeply once more. The Big Dipper technique involved the cultivation of internal energy along 7 pathways, echoing the profound essence of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. The 7 stars consist of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, with the first 4 stars forming the body of the Dipper, known as Kuei, and the latter 3 stars forming the handle, known as Shao. However, the Taoist text from the Song dynasty, Yunji Qiqian, mention the existence of auxiliary and companion stars of the Big Dipper. Though these latter 2 stars had gradually faded from sight, leaving only the 7 visible in Taoist lore, it is said that those who can perceive these 2 hidden stars are destined for longevity. Additionally, within the scriptures of the Big Dipper technique, the 7 stars correspond to the human's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, while the 2 additional stars represent the cloud passage and valley passage. The 7 orifices of a person are exposed, allowing them to be observed at a glance, akin to the dazzling 7 stars spanning the night sky, whereas the cloud passage and valley passage are concealed beneath garments, much like the 2 hidden stars. Difficult to discern. Thus, while this technique is indeed a martial art of lethal prowess, its greater significance lies in its ability to harness the vital essence of the body's 9 orifices. Promoting longevity, akin to Ma Yu's golden barrier and jade lock technique, yet even more intricate and subtle, requiring one to have their internal energy flowing through all the orifices, necessitating the mastery of the Ran and Du meridians. After all, each of the 9 orifices is a gateway to life and death, demanding utmost care. While ordinary injuries to these gateways may be endured with substantial skill, allowing one to continue living and functioning without issue, damage to the 9 orifices can lead to blindness or deafness, and in severe cases, may result in the inability to intake pure energy or expel impurities, leading to imminent peril. As for the soul-shifting technique, after Wu Youliang broke through the Ran and Du meridians, his internal energy circulated throughout the cosmos, nourishing his heart and spirit, thus making his cultivation increasingly efficient. The inexplicable heat was nearly dissipated, and with another day or 2 of practice, he would likely eradicate any lingering threats. Fortunately, he had also gleaned some insights into the method of invoking the heart's power through internal energy. However, presently, he faced opponents whose prowess was such that he could not even summon 5 parts of his strength, making it unlikely for him to encounter this profound skill. Yang Tai Xian, torn between sorrow and joy, lamented the estrangement from his own son, who had drawn a weapon against him, yet rejoiced in the recognition by his wife, who still cherished him as she had 18 years prior. He embraced her. and together with their adopted daughter, they fled the royal residence. Yet, after merely a short distance, pursuers arrived, a battalion of royal cavalry hot on their heels. Yang Tai Exine seized a spear and, employing the Yang family's renowned spear techniques, repelled the attackers. After several hours of flight, as dawn approached, shouts of battle echoed behind them, clouds of dust rising as if a multitude of soldiers were in pursuit. This scene mirrored the perilous night in Yojia village 18 years prior. Yang. You should go on without me? Yang Tai Exine, holding his beloved wife, resolved to fight to the death rather than face capture and disgrace. Wu Youliang, filled with anguish, declared, Father, if we are to die, let us die together. I will not leave you. The girl in red felt a pang of regret, lamenting that she might not see that fleeting shadow again before her demise. In mere moments, the pursuers drew closer, when suddenly two Taoist priests approached them, one with white beard and brow, exuding a serene demeanor, while the other, with a long black beard, radiated vitality. Wu Youliang strolled through the streets with Huang Rong, his pace deceptively swift. He recalled how, in the original tale, after Wang Chuyi was poisoned by the poisoned palm, Guo Jing had carried him to a secluded inn and hurried to various pharmacies for medicine. At that moment, he listened for the winds, discerning the location of the youth, and after a brief search, he found him at a herbal dispensary. Jinger, you appear flustered. Has something transpired? Unintentionally having taken the heart of his erstwhile disciple's beloved, Wu Youliang felt a strange sense of unease and guilt. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His adapted phrase, the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison, 3,000 cannot equal one, was inspired by the tale of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and his son, Prince Shou, whose wife was taken into the palace. The Tang Ming emperor had taken a fancy to his daughter-in-law, Yang Yuhuan, leading her to forsake her prior ties and assume the title of imperial concubine. Enjoying the affection of 3,000 within the palace. While he may not match the Tang Ming emperor in status or bestowed favors, in terms of intimidation, he was not necessarily inferior. Those whom Li Longji could slay, he too could dispatch. Those beyond Li Longji's reach, he would likewise eliminate in battle. He stood equivalent to several battalions, requiring no military supplies or armaments, moving with the swiftness of the wind, capable of traversing hundreds of miles in a day, in single combat. Aside from the 4 absolutes and one who walks on water, none could withstand him. The emperor wielded his power to kill, while he relied on martial prowess, merely a difference between the emperor's sword and that of a commoner. Wu Youliang certainly would not descend to the depths of the Tang Ming emperor's treachery, and in this twist of fate, the girl had developed feelings for him. Why should he compromise himself or her? Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed from a mere insignificant figure into someone no longer subject to indecision. Second Master, Wang Chuyi has been injured. Guo Jing, oblivious to his second master's tumultuous thoughts, recounted the events leading to the banquet at the royal residence and Wang Chuyi's injury. A foolhardy spirit indeed. Wu Youliang exclaimed, Take me to see Wang Chuyi. But I couldn't procure any medicine. Guo Jing hesitated, his expression troubled. No need for that. Just lead me there, Wu Youliang insisted. Guo Jing, reluctant to disobey, took the lead, and as they walked for a while, they suddenly witnessed a blue flame shooting up into the sky, followed shortly by another surge of blue flames. Wu Youliang immediately took hold of both Guo Jing and Huang Rong, leaping forth with the agility of a serpent, dashing towards the source in the span of half a tea time. They arrived at the inn, where they found a throng of Jin soldiers gathered outside, led by a regal figure clad in luxurious robes, Wanyan Honglai, whom Wu Youliang had encountered in Mongolia, amidst the encircled Jin soldiers. Aside from Yang Tai Exine and his wife, Wu Youliang, there were 3 Taoists, Dan Yangzi, Chang Chunzi, and Yu Yangzi, all among the 7 disciples of the Complete Perfection School. Dan Yangzi, Ma Yu, seemed injured, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his arm incapacitated, wielding a sword with his left hand to barely fend off the attacks from Liangzi Wang and Sha Tongtian, while wisps of heat rose from his head, indicating a rapid depletion of internal energy. Chang Chunzi, Zhou Chuji, brandished his sword, its brilliance cutting through the air, halting the advance of Pang Lianhu and his companions to as for Yu Yangzi. Wang Chuyi, he sat alongside Yang Tai Exine and his wife. Utterly drained. Mother, please return to the royal residence with me, Yang Kong urged, observing the stalemate in the battle. There is no way I will return to the royal residence, Bao Shirua declared resolutely. My lord. You? Wanyan Honglai stumbled, astonished at her words. Your Highness, it appears my husband is not dead. Henceforth, regardless of where fate leads us, I shall remain by his side, Bao Shirua affirmed, embracing Yang Tai Xian with unwavering conviction. Chapter 35. Making a Name for Oneself, Part 2, Conger. You have been foolish for 18 years. Now that your biological father is here, why do you not address him? However, Qiu Chuji overestimated Yang Kang's character. Seeing Yang Tai Xian in tattered garments, weary and travel-worn, contrasted starkly with Wanyan Honglie's resplendent attire and handsome visage. The disparity was so vast that he could not abandon wealth and prestige to wander the world. Immediately, he called out, Master, my father is the 6th prince. Please step aside, or else I must apologize for my disrespect. You wretched creature, should you continue to remain obstinate, do not ever call me master again, Qiu Chuji thundered. Yang Kong merely scoffed, showing no concern as the conflict between master and disciple escalated. Peng Lianhu and his companions launched a more ferocious assault, plunging the situation into a perilous state, in a moment of carelessness. Qiu Chuki was struck by a punch from Liang Ziwen, causing him to spit out blood. Ladies and gentlemen, today I, Yang Tiexin, shall bring my wretched life to an end here. Witnessing Qiu Chuki's imminent peril, Yang Tiexin cast a glance at his wife, then suddenly sprang into action, turning the tip of his spear towards his own heart. However, just as the spear's point pierced his clothing and grazed his chest, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending the spear flying from his grasp. Is this a form of remote manipulation? Startled, several masters from the Wang residence retreated. A wisp of green shadow, like smoke and mist, leapt into the fray, followed closely by 2 other figures. Daoist Ma, I trust you are well. Wu Youliang bowed towards Ma Yu. Merely glancing at Qiu Chuki and Wang Chui's Dinyangzi struggled to fend off the invading poison. He managed to say, Greetings, second brother Zhu, but I am injured and unable to rise. My apologies. Wu Youliang observed Ma Yu's completely blackened hand and, after a brief remark that it was of no consequence, placed a hand on Ma Yu's shoulder. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy enveloped Ma Yu, while black mist began to dissipate from Danyangzi's palm, restoring its pale hue within mere breaths. Daoist Ma, please cultivate and see if you are unharmed, Wu Youliang inquired as he withdrew his hand. I am deeply grateful for second brother Zhu's assistance, Ma Yu responded, feeling a robust internal force flow into his shoulder, causing the poison to dissolve as if it were frost melting under the sun. Daoist Wang, I extend my regards. Wu Youliang then approached Wang Chui, casually patting his shoulder a few times, with each pat causing a flicker of purple energy. Just as Wang Chui was about to speak, a sudden heat surged through his chest and abdomen, followed by excruciating pain, prompting him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Initially believing it to be a resurgence of his injuries, he soon realized, upon circulating his internal energy, that his flow was unobstructed. Noticing the blood was dark and foul, he quickly deduced that Wu Youliang's pats had helped expel the poison from his body, leading him to bow once more. Within moments, both disciples' powers were restored, and the tide of battle had shifted. Even without Wu Youliang's intervention, victory over the Wang residence's masters seemed assured. Remarkable skill. May I inquire who you are? Ouyang struggled to tear his gaze away from Huang Rong. Since her entrance, his attention had been captivated. Had it not been for his astonishment at Wu Youliang's prowess, he might have remained entranced. And who might you be? Wu Youliang responded with a snort. Master, he is the one who invaded the apothecary and stole the blood of the precious snake, shouted a young acolyte clad in blue beside Liang Ziwen. Recognizing Wu Youliang's visage, after returning to the apothecary and discovering the precious snake had been drained of its blood, Liang Ziwen had been furious. Had he not thought the young acolyte might recognize the thief, he would have struck him dead on the spot. Even so, he took out his ire on several disciples, punishing them severely. You drank my snake's blood. Thus, I shall drain your blood in return. Liang Ziwen lunged gracefully. Employing the lethal techniques of the Liaodong wild fox fist he had honed over decades, Wu Youliang transformed his palm into a sword, blocking Liang Ziwen's lethal strike. Suddenly, a flash of purple energy flickered across his face as he channeled his true power. Executing one of the techniques from the southern Hengshan's returning wind and falling goose swordplay, unleashing 9 shadowy palm strikes in an instant, Liang Ziwen attempted to counter with his dual-hand capture techniques. Managing to intercept 4 of the strikes, yet 5 palm shadows struck his torso, causing him to spew blood violently as he was thrown backward. The exchange appeared intricate, yet to the observers, it was simply a fleeting moment, the immortal being gracefully leaping forth and swiftly returning. Gravely injured. Pray tell, who are you? I am surnamed Wu, courtesy name Youliang. In years past, I went by the alias Zhuzong, known in the martial world as the Ingenious Scholar. You are the Ingenious Scholar? Exclaimed Peng Lianhu and the others in shock. You are the one from the Mongolian steppes? Wan Yin Honglai gasped. On that day in the steppes, he had incited discord between Zama and Temujin, plotting to entrap the latter, only to be thwarted by a certain figure clad in blue, who had single-handedly faced countless foes, impervious to blade and arrow, slaughtering hundreds before floating away. Such a person could easily claim the head of a general amidst 1,000 troops. Hence, that day, Wan Yin Honglai had ordered the 4 devils of the Yellow River to escort him back to the central capital without delay. A scion of a noble family cannot linger in the hall. Wan Yin Honglai initially intended to depart immediately, yet gazing at Bao Shiruo in Yang Tiexin's arms, he hesitated. His gaze held deep affection as he stared at Bao Shiruo. Hoping for her to have a change of heart, Bao Shiruo, steadfast in her resolve, gently shook her head and turned to Yang Tiexin, her face brimming with joy. Wan Yin Honglia's heart shattered in that instant. After 18 years, she had scarcely shown him such emotion. Despite his noble status as a prince, in her heart, he was far inferior to a mere village man. With no further attachment, he turned to leave. Yang Kong cast a glance at Bao Shiruo before also turning away. The ranks of the Jin soldiers withdrew like a receding tide. Upon witnessing Wan Yin Honglia's sudden departure, the masters of the Wang residence were taken aback, quickly deducing it was due to Wu Youliang's presence. All were shaken, save for Ouyang Ku, whose expression remained unchanged. May I ask what your relationship is with the Chuanjin sect? Have you obtained the 9 manual left behind by the Zhenren of Chongyang? Are you from the White Camel Mountain? What is your connection to the Western poison, Ouyang Feng? Wu Youliang countered. He is my nephew, came a voice, resonant like the clash of metal, piercingly sharp. Ouyang Feng? Wu Youliang was taken aback, noticing a middle-aged man in white suddenly appear beside Ouyang Ku. His movements as swift as a shadow, far surpassing the finesse of the shifting shadows technique of the Dragon King of the Ghost Gate. Indeed, the middle-aged man, Ouyang Feng, replied coldly. How had Ouyang Feng arrived at the central capital? Wu Youliang was puzzled, yet he could not fathom that it was precisely because of him that the Western poison had emerged from seclusion prematurely. In Zhangjiago, he had incapacitated 4 white-clad men using the sealing techniques from the lower volume of the 9 manual. Upon encountering Ouyang Ku, those 4 men were naturally unable to break the seal, compelling them to return to the western regions. Ouyang Feng, upon witnessing this, was greatly astonished, employing numerous techniques yet still finding it impossible to unravel the binding. A thread of suspicion arose within him, pondering whether it was indeed the martial arts from the 9 manual. 20 years prior, during the Huashan Sword Conference, the 5 foremost masters of the world were not only vying for the title of the world's #1, but also for possession of the upper and lower volumes of the 9 manual. Among the 5 absolutes, only Wang Chongyang cultivated the inner power of the Shinmen, rendering the 9 manual of little significance to him. However, the other 4 were different, whether through unorthodox paths or external martial arts. They regarded the manual as a treasure. Particularly, the Western poison was most unscrupulous in his endeavors. With doubts festering, how could he remain idle? Thus, he set matters in order and journeyed to the Central Plains. Chapter 36, Making a Name for Oneself, Part 3. What brings you, esteemed Ouyang, to the Central Plains? Wu Youliang steadied his breath, fixing his gaze upon Ouyang Feng. My nephew's maidservants have had their martial arts sealed by someone. Was it your doing? Ouyang Feng inquired. Those 4 were foolish enough to offend me. I merely administered a minor punishment, Wu Youliang replied. Upon hearing the term minor punishment, Qiu Chuki's lips quivered, for his prized disciple still bore a pale and weakened complexion. What? Does Master Ouyang wish to seek an explanation from me? Wu Youliang glanced at the two silver snakes coiled around the serpent staff in Ouyang Feng's left hand and spoke coolly. Ouyang Feng let out a disdainful snort. As a prominent sect leader, standing atop the martial world, how could he belittle himself to travel to the Central Plains over a trivial matter concerning a few maidservants? Furthermore, Wu Youliang's previous techniques, though remarkable to the likes of Qian Rinshan and others, seemed trivial in his eyes. At such a young age, you possess considerable skill. Have you indeed learned the martial arts from the Nining Manual? Ouyang Feng suddenly asked. Wu Youliang snorted coldly. What if I have? What if I haven't? The Western Poison's inquiries must be answered, Ouyang Feng retorted, his tone echoing like metal clashing. You possess quite a grand demeanor, Master Ouyang, yet you are neither the leader of the martial world nor the sovereign of the realm. To expect me to respond truthfully seems a bit lacking in weight, Wu Youliang countered. How much weight do you require? The moment the word "you" fell, Ouyang Feng suddenly leaped forward, his knees unbending, his feet not stepping. Yet somehow he appeared 3 feet before Wu Youliang. How much weight? He echoed, delivering 3 palm strikes, his energy contained and unyielding. Wu Youliang responded with 3 palms of his own, the force of wind and thunder intercepting. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Feng's energy fluctuated between solidity and emptiness, lightness and heaviness, transforming incessantly in an instant. With each exchange of force, Ouyang Feng lightly swayed, while Wu Youliang retreated 2 steps, finally stabilizing himself without taking a 3rd step. Remarkable skill, Ouyang Feng praised. 20 years ago, those capable of withstanding his 3 strikes could be counted on one hand. 2 decades later, his prowess had sharpened considerably, and he believed few could match him in 3 rounds. Yet, to his surprise, this young man before him possessed such extraordinary skill. Wu Youliang's aura fluctuated in intensity as he took a moment to steady his swirling internal energy. Try receiving one of my strikes, he challenged. Channeling the secrets of the Big Dipper, his dantian vibrated, and his internal energy split into 7 streams, resembling serpentine dragons weaving together, flowing through his meridians and coalescing in his palm. Slowly, he extended his hand, generating a thunderous roar in the void, the air crackling violently. Ouyang Feng's expression shifted slightly. He crouched down, and a chorus of toads croaked in unison as he pushed out a palm strike. When their palms met, all sound of the energy abruptly fell silent. In the next moment, Ouyang Feng took a step back, while Wu Youliang retreated 2 steps, swaying unsteadily. In that fleeting moment, Wu Youliang unleashed 7 layers of vital energy with the North Star technique, causing Ouyang Feng to tremble slightly, shaking thrice as he executed 3 palm strikes, each filled with undiminished vigor, the previous strength unyielding, followed by a renewed force. Wu Youliang, having immersed himself in the North Star technique for several days, had merely scratched the surface, enabling him to manifest 7 layers of vital energy in an instant. Alas, the 7 layers of power he wielded were solely of a fierce nature, lacking the delicate balance of softness amidst strength, and the transformation of yin and yang, or the interplay of reality and illusion. The spectators, merely observing the exchange of blows, remained oblivious to the inherent peril within. After several exchanges, Wu Youliang realized that his inner strength, though profound, fell short of Ouyang Feng's, and his application of energy was likewise inferior. If the battle were to persist, it was likely that his internal energy would be depleted while the Western poison remained robust. At that moment, Wu Youliang drew a finely crafted iron longsword from his waist, forged with meticulous craftsmanship, its blade adorned with intricate patterns resembling layered fish scales, resilient and unyielding. With the sword in hand, its radiance entwined like drifting wisps of cloud, it appeared to emanate from a mountain gorge, ethereal and delicate. Ouyang Feng, wielding his iron staff, executed his unique snake staff technique. The head of the staff, carved with a grotesque visage, grinned malevolently, radiating a chilling aura, resembling a vengeful spirit poised to strike. The 2 silver-scaled serpents coiling around the staff writhed incessantly, undulating in a serpentine dance. This technique was inherently complex and profound, and with the addition of such menacing accompaniments, its ferocity was augmented. However, Wu Youliang had imbibed the venomous blood of a viper nurtured by Liang Ziwang for 2 decades, imbuing him with an aura that instilled fear in snakes. Were it not for Ouyang Feng's two peculiar silver serpents, they would have retreated in fright. Nevertheless, they refrained from biting him, merely flicking their tongues in a feigned display of menace. After exchanging a score of moves, Wu Youliang found himself at a disadvantage, as the Western poison's external prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, he circulated his inner energy, feeling a pulsation at his brow, and the momentum of his sword shifted subtly. Ouyang Feng, perceiving an attack, found the surroundings morphing into a hazy mist. He swung his iron staff, dispersing the fog, only to witness the sword's light tremble and dissipate into a wisp of vapor. To the onlookers, the blue-clad figure, previously under pressure from the white-clad adversary, suddenly exhibited an inexplicable transformation in his techniques, captivating their attention. In contrast, the white-clad warrior's movements grew more aggressive and rapid, resulting in an apparent stalemate once more. Previously, one could discern the nuances of the blue-clad warrior's skill. Now, he mirrored the white-clad fighter, rendering comprehension impossible. In a brief interval, Wu Youliang completed his swordplay, hesitant to repeat himself, relying instead on his dexterous artistry to execute the 13 forms of flying sand and shifting stones with his iron sword. Ouyang Feng, witnessing the scenery shift once more, observed the fog dissipate, only to be confronted by a tempest of yellow sand engulfing the world. He brandished his iron staff, steadfastly guarding his position against the onslaught of wind and rain. After more than 40 exchanges, the two engaged in a relentless display of martial prowess. Ouyang Feng, renowned as one of the four absolutes, remained impervious even to Wu Youliang's extraordinary shifts in sword momentum. Derived from the soul-transferring technique, having exhausted his mastery of the external arts, Wu Youliang was left with the four-peak swordsmanship, a technique steeped in profundity. Resigned to his fate, he resorted once again to the 13 forms of cloud and mist from the southern mountain Hongshan. As his sword light surged forth, Ouyang Feng's spirit was stirred, and he directed his iron staff toward the vulnerable spots of the ephemeral mist. In the realm of martial arts, regardless of the complexity of techniques, there exists a limit. Should one fail to conquer the adversary, the previously employed moves inevitably resurface. Ordinary martial artists, through decades of dedicated practice, would naturally master numerous techniques, at least 8 to 10 distinct paths, each comprising dozens of variations. Even in 1,000 exchanges, repetition would be scarce. As for the pinnacle masters, their proficiency transcended mere technique, allowing for spontaneous creativity in combat, each strike reflecting profound mastery. The four absolutes, engaged for thousands of exchanges, remained locked in a stalemate, their contest ultimately a battle of inner strength, determining who would first exhaust their vitality. Ultimately, Wu Youliang's foundation was insufficient. Mere years of training could not rival the decades of accumulation amassed by the Western poison. As soon as his techniques repeated, Ouyang Feng seized the opportunity, delivering a blow with his iron staff that shattered Wu Youliang's sword momentum. With another strike, the staff darted towards Wu Youliang's chest. A surge of vital energy poised to inflict grievous harm. Be careful. No. The three sons of Chuanjin and Guojing exclaimed in alarm, while Huang Rong gasped in shock, her face pale with fear. Peng Lianhu and the others displayed expressions of surprise, while Ouyang Ku, fanning himself, wore a look of premonition, glancing towards Huang Rong with an infatuated gaze. In an instant, Wu Youliang's form blurred, evading to a distance of 3 feet. As Ouyang Feng's iron staff trembled, creating visible ripples in the air, ultimately striking nothing but empty space. In the next moment, Ouyang Feng perceived a flicker of blue, as if something were thrusting towards him. Yet he could not discern it clearly. He stepped back, his left hand darting like a serpent, coiling and uncoiling as it aimed for Wu Youliang's throat. With a swift sound, the 2 silver-scaled serpents on Ouyang Feng's staff were severed by the gleam of the sword. Their bodies falling to the ground, Wu Youliang deftly evaded the lethal grasp of Ouyang Feng's left-hand technique. What martial art is this? Guess. Wu Youliang flickered again, akin to a ghostly specter, executing the white rainbow piercing the sun towards the vital point of Ouyang Feng's brow. Ouyang Feng did not flinch or evade, his wrist flicking as the iron staff emitted a resonant hum, striking towards Wu Youliang's abdomen, employing a strategy of mutual destruction. Wu Youliang's form swayed unpredictably, retreating and circling to Ouyang Feng's side, executing heavenly ribbon upside down, his sword momentum wavering. appearing to ascend from below and descend from above, enveloping the vital points on Ouyang Feng's shoulders. Suddenly, Wu Youliang's form shifted, becoming indistinct as he lunged towards Peng Lianhu and the others. Ouyang Feng, startled, turned abruptly, but in that fleeting moment, Wu Youliang had already engaged with the thousand-handed butcher. Peng Lianhu, renowned for his iron pin technique of acupoint sealing, struck swiftly, yet just as he aimed, a flash of blue blurred before him, and his wrists felt a sharp pain, rendering him disarmed. The thousand-handed butcher collapsed, unconscious and coughing blood. Sha Tongtian, unbending, thrusting his iron paddle, attempted the rolling yellow river technique, but before he could fully execute it, he felt a sudden pain in his shoulder and arm, losing his weapon. The Ghost Gate Dragon King fell, unconscious and coughing blood. The three-headed Serpent King, too, was overwhelmed. As he initiated night search in the sea, he felt a heaviness in his chest, gasping for breath, collapsing into unconsciousness. As for the elegant Ouyang Ku, after 2 empty strikes with his folding fan, he felt a powerful force impacting his abdomen, akin to a thunderous explosion. "My life is forfeit," Ouyang Ku cried out, yet just as the force surged, it abruptly retracted. Confused, he felt a sudden pain to his face. Receiving 2 resounding slaps, it was the Western Poison who had caught up, striking at Wu Youliang's back. Wu Youliang turned to confront the Western Poison once more, the latter's face a mask of fury. His iron staff whirling with increased ferocity, the sound of thunder echoing as each strike brimmed with murderous intent. Wu Youliang remained elusive, dancing between advances and retreats, his sword light a torrent, forcing Ouyang Feng to halt. Unable to evade, Wu Youliang's movements quickened, his sword techniques becoming increasingly elusive, rendering even the 3 sons of Chuanjin unable to clearly perceive his form. All they saw was a swirling mass of azure mist, with sword lights cascading through the air, leaving them uncertain of which was real and which was illusion. The less adept Huang Rong and her companions felt dizzy and breathless, while the weakest, Mu Nianxi and Yang Tiexin, had already closed their eyes to the fray. After completing the Huashan sword techniques, Wu Youliang transitioned to the Songshan sword techniques, his slender iron sword vibrating with a resonant energy that rivaled the might of Ouyang Feng's staff. Soon, he employed the Taishan sword techniques, weaving complex variations amid his swift movements, executing happy 18 plates of Taishan, and the ancient and solemn 5 great minister's sword, one after another. In the end, his form became elusive, relying solely on his agility to evade the Western Poison's attacks. With his right hand, the sword pointed diagonally downward, while his left hand curled into a fist, counting from 1 to 5, extending his thumb. Then the index finger, ultimately stretching all 5 fingers, before retracting the thumb and index finger, the cycle repeating. After 3 iterations of curling and extending his left hand fingers, his right hand finally thrust forth, the sword's trajectory erratic, transforming into a tempestuous strike aimed at Ouyang Feng, who suddenly cried out in alarm, stepping back. Following this thrust, he employed the sword techniques of the northern Pikangshan, embodying the essence of concealing needles within softness, alternating between 3 defensive moves for 1 offensive strike, or 5 for 1. After exchanging over 100 moves, the purple aura emanating from Wu Youliang's visage shimmered with an enchanting red glow, while a green aura swirled, indicating that the backlash from the exorcising sword technique could no longer be contained, manifesting outwardly. With a fierce roar, Wu Youliang unleashed the Huashan sword techniques, intensifying his sword momentum, only to find Ouyang Feng's assault had slackened slightly. The 2, one quick and the other slow, engaged in a most peculiar duel. After another quarter of an hour, the purple aura waned, while the blue and red energies surged, causing Wu Youliang's movements to slow. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the purple aura became imperceptible, the blue and red energies continuously shifting, further decelerating his agility. Ouyang Feng's onslaught grew relentless, the snake staff alternating between rapid and slow strikes, heavy and light, targeting his chest, back, and launching fierce attacks from various angles, constraining Wu Youliang's movements, compressing his sword momentum to a mere 2 feet around him. Once again, a quarter of an hour had passed, and Wu Youliang felt a surge of white vapor rising from the crown of his head, curling upwards. Though his movements had slowed, the Huashan sword technique he wielded underwent a sudden transformation, becoming increasingly perilous, as if he had broken through to an extraordinary realm amidst the chaos. However, his vital energy surged chaotically, and his internal breath boiled. The situation not only failed to ease but grew even more perilous. Teetering on the brink of life and death, Ouyang Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile, and with a flick of his snake staff, he unleashed a series of cold glimmers that shot forth like arrows. Even before the glimmers reached him, an acrid stench had already invaded his nostrils. Just as Wu Youliang contemplated turning to flee, the turbulent energy within him suddenly calmed, the rolling internal breath fell silent, and all signs of backlash were suppressed, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. With a swish, Wu Youliang retreated, his speed outmatching the cold glimmers. He speculated whether this sudden and bizarre occurrence was a manifestation of the divine transformation comprehended by the Eastern leader, the true essence of all things flourishing. Yet, in the heat of the moment, he dared not dwell on it in the next instant. His figure became elusive once more as he once again executed the exquisitely refined three-peaks sword technique. After another quarter of an hour, Wu Youliang's face flickered with shades of blue and red, yet his Songshan sword technique exhibited an even more formidable aura, the sound of his long sword resonating with a might that overshadowed Ouyang Feng's iron staff's momentum. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the blue and red energies suppressed the purple aura, while his Taishan sword technique grew increasingly intricate. After yet another quarter of an hour, the purple aura diminished to near invisibility, and Wu Youliang's Beiyue Hengshan sword technique became more impenetrable. When Ouyang Feng struck with his staff, it felt as though he were hitting unyielding cotton, within which lay hidden sharp needles. The fiercer his assault, the more it pricked painfully. Augmented by the mystical snake staff technique of the Western poison, Wu Youliang confirmed the mastery of the five-peak sword techniques, having practiced and perfected them dozens of times. Ultimately breaking through into the realm of refinement, he steadied his stance, no longer employing the esoteric methods of the exorcising sword technique, but instead focused on executing the five-peak sword techniques at the microcosmic level. His internal breath flowed like a bridge, both alleviating the backlash and stirring his spirit. The five-peak sword techniques were no longer executed in a linear fashion. Rather, he drew from various techniques, combining moves from the southern peak Hengshan and the central peak Songshan, embedding within them the secrets of soul migration, managing to barely defend his position. An hour later, as the backlash dissipated, Wu Youliang stirred his dantian, channeling his internal energy to 7 parts, quietly invoking the Big Dipper. The sword light surged fiercely, matching the might of the Western poison, as the sun dipped in the west and re-emerged in the east. The once invincible thousand-handed butcher, the dragon king of the Ghost Gate, and the three-headed flood dragon awoke from their stupor, witnessing the fierce battle still raging below, their expressions mirroring sheer terror. After a day and a night of combat, Wu Youliang not only exhausted his internal energy but also his spirit, reaching a critical juncture. Should he continue, he risked losing his essence, leading to inevitable decline. Once weakened, he would undoubtedly be struck down by the Western poison with the ferocity of thunder and wind, resulting in a fate too grim to contemplate. With this thought in mind, Wu Youliang sprang forth, moving with the swiftness of lightning to reach Huang Rong's side, grasping her shoulder, intending to flee. Ouyang Feng, seemingly having anticipated this move, darted forward at a speed just a step behind Wu Youliang, abandoning his iron staff, crouching low as if a giant toad croaked, and slowly thrusting both palms forward. With the first palm thrust, the body of the Western poison recoiled, and with the second palm, he struck fiercely once more. The 2 strikes of palm energy surged forth like waves crashing against the shore, a torrent of force sweeping through the air towards Wu Youliang. Aware of the rapidity of the oncoming force, which outpaced his own movements by a fraction, Wu Youliang found himself slowed further as he carried Huang Rong with him. In this precarious moment, he faced a choice: abandon Huang Rong or confront this attack head-on in the blink of an eye. The young girl unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him, attempting to shield him with her fragile form against the lethal onslaught of the Western poison. "Don't!" Huang Rong cried. Though clad in the invincible soft-shell armor of Peach Blossom Island, even the most resilient defense could not withstand the overwhelming power of the Western poison's combined might. Wu Youliang pivoted, shielding the girl behind him, channeling his true strength. Not only did his purple aura surge, but tendrils of ethereal purple mist also enveloped his sword, which vibrated with a resonant hum as he executed the splitting Huashan move of the Songshan sword technique. Cleaving towards the onrushing wave of energy, boom, thunder erupted from the ground, and waves surged without wind. Wu Youliang felt a tightness in his chest, his organs twisting painfully. Mustering all his strength, he harnessed the rebound force to carry him and Huang Rong forward. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Ouyang Feng, today, I shall return this strike tenfold in the future. Just as Ouyang Feng prepared to pursue, he caught sight of the lingering red marks on his nephew's face. And a chill ran through him, causing his thoughts to flicker like flames in the wind, ultimately leading him to remain rooted in place. Earlier, Wu Youliang had unexpectedly targeted the thousand-handed butcher and his companions while sparing Ouyang Ku, clearly indicating profound intent. Among the four absolutes, the Eastern heretic was known for his capriciousness and tendency to vent his anger on others, yet he had a precious daughter, and his actions were ultimately not as ruthlessly sinister as those of the Western poison. The Southern Emperor, once the ruler of the Dali Duan clan, possessed both the demeanor of a master and the regal bearing of an emperor, never resorting to bullying the weak. The Northern beggar, known for his integrity, would also refrain from striking at the younger generation. However, Wu Youliang bore none of the Eastern heretic's reservations, the Southern Emperor's magnanimity, or the Northern beggar's uprightness in the realm of martial arts. One cherished reputation as dearly as life itself. Masters of the craft held even greater regard for their names. This action on Wu Youliang's part signified that he cared little for reputation, even in Ouyang Feng's presence. Under his protection, he was capable of taking down his nephew. If one wished to avoid extinction, they should not provoke him to the brink. Thus, he merely took the girl with him, fearful that the hot-headed Western poison might act rashly, leading to regretful consequences. As for Guojing and the others, he paid them no heed, unless the Western poison was willing to forsake his nephew's life. Having fled with the girl for over 100 miles, Wu Youliang finally halted, unsure of his surroundings. After listening for a moment, he discerned no pursuers behind him. A sense of relief washed over him, and he could no longer suppress his injuries, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. "Brother Wu You, what has happened? Are you gravely injured?" Huang Rong gazed at Wu Youliang, whose complexion had turned pale, filled with concern. "Do not weep. I am fine. Merely a slight injury," Wu Youliang replied, his consciousness growing somewhat hazy. Sensing he was returning to his previous state, the last image he beheld was the tear-streaked face of the girl. When he awoke again, he found himself atop the high wall of the training camp in the real world. Just before his arrival in the world, he had been on the wall of the camp, employing the techniques of the exorcising sword to save Deputy Instructor Yao from a perilous encounter with a leopard. Wu Youliang suddenly coughed several times, spitting out a bit of blood. "Second brother, what is the matter? Are you injured?" Upon seeing Wu Youliang coughing up blood, Yang Feng rushed over to support him, only to be repelled by the force of Wu Youliang's internal energy, which reverberated through his body, rendering half of him numb. Had Wu Youliang not immediately suppressed his internal energy with his current prowess, he could have incapacitated Yang Feng entirely with a single strike. "It is not in vain that my second brother has taken care of you. You have shown some heart." Observing Yang Feng gritting his teeth in pain, yet maintaining a tense expression, Wu Youliang patted his shoulder, alleviating the stagnation in his qi and blood. "I am fine, just a minor injury." Wu Youliang inhaled deeply, suppressing his injuries, and prepared to find a secluded place to recover. After a quarter of an hour, he secured a private room for treatment. After a night of recuperation, Wu Youliang's injuries had improved somewhat. Ouyang Feng, deserving of his reputation as one of the four absolutes, had achieved mastery in both internal and external martial arts. His frog skill, first renowned at the Huashan Sword Conference, could only be countered by innate techniques such as the one-yang finger. After 20 years of refinement, it had reached a pinnacle. That single palm strike had sent Wu Youliang's vital energy surging chaotically, his internal breath muddied, his organs feeling as though they had been turned inside out, nearly overwhelming him. The drawn-out battle with the Western poison had its drawbacks, but the benefits were equally substantial. Wu Youliang's mastery of the five-peak sword techniques had reached the microcosmic level. Furthermore, after a day and a night of combat, he had distilled the essence of his skills, shedding many unnecessary techniques and transforming the sword styles of the five peaks into five distinct paths, laying the foundation for a breakthrough into the realm of transformation. In terms of his external martial arts, the Shifting Sands' 13 moves had similarly reached the microcosmic level, yet the foundation of this blade technique was lacking. Inferior to the centuries-old legacy of the five-peak sword techniques, making a breakthrough into the transformative realm considerably more challenging. As for the techniques within the 9 manual, the Big Dipper and Soul Migration had reached an advanced level, and he had also identified previously overlooked deficiencies in the Serpent's movement and Raccoon roll. What truly astonished Wu Youliang was the first time he applied the techniques of the Exorcising Sword, where he had been unable to suppress the backlash, only for his chaotic energy to suddenly stabilize, his internal breath to quiet, and an indescribable sense of relief to wash over him. He recalled a conversation from the original narrative, where the Eastern leader spoke of self-castrating to cultivate and refining pills and herbs, diligently practicing internal cultivation, eventually comprehending the divine transformation and the essence of all things flourishing. Could it be that the mastery of the scriptures at such a profound level not only allowed one to move with ghostly swiftness, but also revealed astonishing insights? The mere first layer of such subtleties was enough to dominate the martial world, instilling fear in the hearts of both righteous and evil factions alike. While the ethereal movements were relative, to ordinary observers, they appeared as swift as lightning and thunder, achievable by some second- or third-rate masters. Yet, in the eyes of top-tier experts, they remained as rapid as thunder and lightning, truly embodying the principle that, in martial arts, only swiftness remains unbroken. At this level, those with slightly inferior perception could not even catch a glimpse of the residual shadows, let alone the strikes themselves. They would find themselves as mere prey, while others wielded them as blades. As for the second layer of profundity, Wu Youliang had only begun to grasp it, its marvels beyond description. Yet the cost was indeed heavy, for he ultimately lacked the terrifying resolve required. Chapter 39. The Privileged Class, Part 1. On the following day, Wu Youliang remained confined to his sick room, engaging in meditation and breath regulation. A purplish aura enveloped his visage, fluctuating in intensity, while the vital energy coursing through his body ebbed and flowed, rendering the space around him immaculate. After a day and night of recuperation, the pain in his internal organs had nearly dissipated, though his internal energy remained somewhat muddled, its circulation appearing slightly obscure. During this time, Yang Feng visited once, delivering some wolf meat, which had been hunted with a crossbow atop the high wall the previous night, shared among the camp's instructors and trainees. As Yang Feng departed, Wu Youliang informed him that further visits were unnecessary, as he would soon recover. Deputy Instructor Yao also paid a visit, his demeanor peculiar, hesitating to speak. As he prepared to leave, he expressed a word of gratitude and an apology to Wu Youliang, thanking him for saving her and apologizing for his injury. Wu Youliang longed to clarify that his injury was not due to her actions, yet he refrained, knowing that no one would believe him, and thus he bore the burden in silence. After 2 more days and nights of meditation, Wu Youliang not only healed his injuries, but also commenced his training in the second volume of the True Scripture, the Crushing Heart Palm. Having ventured into the martial arts world twice, he had always been beaten like a stray dog and forced to flee. The rage within him was palpable. The first time, he was pursued by Yubuchuan for several days and nights, enduring a relentless thrashing from the banks of the Weishui River to those of the Yellow River, ultimately compelled to leap into the roaring waters. The second time, he fled for over 100 miles, losing track of his location in the process. The first encounter stemmed from his ill intentions, seeking the Huashan sect's Zixia skill, resulting in such a fate. Though he felt anger, he harbored no hatred, resolving instead to return to the smiling, proud wanderer world and deal with Yubuchuan later, without directing his ire at others or obliterating the Huashan lineage. However, during the second encounter, Wu Youliang was consumed by a desire for vengeance. Though he himself was injured and his hatred was not overwhelming, seeing a girl who wholeheartedly cared for him in tears stirred a deeper anger within him than the pain of his own injury. He could not forget the tear-streaked face of the girl before departing the legend of the Condor Heroes world. Wu Youliang understood why, in historical dramas, when certain ministers achieved great deeds, emperors often bestowed rewards upon the ministers' close associates, such as their legitimate sons or spouses, granting titles or accolades. Such rewards elicited greater joy from the ministers than direct gifts. Conversely, if someone attacked you, you might not lose your reason, but if they harmed someone close to you, you would undoubtedly lose control. Wu Youliang silently resolved that when he next entered the legend of the Condor Heroes world, he would not only defeat the Western poison but also repay the favor in kind. Rendering the little Western poison incapacitated, on the fourth morning, he emerged from his sick room and made his way to the training grounds. As he walked, he noted the tense atmosphere in the camp, with numerous new guards stationed about, each exuding a palpable aura of iron and blood, clearly veterans of the front lines. Fall in. As Wu Youliang arrived, Deputy Instructor Liu, responsible for the training, called out. However, noticing Wu Youliang's delayed response to the command, he frowned. Do 200 push-ups. Liu, sir, this training is far too rudimentary. I wish to apply for early graduation. Upon Wu Youliang's declaration, the other trainees were momentarily stunned, secretly amazed that someone would dare to court disaster. Have you been sleeping for 3 days? Go wash your face, wake up, then do 500 push-ups, followed by 100 laps around the field. Today's training is doubled. Do you understand? With a swift movement, Wu Youliang appeared before Deputy Instructor Liu. Their faces nearly touching, the latter, startled, instinctively threw a jab, the force of his punch tearing through the air, but alas, it struck nothing. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on Liu's shoulder, and he twisted his waist, executing a fierce spinning kick. Yet again, it met only air. Another clap on his shoulder prompted him to lower his shoulder and unleash an iron elbow strike, akin to a lance, but once more, it found no target in the next instant. He felt another clap on his shoulder, and just as he was about to retaliate, he found himself unable to move as his body sank. If you cannot take charge, I shall seek out Zhang Sir. Wu Youliang withdrew his strength, patting Liu's shoulder as if brushing dust off his clothing before turning to leave. Continue training, run 100 laps around the field, Liu instructed darkly, turning to the assembled trainees with a loud reprimand. Truly terrifying. Wu Youliang is astonishingly powerful. I thought Liu Sir was formidable enough. Yet in the presence of Wu Youliang, he appears as weak as a child. I am thoroughly impressed. Yang Feng, your brother's prowess is on the verge of breaking through the heavens. I wonder if Zhang Sir can keep him in check. Zhang Sir is not only the chief instructor, but also the camp's commander. According to the bulletin board, he is an A-class upper-tier hunter. He will surely keep Wu Youliang in line. The male trainees quickly began to run, yet as they did, they couldn't help but murmur among themselves, having initially thought Wu Youliang was doomed, but instead witnessing him utterly dominate the instructor. The rules among hunters are sometimes quite straightforward. The stronger one reigns supreme. Your request is not feasible. The council explicitly mandates 8 weeks of specialized training for trainees to qualify for graduation. You have been specially recruited into the camp, and having not undergone the requisite physical and academic training, you believe you can graduate early simply by virtue of strength? Do you know the characteristics of all the ferocious beasts in the province? Are you aware of the abilities of all the exotic creatures? Do you know which insects can deliver fatal bites? Instructor Zhang's voice grew increasingly thunderous, culminating in a roar. Do you think being a hunter is merely about slaying ferocious beasts? Besides the essential knowledge, one must possess a sound mental state and self-discipline. You must ensure that one day, you do not become a monster more terrifying than the beasts. Do you think ferocious beasts are easy to kill? Even before the Great Cataclysm, those butchers slaughtering sheep and dogs, do you believe there were no psychological issues involved? Killing a few lambs might not weigh heavily on one's conscience, but you are tasked with hunting violent, ferocious beasts. Do you think you can remain calm during such battles? Wu Youliang wished to inform him that he possessed the soul migration technique, which allowed him to cultivate his spiritual power and soothe his rage. The instructor's implication is that I should continue with these training sessions? Since you have bested Liu Sir, the physical training is rendered moot. From now on, you will only need to attend cultural and psychological classes. Junior hunters can still enhance their physical prowess through training, but intermediate hunters cannot. They must rely on the trials of life and death, for the latter possess strength and speed, but also a fortified spirit, enabling them to better command their physical forms. For instance, during the same time frame, a junior hunter might throw a single punch or kick, while an intermediate hunter could unleash 5 punches and 3 kicks. Similarly, an attack that a junior hunter finds difficult to evade. An intermediate hunter could easily dodge and counterattack. As Wu Youliang exited the office, Instructor Zhang leaned against his chair, taking a few deep breaths. At last, I've managed to intimidate this kid. As the morning passed, the trainees concluded their training and proceeded to the cafeteria to replenish their energy. There, Wu Youliang's second brother was leisurely enjoying a sumptuous lunch, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup, both meat and vegetables. Second brother, what did Zhang Sir say? Did he allow you to graduate early? Yang Feng casually sat down, grabbing chopsticks to shove a piece of meat into his mouth. Wu Youliang shook his head. He merely stated that I would no longer need physical training, but I must still attend cultural and psychological classes. Brother Liang, no need to bask in the sun on the training field. That must be quite delightful. Just so, I know my brothers have worked hard, so I specifically went out to hunt some game and asked Uncle Hua to prepare a few dishes. Uncle Hua, serve the dishes. Coming right up, a plump figure emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 platters. Uncle Hua instinctively glanced at Wu Youliang, inwardly marveling at the adage not to judge a book by its cover. For the ferocious beasts Wu Youliang had sent earlier, though superficially damaged, had their insides utterly mangled, their ghastly appearances causing him to feel a lingering unease. Roar, roar. The crowd cheered as they pushed several tables together, soon placing 20 to 30 plates upon them. While everyone devoured their food ravenously, Wu Youliang maintained a leisurely pace, yet his speed was nonetheless superior to theirs. Chapter 40. The Privileged Class, Part 2, after a brief midday rest. The afternoon training commenced. Unlike the previous days, the first 2 sessions would be psychological classes, marking the first indoor coursework since entering the training camp. Look, at 2 o'clock. A male trainee seated by the window suddenly pointed outside, exclaiming loudly. Hearing this, many male trainees rushed over. So beautiful. Could it be the madam teaching us psychological guidance? If so, that would be wonderful. A madam so alluring would surely command our attention. I've decided, for the next 8 weeks, I must win her over. Huang Yongyue shouted. Spare us, the others scoffed. Second brother, is it truly a beauty? Aren't you going to take a look? Yang Feng returned to his seat and lightly tapped Wu Youliang's arm with the textbook, receiving a slight shock, causing him to hesitate in touching again. Aren't there 6 beauties here? Why seek far and wide when the treasures are right before us? Wu Youliang gestured towards the 6 female trainees on the other side of the classroom, speaking softly. Truly the second brother, your standards are indeed high. Which one have you taken a liking to? Yang Feng inquired with a grin. Guess, Wu Youliang replied with a sidelong glance, bemused by Yang Feng's enthusiasm. Unaware that his brother had merely spoken offhandedly, Wu Youliang has cultivated Taoist mystic arts. How could he dare to indulge in the allure of women? He must first overcome all the esoteric barriers before he can contemplate breaking his vows. I am not particularly skilled at riddles, perhaps. Second brother, you could reveal the answer. Have you not noticed the aura of heroism surrounding Vice Instructor Yao? It is quite captivating, is it not? A timid voice interrupted, and the classroom, once buzzing, fell utterly silent. Donggu, you dare to court the instructor? Are you seeking to forfeit your life? Of course, I lack such audacity, not to mention the capability. Yet, our good man does possess it. Just the other day, he performed a heroic rescue atop the high walls. Everything aligned perfectly in his favor. That makes sense. The others nodded in agreement. Stand at attention. Upon the entrance of an OL beauty, whom they had glimpsed outside the window, Huang Yongyue instinctively shouted, Take your seats. I am Yang Yuqing, the guest instructor at this camp, responsible for your psychological counseling class. Dressed in a fitted black sleeveless shirt and a snug short skirt, it was evident from her attire that she was a logistics officer, not one to engage in battle. An exceptional hunter must not only slay ferocious beasts, but also prevent oneself from becoming a monster more dreadful than those beasts. The so-called monster more fearsome than the beast refers to those afflicted with certain psychological disorders. Post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as combat fatigue syndrome, is a type of trauma-induced stress disorder. The causes of this condition can be severe physical harm or terrifying psychological pressure. Both scenarios are likely to be encountered on the front lines, meaning the likelihood of you developing PTSD in the future is quite high. Those suffering from such ailments tend to avoid reminders of their trauma, are easily startled, remain in a constant state of heightened alertness, and are prone to anger. Ultimately, they may succumb to the pressure, leading either to suicide or a propensity for violence. Thus, it is imperative that you learn to regulate and soothe your emotions. As the beautiful instructor lectured, the students' focus sharpened. When the bell rang, the male students remained enraptured. As for Wu Youliang, he had just awakened from his meditative state. He had absorbed quite a bit about PTSD and had his own reflections. For instance, the Black Wind duo from the world were not initially indiscriminate killers. However, after failing to grasp the true essence of the 9-in manual and practicing on living beings over many years, they unwittingly transformed, becoming capable of cruel acts such as torturing the living for the sake of mastering the 9-in bone claw and heart-crushing palm. How could they not become violent and ruthless? He recalled his own experience on the Mongolian steppe, charging against the army of Zamo, and the inexplicable restlessness that arose within him afterward. Perhaps that too was a form of PTSD. Moreover, prior to the Great Catastrophe, the police department had explicitly mandated that all personnel involved in apprehending dangerous criminals, regardless of whether they fired their weapons, must undergo psychological counseling afterward. Those who had shot and wounded or killed criminals were required to wait for a psychological assessment to confirm their mental health before being allowed to return to duty. Otherwise, they would gradually be put on leave. I have truly decided. Before leaving the camp, I must pursue Madame. She is undoubtedly my goddess. Take a look in the mirror. While Yang Yuqing's looks and figure may not surpass those of female students Wang Hanyue and Fan Yu, her air of intellect and maturity had an undeniable impact on the younger male students. I checked this morning. Is the mirror intact? It remains unscathed, and I am still charming. Did you defeat Lu Sir? Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, for Wang Hanyue had taken a seat beside Wu Youliang. It is merely a rumor. How could I possibly defeat Lu Sir? Wu Youliang replied. Are you from Yueqing? Wang Hanyue inquired again. Wu Youliang gazed at her for a full 5 seconds, his eyes glimmering with intensity, causing her to avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. What do you wish to convey? If you return home, could you take me with you? Wu Youliang was taken aback. The implications in the cold beauty's words were abundant, and he needed to sort them out. I intend to go to Yueqing. Wang Hanyue observed Wu Youliang's expression and understood her words had been ambiguous. Quickly clarifying, are you from Yueqing? Wu Youliang could not help but scrutinize her. Southern women are often gentle and graceful, renowned for their soft Wu dialect. He noted that the cold beauty stood at least 1.7 meters tall, exuding a cool and aloof charm, leading him to initially assume she hailed from the north. No, my grandmother and grandfather live in Yueqing. I wish to visit them. In the second-floor conference room, a meeting was underway, the atmosphere somewhat somber. Around a round table sat 8 individuals, including 3 instructors training the students, alongside 4 men and 1 woman responsible for intelligence gathering, security coordination, and logistical management. The current situation is evidently deteriorating. This camp may need to be abandoned. I have already contacted the council, and they will soon send people to assist in the evacuation and thoroughly investigate the scale of this beast tide, in which Beast King leads it, Instructor Zhang. The camp's leader spoke first. Madam Yao, how did you acquire your previous intelligence? It was provided by a student, Vice Instructor Yao replied. Is that the student who clashed with Lu Sir? Someone inquired. You Vice Instructor coughed a few times. I fear you may laugh. But I couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. To say he clashed with me is an exaggeration. Lu Sir, are you jesting? You have already been promoted to B-grade lower tier, entering the ranks of intermediate hunters. And yet you cannot handle a single student. Suddenly, several individuals' expressions changed, and they rushed out of the conference room. The 10-minute break quickly passed, and the second class commenced. Based on years of experience, I have compiled some effective methods for alleviating emotions. At this point, Yang Yuqing's gaze drifted, noticing a student with closed eyes, appearing out of place. She frowned slightly and approached him with a graceful yet slightly enchanting stride, intending to awaken him by tapping his shoulder. This student, please pay attention to the lecture. Madam, no? Having experienced electric shocks twice, student Xiao Wu screamed in terror upon seeing Yang Yuqing's approach. Chapter 41. Privileged Individuals, Part 3. Yang Feng called out a moment too late. Yang Yuqing's hand touched Wu Youliang's shoulder, and in the next instant, the beautiful instructor felt as if she had been struck by a powerful electric shock, her entire body losing sensation and collapsing softly as a hand steadied her lower back, preventing her from crashing to the ground. What happened? What is wrong with Madam? Observing this scene, all the students were startled, and the previously silent classroom erupted in chaos. Have you seen Journey to the West? Do you recall the Queen of the Purple Gold Kingdom? After being captured by the Purple Golden Hound, a celestial being gifted her a magical garment. Once donned, any external touch would feel like 1,000 needles stabbing her. And so, Yang Feng, you don't mean to imply that the clothing on our good man possesses similar magical properties? Not only is it impervious to blades and bullets, but it also rebounds damage. You are delusional. The key is the person, not the clothing. In the absence of my second brother's attention, be extremely cautious not to touch his body. Otherwise, you may easily find half your body numb and devoid of sensation. Yang Feng's words, while seemingly boastful, were actually an attempt to absolve Wu Youliang. The latter did not rely on brute force, nor was he arrogant. Is that true? You will find out if you get the chance to try. A hint of sorrow crossed Yang Feng's face. My apologies. Wu Youliang focused his palm, channeling a thread of internal energy from Yang Yuqing's tailbone, which instantly circulated throughout her body, easing her stagnant qi and blood. What puzzled Wu Youliang was that throughout the ordeal, the beautiful madam looked at him with astonishment, neither angry nor displeased, but rather as though she had encountered a rare treasure. Especially after hearing Yang Feng's words, her gaze intensified, leaving Wu Youliang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It's nothing. Yang Yuqing stood up, brushed her hair, and resumed her lecture. However, throughout the remainder of the class, her gaze frequently lingered on Wu Youliang. When he noticed her looking, she did not avert her eyes. Instead, she maintained direct eye contact, each time leaving Wu Youliang feeling bashful and looking away. You are out of luck. Madam seems to have a connection with our good man. Just look at that gaze. It's as if she would melt for him. You know nothing. That is a gaze of resentment. Madam is so intellectually refined and mature. How could she be so superficial as to fall for a mere case of infatuation? Do you think this is ancient times? Huang Yongwei whispered. But as he spoke, his voice grew softer. He still found the scene from the morning on the training ground utterly unfathomable. The instructor's fierce and rapid attacks were something he could scarcely withstand. Yet Wu Youliang had not even been touched by her garments. With his keen eyesight, he could not perceive how Wu Youliang moved, and regarding that final moment, where a single palm pressed down on the instructor's shoulder, causing her veins to bulge, she remained utterly unable to move a single finger. Under the prowess of Wu Youliang, the instructor appeared as fragile as a child, while he, under the instructor's hand, felt like a child as well. Thus, I find myself under the auspices of my esteemed mentor, and should I dare to encroach upon his territory, well, perhaps I ought to select another target. Wang Hanxue is far too frigid, so let it be Fan Yu instead. Huang Yongyue's thoughts were tumultuous, and suddenly, he felt the atmosphere grow darker as it about to rain. Instinctively, he glanced out the window, and his expression shifted dramatically. There appeared to be a mass of dark clouds approaching the horizon. Yet it moved much faster than any cloud. Wail, wail, wail. The shrill sound of alarms reverberated throughout the camp. It's a swarm of corrupted crows. All personnel, be on high alert. Do not venture onto the open ground. The density of that cloud-like mass must indicate a terrifying number of corrupted crows. Perhaps at least tens of thousands. With such overwhelming numbers, it seemed boundless. The sharp beaks and claws of the corrupted crows contained potent toxins. Should they break the skin, one's life would hang in the balance. Even without the poison, the relentless onslaught of hundreds or thousands of corrupted crows would be unbearable, even for those clad in full-body, shock-resistant combat gear. Something is approaching. Just as the students began to show signs of panic, Wu Youliang spoke up unexpectedly. In the next moment, the bulletproof glass window was violently struck, and a shadow, indistinct yet fleeting, flickered briefly. Is that the shadow leopard? One student exclaimed, recalling that the beast's body had not been found after the battlefield was cleared that night. There's not just one, Wu Youliang replied. Bang, bang! The window was struck twice more, cracking further, and alarmingly, the frame where the window met the wall began to show numerous fissures. Clearly, the shadow leopard might not be able to shatter the glass, but it could certainly collapse the welded junction of the window and wall. 3 of them? With perilous avians approaching from afar and fierce beasts preparing to strike nearby, the students truly lost their composure. Do not fear. It will be all right. Yang Yuqing looked at Wu Youliang, her voice soft yet resolute. As long as he is here, we shall be safe. Madam, do you imply that our mentor can defeat these 3 shadow leopards? But just a few days ago, he could barely withstand one, lying incapacitated for 3 days. How could he possibly defeat 3? His strength has ascended to S rank. The casual utterance struck the students like a piercing arrow. Is our mentor truly the Hunter King? Is the second brother indeed the Hunter King? C rank signifies a novice hunter. B rank a mid-level hunter, A rank a senior hunter, while S rank is the legendary Hunter King. Since the Cataclysm, the number of Hunter Kings could easily be counted on one's fingers. These individuals either dwell in high places, safeguarding the highest leaders of the Federation, or they vanish into thin air, battling terrifying beasts in desolate regions, preserving peace in their domains. How is this possible? The crowd remained incredulous, their worries somewhat alleviated. Bang! The door was suddenly flung open, and a black shadow leopard, standing 4 to 5 feet tall, entered with an elegant gait, growling softly as its dark gaze swept over the assembly. The leopard's ebony fur was interspersed with dark red patches, the color of congealed blood, most notably marked by a scar running from its brow to its left. EYIT was indeed the shadow leopard that had been wounded by Wu Youliang. Before entering the eagle world, Wu Youliang had lacked foundational skills and inner power and had been too hasty in his strike, failing to slay it. Roar. The black leopard let out a roar that reverberated through the classroom. Locking onto its target, the nearest female student, the leopard crouched slightly, a prelude to pouncing on its prey. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the expressions of all present solidified. Some were terrified, others hesitant, some filled with rage, and some. A streak of black lightning shot toward the female student, too swift. She had no chance to evade. The anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. The black lightning revealed itself, retreating back to its original position. Someone had intervened, with a single hand. Could that be the Qilin arm? All the students gazed in astonishment at the hand pressing down on the leopard's head. A strange thought collectively blossoming in their minds. The black leopard struggled, yet remained immobile, its low growls growing more guttural, its dark eyes filled with bloodlust. Bang! Like the sound of distant thunder, the leopard trembled violently before collapsing in defeat. 3 little kittens cannot stir much of a storm. Wu Youliang withdrew his hand. The shadow leopard, larger than a tiger from the pre-cataclysm era, lay lifeless, blood seeping from its 7 orifices. Is it truly dead? What else could it be? Wu Youliang exited the classroom, and shortly thereafter, the sound of anguished roars echoed down the corridor, followed by the heavy thud of something hitting the ground. Is our mentor truly the Hunter King? Ha! I have decided. From this moment forth, he shall also be my second brother. Madam, how do you know he is the Hunter King? Wang Hanxue abruptly inquired, voicing the curiosity of all. I have heard Zhang Sir mention that one of the most significant traits of the Hunter King is that they cannot be recklessly approached or touched. It is a matter of their dignity as the King of Hunters, Yang Yuqing explained. As an A-rank hunter, Zhang Instructor was but a step away from the Hunter King and thus privy to many secrets. Is it really that fantastical? Yet deep down everyone thought, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? In truth, it is because they can exert their strength even in a state of unconsciousness, and the power they wield is often beyond the grasp of even high-level hunters. Madam, what does state of no intervals mean? Wang Hanxue asked again. It is quite simple. It refers to having no gaps. Are you familiar with inch strength? It is the ability to unleash a fierce attack over a short distance. The state of no intervals is even more terrifying. It does not require movement, merely the contraction of muscles to unleash a powerful attack at 0 distance. The difference between having intervals and having none is as vast as that between cold weapons and firearms. It is precisely because of this ability that they can operate for extended periods in remote mountains and dense forests. Even in slumber, they are impervious to harm from insects, venomous snakes, or small ferocious beasts, often causing them to perish instead. Chapter 42. The Dragon Lord. Listening to the conversation among the group, Wu Youliang felt somewhat surprised. He was unaware of how the ranks of hunters were classified, whether by strength, achievements, or merits. Each person possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Some can confront certain ferocious beasts as easily as eating or drinking, while tackling others may render them powerless. Upon returning to the classroom, Wu Youliang found the gazes of his peers to be quite complex. Suddenly, the female student lunged at him, embracing him tightly, prompting him to immediately withdraw his inner energy, sinking it into his dantian. "Thank you. Truly, thank you, thank you," she repeated fervently in his ear, her grip tightening. "Do not fear, with me here. Even if the great beast with golden stripes and white fur arrives, it shall not return." Wu Youliang gently patted her back, employing a technique of soul transference, his voice softening. "Second brother." The male students exchanged glances, then all bowed in unison, calling out, "I called him second brother. Why are you all trying to claim kinship?" Yang Feng exclaimed anxiously. "Yang Feng, the second brother belongs to everyone. If you dare to monopolize him, you will be ostracized from the group," Huang Yongyue declared loudly, and the crowd nodded in agreement. "Second brother." 6 female students, including Yang Yuqing, smiled brightly, calling out cheerfully, "Second brother, you are so powerful and humble. Please do not refuse." Han Jiadong remarked. Wu Youliang acknowledged them with a sound, accepting the title without reservation. Xiang Yu once proclaimed, "To not return home in glory is akin to walking in splendid garments at night." Having spent 8 years in the martial world, facing life and death multiple times, honing his skills, he certainly intended to return home in style. This was merely the first step. The next would be to return to his hometown in Yueqing. Ensuring the Wu family flourishes and remains safe, as laughter and chatter filled the air. A group of armed individuals rushed in, each fully equipped, with 8 of them carrying large boxes. The leader was Deputy Instructor Liu. "Are you all right?" "We're fine. Just a few little black cats. With second brother here, it's a piece of cake." "Little black cats?" Deputy Instructor Liu looked quizzically at the black leopard on the ground, scrutinizing it closely before suddenly exclaiming, "A shadow leopard? You killed 3 shadow leopards?" He regarded the group with astonishment. "It wasn't us. It was second brother who did it," the female instructor pointed at Wu Youliang, chuckling lightly. "Second brother? How did he kill them?" Deputy Instructor Liu looked at Yang Yuqing in confusion, unsure why she referred to her student as second brother, continuing to inspect the leopard's corpse. Yet no matter how he searched, he could find no fatal wounds, only some scarred and broken old injuries. "He crushed it with a single hand," Yang Yuqing remarked. Deputy Instructor Liu's mouth twitched. "Crushed it until it bled from all 7 orifices?" Suddenly, he recalled that morning when Wu Youliang had similarly immobilized him with just one hand. A chill ran down his spine. "All right, according to Zhang Si's orders, your special training this afternoon will be practical. Each of you must kill at least 100 corrupted crows." Deputy Instructor Liu pointed to the 8 boxes brought by the team. "Put on your combat gear and strap on your flamethrowers. Prepare for battle." "Why aren't you wearing any?" "I'm not used to being completely wrapped up." Minutes later, the clouds gathered ominously over the camp. A cacophony of sounds erupted, and with a sharp cry, the corrupted crows began to dive down, enveloping the camp like a black mist. Boom, 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 boom. Flames erupted from the 4 corners of the camp, shooting skyward in fiery pillars that pierced through the dense throng of decaying crows, creating numerous voids amidst their ranks. Singed and charred, the crows plummeted to the ground one by one, yet a greater multitude of crows swooped down. Their descent relentless, a cadre of combatants clad in tactical gear occupied advantageous positions, wielding portable flamethrowers. One hand gripped a shield for protection while the other activated the trigger, unleashing torrents of fire. With a swift motion, Wu Youliang unsheathed a finely forged long sword from his waist, the blade humming with a melodious resonance. In a flicker, he transformed into a wisp of light, darting atop the rooftop. Weaving through the dense swarm of crows, his sword danced like smoke and mist, striking with the speed of lightning, as he executed the 5-mountain sword technique effortlessly, enveloped in a halo of sword light. No matter how densely the crows gathered or how ferociously they attacked, none could breach his formidable defense, in a surge of exhilaration, he drew upon his internal energy, unleashing a mighty roar that resonated as if it were tangible, causing tremors within a radius of several dozen feet. The crows fell like raindrops under the force of his sound wave. 1 minute turned into 2, a quarter hour, half an hour, 2 hours. Wu Youliang lost count of how many he had slain. The thick clouds above began to disperse, and the cacophonous cries of the crows grew faint. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, the king of the near 100,000-strong crow horde. A crow king the size of a small aircraft hovered above the clouds, gazing down upon the camp. Wu Youliang leaped from the rooftop, his feet dancing as he alighted upon the backs of several crows, flickering through the air, ascending several hundred feet until he positioned himself mere feet away from the Crow King. With a piercing cry, the Crow King opened its maw, expelling a plume of toxic black mist. Wu Youliang slashed with one hand, dispersing the noxious fog with a tremendous wave of energy. Before the Crow King could strike, he launched himself into the air, his sword flashing as he executed the white rainbow piercing the sun technique, merging with the sword's trajectory, transforming into a chilling ray of white light. With the speed of thunder, he pierced through the massive body of the Crow King. Upon the death of their leader, the remaining crows erupted in panic, scattering in disarray. Wu Youliang, with his internal energy flowing, descended gracefully from several hundred feet above, akin to a majestic swan spiraling down. With each descent of several feet, he executed a precise maneuver, sending ripples through the air, counterbalancing his fall. Employing the golden goose across the sky technique, combined with his serpentine agility and profound internal strength, he ultimately landed safely on the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying howl echoed from a distance, accompanied by a visible wave of energy sweeping towards him with lightning speed, causing crows to tumble down in its wake. Wu Youliang soared upward, arching his back and unleashing a resonant roar that clashed against the incoming wave. His face radiated a purple aura, summoning his full power, shattering windows in an instant as they cracked under the pressure of his sound wave. Two howls collided. One was deep and hollow, the other clear and ethereal. In the following moment, the two waves clashed violently outside the camp, holding their ground for a brief moment before one dissipated while the other weakened yet continued its assault. Wu Youliang felt as though he were encased within a copper bell, struck with a heavy hammer, inducing a brief dizziness that faded almost instantly due to his remarkable prowess. His eyes gleamed with intent as he fixated on a massive tiger atop a distant hill. Silent yet resolute, its purple aura flickering unpredictably. Crack, crack, behind him, several panes of glass shattered. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything to say?" In the conference room on the second floor, Instructor Zhang presided over the meeting. Addressing the other 7 leaders, "Zhang sir, we must act swiftly. We cannot afford to delay," responded Deputy Instructor Yao. "Indeed, any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. If the news leaks and the Yueqing Council gets wind of it, they will surely intervene. They possess a natural advantage, and if a conflict arises, it may very well end in a stalemate. Moreover, the headquarters in Yinjing will undoubtedly dispatch orders for mobilization, leaving us in a passive position." "Madam Huang, have all the footage been secured?" Instructor Zhang inquired, directing his gaze towards an unassuming woman among the 8, responsible for logistics. "All footage captured by the 18 cameras and 9 mobile phones, a total of 23 segments, have been sealed. Unless the speaker himself requests it, no one else can view the content. All personnel have been placed under a strict prohibition order. No one is allowed to leave the camp or communicate with the outside world. Should any information leak, all will face collective punishment and severe penalties," interjected a lean Amayan. "By the way, Zhang sir, what about his family? Are they safely arranged?" 30 minutes ago, the speaker initiated the arrangements, so they should be secure by now. "It's hard to believe that our humble camp harbors a true dragon, not only annihilating tens of thousands of crows, but also slaying a crow king born from a lineage of tens of thousands, and even able to confront the golden-striped white tiger king with a resounding roar." The expressions of the 8 were complex. Wu Youliang roused from his stupor, his gaze falling upon an expansive hall capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. Where hundreds lay sprawled in disarray, he too found himself on the ground, his limbs weak and unresponsive. A tall, gaunt man in blue, appearing to be in his 50s with a bamboo stick protruding from his chest, approached him step by step, wielding a long sword for support, his countenance twisted in fury, as though he intended to fight to the death. "Oh, you seek to kill me?" Wu Youliang's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. "Master, it is not my desire to take your life. Rather, you have forced my hand. Over the years, you have prioritized the advancement of the young disciples, systematically eliminating our old brethren. I know that my day of reckoning will come. Thus I must fight for my life," the blue-clad man gasped, taking a few steps before pausing, his body swaying as if intoxicated, intermittently coughing up blood due to the bamboo stick embedded in his lung. "Brother Su, what poison did you use? Was it the 7-insect softening powder, the thousandly fragrance, or the blood corrosion powder?" Lu Gaoxuan's voice trembled as he listed 3 potent toxins. The blue-clad man had already spent his last breath on his previous words and could only cough up blood. Unable to articulate further, Lu Gaoxuan's gaze wandered until it landed on a diminutive figure standing out like a crane among chickens. It was Wei Xiaobao. A sudden realization struck him. "You utilized the Baihua viper venom. Did you not?" The Baihua viper venom emits a fragrant aroma upon contact with fresh blood, soothing the mind of anyone who inhales it. However, when mixed with Xionghuang wine, it causes the victim's muscles to weaken, rendering them helpless for 12 hours. Brother Su, truly a clever stratagem. The Baihua viper venom is forbidden in our sect, indicating your prior preparation and that you must have abstained from Xionghuang wine for several months. The blue-clad man was none other than Su Shueting, the leader of the Qinglong sect. After coughing for a time, he finally caught his breath. "Man proposes, but heaven disposes. It appears I miscalculated and fell victim to Hong Antong's treachery." Several young disciples shouted in defiance, "Bold rogue, how dare you speak the master's name so freely?" The Qinglong leader mustered his strength and took a few more steps toward Wu Youliang. "Is Hong Antong's name forbidden? I shall kill him and see if it can be uttered." After a moment, a frail voice called out, "Brother Su, if you slay Hong Antong, we shall all recognize you as the new master." Wu Youliang turned toward the voice, spotting an elderly man clad in yellow with narrow eyes and a sharp face, the leader of the Huanglong sect, Ingenious. "Indeed, we shall heed the orders of Master Su. Pledging our loyalty unwaveringly, loyalty unwaveringly, loyalty unwaveringly." The hall fell silent for a moment, with dozens responding, some resolutely, others hesitantly, creating a discordant chorus. In the original narrative, after marrying Su Quan, Hong Antong lavished her with affection, obeying her every command, even more so than Emperor Tangming adored Yang Guifei. He granted her every wish, even allowing her to meddle in sect affairs. Su Quan took a liking to certain young disciples, prompting him to promote them. However, with limited positions within the sect, he resorted to fabricating charges to eliminate loyal subordinates who had followed him faithfully for over 20 years. Today, he faced the wrath of those he had betrayed, everyone eager to see him dead for peace to be restored. Wu Youliang observed the Qinglong leader, who struggled to move a few steps before pausing, unperturbed. Though his limbs were incapacitated, his internal strength remained intact. Even if the severely injured Su Shueting struck him 100 times, it would hardly inflict harm. Furthermore, with the soul-shifting technique at his disposal, he could easily incapacitate the latter. The immediate concern was to assess his own condition. He recalled Hong Antong's appearance, white hair cascading to his chest, aged and marred by scars and wrinkles, a visage far from handsome. In short, Hong Antong was both old and ugly. Having traversed 2 worlds of martial arts, Wu Youliang had garnered considerable experience. He understood that despite taking the place of a narrative character, he remained within his own physical form in reality, merely influenced by some unfathomable force or rule that conformed him to the character's traits. For instance, Wanli Duxing was a man in his 30s. And upon his arrival in the smiling, proud wanderer world, he aged a decade in the blink of an eye. Moreover, while his previous martial arts skills were not diminished, he could only inherit one new style, the specifics of which depended on fortune. Additionally, certain objects he had carried from the previous world would accompany him, concealed within a dimension of space, invisible yet accessible. "Qinglong Master, you lack strength. Blood is pouring from your chest. You are weary. Please sit down and rest for a moment." A soft, alluring voice suddenly rang out from beside Wu Youliang, belonging to an exceptionally beautiful woman whose eyes sparkled as she spoke sweetly. The blue-clad man took a few more steps before gradually sinking to the ground, his sword clattering as it fell from his grasp. "Huang Longshi Injin, witnessing his fall, proclaimed loudly, Su Shueting. You traitorous scoundrel, how dare you harbor such delusions and attempt to assassinate the master? A bearded man suddenly interjected. Ingenious, you despicable wretch, as soon as I make a move, I shall be the first to end your life. Just as Huang Longsher Ingenious prepared to retort, he noticed Qing Longsher Su Shueting swaying as he struggled to rise, prompting him to fall silent. Wu Youliang, while cultivating his energy, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Brother Su, you seem weary. Why not take a seat and rest a while? I shall sing a little tune for you, shall I? Lady Hong murmured softly. Su Shueting uttered a few sounds of reluctance, knowing that if he sat down again, he would find it difficult to rise. Realizing the presence of hundreds, he understood that among them, Wu Youliang, inheritor of Hong Antong's profound skills, was the one most capable of withstanding the poison, and once the toxin was alleviated, his brothers would be unable to escape their fate. Mr. Liu, I cannot go on. You must devise a plan, he managed to say before collapsing weakly. Liu Gaoxian glanced at Wei Xiaobao and conceived a plan in his mind. Young Master Wei, this master is exceedingly ruthless. Once the poison within him is resolved, he will surely kill us all, you included. You must swiftly eliminate him. Without hesitation, Wei Xiaobao drew his dagger, renowned for its ability to slice through iron as if it were mud, and slowly approached Wu Youliang. Lady Hong's voice, gentle yet laced with an undertone of seduction, beckoned. Little brother, do you find me beautiful? The implication in her voice was palpable. Wei Xiaobao felt a stir within him, about to gaze in her direction when a sudden bellow from the corpulent monk jolted him back to his senses. Just as he prepared to advance, he was halted by Mu Jianpei's voice. After exchanging a few words with her, several thoughts flickered through his mind. Suddenly, he recalled that the members of the Tiandihui were renowned throughout the Jianghu. Yet they would not hesitate to sever ties once they crossed the river. The members of the Shenlong sect, who consorted with venomous snakes daily, were even more ruthless, akin to scorpions. Could they truly be trusted? The master is divinely ordained and cannot be slain. The inscription states as much. Let us consider today's events as settled. Mr.Lu and the others have offended the master. I implore the master to show mercy and spare them, so that we may all rejoice together in harmony. Wei Xiaobao declared, his voice youthful yet steady, clearly accustomed to grand affairs. If that is the case, young Master Wei, you should request an oath from the master and the lady, Liu Gaoxian suggested. Very well, I, Su Quan, vow today never to pursue this matter again. Should I break this vow, may I descend into the dragon's den and be devoured by 1,000 snakes. Lady Hong immediately swore, her tone shifting from coy to stern. In the martial world, a word is as heavy as a mountain. Promises must be kept, especially those made in public. To dare to violate such an oath would lead to instant ruin of one's reputation. What does the master think? Wei Xiaobao cautiously inquired. Noticing Wu Youliang's continued silence. Having heard so many words from you, is it not time for me to speak? Wu Youliang's voice emerged, low and somewhat indistinct, a result of his advanced age. Regardless of whether one walks alone for 1,000 miles or wields hands of skill, they are all in their 30s, the prime of life, yet Hong Antong, with his white hair cascading to his chest, had reached the twilight of his years. An ordinary person at this stage would struggle to move. Beyond his voice, his strength had waned considerably. Furthermore, as he cultivated, he sensed his internal energy was gravely weakened, particularly the essence from his kidneys, nearing depletion. Internal energy cannot be summoned from thin air. It stems from one's vitality. Although Wu Youliang's inner strength remained intact, robust as ever, the risk of exhausting it was ever present. If he sought to reclaim his former vitality, it would prove exceedingly difficult. P.S. Today, only one chapter. I apologize. Thanks to Shijinduwu for the 100 rewards, 2 perfect evaluations, Churang Yupulu and Snail for the 220 rewards, and Shamong for the 10 rewards. Chapter 44. The Leopard, Part 2. The crowd was bewildered. Hundreds of eyes fixated upon him, including Lady Hong Su Quan. In the next moment, expressions shifted, some astonished, others fearful, some despairing. Wu Youliang's face suddenly radiated a brilliant purple aura, wisps of mist rising from the crown of his head, swirling upwards. What kind of martial art is this? The highly skilled individuals, such as the 5 dragon envoys, The corpulent monk and Lu Gaoxian were utterly astonished. The Zixia art had long been lost in the world of the blood sword, and none among the crowd recognized it. Wu Youliang slowly rose and returned to his opulent seat. Master, have you resolved your poison? Lady Hong Su Quan exclaimed in joyous disbelief, her voice sweet and melodious. Indeed, Wu Youliang replied, adjusting her posture slightly. Young Master Wei, he is merely a facade of strength, holding on by a thread. If you slay him, we shall acknowledge you as our new master, Lu Gaoxian declared loudly. Wu Youliang cast a glance at him, then at Wei Xiaobao, the latter considered a victor in life. Having wed 7 exquisite beauties, contemplating this, Wu Youliang frowned, fearing that even this nominally cherished lady may ultimately fall into the hands of this young man. Wei Xiaobao, sensing the ambiguous expression on Wu Youliang's face, hesitated. Suddenly, Wu Youliang's right hand reached out, and a surge of energy grasped the dagger from Wei Xiaobao, which flew into his palm. Mr. Lu, am I truly just a facade of strength? I deserve death. I beseech the master to grant me a swift demise. Considering my years of service, I implore you to spare the lives of my family of 8. Upon witnessing Wu Youliang's prowess, Lu Gaoxian felt utterly despondent. Grasping objects from afar, the master's martial arts have reached such heights. It is merely a matter of life or death. The 5 dragon envoys murmured among themselves, their spirits crushed. Wu Youliang examined the dagger in his hand, its deep black hue faintly glowing red, and swung it through the air, slicing the atmosphere silently, revealing its exceptional sharpness. Master, spare my life. I did not intend to interfere with your esteemed sect's affairs. I beg you to consider my youthful ignorance and grant me mercy. Wei Xiaobao knelt down. Repeatedly bowing his head, Wu Youliang could not deny the young man's cunning. He decided to let him stew for a moment, to instill some fear. In recent years, my divine skills have been on the brink of completion, yet I have been lost in thought, which led me to be deceived by some petty individuals, committing many errors. Today's events, I acknowledge my mistakes and thus I can overlook them. Young brother, go fetch some water outside for them to drink. Wei Xiaobao immediately sprang to his feet and rushed out of the hall. The crowd, stunned, had anticipated their doom, only to find that the master did not intend to exact punishment. Many were astonished and somewhat apprehensive until all had consumed the clear water, alleviating the poison of the Baihua viper's ointment. Allowing their spirits to calm somewhat, soon, everyone in the hall stood upright. Wu Youliang rose, descended the steps, and approached Qing Longsher Su Shueting, who sat weakly, his breath faint, resembling a soul on the verge of departure. Suddenly, Wu Youliang struck the crown of his head with his palm. Master, no? The red dragon envoy Wugan Daoren shouted, while the black dragon envoy Zhang Danyue looked on with pity, and only Huang Longsher Yinjin remained silent. Wu Youliang surveyed them, and silence fell upon the crowd. He secretly circulated his internal energy, a purple haze enveloping him, concealing the scars and wrinkles on his face. Suddenly, a bamboo stick flew from Su Shueting's chest. Yet it did not release much blood. After several breaths, Wu Youliang withdrew his hand and returned to his seat, using strands of internal energy to lock away Su Shueting's flickering life force, allowing him to cultivate and recuperate over the next few months without issue. Were he to disregard the cost, Wu Youliang could have healed Su Shueting entirely on the spot, yet his own vitality was waning. And his inner strength was precious. Su Shueting's complexion brightened, and he slowly rose, then knelt again. Master skills are unparalleled, unrivaled in the world. Hundreds of individuals simultaneously knelt, shouting in unison. Their voices varied in pace and volume. Yet with each repetition, they grew louder and more synchronized, shaking the very rafters of the hall. Observing the sea of kneeling figures, Wu Youliang felt a dryness in his throat and a strange sensation blossoming within him. After a moment, he raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. The previously boisterous hall now utterly still. He lifted his hand again, and the crowd stood in unison, as one. My word is my bond. Today's events, as I declare them overlooked, shall indeed be overlooked, as for Su Shueting and Lu Gaoxian, though they have committed acts of treason, given their more than 20 years of notable service. I shall pardon them today. However, They remain criminals of great infamy and cannot be fully absolved. We beseech the master to impose judgment." The two knelt. Su Shueting is hereby stripped of his position as the leader of the Qinglong sect and shall temporarily oversee the affairs of the sect for 1 year. Should he fail to achieve significant merit, he shall face punishment for both crimes. Lu Gao Xian shall receive 30 lashes as a warning to others. We thank the master for sparing our lives." The two bowed deeply. At that moment, enforcers from the punishment hall dragged Lu Gaoxian away, and soon the sound of soft whips cracking echoed from outside the hall. The Master's teachings are ever in our hearts. May the Master enjoy eternal blessings, living in harmony with the heavens. Qing Longsher Su Shueting called out once more, and hundreds echoed in unison. Who in this world can truly live in harmony with the heavens? My powers have long been obstructed, and I have been plagued by illusions. Now that my skills have matured, my mind is clear, and you all are stalwart men. How can you utter such flattery and sycophancy? Master! Several of the 5 dragon envoys suddenly knelt down, their eyes reddened and voices choked with emotion. Ling Huchong once aptly remarked that compelling others to utter flattery is indeed shameless on the part of the speaker, and even more so on the part of the recipient. Little brother, would you be willing to join my Divine Dragon Sect? Wu Youliang turned his gaze towards Wei Xiaobao. Thank you, master, for your kind favor. I am willing to serve. Wei Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. What is your name? I am called Wei Xiaobao, known in the martial world as the Little White Dragon. And what else? I do not understand what the master means. There is a eunuch named Xiao Gizi, who, under the emperor's orders, is headed to Wutai Mountain on official business, intending to bring harm to our sect. He appears to be of a similar age to you. Wu Youliang shifted the topic. As the deputy chief of the Imperial Guards and the deputy chief of the Kitchen Supervisory Office, should I address you as Lord Wei or Eunuch Gue? Master, Wei Xiaobao stammered, utterly flustered, his true identity exposed, and he was left wondering what torment awaited him. If you are willing to serve me wholeheartedly, what Kangxi can offer you, I can provide as well. What Kangxi cannot offer, I too can bestow upon you. Wu Youliang recognized Wei Xiaobao's value in preserving his life, especially for the mission to Shaolin Temple to acquire the 72 ultimate skills. Otherwise, should he dare to covet the nominal wife of the second brother, he would be cast into the dragon's den, subjected to the bites of myriad serpents. Upon returning to the capital, Wei Xiaobao reported the situation at Wutai Mountain to Kangxi, who, concerned for Xuanji's safety, ordered him to become a monk at Shaolin, taking the Dharma name Huiming, ranking second in seniority within the entire temple. With such an insider, obtaining the 72 ultimate skills would be as effortless as lifting a hand. The master is magnanimous. How could I ever harbor ulterior motives? Upon hearing of a chance to keep his life, Wei Xiaobao dared not hesitate. What about the edict from Kangxi? Wu Youliang inquired. Wei Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for the briefest of moments before retrieving a bright yellow imperial edict from his bosom, which Wu Youliang snatched away with a wave of his hand. By the edict of the deputy chief of the Imperial Guards, it is decreed that Wei Xiaobao be sent to Wutai Mountain for official duties, with all provincial civil and military officials ordered to assist him. Thus it is decreed. The tail end of the edict bore the imperial seal of Kangxi. With this decree in hand, Wu Youliang's other plan could now be set in motion. In the original storyline, Hong Antong instructed Mao Dongzhu to infiltrate the Forbidden Palace, impersonating the Empress Dowager to search for the 42 chapters of scripture, which was truly a case of putting the cart before the horse. As long as he could act in the name of the Empress Dowager, select auspicious dates, summon various royal family members and 8 banners nobility, and secretly have them consume the leopard fetus muscle-transforming pill, it would suffice. If only half of them feared for their lives and were willing to pledge loyalty to him, the highest power within the Qing court would immediately fall into his hands. At that time, the Divine Dragon Sect would take over the 18 provinces Han Army and the Manchu banner troops in the capital's outskirts, swiftly changing the ruling powers across the land out of course. Some variables were inevitable during this process. Tio put it bluntly, even if they gathered all 8 departments of the 42 chapters of scripture, unearthed treasures, and destroyed the dragon vein, what of it? A mere few thousand followers could not possibly aspire to dominate the world. In short, it was exceedingly foolish. Chapter 45. The Leopard Fetus Muscle Transforming Pill, Part 3. After a brief tea session, Wu Youliang ordered everyone to withdraw, instructing Su Xueting and Lu Gaoxian to return and recuperate. While summoning 3 of the 5 dragon envoys, Fat Head Monk, Wei Xiaobao, and others into the back hall to discuss affairs. Initially, Wei Xiaobao showcased his prowess in tadpole script, reciting a piece extolling virtues. Wu Youliang then conferred rewards and appointed Fat Head Monk to oversee the affairs of the Qinglong sect during Su Xueting's recovery, absolving Wei Xiaobao of all charges. Master, may I inquire about the purpose of that edict? Madam Hong. Su Quan seemingly casually asked, sensing a certain indefinable change in the man seated beside her. First, he had forcefully extracted the venom of the 100-flower viper through profound internal energy, then inexplicably spared the lives of his subordinates. But also temporarily relieved Su Xueting of her duties and chastised Lu Gaoxian, transforming into someone enigmatic, far removed from the previous foolish and incompetent man who only listened to others' praises. Most importantly, his gaze towards her had shifted, becoming somewhat unfamiliar. It must be said that a woman's intuition can sometimes be remarkably keen. Wu Youliang shot her a glance, then turned to the others. Do you have any questions? The master is astute and resourceful. We have no doubts, they replied in unison. I am asking you, would you prefer to secure a single island for yourself? Or would you rather establish a grand estate, living in luxury, to honor your ancestors and benefit your descendants? Wu Youliang inquired further. Master, do you mean to raise a banner and hunt for dominion over the world? The Black Dragon envoy, Zhang Danhua, cautiously asked. Such a venture is fraught with peril, though the master is blessed. Acting rashly, the Red Dragon envoy, Wu Jin, expressed concern. I cannot agree with the words of the Red Dragon envoy. The master possesses unmatched might and wisdom, and how could the Qin court be a match? I shall surely follow and assist the master in establishing an unshakable foundation for eternity, declared the Yellow Dragon envoy, Ingenious. The more unstable those at the lower echelons became, the more secure those at the top felt. Though Wu Youliang held a degree of disdain for Ingenious' cowardice and fickleness, he had already severed ties with the Red Dragon envoy and others, so keeping him around had its advantages. The Qin court had been in power for over 20 years, appearing to unify the realm and subdue all under heaven. Yet it concealed countless hidden dangers. Firstly, Kangxi had purged the faction of Aobai, leaving the court severely weakened. Secondly, the old ministers of the previous dynasty still harbored ambitions for restoration, while groups like the Heaven and Earth Society and the Wang family never forget to seek to restore the Ming dynasty. Thirdly, figures like Wu Sangui and several other feudal lords held sway over 4 provinces, amassing troops and asserting their own territories. All these factors presented opportunities for the Divine Dragon Sect to act. Moreover, we are not mere common folk who can only till the fields. We can move freely in the palace and military camps, and we can strike down any king or general. Listening to Wu Youliang elaborate, the others nodded in agreement. Black Dragon envoy, Zhang Danhua. I am here. I command you to procure the leopard fetus. Wu Youliang suddenly paused mid-sentence, his thoughts shifting. The leopard fetus muscle-transforming pill. Refined by Hong Antong using rare materials such as leopard fetus, deer fetus, purple river vehicle, and dog sea kidney, was originally intended for his quest for rejuvenation. However, upon completion, he discovered that its effects were uncontrollable, and after a year, it could induce extraordinarily bizarre changes. The fat and thin monks, one transformed from short to tall, the other from fat to thin, had it not been for their return to the Divine Dragon Island for the antidote. One would have turned into a giant spirit, while the other would have shrunk to a mere 3 inches, inevitably facing death. The peculiarity of its poison was evident. Yet, within the year of taking this pill, it could indeed strengthen one's bones and muscles. Was I not already weak and frail? Others may fear lacking an antidote, but did I not possess one? Wu Youliang mentally berated himself for his foolishness. Moreover, he overlooked a critical point. While Hong Antong could refine this leopard fetus muscle-transforming pill, he was a novice in alchemy. The Qin court's princes and ministers, and the 8 banners nobility numbered in the hundreds. Where would one procure so many leopard fetus muscle-transforming pills? Master? Seeing Wu Youliang suddenly halt, the Black Dragon envoy softly called out. You tell Mao Dongzhu that her performance has been lacking and she should be severely punished. However, I am magnanimous and will grant her another opportunity to redeem herself. Have her, In the name of the Empress Dowager, select auspicious dates, summon the various princes and ministers, and administer some poison to them. Remember, it must not be lethal. Compared to the Mongol Yuan dynasty, the oppression of Han people by the Manchu Qing was even more severe, not only enslaving their bodies but also their spirits, confining their thoughts. The various slaughters upon entering the pass need not be mentioned. First came the shaving of heads and changing of clothing, followed by various literary purges. By the time of the Qianlong era, the compilation of the complete library of the four treasuries and the destruction of countless books and lives rivaled the book-burning and scholar-burying of Qin Shi Huang. Employing such underhanded tactics, Wu Youliang felt no guilt. The master's intent is to instill fear within the Qing court, causing chaos from top to bottom. And what of Kangxi? Should we not? The Black Dragon envoy made a gesture across his throat. No need. Wu Youliang waved his hand dismissively. Wei Xiaobao's heart raced in fear. So the Empress Dowager was a member of the God Dragon Sect. No wonder her martial prowess was so formidable. Master, what is your next plan? Madame Hong gently inquired again. Her soft voice carried an alluring undertone. Wu Youliang felt a rush of heat throughout his body, yet the warmth suddenly dissipated to his waist. The 3-5 dragon envoys, along with Fat Head Monk, lowered their heads, striving to suppress their surging blood and energy. Wei Xiaobao's face flushed crimson. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he knelt on one leg, bending down to conceal the small tent he had propped up. Just the sound of her voice was enough to be so enticing. No wonder Hong Antong doted on her so. A beauty akin to Daji or Baosi would be irresistible to any man. He wondered if the Eastern master could be coaxed out of the closet. Unfortunately, Wu Er's vitality was nearly depleted, leaving him with the desire but lacking the strength. I have my own plans. You may withdraw, Wu Youliang grunted. His gaze turning somewhat. I see why Xu Quan's alluring tactics had revealed his true self. His vitality diminished, he found himself unable to even display the vigor of a man. Indeed, due to his profound skills, Wu Youliang had avoided female companionship, but that did not mean he could tolerate his own impotence. Wanting was one thing, being unable was another entirely. As Xu Quan caught a glimpse of his gaze, her heart quivered, and she dared not defy him, promptly rising to leave the back hall. The Red Dragon envoy and others, however, secretly rejoiced. The master no longer indulged in carnal pleasures. Dedicating himself to the pursuit of dominion was indeed a boon for the sect. Brother Wei, I am here. The White Dragon envoy, Zhong Zhiling, has passed away. I wish to appoint you as the new White Dragon envoy. Would you be willing? I am still young and inexperienced, and have yet to achieve any merit. Wei Xiaobao had little interest in the titles of White or Black Dragon envoy. He only wished to leave the Divine Dragon Island as soon as possible. For the imperial edict had fallen into the hands of the master, and he knew not what calamity might ensue. Today, your intention to alleviate the dire straits of our sect is indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Furthermore, your discernment of the appropriate measures and understanding of the depths of the situation clearly demonstrate your exceptional qualities. Wu Youliang responded, I am grateful for the esteemed leader's extraordinary favor in promoting me. Wei Xiaobao, unable to decline, could only accept. White Dragon envoy, regarding today's discussion, should any word of it escape to the outside, do not blame me for being ruthless. I would not dare. Dismissing everyone, Wu Youliang entered the secluded chamber alone. This chamber served as the tranquil sanctuary for Hong Antong's practice and alchemical endeavors. Upon pushing open the stone door, Wu Youliang was greeted by a fragrant aroma of herbs in the realm of Dierding. Hong Antong was not only a top-tier master but also one of the few renowned alchemists in the world. The various elixirs and poisons he concocted included the leopard, Tianwang, and Baiyin among others. Wu Youliang retrieved a medicinal box from a stone platform, unlocked the iron clasp, and beheld numerous vials and jars within, at least several dozen. Which of these vials contained the leopard, and which held the antidote? Chapter 46. The Rising Sun in the East. Only I Remain Unconquered. 1. Wu Youliang stood in a daze for a moment, lifted a vial, opened the lid, inhaled its contents, set it down, then picked up another, sniffed it, and placed it back. He recalled the scene from the original narrative where Hong Antong presented the leopard to Wei Xiaobao. Was it not a crimson hue? But what of the antidote? After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the original narrative made no mention of it. Surely he could not rely on mere chance. With a heavy heart, Wu Youliang closed the medicinal box and returned it to the stone platform. He sat cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, and prepared to enter a meditative state. With his vital energy now waning, he could only focus on the golden locking technique and the North Star. To lock in his entire energy, ensuring not a single trace escaped in terms of internal power, he had originally broken through the Ren and Du meridians and cleared the heavenly and earthly mysteries. With the bottleneck gone, he had made significant strides over the course of several days, and his 5-mountain swordplay had reached a remarkable level, enabling him to gather inner breath from the outside in. Alas, fate was not on his side. With such feeble vital energy, it was evident that he was not destined for this fortune. Wu Youliang's thoughts quieted, devoid of distractions, and threads of inner breath naturally circulated through his body. Rising and falling, wandering unpredictably as the golden crow rose, a night passed, and he prepared to conclude his practice. Suddenly, a deeply hidden acupoint pulsed, and at that moment, a surge of vital energy descended from his heart meridian while another ascended from his kidney meridian. Colliding at a certain point, Wu Youliang felt a jolt of his spirit, plunging abruptly into an ineffable state of chaos, initially boiling with inner breath, then vibrating through his energy sea, ultimately causing his entire body to swell. He opened his eyes, brilliance shining forth, his expression a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from inadvertently touching upon a mysterious and unfathomable realm. The pulsing of a mysterious acupoint could equate to a month or even several months of arduous practice. If it were to pulse a few more times, he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. The worry lay in the fact that this bout of practice had severely drained his vital energy. The energy in his kidneys now intermittent, nearly imperceptible. Should it occur once more, his vital energy might be utterly depleted. "Leader, breakfast is ready." A melodious voice called from outside the stone chamber. "I understand." In a lavish chamber, Wu Youliang sat at the head, savoring the exquisite dishes laid out before him. Soon after finishing his meal, the maidens promptly cleared the remnants. "Leader, I have heard that you appointed Wei Xiaobao as the new White Dragon envoy yesterday?" Su Quan inquired. "Indeed," Wu Youliang nodded. "That young rascal possesses minimal martial prowess and no notable achievements. Promoting him to White Dragon envoy may not sit well with the congregation. I wonder if the leader has any profound intentions?" Su Quan cautiously probed. "No profound intentions. I simply wish to promote him," Wu Youliang replied absently, lost in thought. However, Su Quan remained unconvinced, pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion. "You may retrieve a vial of leopard and an antidote from the medicinal box in the secluded chamber." "Understood." An hour later, Wu Youliang summoned the 5 dragon envoys and others. As they took their seats, the fat head monk, having temporarily overseen the affairs of the Qinglong sect, occupied a place at the table. As for Lu Gaoxian, lacking an official position, he could only stand to the side. Having endured 30 lashes the previous day, his complexion considerably improved after a night of rest. Leaders' teachings remain ever in our hearts. Not long after they sat, the group instinctively rose and began to chant praises loudly. No need to recite. Wu Youliang waved his hand to halt their sycophantic praises. "Leader, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons?" Huanglong envoy Ingenious asked. Wu Youliang pondered. The Black Dragon envoy has sent someone to the imperial palace in search of the 42 chapters of the scriptures. Yet thus far, not a single volume has been obtained. It appears this task requires another individual to handle. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Wei Xiaobao. "Grateful for the leader's elevation, the White Dragon envoy is willing to serve you," Wei Xiaobao promptly declared. Wu Youliang regarded him with a smile. "Your willingness to go is undoubtedly the best option." Being young and yet achieving the position of deputy chief of the Imperial Guards reflects the young emperor's favor towards you. Coupled with your cleverness, great accomplishments are surely within your reach. Reporting to the leader, "I committed a grave offense yesterday and deeply feel the leader's mercy in not executing me," Lu Gaoxian suddenly interjected. Wu Youliang waved his hand, interrupting him. "The matter from yesterday has already been concluded. From now on, no one is permitted to mention it again." Lu Gaoxian continued, "I wish to accompany the White Dragon envoy. Perhaps I can achieve minor merits to atone for my sins." "Then you may go together," Wu Youliang replied. "Leader, I too wish to accompany them," the fat head monk added. Wu Youliang nodded in agreement, instructing the three to withdraw and set forth on their journey. Leader, may I inquire which poison is to be used for the Mao Dongzhu? Black Dragon Envoy Zhang Danyue inquired. I contemplated deeply through the night and suddenly realized that using poison is a third-rate method. Should it be leaked, it would not only tarnish our sect's reputation, but also undermine my own authority. We must strive for grand and upright methods as we hunt for deer across the world. During breakfast, Wu Youliang established two immediate objectives. One was to acquire the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, and the other was to enhance his own political acumen in a perilous post-apocalyptic world. Protecting one's family required not only martial prowess but also a loyal cadre of subordinates. Merely relying on force would clearly prove insufficient. Treating the entire realm as a chessboard, he would undoubtedly improve his skills as a player by the end of the game. As for winning or losing, he was indifferent. Even if he could not win in the end, he would not lose. The leader is indeed wise. The 3-5 dragon envoys praised, yet their hearts trembled slightly, for it seemed the leader had not followed the customary practice of bestowing leopard to Lu Gaoxian and the fat head monk. Huanglong Envoy Yinjin, Qilong Envoy Wu Jin Daoist, Black Dragon Envoy Zhang Danyue. Present. I command you three to each bring 100 skilled members of our sect and accompany me to Hunan. Yes. After several days of travel by boat, Wei Xiaobao arrived at Tianjin Duguku from Shillong Island. Upon disembarking, he hastened to the capital. He settled Lu Gaoxian and the fat head monk, ensured Shuang'er was taken care of, retrieved the 42 chapters of the scriptures hidden in an inn, and then entered the palace alone to meet with Kangxi, reporting on his journey to Mount Wutai in Shaanxi, omitting the details about Shillong Island. Following this, Kangxi issued a secret edict, promoting him to deputy commander of the Right Yellow Banner, instructing him to select 40 imperial guards and 2,000 elite cavalry soldiers to travel to Shaolin Temple to deliver the edict. The Right Yellow Banner was one of the top 3 banners, directly overseen by the emperor, with no banner chief appointed, making the commander the highest position within the banner. Wei Xiaobao, at such a young age, had achieved the rank of deputy commander, underscoring Kangxi's favor towards him. Xiao Su, have there been any significant events in the palace of late? Wei Xiaobao hesitated momentarily before finally asking. None. Kangxi shook his head. What about outside the palace? Wei Xiaobao inquired again. Also none. Xiao Gue, what troubles you? Kangxi queried, puzzled. Nothing, just that I have not seen the emperor for some time and feel a bit concerned, Wei Xiaobao replied. However, there has been a matter of moderate significance in Hunan, Kangxi remarked. What matter? Wei Xiaobao's heart skipped a beat. Yet his expression remained composed. Recently, 600 cavalry have arrived, stationed in Hunan and other regions, and were attacked at night by rebels, resulting in significant casualties among the officials and soldiers, including several deputy generals. Thus, Xiao Gue, you must exercise caution on your journey. Do not let your guard down in the slightest. After the Qing court entered the pass, in addition to the Manchu and Mongolian 8 banners, they also incorporated the Han 8 banners, designated by the green flag, known as the Green Camp, which was divided among 18 provinces. The ranks within the Green Camp ranged from the highest commander down to the deputy general, assistant general, and other positions. The assistant general was a considerable rank. However, for Kangxi, only the death of a commander would be deemed significant. Wei Xiaobao sensed that this matter was related to the Shillong sect, thus refrained from further inquiries, fearing he might reveal a flaw. Since Xiao Su had no issues, the court's affairs, no matter how grave, were of no concern to him. After a tumultuous journey, fraught with perils yet ultimately safe, Wei Xiaobao and his companions arrived at Shaolin Temple on Songshan, delivered Kangxi's secret edict, and tearfully took vows to become high monks of the Hui character generation. On this day, feeling utterly bored, he walked outside the Arhat Hall, only to find his disciple Cheng Tong leading 6 students in a martial arts practice. Observing the 6 disciples of the Jing character generation, each move was powerful and varied, far surpassing his own skills as their elder. Wei Xiaobao initially intended to secretly learn some martial arts, but found himself utterly bewildered and thus turned back to his quarters. As he closed the door, intending to rest for a moment, he unexpectedly found an additional individual in the room. Leader, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the person's appearance, Wei Xiaobao was taken aback. Take me to the scripture repository. Yes. for 2 consecutive days and 3 nights. With the covert assistance of Wei Xiaobao, Wu Youliang meticulously transcribed all 72 ultimate skills, compiling them into a tome. In total, 72 scriptures were meticulously wrapped in silk, and he leapt down the slopes of Shaoshi Mountain. P.S. I extend my gratitude to Feng Shahao for the generous reward, and I must also thank Hell Tyrant for casting so many recommendation votes. Truly appreciated. 196 votes, 7 votes daily over 28 days. Am I correct? P.S. My condition has been quite poor lately. I have written very little and I apologize. Once I regain my state, I shall certainly make up for it. Chapter 47. The Rising Sun in the East. Only I remain unvanquished. Part 2. 4 centuries, Shaolin has steadfastly held the reins of martial arts, firmly occupying its esteemed position akin to the North Star atop Mount Tai. Thus, the scriptures within the temple remain intact and unblemished, encompassing everything from the rudimentary Arhat fist to the profound I Jing Jing, along with the 72 ultimate skills. Although Wu Youliang has cultivated Taoist esoteric arts, the 72 ultimate skills belong to the Buddhist martial arts. Yet, when martial arts are practiced to their depths, they naturally converge upon the essence of both Buddhism and Taoism. For instance, the primary tenet of the Prajna diamond palm is, if one finds oneself in an unquiet long night, with thoughts swirling chaotically, how can one subdue them? Similarly, the opening principles of the Golden Lock and Jade Seal also concern the subjugation of a chaotic mind, achieving a state of tranquility. Moreover, did not the Southern Emperor, after employing the innate skill in one young finger, utilize the essence of the Nine scripture to open the extraordinary meridians and restore his martial prowess? Of course, one cannot be too greedy. Wu Youliang is not as astute as Dongxia, a man who can excel in many disciplines. He merely needs to select a few ultimate skills for in-depth study, corroborating them with the martial arts from the latter part of the Nine scripture to elevate his external martial arts to greater heights. Wu Youliang's figure flickered, and in a mere moment, he arrived at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain, only to witness 2 young women, one clad in blue and the other in green, embroiled in a dispute with 4 welcoming monks. After a brief exchange, the blue-clad girl suddenly struck out, delivering a slap to one of the monks. It is well known that Shaolin Temple is the sacred ground of martial arts, and the 72 ultimate skills are unfathomably profound. Yet, alas, seeing is not as impactful as hearing, and hearing is not as impactful as seeing. Junior sister, let us depart, the blue-clad girl declared, turning to leave the pavilion. 2 young ladies, please pause, one of the monks who had been struck interjected. You were rude first and then resorted to violence. Even if you intend to leave, you must first provide your names. With your meager martial skills, do you think I would leave my name? The blue-clad girl scoffed, her demeanor haughty. We are merely welcoming monks with inferior martial skills. If you wish to experience the martial arts of our temple, please wait a moment, and I shall summon some esteemed masters, the monk replied, turning to ascend the mountain. The blue-clad girl suddenly stepped forward, and in mere moments, she had incapacitated the 4 welcoming monks, breaking their arms or fracturing their bones, causing them to collapse helplessly. How audacious! With such limited martial skills, you dare to provoke trouble at Shaolin Temple. Wu Youliang observed the 2 fearless young women, silently amused. The blue-clad girl appeared to be around 20, with a delicate countenance, while the green-clad girl was younger, merely 16 or 17, possessing a beauty that could rival the moon and flowers, captivating enough to bring down nations. In terms of exquisite features, she seemed to surpass his nominal wife, Su Quan, though her charm was slightly lacking. However, with time, she would undoubtedly become a beauty of unparalleled grace. Is that a coup? Wu Youliang sighed inwardly. A coup was indeed beautiful. Yet I am depleted, desiring yet unable, resembling a true eunuch more than Wei Xiaobao, the false one. In the next moment, he felt a jolt, as if struck by lightning, rendering him motionless. A true eunuch, a false eunuch. Resembling a true eunuch? Ha ha ha! Wu Youliang laughed, the sound growing louder, echoing through the empty valley. The 6 closest individuals felt their spirits dampen, their minds clouded, as if the 2 young women had been intoxicated, their bodies swaying unsteadily, while the 4 welcoming monks rolled helplessly on the ground. After laughing for the duration of half a cup of tea, Wu Youliang finally ceased. Who are you? Are you a monk from Shaolin Temple? The blue-clad girl inquired. Suppressing her fear, Wu Youliang ignored her, lost in thought. "Who exactly are you?" the green-clad girl echoed. "Do you wish to witness the martial arts of Shaolin Temple? Then open your eyes wide and watch closely." Suddenly, Wu Youliang made a gesture with his right hand, as if plucking a flower, a faint smile gracing his face. With a flick of his left hand, he snapped his fingers, and instantly, a nearby large tree began to tremble, leaves detaching and cascading down. With a wave of his sleeve, those falling leaves abruptly halted, swirling back towards him. Wu Youliang then gently pushed forward with a palm, and the leaves spun back once more, embedding themselves into the stone pillars of the pavilion. The flower-picking finger, the rope-subduing demon technique, the Prajna diamond palm. These three ultimate skills were executed by Wu Youliang with a blend of memory from transcribing the scriptures and his profound internal energy, creating an impressive display of martial prowess. In the next instant, his form flickered and vanished without a trace. "What martial art is this?" The blue-clad girl stood in stunned silence. He has vanished," the green-clad girl murmured. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes, and subsequently, they dared not linger. Turning to depart, the main military encampment of the Green Camp in Hunan was stationed 50 miles outside Kaifeng, exuding an atmosphere of stern authority. Outside the gate, 2 iron plaques stood tall, one inscribed with "Civil Officials Dismount," the other with "Military Generals Dismount." 20 solemn-faced military officers lined either side, their waist knives gripped firmly, gazing straight ahead, resembling unmoving sculptures. Inside the encampment, tents stretched for miles, arrow towers stood erect, and soldiers were either patrolling or drilling, exhibiting a chilling order. Suddenly, a red figure floated from afar, arriving at the encampment gate in the blink of an eye. The 20 military officers tightened their grips on their blades, but upon recognizing the visitor, they knelt on one knee. The red figure swept into the encampment. Along the way, any soldier who caught sight of the red figure immediately dismounted, kneeling on one knee with bowed heads, demonstrating their respect and reverence. Before long, the red figure entered the main command tent. "Leader, military general." The two voices resounded with utmost respect. The main military encampment was divided into left, center, and right units, each comprising 6,000 troops, totaling 18,000. Each of the two vice-generals commanded one unit, amounting to 12,000 troops stationed on either side of the main encampment. In total, Hunan housed nearly 30,000 Green Camp soldiers to guard the entire province. The soldiers of the Green Camp were Han 8 banners, while the officers were Manchu 8 banners, enforcing Manchu dominance over the Han, thus legitimizing the Qing dynasty's rule. However, just days prior, a nightmarish scene had unfolded in this military camp. In the aftermath, the camp changed hands. Wu Youliang dismissed the generals, sealing the main tent to prepare for training. He set aside the 72 ultimate skills, focusing solely on the cultivation of the invigorating sword technique. The flawless invigorating sword technique. This technique primarily revolves around internal cultivation. If one does not self-castrate and forcefully practices, one risks blood surging, toxic fire searing the body, leading to a fatal rupture of skin. In previous attempts, once Wu Youliang had activated about 1/3 of the invigorating sword technique's key principles, he found himself unable to progress further. Now, having inherited Hong Antong's legacy, he was not only older and more unattractive but also severely depleted in vitality, particularly his kidney essence, which was nearing exhaustion. Though not self-castrated, he felt as though he might as well have been. After a quarter of an hour, he successfully circulated the invigorating sword technique's key principles in full, feeling his internal organs' energy and blood churning. It was warm yet not painful, and though his internal energy boiled, it did not disperse chaotically. After another quarter of an hour, he circulated it a second time. The energy and blood churned more urgently, and the internal energy boiled more fiercely, yet he could still endure. Another quarter of an hour passed as he circulated it a third time. His organs felt as if they were being scorched by blazing fire. Waves of heat coursing throughout his body, his complexion turning crimson like blood. Yet he did not feel the rise of dark energy. A myriad of chaotic thoughts began to invade his mind, disrupting his focus, prompting him to silently engage in soul-shifting, stabilizing his spirit. After another quarter of an hour, Wu Youliang circulated it a fourth time, feeling as if enveloped by molten lava, his entire body burning a deep crimson. wisps of white vapor rising from his 84,000 pores, curling upwards like mist, gradually spreading. As time passed, Wu Youliang remained in a meditative state, the white vapor surrounding him increasing in quantity and density. Eventually engulfing his form, a night passed, and as the sun rose on the horizon, casting a golden-red glow that enveloped the realm, the tent's entrance suddenly fluttered without wind, and a red figure shot forth. The red figure surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, yet was soundless, the shadows flickering in the void, light and dark shifting unpredictably, as if the red figure was everywhere and nowhere at once. In the next moment, the red figure stood still, revealing Wu Youliang clad in a brilliant blue silk shirt, wrapped in a grand red robe. Chapter 48. The Rising Sun in the East, Only I Remain Unvanquished, Part 3. Wu Youliang stood quietly in place for some time. His emotions surging, torn in conflict. The flawless invigorating sword technique, with his profound foundation in internal energy, wielded an utterly terrifying might. Yet, how terrifying could it be? This is the world of Deer and Cauldron, where even a mere 3 or 5 layers of power could easily overwhelm the top-tier masters, requiring no more than 10 layers, and certainly not the flawless invigorating sword technique. Just like Wu Youliang, who, having practiced the Nine scripture, was the world's foremost master. Without practicing it, he remained the world's foremost master. Now, with the flawless invigorating sword technique, Wu Youliang was the world's foremost master, and without it, he still remained the world's foremost master. Moreover, to continue cultivating the invigorating sword technique, he would need to suppress his essence, particularly the essence of his kidneys, to the brink of exhaustion, intermittently fluctuating as if present yet absent. This necessitated constant vigilance, preventing excessive depletion of internal energy. This was essentially a game of life and death. Just days ago, that night, he had nearly severed his essence entirely, almost meeting his demise. The reason Wu Youliang commanded such reverence and trepidation from the 30,000 soldiers of the Green Camp was simple. He single-handedly challenged all 30,000, defeating them all in a single night, effectively capturing them all. Certainly, with a throng of 30,000, it is inconceivable that not a single soul would perish. Some met their end at the heavy hands of Wu Youliang, who inadvertently struck down a few with a single, forceful blow. Others fell victim to arrows that pierced their flesh. Still others were trampled beneath the hooves of galloping horses. Some even succumbed to their own terror. As Wu Youliang laid low an entire battalion, he noticed some soldiers growing cold and clammy, their thoughts racing towards flight. When he toppled a third battalion, a portion of the troops fled in panic. He utilized his agile prowess to pursue them, unleashing a technique akin to a soundwave incantation, a legacy passed down from Hong Antong, his voice resonating with fervor, stunning the fleeing soldiers into unconsciousness. The remaining troops, witnessing the futility of escape, resolved to fight to the death. When he again vanquished an additional battalion, despair consumed some, prompting them to cast down their weapons and surrender without his urging. Upon his declaration of those who surrender shall not be slain, the remnants of nearly 2 battalions collectively dropped their blades and knelt in submission. In this encounter, Wu Youliang expended a significant portion of his inner energy. His azure robe riddled with the marks of arrows, as he momentarily stilled his energy, an indescribable wave of weakness surged over him, darkness clouding his vision, nearly plunging him into unconsciousness in the aftermath. He consumed 9 leopard fetal essence pills to replenish his vitality, barely restoring his inner strength. Meanwhile, the military officials had all been reduced to prisoners. He reinstated several deputy officers from the Han 8 banners to fill the void, dispatching some from the God Dragon Sect as military overseers, effectively establishing control over the Green Camp. Yet, there are always those who harbor delusions of grandeur, believing that 30,000 cannot extinguish him. What if 50,000? Or 100,000? Or even 200,000? Surely, one of those numbers must lead to his demise. Consequently, over the course of the following day and night, several individuals attempted to sneak away from the camp, intending to report to the court and request reinforcements for a siege. However, under Wu Youliang's mastery of subtle energies, he could perceive movements within several miles. As these individuals exited the military encampment, they scarcely traversed a mile before he apprehended them. After dealing with the 17th batch of would-be informants, the morale within the camp stabilized. To his astonishment, among these individuals were both Manchu and Han. including several of the Han 8 Banners officers he had reinstated, 6 guerrilla deputy generals, and 3 deputy generals. The state of the hearts of the people compelled him to reflect deeply. He then dealt with these individuals, but selected a few from the Manchu 8 Banners officers to fill the vacancies. What surprised him further was that of the 9 Manchu 8 Banners officers, only 3 attempted to flee. The remaining 6 merely made a request for Wu Youliang to send someone to retrieve their families in the capital. Following this battle, his prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Wu Youliang vividly recalled his initial inspection of the 3 armies, nearly 30,000 soldiers standing in perfect alignment, silent and composed, devoid of clamor, even their breaths more refined and prolonged than those of martial arts masters. The 3 Divine Dragon Sect leaders and their 300 followers could not help but chant praises upon their encounters with him. Even Su Quan, his nominal wife, regarded him with transformed eyes. Shifting from astonishment to fear and gradually softening into a state of allure, on the 3rd morning, Su Quan donned a resplendent red attire, carrying a set of travel garments, a deep blue silk inner robe and a grand red outer cloak, as she lifted the curtain of the central army tent. Dutifully assisting him in his ablutions and dressing, her movements careful yet somewhat clumsy. After dinner, she lingered, gazing at him with eyes shimmering like water, a visage of utmost temptation. Wu Youliang was taken aback. He knew Su Quan had been forcibly taken by Hong Antong. From the moment she became his wife, her heart had been consumed by hatred, a hatred so profound it was etched into her very being. Thus, what could this demeanor of invitation signify? Wu Youliang was genuinely perplexed. In a short span, he felt parched and feverish, his body pulsating as if yearning to break free from the shackles of waning vitality. Like a serpent transforming into a dragon, yearning to soar from the abyss. To be fair, Su Quan's allure was indeed potent, her stunning beauty and enchanting figure, augmented by her captivating charm. Every smile and frown was utterly beguiling, akin to the rebirth of Daji or the arrival of Bao Si. Regrettably, Wu Youliang was unwilling to indulge in romantic sentiments, nor could he. While he did not dismiss her, he refrained from approaching her. Ignoring her mournful gaze, and entered a state of meditation for the night. In retrospect, that night's experience served merely to temper his thoughts of self-castration. In the subsequent 7 days, Wu Youliang devoted himself solely to the cultivation of the evil-repelling sword technique. Indeed, he persisted in refining this singular skill. With his mastery over the meridians and profound inner strength, a mere day and night of practice equated to the achievements of the Eastern sect leader over the course of a year or even several years. After 7 days and nights of relentless training, his proficiency in the evil-repelling sword technique had likely surpassed that of the Eastern sect leader. The unparalleled swiftness of his movements repeatedly captivated Wu Youliang. Compared to the flawed techniques he had previously learned, it was twice as fast, and compared to the serpentine agility of his former style, it was thrice as rapid. What does it mean to possess a 3-fold increase in speed? An astonishing 50% enhancement. Facing the Western poison, he could maneuver freely, engage, or retreat at will, and with a 2-fold increase, he could disregard the disparity of martial prowess, effortlessly returning from the Central Plains to the Western regions. Throughout these 7 days, he repeatedly reassured himself that this would be the final iteration. Yet each time he entered a meditative state, he found himself involuntarily invoking the principles of the evil-repelling sword technique. Time and again, he brought the leopard fetal essence pills to his lips, only to return them to the porcelain bottle. With each passing day, he grew increasingly fond of the vibrant red robe he wore. On the 8th day, Wu Youliang realized he could not continue in this manner. It was evident that he had developed a barrier of stagnation. This so-called barrier of stagnation, as described by the sweeping monk of the heavenly dragon world, refers to an obstruction in one's cultivation of Zen. The pent-up resentment within him had begun to manifest externally, affecting his mental state. Should he fail to break through this barrier and continue to indulge, even the prospect of falling into madness would be a light consequence. Chapter 49. Ultimate Technique versus Ultimate Technique, Part 1. Wu Youliang sat in the large tent for an entire day, still unable to conceive a method to dismantle the obstruction. Each time he settled down, entering a meditative state, he would involuntarily engage in the evil-repelling sword technique, and thus, this day was spent merely sitting quietly. At times his thoughts were tumultuous, while at others he found tranquility and clarity. As dusk fell, unbeknownst to him, The sun descended in the west, the moon ascended in the east. "Leader, it is time for dinner." Su Quan's delicate voice resonated from outside the tent, rousing him from his reverie. "Come in," he beckoned. According to military regulations, harboring female companions was punishable by military law. Yet, no officer dared to broach the subject. As the curtain lifted, Su Quan entered, followed by a dozen young disciples from the God Dragon Sect, each bearing an array of exquisite dishes. During the meal, Wu Youliang noted with surprise the change in Su Quan's demeanor. Just days prior, her gaze had burned with fervor. Now it had cooled to a serene calmness, as if devoid of emotion. Had she cooled from her previous fervor? Had she grown even colder? Upon closer observation, he discerned that while her calmness appeared unchanged, it bore a subtle difference, though he could not pinpoint what that difference was. After dining, Wu Youliang resumed his meditation, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a silken bundle containing the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. Wu Youliang pondered for a moment before rising. Unfurling the bundle and laying out the scrolls of secret teachings before him, he sought to utilize the essence of Buddhist martial arts to quell his restlessness and dissolve the obstruction. After a night of effort, he selected 3 ultimate techniques. The first was the indestructible body of Vajra. This technique shone brilliantly in the realm of the heavenly sword. The monk Kong Jin of Shaolin, wielding this skill, withstood the relentless blows of the golden-furred Lion King's 7 injuries fist, even fearing the backlash of such force might prove fatal to Xie Sun. Such was the madness of it. Yet, in the end, Kong Jin succumbed to Xie Sun's fist due to a flaw in his spirit. Thus, the essence of this ultimate technique lies in achieving a body as unyielding as Vajra and a heart equally steadfast, free from flaws in both form and spirit, to attain true indestructibility. Wu Youliang could cultivate a protective aura solely through the depth and purity of his inner strength, lacking the corresponding methods. With this ultimate technique, he would undoubtedly enhance his protective aura to a higher level. Most importantly, this technique operates from within. Wu Youliang, despite his waning vitality and weakening muscles, possessed a robust inner strength, making it ideally suited for him. However, while the indestructible body of Vajra was immensely powerful, it was notoriously difficult to master. Throughout Shaolin's millennia of heritage, few have succeeded in its cultivation. The second technique was a form of palm technique known as the Dolua soft palm. Dolua soft is woven from the silky fluff of the Dolua tree, fine and pure, akin to the blue skies and white clouds, free from impurities. Therefore, Dolua soft palm, in the language of Sanskrit, translates to the hand of Buddha. The third, also a palm technique, was the Prajna palm, reputed as Shaolin's most intricate and profound palm technique. Prajna translates to wisdom. Those endowed with great wisdom can remain unperturbed by the 5 aggregates and untempted by the 3 poisons. Thus, as one masters the Prajna palm, its potential becomes boundless. The deeper the wisdom, the stronger the palm's power, and the purer the techniques in the days that followed. Wu Youliang assigned 3 of the 5 dragon envoys to oversee several deputy generals in managing military affairs, while he secluded himself for training. Perhaps due to his solid foundation of inner strength, he quickly grasped the indestructible body of Vajra, overcoming its most formidable hurdle. With intent, strands of energy coalesced around him, swirling like clouds and mist, elusive and ever-shifting. The cultivation of the Dolua soft palm also progressed remarkably. After several days of practice, Wu Youliang's hands transformed, becoming supple, no longer dry, and remarkably clean, devoid of impurities. One day, he suddenly felt an itch on his face. Unable to resist, he rubbed it, shedding layers of dead skin. Remarkably, he had cultivated the Dolua soft palm from his palms to every part of his body. As for the Prajna palm, it served to anchor his spirit, subduing the tumultuous thoughts within. That night, he retrieved a porcelain vial, poured a leopard fetal essence pill into his palm, and without hesitation, consumed it. Swallowing it whole, he then silently circulated his inner energy, refining the medicinal properties, followed by another antidote to dispel any toxicity. Once he had taken the first, the second followed. Time and again he ingested the leopard fetal essence pills, replenishing his vitality, reversing his fate. His practice of the evil-repelling sword technique began to dwindle, as did his ability to execute it in its entirety. A month passed, and while he managed to control his urge to practice the technique, he found himself unable to perform it completely. Yet, his penchant for donning crimson robes remained steadfast. Having surmounted his obstacles, Wu Youliang emerged from seclusion and, seizing the moment, chose several exceptional skills to cultivate. General, the governor of Hunan has come to inspect again. Tell him that my health is poor and I cannot be exposed to the wind. You lead him on a tour, show him what can be seen and what cannot. I trust you know well enough without my instruction. General, the governor of Zhili has dispatched a chief clerk to audit military supplies and salaries. From the innuendos in his words, it seems he intends to verify the actual number of soldiers. Another one seeking to take advantage. Tell Zhu Dingguang to slip him some silver and send him on his way. General, the inspector of Hunan has sent some gifts, and the magistrate of the Niantai Yamen wishes to request your assistance in suppressing some mountain bandits and water pirates. Send him to the side tent to rest. Bring him tea, and inform him that I am too busy with military affairs to meet him. Let Yixing receive him on my behalf. General, in the ensuing days, Wu Youliang busied himself with military affairs by day and honed his martial skills by night. However, aside from the duties of one battalion, numerous individuals and matters sought his attention, and in managing them, he found himself acquiring considerable knowledge. In just a few days, he felt his cunning had sharpened significantly. Moreover, he had developed a keener sense of intuition. He could discern the pros and cons of various situations merely by scent. Yet, his ability to respond still lacked a degree of finesse. Master, there is a secret report from the capital. The rootless Taoist of the Red Dragon Envoy presented a confidential box. During this process, he could not help but glance at Wu Youliang multiple times, only to realize that staring directly at the master was somewhat disrespectful, prompting him to lower his gaze immediately. This behavior stemmed from the fact that during the month of his seclusion, Wu Youliang's physical appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. The wrinkles on his face had faded, scars had fallen away, his parched skin had regained its luster, his gaunt frame had become robust, and his once snow-white hair had turned jet black in just a month. He had rejuvenated from a state of decay to a youthful vigor, though his aura had grown considerably more profound. Wu Youliang still recalled that after emerging from seclusion, everyone who laid eyes on him was left stunned and bewildered. Consequently, he felt compelled to assess the three armies, displaying a modicum of prowess to instill awe in their hearts. Has Kangxi set out? Wu Youliang unscrewed the small lock and retrieved the confidential dispatch from the box. Upon perusal, he discovered that Kangxi had secretly dispatched more than 34,000 troops from the vanguard, cavalry, and guard units, departing the capital directly towards Wutai Mountain. Wu Youliang pressed his palms together, internally channeling his energy to grind the dispatch into a fine powder. His ambition to seize military power from a province and hunt for supremacy across the realm was driven by a desire to enhance his strategic acumen and broaden his horizons. It was only when one occupied a position of power that one could contemplate matters more deeply and expansively. Previously, he would occasionally contemplate an additional step after taking one. Now, every step he took was accompanied by at least 7 or 8 considerations. All generals. Heed my command, relay my military orders, abandon all supplies and provisions, take only 5 days' worth of rations, and march directly to Wutai Mountain in Shaanxi. Understood. Chapter 50. Mastery versus Mastery, Part 2. Wutai Mountain lies within the western region of Xinzhou. Adorned with a plethora of temples, amidst which hidden talents lie in wait, a few days prior, Wei Xiaobao, having received a secret edict from Kangxi, led 36 Shaolin monks to Qingliang Temple to serve Master Xingqi. The former Xuanji emperor, after his ordination on this day, feeling utterly bored, he stepped out of the temple only to encounter numerous lamas clad in red and yellow garments, moving in small groups towards a certain direction. Given that Wutai Mountain was already a sanctuary of temples and monks, he paid them little mind and wandered about for a while before returning to the temple gate, where he found his disciple Cheng Tong waiting outside. Upon seeing him, Cheng Tong approached and guided him to a small peak within the temple. Peering down, Wei Xiaobao noticed hundreds, perhaps thousands, of lamas traversing the 4 roads to the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, some walking, others standing still. Wei Xiaobao dared not take the safety of Xingqi lightly. He immediately ordered preparations for a breakout and instructed the 36 Shaolin monks to descend the mountain and capture some lamas. Everyone donned the lamas' garments, employing a strategy of confusion to break through the encirclement. They rushed forth until arriving at the Jinji Temple, only to unexpectedly encounter the chief of the Imperial Guards. Du Youliang. Upon learning of Kangxi's secret dispatch of over 34,000 troops from the vanguard, cavalry, and guard units to Wutai Mountain, he promptly instructed Du Youliang to inform Prince Kong of the need to deploy troops to eliminate the llamas on the mountain. Shortly thereafter, the mountain echoed with the sounds of battle. However, before Wei Xiaobao could catch his breath, the tumultuous clamor of conflict erupted from below. What is happening? Quickly, send someone down the mountain to investigate. He immediately dispatched several Imperial Guards to ascertain the situation. The clamor continued unabated for nearly an hour, leaving Wei Xiaobao drenched in cold sweat, pacing anxiously. After another hour, the sounds of battle began to wane, and a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. A group of Imperial Guards escorted a youth clad in blue robes, who was frantically running towards Jinji Temple. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" The blue-robed youth was none other than Kangxi. Wei Xiaobao rushed forward to support him, his voice trembling, for he had rarely seen Kangxi in such a state of panic. "Xiao Gizi, there has been a rebellion." "Your Majesty, who has rebelled?" "I do not know. I only saw the words General Wu inscribed upon the banner of the Great Bandit." Kangxi shook his head. "And what of the troops from the vanguard? Cavalry and guard units?" Wei Xiaobao inquired further. "They are all gone. More than 34,000 soldiers. Some are dead, some have surrendered, and even the commander, Prince Kong, has been captured by the rebels." Kangxi's expression shifted, a mixture of shock and fury overtaking him. "Xiao Xuanzai, do not be afraid. I have 36 Shaolin monks here to escort you to safety." Wei Xiaobao contemplated. "Indeed, as long as I can return to the capital, with the elite forces of over 100,000 from the Fengtai and Xishan camps, I will surely eradicate the rebels and execute them all." Ultimately, Kangxi was an emperor. Once he regained his composure, he reverted to his decisive and commanding demeanor. "Disciples, come quickly." Wei Xiaobao called out, and the group of Shaolin monks rushed forth, led by several high-ranking monks from the Cheng generation. "Disciples, you must escort His Majesty and Master Xingqi away from Wutai Mountain towards the capital. Remember, do not take the main roads along the way. There is no time to lose. Let us depart." Kangxi waved his hand, immediately commanding everyone to break out from the rear mountain of Jinji Temple. "Where do you think you're going?" A serene voice resonated, and the crowd turned to see a figure in red slowly solidifying atop the high wall of Jinji Temple. It was none other than Wu Youliang. "It is you." Kangxi was taken aback, his face paling in fear. "It is I." "You are, Master." Wei Xiaobao recognized the figure at first glance, feeling a sense of familiarity. But upon closer inspection, he was struck with terror, his face drained of color. "Amidst, who might you be, daring to offend the current sovereign?" A high-ranking monk from the Cheng generation called out sternly. "Why are you esteemed masters not inside the temple reciting scriptures and transcending the mundane, but instead meddling in worldly affairs? Be wary of the Buddha's wrath." Wu Youliang spoke languidly. "Your actions have incited chaos, plunging the common people into misery. You have truly sown the seeds of slaughter. The perils of war are grave. I implore you to reconsider your actions." As they spoke, the sound of armor clashing and metal grinding approached from afar. A cursory glance revealed at least 1,000 soldiers surging forth, encircling several gates of Jinji Temple. Looking down the mountain, the throngs appeared dense and numerous. An incalculable multitude. To spare him is no difficult task. As long as one among you can defeat me in a single move, I shall allow you to descend the mountain. Is that truly the case? I swear it by my word. Let me, Cheng Tong, be the first to experience your esteemed skills." A middle-aged monk stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Wu Youliang, then leaping gracefully to the high wall. Upon landing, he swung his arm, causing his sleeves to billow and envelop Wu Youliang's vital points with the Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques. The breaking fabric skilled, Wu Youliang's crimson robe suddenly fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he summoned the indestructible body technique, bracing himself to withstand Cheng Tong's strike. Cheng Tong staggered back a step, while Wu Youliang swayed slightly. A heaviness settled in his chest, and his chi stagnated a bit. After all, his realm was still insufficient. He could withstand the blows of ordinary men, but found himself unable to bear the force of a martial arts master a strike. Wu Youliang circulated his internal energy, dispelling the heaviness, and lightly struck out a palm. The move appeared commonplace, yet as his palm extended a certain distance, it subtly trembled, and in an instant, one palm became two. Two became four, and four became eight. By the time Cheng Tong retaliated with another breaking fabric skill, it had transformed into 16 palms, his sleeves inflated, seemingly ready to absorb the entirety of this assault. Yet, the next moment, his sleeves burst apart, and he fell from the high wall. Is the technique you employed not our Shaolin's indestructible body technique and the thousand-hand Tathagata? An elder monk with white eyebrows and silver beard used his energy to catch Cheng Tong before leaping up to the high wall. Indeed. Where did you learn it? If you can defeat me, I will reveal everything. If not, spare me your inquiries. Then I must not hold back. Cheng Guan unleashed a palm strike, channeling the inner strength of the changing tendons into the prajna palm. Wu Youliang responded with a palm of his own, and to an observer, their movements bore an uncanny resemblance. The two palms shifted through the air, altering positions in a dazzling display, until they finally met with a gentle touch. The two figures trembled slightly. Chengguan took a step back while Wu Youliang swayed his body. It was as if Chengguan's palm strength had transformed in an instant, advancing and retreating, appearing both solid and ethereal. Chengguan steadied his internal breath and stepped forward once more, flicking a finger, sending a fierce stream of energy directly towards Wu Youliang's chest, targeting the Xianzhong acupoint. This was one of the Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques known as Finger Zen. Wu Youliang also flicked a finger, seemingly without sound or form, causing the fierce energy to suddenly dissipate without a trace. Is that the Wuxiang Jieji? Chengguan exclaimed in surprise, his feet propelling him into a series of agile leaps. His hands never ceasing their movement, the left hand flicked, followed by the right, unleashing streams of fierce energy that crackled in the air, enveloping him in a protective barrier. Wu Youliang, too, unleashed a flurry of finger strikes. His left hand's force soft and yielding, while his right hand's force was strong and assertive, embodying the balance of yin and yang, hard and soft. Nianhua Ji, Duoluo Yiji? Chengguan cried out again, intensifying his finger Zen technique. On the narrow high wall, Chengguan darted up and down, advancing and retreating, while Wu Youliang remained steadfast in his position. The sounds of their strikes pierced the air, leaving the onlookers below entranced. Chengguan, renowned as the foremost master of Shaolin, found that even Wu Youliang, channeling 5 layers of internal power, could not suppress him. Suddenly, he let out a clear whistle, channeling a full 10 layers of power, and unleashed a mighty palm strike that instantly nullified all of Wu Youliang's finger techniques. As Chengguan saw the palm coming toward him, the world around him dimmed and brightened, as if only that delicate, pristine hand remained, growing larger and ultimately overshadowing everything. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself beneath the high wall, being supported by his 2 junior disciples, Chengwang and Chengxin. Your prowess is unparalleled. We are no match for you. Chapter 51. A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 1, a month later. The world was shaken, for the 2 emperors of the Qing court, having entered the pass, were captured together. They not only fell from their lofty thrones that commanded the 9 provinces and ruled over countless citizens, but also became prisoners. Their lives at the mercy of others. During this month, Wu Youliang led his troops on campaigns, establishing several defensive lines in Shaanxi and Hunan provinces while enabling Mao Dongzhu to seize the opportunity amidst the Qing court's disarray. Allowing her to govern from behind a curtain, he then directed his main forces southward, conquering Hunan and Hubei provinces, before advancing eastward to seize Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. When Hunan and Hubei prosper, the whole world thrives, for since the Ming dynasty, these regions had become the granary of the realm, while the 4 southern provinces served as the treasury of the nation. With these provinces secured, the supplies of grain and funds would be inexhaustible, sufficient to contend for dominance across the realm. Throughout this month, Wu Youliang's exceptional martial prowess was evident. He could tirelessly manage military and political affairs for several days and nights, occasionally pausing for an hour to cultivate his energy before resuming his relentless duties. He engaged in warfare, assured the populace, rewarded loyal subjects, punished traitors, reorganized the military, and managed state affairs, gradually consolidating the hearts of the people and stabilizing his foundation. After a month, the winds of change swept through the realm. The Pingxi king, Wu Sangue, stationed in Yunnan and Guizhou, declared himself a general under the pretext of quelling rebellion. From Kunming, he raised an army and swiftly occupied the two provinces within days. With local supporters such as Sichuan's commander Zhang Jiaolin, Shaanxi's commander, and Guangxi's commander Sun Yinling rallying to his cause, the Pingnan king, Shan Keshi in Guangdong, and the Jingnan king, Geng Jingzhong in Fujian, also followed suit. Although these three vassal kings appeared to be rising in loyalty to the throne, they were, in fact, vying for supremacy. Meanwhile, Wu Youliang, having seized Hunan, Hubei, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang provinces, became the target of collective hostility from various warlords. However, whenever the elite troops of these vassal kings seemed poised to breach Wu Youliang's strongholds, several generals would mysteriously die within their own camps. The death of a general would inevitably unsettle the troops, leading to a precarious situation. Thus, the conflict descended into a bizarre state of affairs. Despite facing three kings alone, Wu Youliang's foundation remained intact, and his civil and military officials gradually rallied to his side. Solidifying his power further, as the dynamics shifted, the various branches of the Heaven and Earth Society raised their flags in support of the Yinping king, welcoming him to take control of the Central Plains and restore the Tang royal lineage to the throne. A few days later, Mao Dongzhu seized the highest power of the Qing court, officially governing from behind a curtain and presiding over the meetings of the Political Affairs Council to discuss matters of redress. She appointed Prince Yabu of the He Shua clan to oversee the Fengtai camp, and Prince Changning of the He Shua clan to supervise the Xishan camp, commanding an army of 100,000 to march southward to quell the rebellion, with the green battalions of various provinces awaiting orders along the way. When the Manchu banner troops entered the pass years ago, they were indeed a formidable military force, defeating the rebel leader Li Zicheng decisively. Leading to his ultimate demise, however, after more than 20 years of peace, the troops had grown corrupt and inept. Many soldiers, let alone archery, could scarcely draw their bows that night. Intelligence regarding the Qing army's 10,000-strong officers, marching routes and supply lines reached Wu Youliang, who immediately ordered the Central Army to break camp and personally led his troops to confront them. Another month passed, and the Qing army of 100,000 was routed. Two of their commanders were captured alive. The news sent shockwaves through the Qing court, causing widespread panic. Many noble families began petitioning the Empress Dowager to withdraw beyond the pass and return to Liaodong. Hearing this, the Jingnan king Geng Jingzhong was the first to send envoys to the Green Battalion commanders stationed in Zhejiang, seeking to surrender, hoping that General Wu would spare his title and allow him to continue defending Fujian. The plea for surrender reached Wu Youliang's central command, and after reading it, he simply wrote the character proved. That night, while Wu Youliang was busy handling military and political affairs from various provinces in his large tent, Su Quan stood beside him, grinding ink, reminiscent of a scene from an elegant literary work. He held a fine wolf hair brush, dipped in the ink from the Southern Tang's Li Hozhu period, meticulously reviewing a series of memorials. After months of practice, he had developed a remarkable calligraphy style, with each character resembling a sword strike, sharp and precise. "Master, it is late. You should rest," Su Quan suddenly suggested. Wu Youliang had many titles now: Master, General, Lord, and more. Those who called him Master were former members of the God Dragon Sect, while General was used by the soldiers of the Green Battalions from several provinces, and Lord was the term of address from certain surrendered Manchu bannermen. Hearing her words, Wu Youliang glanced at her. "You should return and rest. I still need to practice." Wu Youliang would not forget his roots. His ability to survive and vie for power stemmed from his martial prowess, not from cunning or experience. Thus, no matter how busy he was, he carved out time each day to hone his internal and external martial skills. "Yes." Su Quan curtsied slightly and turned to leave. However, as she approached the tent's entrance, a flash of sword light suddenly shot toward her vital point. Su Quan gasped in shock and instinctively stepped back, but in the haste of the moment, there was no time to react. Just as the sword light seemed poised to pierce her brow, an unusual calm enveloped her. She felt a rare sense of regret in the next moment. A whisper of wind brushed past her ear, and that streak of sword light was deflected by an object, scattering away. It was a wolf hair brush. Su Quan turned back to see that indeed. The Master's hand was now empty. In the following moment, several figures clad in black surged into the military tent, each wielding weapons, before tearing away their dark cloaks to reveal their true attire. "Are you the general who occupies 8 provinces?" asked a middle-aged man holding a sword. Who are you? Wu Youliang inquired, glancing at Su Quan, who had retreated to his side. Feng Shifan, a sword that spills blood? Wu Youliang replied. It is a sword without blood, declared a handsome young man beside the middle-aged man, his expression somewhat haughty. And you are? The second son of the Yinping Duke? Zhang Keitu. The young man's arrogance intensified. Then, who are the others? Wu Youliang asked, looking at the remaining 5 individuals. Chun Jinan of the Heaven and Earth Society, Su Tianchuan, Feng Jizhong, Daoist Xianzhang, Qian Laobin. Might I inquire what brings you all to my military tent? We have come to ask the general a question. Which descendant of the Ming dynasty do you intend to support for the throne? They come to pluck the fruit. How clever they think themselves. Wu Youliang felt a surge of anger within, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he awaited their next words. Whom do you wish for me to support? Wu Youliang asked. Naturally. The descendants of the Tang royal family, Zhang Keitu spoke up. Wu Youliang did not even glance at him, directing his attention to Chen Jinan. Even if I were willing to support them, my soldiers would not agree. That throne, even if offered, would not be accepted. You need only give the word, Zhang Keitu countered. And what if I refuse? Then do not blame me for being merciless. In my camp, how dare you speak such words? How many heads do you think you have? No matter how many soldiers you have, they cannot save you now. Your life or death lies entirely in my hands. If you are wise, surrender your military power, and I shall grant you a title of duke. Otherwise, at these words, Wu Youliang remained unfazed, but Su Quan couldn't help but laugh. Second young master, do not speak so recklessly. Chun Jinan sharply rebuked Zhang Keitu. Then turned to Wu Youliang. We mean no offense. It is only that the general, being Han, should support the bloodline of the Ming. When Zhu Yuanzhang expelled the Mongol emperor, he did not seek out the descendants of the Zhao family of the Song dynasty to inherit the throne, did he? Wu Youliang snorted. You dare. Zhang Keitu shouted angrily. If you utter another word, I shall cut out your tongue. Wu Youliang's gaze shot forth like lightning, startling Zhang Keitu into taking a step back. His embarrassment quickly morphing into rage, his expression darkening. The general is quite imposing, quite intimidating. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the tent, and a white-clad nun entered, followed by 2 women dressed in night attire. Chapter 52. A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 2. Who are you? Wu Youliang recognized the 2 women clad in dark attire behind the white-robed nun. They were the green and blue-clad figures from the foot of Shaolin Temple on that fateful day. Thus, this white-robed nun must be none other than the Princess Chongping of the Chongzhen era, now known as Jinan. The poor nun's name is Jinan, a disciple of the Iron Sword sect. The white-robed nun performed a respectful bow. Her expression serene, yet her phoenix-like eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. I wonder what brings the esteemed master here to my grand tent. Does the general no longer wish to support the Ming dynasty's royal lineage, instead aspiring to claim the throne for himself? In the days of the Ming Taizu, he did not invite the Song royal heirs to ascend, for the Zhao clan's fortune had already waned. Wu Youliang paused at this juncture, implying that the Zhu clan too faced a similar fate, and that the descendants of the Tang and Gui kings were destined to be forever detached from the throne. Is the general not concerned that the loyalists of the Ming dynasty will rise against you in righteous indignation? Junan's demeanor darkened. Wu Youliang regarded her intently before abruptly shifting the subject. Pray tell, where might I find your sect's soft iron treasure sword? I find myself in need of a fine weapon, and should the esteemed master be willing to part with it, I would offer substantial rewards in return. A monk does not covet fame or fortune. I wonder what rewards the general could possibly bestow upon a humble nun. Junan replied with a smile, her nearly 40 years of age failing to conceal her exquisite beauty, her laughter truly graceful and elegant. I shall grant you a life, allowing you to depart this military tent alive. Wu Youliang's tone turned grave. General, do you still fail to comprehend the situation? Your attempts to stall with nonsensical chatter are futile. Even if your soldiers arrive, I can still take your life. Zhang Ketan sneered at these words. I have warned you. Utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared before them, startling the skilled fighters, who instinctively prepared their defenses while keeping a keen watch on Wu Youliang, who remained standing still. Seemingly unmoved, a peculiar hoarse sound echoed, and the skilled fighters turned to see Zhang Ketan opening and closing his mouth. Yet no coherent words emerged. In the next moment, he appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. His expression shifting to one of sheer terror, Feng Shifan grasped Zhang Ketan's pulse, drawing on his internal energy to assess the situation, and suddenly turned to Wu Youliang, his face a mix of shock and fury. "Have you rendered the second sun mute? I am the general overseeing 8 provinces. My words carry weight. Had I not feared my wife would be disturbed by the sight of blood, I would not have gone to such lengths." Wu Youliang scoffed, a hint of murderous intent visible in his demeanor. "I merely wished to hear your reasoning, which is why I indulged your antics for a time." "Master, it is he, the one I mentioned to you before," one of the dark-clad women behind Junon exclaimed in surprise. But he was not like this that day. The dark-clad woman displayed confusion. "Ake? How was he that day?" Junon inquired. The dark-clad woman, Ake, reflected for a moment before replying, "Master, that day his hair was snowy white, his face marred with scars and wrinkles, his skin not so smooth, and his physique not so robust." With each word Ake spoke, the expressions of the skilled fighters grew increasingly grim, culminating in sheer horror. The innocent remarks of the young girl revealed an astonishing truth. The general before them was not genuinely youthful or tender, but rather a peerless master who had cultivated his internal energy to unfathomable heights, achieving a rebirth from the decay of old age. While they had marveled at the youthful general's ability to dominate 8 provinces and confront the Qing court, they had assumed that his age limited his martial prowess, thus believing they had the upper hand over his life and death. "Master, where is the iron sword?" Wu Youliang inquired once more. "The soft iron treasure sword is the prized possession of my iron sword sect. How could I possibly part with it so easily?" Junon firmly refused. "Then you shall remain in my military headquarters, serving me for 3 years as penance," Wu Youliang declared. "Leader, though she is beautiful, she is past her prime and a nun. How could she serve as your concubine?" Su Quan suddenly interjected. "I merely require her to serve as a maid, fetching tea and washing clothes. Where does your imagination wander?" Wu Youliang shot a glance at his nominal wife, rendered speechless. "Shameless." A white shadow flickered, and a flash of sword light lunged at Wu Youliang. "Together, let us avenge the second son." Upon witnessing Junon's attack, Feng Shifan immediately propelled himself forward. Qian Jinan hesitated but ultimately joined the fray, followed by Su Tianchuan and others. Beside the white shadow, a flash of red shimmered. Feng Shifan felt a sudden pang of trepidation, and halfway through his advance, he unleashed the Kunlun sect's signature sword technique, channeling his internal energy as his sword flickered like a cold star against the night sky. Suddenly, the sword light coalesced, the cold stars dissipated, and the sound of clashing metal rang out as his sword shattered into pieces. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as an overwhelming force surged within him, sending him hurtling backward. Junon caught a fleeting glimpse of a red shadow and lost sight of Wu Youliang, her mind fixating on the alluring woman nearby who had previously spoken ill of her. In a moment of rage, she thrust her sword towards the woman's crimson lips, intent on severing her tongue, only to find the red shadow flickering once more. As Wu Youliang returned to his original position, he smiled faintly, flicking his left index finger, which struck the sword, causing it to shatter with a resounding clang. Junon turned to flee. Wu Youliang flicked his finger again, causing Junon to drop her broken sword. She struck the air with her palm, her body shuddering as her internal energy surged backward, blood escaping the corners of her mouth. Wu Youliang flicked his finger once more, and Junon, utilizing her swift movement technique, attempted to evade, but his finger remained unyieldingly close, and as it threatened to strike, Qian Jinan and the others finally arrived. Qian Jinan extended his fingers, employing a unique grappling technique to target several vital points on Wu Youliang's left hand, while Su Tianchuan launched a barrage of punches, attacking Wu Youliang from multiple angles, his nickname, Eight-Armed Monkey, fitting as his strikes were both swift and fierce. Amidst the chaos, his wrist flicked, resembling a venomous dragon in motion, as he violently thrust his iron staff toward Wu Youliang's dantian. Qian Laobin swung his butcher's knife, employing a technique meant to sever tendons and bones, attacking Wu Youliang's lower regions. Xianjin Daoist. Wu Youliang transformed his left hand into a palm, relinquishing the flower-picking fingers to counter Qian Jinan's blood-condensing claw with his crushing heart palm technique, while his right hand also rose. Channeling the thousand-hand Tathagata palm. 1 palm became 2, 2 palms became 4, and in an instant, he unleashed 8 palms. Su Tianchuan's arm shattered, sending him flying back. Amidst the turbulence, his tiger's mouth cracked, and he was sent hurtling away. Qian Laoban's wrist broke, and he too was sent flying. Xianjin Daoist was also sent flying. Qian Jinan's expression darkened. Each time he activated the hidden energy of the blood-condensing claw, he was met with a counter from Wu Youliang, causing his internal energy to gradually congeal, making it difficult to circulate. Jinan steadied her internal energy and leapt into the fray, while Wu Youliang faced 2 opponents. With his left hand, he suppressed Qian Jinan using the crushing heart palm, gauging the latter's technique, while his right hand transformed from palm to finger, flicking a strike that shifted from soft to fierce. Jinan's form twisted and turned, but Wu Youliang's focus was divided, causing his strike to lose some potency, allowing her to narrowly evade. Yet as she sought to escape, Wu Youliang flicked 2 more strikes, which flew through the air. She evaded one, but the other met her palm, sending her spitting blood, her spirit waning. Meanwhile, Qian Jinan could no longer withstand the encroaching darkness of the blood-condensing claw's hidden energy, his body suddenly becoming rigid and immobile. Wu Youliang curved his fingers, aiming at Jinan, when suddenly a figure stepped in front of her. "Do not harm my master. Your master has intruded upon my military tent and shown me disrespect. If I were to let her go unpunished, how could I control the hundreds of thousands of troops across 8 provinces? My master holds a prestigious position and cannot serve as your maid. I shall serve you for 3 years as your maid instead." Ake's expression shifted several times before she finally gritted her teeth and declared, "You?" Wu Youliang was taken aback. "I." Ake held her head high, a beautiful yet determined expression gracing her exquisite features. "Ake, step back," Jinan commanded, turning to Wu Youliang. "General, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I am no match for you. If you intend to kill me, do so. But you shall not humiliate me. Do not worry, a Jew. With your second brother here, no one can harm you." An elderly man burst into the tent, followed closely by an old woman and a middle-aged man. "Is that the invincible divine fist Gue Xinshi?" "Indeed. It is I. What on earth has my military camp become? A brothel or an inn?" Wu Youliang, however, understood the soldiers' astonishment. Martial artists were leaping and scaling walls, and on this deep night, how could those without any foundational internal energy perceive such happenings? Had he not dispatched the masters of the God Dragon Sect to assist the provincial leaders, these individuals would never have reached his military headquarters. P.S. Gratitude to Yixia Oten 588 for the donation, Mingdi 100 for the donation, and Reader 15031922531686330 for the donation. Wang Xinghe for the donation of 10. Chapter 53. A Dream of Yellow Millet. 3. Wu Youliang suddenly spoke. "I recall your master. The divine sword immortal ape Mu Runqing once conveyed a message that his disciples should not meddle in power struggles, but rather act with chivalry and righteousness, punishing evil and eliminating treachery. How do you know my master's last words?" Gue Xinshi's expression darkened. Wu Youliang did not respond, instead continuing, "Have the disciples of the Huashan sect grown so arrogant and ignorant? Do you dare to call yourselves Divine Fist invincible based on your meager skills in the Jade Fist technique? Who are you?" Gue Xinshi's expression grew increasingly grim. Wu Youliang continued, "What brings you to my tent? Let me guess, was it Wu Sangue who sent you to kill me?" Wu Youliang recalled that in the original story, Wu Sangue had deceived Gue Xinshi with words, leading him to kill Wu Liqui, the incense master of the Hongshuntang of the Tianyi society. Since it is possible to invite Gue Xinshi to kill Wu Liuqi, naturally, one can also invite him to eliminate you. How do you know so much? Who exactly are you? Gue Xinshi's expression turned ashen. Did Wu Sangue not inform you? Wu Youliang replied, "Master, why waste words with him? Just kill him," Gue Ernyang exclaimed, ready to strike. Gue Xinshi restrained her, gazing at Wu Youliang. "I shall ask you once more. Who are you? What connection do you have with my Huashan sect? Considering the reputation of the Huashan sect, you may leave now. I shall not detain you." Wu Youliang had learned half of the Zixia skill and, at times, could show leniency towards the disciples of Huashan. However, should they fail to recognize the situation, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Since you insist on remaining silent, do not blame me. Gue Xinshu leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Youliang, unleashing a powerful punch. The force reverberated through the air, producing a hollow, thunderous sound akin to a tiger's roar or a lion's growl. This single blow could hardly be deemed invincible. Yet it was formidable nonetheless. Wu Youliang raised a single palm, striking back without employing the duo Luo Mian Shou, the Prajna palm, or the crushing heart palm, relying solely on his internal energy. The clash sent Gue Xinshu staggering back 3 steps, each footfall shattering the blue bricks beneath him. He spat blood, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed, with hints of a strange green hue rising and falling before ultimately returning to a ghastly pallor. Having endured a full 4 strike from Wu Youliang and only coughing up blood, it was evident that Gue Xinshu's decades of internal cultivation were indeed impressive. The title of the world's foremost expert was contentious. Some claimed it belonged to Gue Xinshu, while others believed it was Hong Antong. Of course, there was also Yuan Chengji, who had retreated into seclusion abroad, rendering him ineligible for the title. Yet now, there was no need for dispute. Wu Youliang was indisputably the rightful claimant to the title of the world's greatest. Wu Youliang chuckled. With such meager martial prowess, you dare to call yourself invincible divine fist? The Huashan sect's legacy has truly diminished with each passing generation. Who exactly are you? As for my identity, you lack the qualifications to know. Today, I shall demonstrate the true martial arts of the Huashan sect, allowing you to perish with your eyes closed. Wu Youliang activated his profound skill, a purple aura enveloping him, appearing both still and in motion, resembling the clouds and mist at the horizon. Zixia divine skill? Gue Xinshu exclaimed in astonishment. How? Is this possible? Wu Youliang drew a finely crafted iron sword from his waist, its blade resonating as he unleashed the Huashan sword techniques. His prior display of internal energy was already impressive, but now, utilizing the Zixia skill to its fullest, the might of his swordplay was utterly terrifying. First move, white rainbow piercing the sun. The flash of the sword struck at Gue Xinshu's vital point at his forehead. Yet the tip merely grazed him before retracting. Gue Xinshu, as if awakening from a dream, stared in horror at Wu Youliang, his lips moving but failing to utter a word. Second move, heavenly ribbon upside down. The sword's light shifted, appearing to descend from above and ascend from below. Gue Xinshu, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, yet each time the sword's light pierced through his defenses, striking his vital points repeatedly, leaving him vulnerable. Gue Ernyang and Gue Zhong rushed forward to assist, only to be struck by 2 beams of sword light, rendering them motionless. Third move, Phoenix comes to greet. The sword's light trembled, transforming into 5 strands that pierced through Gue Xinshu's defenses, striking at his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each thrust followed by a swift retraction, the force contained within. Fourth move, Ancient Pine welcomes guests. Fifth move, Golden Goose across the sky. 63rd move, Rivers and seas declining. 107th move, Pastures in all directions. Wu Youliang sheathed his sword and stood tall. Have you seen clearly? Gue Xinshu was indeed astonished, while the others, particularly Chen Jinan and his companions, felt a mix of fear and embarrassment. Your skills are peerless, and the Gue family is oblivious to their own limitations. However, I reiterate, who are you? From whom did you acquire the sacred techniques of my Huashan sect? And how did you learn so many long-lost Huashan sword techniques? You are but a prisoner now. You have no right to question me. Wu Youliang replied calmly, sheathing his sword. A mere prisoner, nothing but death awaits, yet some questions must be answered. Gue Xinshu countered. Wu Youliang pondered for a moment before saying, it matters not. I obtained the lost techniques from their original source. Regrettably, I have only acquired a fraction, yet I have mastered over 100 Huashan sword techniques in their entirety. Wu Youliang's Zixia skill was gleaned from Yu Buchuan, supplemented by the Jin Guanyu Suaju of Ma Yu. Yet even so, he only possessed a partial understanding of the vital techniques. A superior internal skill involves not only the practice of internal cultivation, but also the methods of channeling that energy. The practice is for accumulating inner breath, while channeling is for utilizing that breath. Wu Youliang was unaware of the full methods of channeling the Zixia skill, yet he understood its outward manifestations. Appearing initially ethereal and gentle, akin to clouds and mist, yet ultimately overwhelming and unstoppable. Lacking the complete channeling methods meant that, despite his profound internal cultivation and solid foundation, he would inevitably fall short when facing a true master. Thus, he sought the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. Unlike the external techniques of the 5 mountain swordplay and the latter volumes of the 9-yin manual, each of the 72 ultimate techniques possesses its own unique heart method, representing a profound martial art that integrates both internal and external cultivation. Each technique could occupy a Shaolin monk's lifetime of study. Wu Youliang's practice of several ultimate techniques was not for the sake of mastering them to perfection. Rather, he aimed to acquire the channeling methods, such as the soft techniques of Nianhua finger or the vigorous methods of Duo Luo Yi finger, and to ultimately synthesize them, allowing his inner breath to transform in an instant between light and heavy, soft and hard, yin and yang. You have cleared my doubts. Let the Gue family meet their end. Proceed. Gue Xinshu closed his eyes, exposing his neck in resignation. That night, Wu Youliang was astonished to discover that the people of the Mu Wangfu had also stormed the headquarters. Unlike the Tiandi society, as they came due to Wei Xiaobao, they had come because Wei Xiaobao had rescued the imprisoned Taibei Songlong Lu Dahong and shaking head lion Wu Li's Hin from the palace's dungeons. Wu Youliang engaged with the Mu family's masters in their traditional martial arts, the Mu family Long Fist, and subsequently captured them all. Chapter 54. A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 4, Long Live Our Emperor. Long live, long live. In the Golden Yuan Hall, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, civil and military officials stood in 2 distinct lines. The civil officials donned brocade robes while the military generals wore armor, all sweeping their sleeves as if to brush away the non-existent dust upon them, then kneeling in unison, bowing 3 times and knocking their heads 9 times to the man seated upon the dragon throne. The man did not wear the 9-dragon bright yellow robe, but was instead clad in a golden-red robe. Observing the kneeling assembly, he suddenly felt parched and his thoughts became a whirlwind. In this realm, he was unparalleled in martial prowess, having subdued numerous martial heroes, and with an overwhelming force, he had compelled the Qing court to retreat beyond the borders, taking refuge in Liaodong, securing a corner of the land. He had forced 3 foreign vassal kings to submit, while the Pingxi king had reached the end of his rope, ultimately committing suicide with his sword. Rise. The man cleared his throat, suppressing the myriad of emotions within, and spoke loudly, his voice echoing throughout the hall. We obey your command. Today marks the establishment of our nation. You are all founding ministers. The man coughed twice, momentarily at a loss, inwardly cursing the scholars of the Hanlin Academy for not preparing a splendid speech in advance. We congratulate your majesty on establishing a foundation for eternity. The officials seemed to share a telepathic connection, synchronizing their bows and exclamations, alleviating the man's embarrassment. If there are matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may withdraw. After the ceremonial praises, the Golden Hall became the setting for discussions of state affairs. I, the Minister of War, have an issue to address. The Qing court has retreated to Liaodong, yet their ambitions for the Central Plains remain. I humbly request the Emperor to dispatch an army to eliminate this threat. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue shall deliberate and draft a proposal, assessing the required military provisions and supplies, and the Ministry of Personnel shall compile a list of generals for the expedition. I, the Minister of Rights, have a matter to present. The edict regarding the cultivation of hair and the wearing of civilian attire was dispatched last night via 600 fast horses to all provinces. Excellent. I, the Minister of Justice, have an issue to present. The 6 doors have been fully established, and the rosters of all sects have been compiled. Excellent. Time passed, and over the course of several years, the government was remarkably clear. The military strong, and the nation prospering, exhibiting signs of a flourishing era. In the distant Jianghu, every sect, from the leaders to the disciples, was registered and governed under the 6 doors of the Ministry of Justice, resulting in a significant reduction of bloodshed within the martial world. The realm was at peace, and the nation thrived. Wu Youliang awakened from his stupor, having left the resplendent palace and the harem filled with fragrant beauties. Returning instead to the dormitory of the encampment, he felt as though he had awoken from a vivid dream. Wu Youliang recalled the day he broke through the Ren and Du meridians. Achieving enlightenment, he experienced various phantoms and temptations. In addition to the alluring specter, he dreamed of wielding supreme martial skills, intimidating all sects, becoming the leader of the martial world, standing atop the peak and surveying the diminutive mountains below. He also dreamed of donning the yellow robe, diligently governing, establishing a prosperous era, beloved by the masses, and receiving tributes from all nations. One was the supreme of the martial world, the other was the sovereign of the realm. Even the most vivid of illusions remain ephemeral, yet the experiences within the world of Deer and Cauldron resonate with a stark authenticity, paradoxically real enough to feel like a fantasy. The formidable figures of the Heaven and Earth Society, the Mu Wang Mansion, the Huashan sect, and the Shaolin Temple, all fell victim to his prowess. The Qing court and regional princes met the same fate at his hands. He unified the martial world and extended his dominion across the seas. Standing as the supreme ruler of both realms in an ephemeral moment, his thoughts surged chaotically, proving difficult to rein in. 15 students in the male dormitory lay in deep slumber, abruptly roused by a thunderous sound that echoed like a clap of thunder. Startled, they turned in unison toward the source, witnessing an individual seemingly wielding a palm strike, a punch, or perhaps a snap of the fingers, unleashing waves of intangible yet palpable energy that ravaged the air. Accompanied by a chorus of sharp and muted howls. Run! Huang Yongyue was the first to snap to attention, issuing a sharp command before dashing out of the dormitory, the other students hastily following suit. They huddled at the doorway, peering in at the unfolding chaos. At that moment, Wu Youliang found himself ensnared in a peculiar state of being. His internal energy flowed naturally, navigating the intricate pathways of the 8 extraordinary meridians, sometimes ascending, other times descending, pausing, or surging forth. In a daze, a tremor coursed through him, as if dozens of luminous points ignited within his being, flickering and fluctuating erratically. With each flicker of light, his energy underwent a transformation. The flow of internal energy quickened, and his palm strikes and finger techniques grew more intense, scattering energy in all directions. Each move appeared deceptively simple, yet upon closer inspection, revealed an extraordinary complexity, brimming with countless variations. A few students' eyes brightened with realization, as they recalled the surreal events of the previous day. Based solely on the testimony of the enchanting Madame Yang Yuqing and Wu Youliang's prowess in dispatching 3 shadow leopards. They were initially astonished but retained a lingering disbelief regarding his ascension to the status of the legendary Hunter King. However, witnessing his valiant stand against tens of thousands of corrupt crows and his aerial annihilation of the corrupt Crow King, followed by a fierce confrontation with the golden-striped White Tiger King, left them truly shaken. As they directly experienced the aura of the Hunter King in that instant, several began to mimic Wu Youliang's movements. Yet, his techniques, appearing slow on the surface, were swift and elusive in execution. Those attempting to replicate them often found themselves missing numerous moves, their actions stiff and lacking authenticity. As one began, others quickly followed suit. After a brief period of practice, some suddenly felt their hearts racing, vision clouding with golden stars, while others experienced a heavy sensation in their chests, accompanied by bouts of nausea, and some found their limbs growing weak, collapsing to the ground. All were struck by a sense of foreboding and halted their activities. A few called out Wu Youliang's name, but received no response, prompting them to close the door and resist the urge to look again. Quick! Notify the instructor. The call connected swiftly, though the signal was weak, plagued by static interference. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the students caught a glimpse of a new figure approaching, followed by several others. What is the situation? The first to arrive, Instructor Zhang, inquired. Instructor Zhang, it seems Liang has suddenly lost his wits. No matter how we call to him, he does not respond, Huang Yongyue explained. I'll take a look. Instructor Zhang pushed open the door, only to find Wu Youliang standing silently by the window, his back turned, resembling a statue, utterly still. Wu, my student, Zhang called softly, but received no reply. Cautiously, he crept closer, inching toward Wu Youliang's back, reaching out to tap his shoulder. In an instant, the world around him dimmed as a slender, pristine finger pointed at his brow, then swiftly withdrew. Instructor, do refrain from sneaking up on others from behind. Are you all right? I am fine. Truly fine. Instructor Zhang glanced around the dormitory, which bore the marks of a tumultuous encounter, and asked again. I assure you, I am completely fine. Wu Youliang reiterated. P.S. I apologize for the recent busyness and writer's block. I was unaware that after yesterday's exam, I would have 3 more days of training. If there are any necessary adjustments, they will have to wait until next week. Additionally, some readers have commented that the pace of martial arts progression is too rapid, raising concerns about sustainability. However, rest assured, no one is invincible. The apocalyptic S rank is merely a starting point. Even among S ranks, there are distinctions, and the challenges are numerous, including various bizarre abilities and extraordinary beasts. Furthermore, even if one were to become invincible, it does not equate to absolute dominance. In the realm of combat, for instance, in the Tianlong world, a high monk cannot defeat Jimozi, yet when the heads of various halls unite, they can easily overpower him. Take it further. Even in an invincible post-apocalyptic scenario, one must contend with the martial arts world, where invincibility in Jin Yang's universe does not guarantee it in Gu Long's realm, as exemplified by the numerous apex masters within the legend of Lu Xiaofeng, where there is no ultimate peak, only higher mountains, each concealed in mystery. P.S. I extend my gratitude to Peng Gong for the generous support, and to the readers who have contributed in various ways, especially during the update hiatus. Although I cannot identify you, your support is deeply appreciated. However, I can acknowledge the first 3, Wu Xin Shengu, Hell Tyrant, and Hui Ji Huan. Chapter 55. Returning home in glory, I, Wu Youliang, departed from the dormitory and ascended to the rooftop platform, gazing into the distance, his thoughts a turbulent sea. The dragon cannot coexist with the serpent, not out of reluctance, but necessity. A true dragon's mere turn could crush countless small serpents. After wandering through his thoughts for a while, Wu Youliang focused his internal energy to quell the tumult within. In a meditative state, he perceived dozens of luminous points, akin to stars in the night sky, flickering and fluctuating in a dance of light. These must represent the various meridians throughout his body, not conforming to convention, but existing in a realm of the enigmatic and the extraordinary. On that fateful day in the world of Deer and Cauldron, a mysterious acupoint within him pulsed, igniting a fusion of water and fire, revealing fragments of innate truth. Subsequently, that acupoint seemed to vanish without a trace, eluding his every search. This acupoint, likely the Jiangong acupoint, remained one of the most inscrutable among the myriad of meridians. The half-scroll of the Golden Lock and Jade Seal technique given by Dan Yangzi briefly mentioned the wonders of the Jiangong acupoint, though it provided little detail, leaving its secrets largely unexplored. The transformation of the human body from embryonic states, through the interplay of the innate 8 trigrams of Qin and Kuan into the acquired 8 trigrams of Can and Li, culminates in a situation where fire and water coexist. Through postnatal cultivation, one seeks to fill Can and return to the innate state of Qin and Kuan, with the Jiangong acupoint as the pivotal focus. However, the scroll refrained from elaborating on how to locate the Jiangong acupoint or the intricate methods of filling Can with Li. Wu Youliang felt that such profound inner cultivation techniques could not be contained within a mere Golden Lock and Jade Seal technique. Only the highest teachings of the Chuanjin sect could suffice. Regrettably, the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, despite possessing such divine skills, lacked the depth of cultivation, rendering their abilities rudimentary. At times, overly intricate techniques can become burdensome, no matter how potent a skill may be. If one cannot master it, it remains futile. The following morning, Wu Youliang arrived at Instructor Zhang's office. Apart from Zhang, 3 others were present. One was tall and robust, muscles bulging with a wild aura. Another appeared frail yet possessed a delicate beauty. The last exuded an aura of darkness and obscurity, making him seem unapproachable. Each of the 3 regarded him with different expressions, one of scrutiny, another of curiosity, and the last of tranquil detachment. You've arrived. I was just about to seek you out, Zhang said, rising and gesturing for him to take a seat. No need, Wu Youliang replied. I came to inform you that I will be leaving shortly. Leaving? Where are you off to? Home, Wu Youliang stated plainly. You intend to go home? Zhang expressed surprise. You plan to leave just like that? What other option do I have? My family still resides in an unsafe area beyond the city. How can I possibly rest easy? I was about to inform you that your family has reached a secure location. They will be safe unless the city is besieged. Zhang Jihua, how dare you meddle with my family? Do you have a death wish? Wu Youliang's brow furrowed, a potent energy radiating from him as he pivoted, executing a palm strike with precision. This strike drew upon the principles of the Doru Mian technique, akin to the hand of a Buddha reaching out from the realm of bliss, disregarding the 10 paces separating him from Zhang Jihua. Striking his face in an instant, suddenly, a powerful, sinewy hand intercepted him, a massive, dark-hued palm. The moment their hands met, a thunderous clap echoed, followed by a resonant chime, producing a rich, deep tone that reverberated through the office, causing the windows to vibrate incessantly. The thunder was the sound of their palms colliding, while the chime emanated from the robust figure, as if his very body was a great bell, resonating with Wu Youliang's palm strike. Wu Youliang stepped back, his expression now one of solemnity. Though his Doru Mian technique was merely at the entry level, his profound internal energy lent strength to his strikes. The fact that the towering man could neutralize his attack indicated his extraordinary nature. Moreover, the power emanating from the man's hand felt akin to internal energy, yet more domineering in nature. Zhang Jihua, the instructor, appeared alarmed, his breath becoming labored as he experienced a strong sensation of suffocation while gazing at the towering figure. Master Lei. The giant man waved his hand, cutting Zhang off. Only this once. Wu Youliang regarded him coolly before casting a glance at the towering man, preparing to turn and leave. You possess such power, yet you do not seek to repay the nation or protect the people. Zhang Ziyo advised. If something were to happen to my family, do you truly believe I would defend others? Your family is already safe. Wu Youliang suddenly smiled. Where I stand is a pure land of bliss. Impervious to all disturbances, why would I need others to worry? What grand words! The imposing figure of Li Bio snorted, his breath becoming even wilder, akin to a fierce tiger surveying the realm. I am called Li Bio. Born with the wings of a tiger. A fierce tiger with wings can even slay a true dragon. What guidance do you offer, Lord Li? If you can pass my test, I shall allow you to leave this place. And if I cannot, then you will obediently march to the front lines. Slay for 3 years, and only then may you return home. Do you have the authority to decide? My words are law within this province. Then let your actions speak. Li Bio moved, suddenly appearing before Wu Youliang, his arms sweeping forth, doubling his strikes, multiplying them until the air was filled with a multitude of shadowy fists. Wu Youliang responded with a single palm strike, subtly shifting, transforming one hand into 2, then 4, then 8, until a similar multitude of palm shadows surrounded him. Unlike Wu Youliang's thousand-handed Tath Gata palm, Li Bio's overwhelming punches were born from sheer, astonishing strength. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of strikes. In another blink, it escalated to hundreds. Wu Youliang felt his vitality ebb slightly, while Li Bio resonated like a tolling bell. In the next moment, Li Bio let out a long howl that shattered glass, his muscles coiling like serpents, expanding dramatically, resembling a giant of deep blue-black. As he retracted his punches, he unleashed a blow that shattered the multitude of palm shadows. Aimed directly at Wu Youliang's chest, the tip of his fist poised to exert force. In a flash, Wu Youliang retreated a foot, narrowly evading the punch. Li Bio followed with another. Even more ferocious, Wu Youliang ceased to evade, channeling his Di-Lu Mian Shu, striking out. When their fists and palms collided, Wu Youliang took a step back, while Li Bio remained steadfast. Though his body wavered slightly, the bell-like resonance intensifying. In a pure contest of energy, Wu Youliang was slightly at a disadvantage. At that moment, he executed the agile, serpentine movements of his technique, swiftly circling around the blue-black giant, unleashing strike after strike. His palm strikes concealed the principles of the crushing heart palm and the blood condensation divine claw, and after several exchanges, Li Bio's form suddenly stiffened, his complexion shifting from blue-black to crimson, then retreating to a pallid hue, his body gradually contracting back to its original state. What manner of skill is this? Li by O's expression darkened, feeling his original strength disrupted by strands of peculiar energy, making it difficult to coalesce, his blood essence thickening, hindering circulation, his body rigid as if encased in mud. Just a trivial technique, Wu Youliang chuckled, preparing to leave, when suddenly a wave of dizziness enveloped him, thoughts becoming muddled, as if he were sinking into an endless abyss. P.S. My apologies for the delay of 3 days. Updates will resume tomorrow, and I will compensate for last week's missed content. Chapter 56, Returning in Glory, Part 2. Wu Youliang's mind turned cold, as though half of him had plunged into an icy abyss. He immediately began to channel the soul-shifting technique, his brow pulsing rhythmically, transitioning from controlling the heart to stop to true body stopping, his internal energy flowing seamlessly, his consciousness wavering. Having practiced the soul-shifting technique for many years, he was now employing lethal methods for the first time. Mute, what are you doing? Li Bio bellowed, his veins visibly bulging. Am I someone who cannot afford to lose? Cease this at once. The silent man, referred to as Mute, paid no heed, his gaze darkening, shadows of ominous energy coiling around Wu Youliang, seemingly intent on dragging him into an unfathomable abyss. Azi, quickly stop him. Li Bio, witnessing Mute's inaction, grew both furious and anxious, shouting at the frail man. The frail man hesitated, seemingly reluctant to approach, merely suggesting, Brother Shang, perhaps you should heed Brother Bio's advice and relent? Unexpectedly, Mute's complexion shifted to a pallid hue, his eyes dimming, his body swaying precariously as if about to collapse. Azi! Li Bio roared again, wisps of smoke emanating from him as he struggled to suppress his injuries. The frail man stepped forward, reaching Mute's side, gripping his shoulder, and in the next moment, a mist enveloped them both. At that very instant, Wu Youliang flashed to stand before them. Before he even arrived, a powerful palm strike had already shattered the mist, sending waves of energy rippling through the AI art. To Wu Youliang's astonishment, beneath the mist, the two figures had vanished from sight. Concentrating his internal energy, he focused on the sounds around him, suddenly spinning around to unleash a palm strike, infused with the principles of the crushing heart palm, intending to shatter the internal organs of both men without mercy. A burst of mist erupted, dissipating into the void, leaving no trace. A droplet of water manifested from nowhere, spinning at high speed towards Wu Youliang. He did not flinch or evade, simply extending a finger to flick it, the delicate force dissipating the water droplet. Soon, dozens of droplets appeared, encircling him, mist rising from each droplet, which then crystallized into ice spheres. The ice spheres spun rapidly towards him, and Wu Youliang stood firm, executing palm strikes and flicks with varying intensity, shattering each ice sphere one by one. More droplets coalesced into ice spheres. Is this never-ending? Wu Youliang exclaimed, energizing his dantian, unleashing his internal energy, and then letting out a powerful roar, imbued with a solemn and majestic presence, reminiscent of the lion's roar from the 72 unique skills of Shaolin. The roar resonated, rippling through the air, creating layers of waves that continuously formed and dissipated, causing the water and ice spheres to melt away in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed. A cloud of mist revealed the frail man and Mute tumbling to the ground, with the last sound belonging to Zhang Ziyo, who braced himself but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Li Bio remained conscious, though his complexion had paled considerably as he suppressed his injuries. Cautiously stepping forward to Mute and Azi, gazing gravely at Wu Youliang. Mute means no harm. He merely wishes to ensure that every exceptionally powerful individual is mentally sound. Wu Youliang ceased his lion's roar. Regarding Li Bio, I can choose not to kill him. What can I do? Li Bio replied glumly. What is your position? Wu Youliang inquired. Vice President of the Zhejiang Provincial Hunting Council, Chairman of the Zhejiang Provincial Hunting Arbitration Committee, Zhejiang Province. Listening to Li Bio enumerate his titles, Wu Youliang waved a hand to interrupt him. And what about my position? Senior positions in the council cannot simply be appointed based on strength. One must have merit and the ability to command respect. Of course, if you can defeat me, a title of King of Hunters and the corresponding military rank would be yours. Wu Youliang nodded to himself. Li Bio's power was indeed formidable. After enduring dozens of strikes infused with the crushing heart palm and blood condensation divine claws energy, he remained still and unharmed, indicating a solid foundation. Furthermore, Li Bio was unaware of Wu Youliang's true capabilities and had fallen into his trap. It would not be so easy next time. Nevertheless, no matter how many times they fought, Li Bio would never be Wu Youliang's match, for he had too many weaknesses in comparison. It is the case that in contests among top-tier experts, what is measured is not the strongest technique but the weakest. While Li Bio's energy was indeed powerful, who would engage him in a life-or-death struggle, unless his realm could advance further, allowing him to seal off the void with his energy, leaving no retreat and no evasion, forcing a direct confrontation. What kind of merit does a vice-chairman of the Hunting Arbitration Committee require to withstand the impending beast tide, and upon taking office, capture 3 Class S criminals? Is it necessary to slay that golden-patterned white beast? That may not be required. Merely driving it back suffices. Wu Youliang paused to ponder, understanding that with humanity's current strength, they might not be able to kill this Tiger King, as the cost would be too high. Moreover, if the Tiger King suddenly lost its dominion, the various mutated beasts in the Misty Mountain Valley would surely descend into chaos. Most importantly, the mutated beasts that had reached the Tiger King's level possessed considerable intelligence. Should it perish, those of similar standing would undoubtedly mourn, inevitably stirring unnecessary turmoil. So, unless we can annihilate all the ferocious beasts with overwhelming force, the Beast Kings cannot be slain? Indeed, Li Bio nodded. Citizens, the beast tide is approaching. Please do not venture outside recklessly. Our reporter will provide real-time updates. Now let us turn to our correspondent on the front lines for the latest developments. Across all provincial television stations, a singular image was broadcast. A horde of ferocious beasts, both soaring above and sprinting below, while behind the beast tide, a colossal golden-patterned white tiger king loomed atop a hill, roaring fiercely, commanding the throng of beasts. Suddenly, the white tiger rose, its roars echoing fearsomely, shaking the air for miles, sending waves of energy that stirred up dust and debris. As the camera zoomed in, it appeared that beside the Tiger King stood another figure. Had it not been for the red garments adorning that person, it would have been nearly impossible to discern. At such close proximity, the Tiger King's roar failed to silence the individual, and those who observed closely were horrified to realize that the figure was also roaring, creating waves of energy that rippled outward in visible circles. The golden-striped white tiger lunged forward with a formidable force, its presence so overwhelming that the onlookers, even through the screen, seemed to feel a fierce and acrid wind assaulting them. The figure before it stood resolute, unflinching, as the white Tiger King unleashed a powerful paw strike, akin to swatting away an insignificant ant. The man deftly retreated a mere step, narrowly evading the blow, and then seized the tiger's claw, hurling it away with a sudden ferocity. This was the Shaolin Temple's famed technique of throwing an elephant. The scene astounded countless witnesses in an instant. The man then deftly drew an iron sword from his waist, the blade slicing through the air as he leapt forward in pursuit. The white Tiger King fled, bloodied and battered. Without its fearsome roar, it was merely a larger-than-average tiger to Wu Youliang. As the beast retreated, the tide of feral creatures collapsed, allowing the human forces to give chase and eliminate many of the ferocious beasts. The Wu family was stirred, for the second son of the eldest branch was returning. Golden Splendor Garden was abuzz, as a prominent figure was expected to arrive for an inspection soon. P.S. Last night, I intended to stay up for a bit, but unexpectedly fell asleep. P.S. The author will focus more on the martial arts world in the future, and write less about the apocalypse. Chapter 57, Ascending Mount Hua, Part 1. Upon hearing the name Golden Splendor Garden, Wu Youliang was immediately struck by its ostentatiousness. Why not call it the Golden Palace instead? Wouldn't that be more splendid? He believed he could conjure a name far superior to Golden Splendor Garden, such as Imperial Harmony Garden. He felt compelled to discuss a name change with the community management. Golden Splendor Garden was located within the inner city, a secure area. In terms of the density of feral beasts, there was little difference between the inner and outer cities. Some larger beasts had undoubtedly been eradicated. The true distinction lay in the frequency of patrols and the strength of the guards, as well as the ability to swiftly extinguish any sudden threats. After all, the abilities of certain exotic beasts could be quite bizarre and unpredictable. On July 3 RD, the weather was clear and suitable for marriage, sacrifices, and planting, but within Golden Splendor Garden, a crowd had gathered, eagerly awaiting something or someone. Outside the garden, rows of fully armed soldiers stood not in their usual patrols but at attention. Having sealed off several streets, their expressions grave and menacing. "Xiao Ning, what commotion are we joining?" Fang Xiaoying asked Wu Haining amidst the throng. "Big sister-in-law, a few days ago, Xiao Youliang called to say he was coming back. Shouldn't we come to welcome your precious son, my beloved nephew? If it weren't for second brother and sister-in-law looking after Xiao Xian and Xiao Yi, they would surely be here too." Wu Haining blinked innocently. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think Xiao Yang could command such a spectacle?" Fang Xiaoying dismissed her sister-in-law's playful demeanor, surveying the opulent villas of Golden Splendor Garden. "I never quite felt at home here. Do you think they might have mistaken the person? Now that the beast tide has receded, perhaps we should return to our previous residence. I can't shake the feeling that the person who repelled that beast king looks somewhat familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere." Wu Haixing suddenly interjected. "Now that you mention it, I too feel as though I have encountered him before. Quite strange," Wu Haining echoed, her brow furrowed in confusion. "By the way, brother, did Xiao Yangliang mention how he plans to return? Isn't all civilian transportation across the province already in disarray?" "He didn't specify. Perhaps he intends to return on foot while the beast tide is in disarray?" Wu Haixing mused. "Surely not. Is he courting death?" Fang Xiaoying's face betrayed her concern. "Here they come. Here they come." Wu Haining suddenly pointed at several black vehicles turning the corner, exclaiming with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, "What if Xiao Yangliang is arriving in one of those cars?" Her yearning was not for luxury vehicles, but for the commanding presence they represented, an air of solemnity that made passers-by instinctively step aside. Dream on. Is it so wrong to hope? Inside the middle black Mercedes, three individuals. Saturday the driver was A's, with a taciturn man nicknamed Mute in the passenger seat, while Wu Youliang occupied the back, exuding an air of leadership, treating the two as mere chauffeur and secretary. "Are you afraid of me?" Wu Youliang suddenly inquired. No, not at all," A stammered, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. "If you're so afraid, why do you dare to follow me?" Wu Youliang pressed. The two fell silent. "Speak, what is the matter?" The silence lingered until Mute finally spoke, his voice hoarse and reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. "To kill a man." "Who?" "An S-class fugitive known as Poison Wolf." Wu Youliang maintained a calm facade, though internally he could not afford to be careless. Though he had triumphed over one S-class master and two quasi-S-class masters, he would not underestimate the experts who had entered this realm. If Lei Biao and his comrades were to strike simultaneously, Wu Youliang would not only question his chances of victory, but also whether he could escape with his life intact. Mute would disrupt and suppress his intent, while Lei Biao would launch a direct assault, and A's would provide lateral interference. He could find himself in mortal peril in an instant. Several vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Golden Splendor Garden. The doors swung open, and a man clad in a red suit emerged, followed by two others. An intangible aura surrounded the man, and as his gaze swept across the crowd, the clamor within Golden Splendor Garden fell silent. The Wu family members stood in stunned disbelief. The man's presence was as imposing as a towering mountain, yet they could not mistake his face. This was especially true for Wu Haixing and his wife, who, during restless nights, had been haunted by the visage of this man. Even the small black moles on his face were etched in their memories. It was a moment of clarity, as they finally unraveled the mysteries that had lingered in their minds. Why had they been allowed to reside in this heavily fortified secure area without reason? Why were there more patrols around their villa, with greater frequency? Why did they feel an uncanny familiarity with the figure who had repelled the Tiger King? "Daddy, I refuse to go on a blind date." Jiang Yuyao's delicate features were etched with displeasure. "That's not negotiable." Jiang Shueli replied firmly. "Daddy, I have a boyfriend already. I won't go." Jiang Yuyao protested. "If you care for your boyfriend's safety, You will break up with him immediately. Several major projects at the company are under siege. The board is rife with turmoil, and each department is on edge. To weather this storm, we must rely on the support of influential figures, Jiang Xueli declared. I don't care. Zhang Yuyao pouted. No matter what. I will not go. I'm merely suggesting you attend a blind date. Jiang Xueli's tone softened slightly, yet remained resolute. Whether you like it or not, someone will escort you. With a clap of his hands, a woman dressed in casual attire entered the room. She had a charming appearance and a refreshing demeanor, moving with an almost soundless grace. Miss Linqian, I'll leave Yuyao in your capable hands. Understood. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Yuyao glared at Linqian, her expression darkening. I refuse to go. You don't have a boyfriend, Linqian stated abruptly. Zhang Yuyao's expression soured further as she regarded her. Wu Youliang surveyed his surroundings, experiencing an uncanny sense of returning to a martial arts world. This was a classical-style club, the design reminiscent of a bygone era. Whether it belonged to the Ming or Qing dynasty, he could not discern. Perhaps it was a blend of styles from various dynasties. Wu Youliang had come for a blind date, the intended partner being Zhang Yuyao, the daughter of the chairman of Juanhao International. In reality, he was there to capture an S-class fugitive known as Poison Wolf. Someone had targeted a research outcome from Juanhao International, hiring several formidable individuals who lurked in the shadows, with Poison Wolf being the most fearsome among them. Ordinary commercial crimes fell under the jurisdiction of the police, but once a wanted high-level hunter was involved, the council would intervene, and the arbitration committee would take action. Wu Youliang sat for nearly 2 hours, during which A's, masquerading as a waiter, approached several times, bowing slightly to inquire if he wished to place an order, his demeanor painstakingly cautious. Meanwhile, Mute, pretending to be a customer, suppressed his dark aura, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. Yet his brow bore the weight of worry, a picture of one drowning sorrows in drink. Truly, they were masters of disguise. Wu Youliang chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, his thoughts grew hazy, a rush of familiarity washing over him. When he regained clarity, he found himself amidst the turbulent currents of the Yellow River. The murky waters surged in waves, and he focused his inner energy, sealing his senses while employing the technique of lightness to rise slowly from the depths. P.S. I extend my sincerest apologies and gratitude to those who continue to vote and support. I will strive to keep updating this week and see if I can catch up next week. There is much to attend to. Source code official website 669977.net source code upgrade update.669977.net contact QQ 1911450102 19509208009 19812558558